Chapter 1 Opening Reward Pagani Win Child, Magic City, a rainy day, outside the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, inside a Soy Milk King Chinese fast food restaurant, a man wearing a black t-shirt was sitting on a rubber stool and fuming. Lin Qinshu is a junior in college, this time here, because his girlfriend He has not cared about him for a month. Send messages also do not return. Pick up the phone on the cold, a few sentences have something to do? Nothing, I hung up. Lin Qinshu has a childhood sweetheart girlfriend He. The two met in junior high school, familiar with the high school, until the university to determine the relationship. He went to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, while Lin Qinshu went to the Magic City University of Transportation. Why didn't they go to the same school? It was He's decision. She told Lin Qinshu that distance produces beauty, and then Lin Qinshu believed her. Now, the sad Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered a saying. I don't know which senior who saw through the red dust said when a woman's center of gravity and attention is not on you, you are able to feel it. Lin Qinshu now empathizes with this saying, but he is not a person who deals with things coldly, so he took an hour bus ride to the outside of his girlfriend's school to ask her out and talk it out face to face. An hour has passed since the phone call just now, and he still hasn't come out. Lin Qinshu's heart is getting more and more chaotic, and he even started to have the feeling of heartache. Ding! Detected a person who was suffering from heartache for love. Meets the binding criteria. Ding! Select system binding in. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 6. Physique, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The maximum of each attribute of an ordinary person is 10. The host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. What? What the hell? System binding? Lin Qinshu is someone who has read the novels. Usually the system binding is not always looking for those licking dog was broken up, or the spare tire was eliminated. Sad and angry destiny lick, a man of destiny? How could they be bound to him? With what he knew from reading the many system texts, the condition he met now should be a breakup. Or did this system detect that he was a licking dog? This is a ing misunderstanding. System, you come out. I'll explain to you. I'm not a licking dog. Lin Qinshu inwardly shouted, but the system was no longer echoing. There was also that laborious attribute. Wasn't it a mistake? How can he say that he is also the school's basketball player? It seems that he still just barely reached the passing line, giving a 66-66. He also often fantasized about the scene when he fought with others, 1 to 10, but now it all seemed to be delusional. While Lin Qinshu was still calling out to the system, a girl with long hair walked in through the door, wearing a large-sized punching bag. Lin Qinshu's expression also became a little complicated when he saw the punching jacket. It wasn't hard to see that it was a man's clothing, and he had come over wearing it so blatantly. Her purpose could be imagined. Looking for me for what? He said coldly as she sat down. Lin Qinshu's eyes became complicated, picking up a bag from his side and placing it on the desktop. Shall we? This is the honey brought from the old home. It can beautify and nourish the skin. I sent it over to you. He swept a glance. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. I know. Is there anything else? Lin Qinshu's mouth opened, wanting to speak. He originally wanted to ask He this time, if he didn't love, then separate, but after seeing the person, he couldn't say anything. He sought his appearance. Contemptuous said, look at you, this kind of bird. I thought you finally hardened up, over to find me to break up it. Since you do not say, let me open this mouth. Let's break up. Lin Qinshu looked at her sadly. His mouth spat out those 3 words. Why? Why? What do I want with you? The silver necklace you gave me on my birthday last year? Or do you want me to pay for the room when we go out to play? Lin Qinshu, I'll be honest with you. When I was with you, it was because of your parents who were doing business outside. Although they were not rich, but they were quite well off. Now that your parents have gone home to farm, your living expenses are not as much as mine. So what are you going to do to support me in the future? He's hysterical voice hit him one after another. Lin Qinshu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The two people who originally loved each other eventually lost to reality. Lin Qinshu thought that the two loved each other. Ding! Detected that the host is breaking up with his gold-digging girlfriend. Choice 1, pull out all the stops to retain the other party. Rewarded with a titanium dog-licking nameplate. Choice 2, splash the soy milk in front of the other person's face and take away the honey you just gave them. Rewarded with a Pagani Win Child. Lin Qinshu directly froze. A dog-licking nameplate. It's still titanium. System, you're being a bully. You think I won't dare to take it just because it's a dog-licking nameplate? I'll take the second option. Instead of retaining a woman who looks at you with cold eyes, why don't you choose a luxury car, which is worth $25 million? Pagani Win Sana. Although he, a beggar, has never seen a real car, but the God's Hero novels must be loaded with cups of artifacts, or heard of it. The system has said that he is a gold worshipper. When she owns a luxury car, she should come back to her heart. System, The path of the host's dog licking has drifted away. He saw Lin Qinshu froze there for a long time, did not speak, thought he could not accept this reality. His eyes are contemptuous. Now I'm chasing me in the school more people. See this dress on me? Just out of the time. A rich second-generation senior fear that I was rained on, draped on me, and he is just one of my spare tire. My spares are all rich second generation. So what qualifications do you think you have to be my boyfriend? And how do you deserve to occupy my position as the main wife? Lin Qinshu came back to his senses and smiled to himself. The main room? He is treating herself as an emperor? Then he grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it directly on He's face. Then picked up the honey that was placed on the table and walked towards the door. What I owe you is all in this cup of soy milk. From now on we're done with each other. We're done with each other. He wiped the soy milk from her face and said with an icy face, when she was just splashed. She was still angry for a moment, but she also quickly suppressed her anger. Instead of letting Lin Qinshu stalk her, let him splash him once and what's the harm? As long as you can get rid of this dog's skin, and then splashed with 2 cups of it is fine. Maybe those spare tires see their own wet appearance, more diligently run to offer their attentions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of splashing soy milk and taking honey, and obtaining a Pagani Windjammer. The reward has been placed by the system in a reasonable way at the entrance of the store. The key is in the host's pocket. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket and indeed had an extra key. Just as he walked out of the door of Soy Milk King, he found his Pagani Wind Sun parked on the side of the road, and all the vehicles in the vicinity paled in front of it. Chapter 2, Chen Shanshan, the school flower of Finance University. But there was an even more unexpected place. It was a woman wearing a bright red pleated skirt, white shirt, and a head of long, slightly curly hair that covered her face at the moment, but from all aspects of her body and dress, she should be a big beauty. And beside the Pagani Windjammer, there was a shared bicycle collapsed on the ground. It seemed that this beautiful woman riding a shared bicycle had scraped Lin Qinshu's car. Lin Qinshu was speechless. Having just seen his new car cut up, he leisurely sighed before walking towards the place where the car was. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Shanshan Chen. Face value, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 0. Ding! Good sense reaches 90 points will be unfailingly devoted to the host. Lin Qinshu's footsteps obviously appeared to pause. I did not expect that it was actually a 93-point face value, although I do not know how this face value score is played, but can let the system issue a prompt. It should also be a top beauty. There is also that good sense. Completely is the progress bar of picking up girls. Ding! A beauty with a face value of 90 points or more was detected to have cut into the host's car. Option 1, claim for damages, and use underhanded tactics to get the beauty to commit to you. Rewarded with a box of super powerful Viagra. Choice 2, don't ask for a claim and send Chen Shanshan to a job interview. Rewarded with a mansion worth $500 million in Yunlu Mountain Villa 1. What's the point of choosing a $500 million mansion and a beautiful woman plus a box of Viagra? It has to be a mansion. With that mansion, are you afraid there won't be any beauties in the future? And that super powerful Viagra. He simply do not need to be good. Now is the time to be young and limitless. Lin Qinshu walked to the front of the car and revealed a self-proclaimed handsome smile beauty. Can I help you? Chen Shanshan looked up at him and ignored him. She thought Lin Qinshu was here to strike up a conversation. She didn't have time to talk to people now. She scraped someone's car and didn't leave a phone number on the car. And she was in a hurry to go to the interview. It was an audition interview that she had passed with great difficulty, and now it had entered the retesting stage. If she couldn't make it, it would be equivalent to her abandoning her right to go. At this time, because there is no rain, the surrounding people also slowly more and more people. See the school entrance this Pagani Wind child. All have come up. Wow! Which tycoon came to our school? It's a Pagani Windy. Isn't it just a sports car? Now that domestic electric cars also make sports cars, soon sports cars will all rot on the street. Bumpkin. This Pagani Breeze costs $25 million. Don't compare it to those domestic electric sports cars. No way. This car costs $25 million. But it's not rare. This is Magic City. There are a lot of rich kids driving luxury cars to school. I don't know which rich second generation. I'll have the chance to go up and get to know them later. A heavily made-up woman ruffled the hair on her shoulders, incomparably confident. Isn't that our school's commoner school beauty, Chen Shanshan? Why is she also standing by that car? Isn't it said that she doesn't eat earthly fire? Many rich second-generation rich people pursue her and she doesn't even take a glance at them. Cut. I've long said that she's a demonic, and she's been shortchanged. Those rich kids probably haven't met her requirements. A few million sports car and a few tens of millions of sports car have different identities. Look at that sports car leaning against a shared bicycle next to it. Maybe this is our commoner schoolgirl scheme. Idol dramas are all played out like this. The surrounding chatter reached Chen Shanshan's ears, and she shuddered. $25 million. She couldn't even get $2,500 out of her entire body, and for a moment she looked a little overwhelmed. Seeing that she ignored it, Lin Chincho awkwardly scratched his head, took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. If you don't need any help, please move aside a bit. I'm leaving. Shocked, petrified, everyone looked at the beggar-like man in front of them, taking out the keys to the Pagani Windjammer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This beggar I thought was just being cheeky to strike up a conversation. I didn't realize it was the owner of the car. No way. The clothes he's wearing are $30 of ground goods. How could he possibly afford to drive such an expensive car? Don't ask me why I know. Because I have the exact same one. Rich people like things that aren't measured in money. If the whole person is wearing bejeweled clothes, that means it's more likely that the person is a pretender. You know it so well. Are you rich? I'm not, but I have an aunt's next door friend's son who is a rich man. Now the bystanders raised their middle fingers. Chen Shanshan said in a bit of panic that, I'm sorry, I accidentally scratched your car. Look at how much you need to pay. I can't afford it now, but when I make some money, I'll definitely pay for it. Lin Chincho went around and took a look, and indeed a white mark was scratched out. Do you know how much this car costs? Maybe this scratch will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix, Lin Chincho said indifferently, although he did not know how much money to repair. But Douyin brush more. Always see the relevant news. Luxury cars casually being scratched have to hundreds of thousands of repair it. Chen Shanshan's face instantly became white. Stammered I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to blackmail you. Let's do it this way. Do you have any relatives or friends who do auto repair? You can call and ask. Lin Chincho is not in a hurry to open the conditions. Some things have to come naturally. He rashly proposed to send her to the interview. That does not become a licking dog again? Lin Chincho himself did not find, after having the system, suddenly open-minded about this kind of thing. Chen Shanshan really has a cousin uncle is doing auto repair, and in the Magic City, just came to the university. Her father also took her to dinner, then left the phone, but these years have not contact, because at that time her cousin uncle also did not particularly treat this distant poor relative. Cousin uncle, this is Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan dialed her cousin's phone. On the other end of the line, there was the ear-piercing sound of a hand grinder. Shanshan, why haven't you eaten here in the past few years? Why haven't you come to uncle's place for dinner in the past few years? I'm sorry, uncle. I'll take some time off. I've got a problem here and I wanted to ask you about it. Chen Shanshan looks a bit embarrassed. Suddenly contacting someone else is not her character. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter is too exaggerated, she doesn't want to trouble others. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me, cousin uncle. I rode my bike and scratched someone else's car, and made a scratch of more than 10 centimeters. I thought it was nothing. Just a scratch. Is it deep? If it's not deep, it'll cost a few $100s for a pair of paints. And a better car will only cost $1,000. Chen Shanshan heard a bright spot. If it is hundreds of thousands of dollars that she went to borrow a loan or can be solved. But this is a sports car. Chen Shanshan's cousin was silent for a while. A sports car is a bit of a problem. What brand is it? A better one would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Chapter 3, Do you think too highly of yourself? Pagani Windchild Lin Chincho saw Chen Shanshan casting an inquiring gaze. This car seems to be called Pagani Windchild. The phone was directly hung up. Chen Shanshan also instantly understood what a horrible existence this car was. Cousin uncle was afraid of involving him. The phone was hung up decisively. How's it going? Did you find out the result? Lin Chincho looked at her with a smile. Chen Shanshan said with a pale face, I'm sorry. I will definitely compensate you for this money. But I don't have any money right now. Can I pay you back when I earn some money? Lin Chincho shook his head looking at this anxious look. You seem to be going somewhere, right? Right. Yes. I have an interview that I need to rush over to. Once I pass the interview, I can work and earn money to pay you back. Chen Shanshan saw him shaking his head and thought Lin Chincho was reluctant. She hurriedly said that she was going to the interview and would soon be able to earn money to pay him back. Lin Chincho smiled. How about this? If you promise me one thing, you don't have to pay back this money. Chen Shanshan instantly looked at him with a wary face. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host -10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host -10. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favoritism towards the host is currently -20. After all this time, I still ended up with a lowered favorability. But the first order of business is to get that mission reward first. This student, Chen Shanshan, am not the kind of person you think I am, so if you have any illusions about me, I advise you to give up. I'll call the police to deal with this now. Chen Shanshan said righteously and took out her cell phone to call the police. Lin Chincho laughed coldly. What kind of person are you? I haven't even said anything yet and you think I'm plotting against you. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Chen Shanshan's face was also green and white when she heard this. My condition is that you sit in my car and I send you to the company you are interviewing for, so that I won't pursue your responsibility, and there are so many people here watching. There are even people recording videos. If I trick you into getting in the car and plotting against you, am I not looking for my own death? I'm not a person who likes to be too publicized. Too many people around here make me feel uncomfortable. Let's discuss how to deal with this matter as we walk, Lin Qinshu said indifferently. Only then did Chen Shanshan realize that many students had already gathered around her, and most of them even took out their cell phones and were taking videos at her. Lin Qinshu took out his car key and pressed it, and the doors on both sides opened like wings. Chen Shanshan didn't want to stay here any longer, so she also hurriedly got into the car. Lin Qinshu kicked the gas pedal. The Pagani Windchild sounded a roar, and took off. At the moment when both of them got into the car, he just came out from the Soybean Milk King store, saw this scene, shocked, then thought Lin Qinshu that beggar how can have a sports car, must be rented, even that woman is also rented. Humph, beggar is a beggar, but also happened to wait for me to come out before getting on the car. Even if you pretend to be rich, it will only make me look down on you even more. He coldly snorted and walked towards the school. She didn't see the woman just now. If she knew that it was Chen Shanshan, she wouldn't think it was rented. She and Lin Qinshu are both from the countryside. Lin Qinshu's parents are doing business outside. In the village people seem to be considered a better condition. Who knows 2 years ago, his parents suddenly do not do business, go home to be a farmer. All of a sudden, the people in the village were cynical about them, and there were even a lot of gossip, saying that Lin Qinshu's parents owed a huge sum of money outside, and that their business had failed and they were hiding back home. Lin Qinshu was also the first time to drive a sports car. Before the family also has a Toyota car, or manual gear, but that has made him feel love. The feeling of gripping the steering wheel with one hand and weaving on the road was fantastic. He suddenly remembered a saying on the internet that he looked so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Nowadays, Lin Qinshu was not driving a Ferrari, but this was still more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan sat in the car in silence. Chen Shanshan was still thinking about how she had gotten in the car in such a hurry. And what if Lin Qinshu drove her to a place where no one was looking for her? Shouldn't she call the police first? In the end, Lin Qinshu couldn't hold back and said, "Where's the company you're interviewing for? You've got to tell me." Chen Shanshan then reacted, picked up the phone, began to navigate, but the navigation seems to be not normal. Has been letting Lin Qinshu turned into an alley. The alley can only accommodate the width of 2 or 3 people. His car really cannot pass. Lin Qinshu took Chen Shanshan's cell phone over, and took a look at the destination, which was the Lujiazui branch of the Magic City Bank. He changed Chen Shanshan's setting from writing to driving before finally guiding him to the right place. After arriving at the destination, Chen Shanshan got out of the car. Lin Qinshu didn't even say a word before driving the car away. A woman with a negative favorability of 20, even if she was more beautiful, he didn't have much heart to dwell on it now. Chen Shanshan suddenly face embarrassed. To this point she really believed that Lin Qinshu was really sent her to the interview, until she got off the car before she thought that the other party want to plot mischief it, and will be sent to her immediately after leaving. Did not say a word. It seems to be their own misunderstanding of him. And why Lin Qinshu was in such a hurry to leave? Because he realized that the car was almost out of gas, and he had no money to refuel now. No one should believe it even if they said it. A person who drove a tens of millions of dollars luxury car actually had no money for gas. I miss having nothing to say. I miss dreaming together. Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang. This was the ringtone he had changed after his Cold War with He, and it fit his state of mind at that time. Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and saw that it was a Magic City number. Hello, who is it? Hello Mr. Lin, I'm here at the Yunlu Villa sales office. I'm the housekeeper of the sales department called Li Qing. The Sky Duplex mansion you purchased is ready for delivery. What time is convenient for you to come over? A pleasant and melodious woman's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Lin Qinshu remembered that mission of Chen Shanshan. By all rights, shouldn't there be a system alert sound? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending Shanshan to the interview, and receiving a reward of a mansion in Yunlu Mountain Resort worth $500 million. It turned out to be delayed. I didn't expect the system to be delayed. Ding! The system releases a selection of tasks that will directly release the rewards the moment the host completes them. The beep will choose an appropriate time to appear, and is not a system delay. I see, but now Lin Qinshu temporarily do not want to go to the repossession. If he has to pay a property management fee or something, he cannot afford to pay. Ms. Li, I don't have time to go over there yet. I'll take some time to go over there then. Although he had the system now, he hadn't fully understood its functions yet. He had been rewarded with a luxury car and mansion right from the start. Would the money still be less? It shouldn't take more than 2 days to reward him with money. Alright Mr. Lin, Then I'll be waiting for you on my side. After Li Qing finished speaking, Lin Qingqiu hung up the phone. He drove the car to the basement of the National Gold Center. In this basement there are many luxury cars, and the property side of the ability is still very good. His car in this most assured is that the parking fee for him is a little expensive, but now he cannot care so much. Chapter 4, Extreme Dormitory Housemates. Now he drove a luxury car in the school will certainly cause a sensation. Not that he does not want such a sensation. Really the car's oil is not enough for him to insist on returning to school. This system does not follow the rules. Other systems are the first to give money. This system is the first to give him a luxury car and mansion. The first to give me tens of thousands of dollars to add a gasoline is also good. Lin Qingqiu took the bus back to the Magic City University of Transportation. His last bit of savings have been in that soybean milk king inside the point of soybean milk. The rest of the day can only rely on the campus card more than $50 to live. The bank card only $3 left. Which god will be so poor? Lin Qingqiu chose to take public transportation although it takes longer, but do not have to transfer straight to. Taking the subway also has to bend around, and the cost is also a bit higher. When Lin Qingqiu returned to his dormitory, his three roommates were in deep water holding their cell phones in the King Canyon 3 rows. His dormitory was called the best dormitory in the whole school because everyone's name was loud and memorable. Fan Tuff, Xia Lu, Li Wu Ruler, Lin Qingqiu. Each name was pronounced differently. Yo, the beast is back. Hurry up and update on the number. It's a new season. Be full. The undercurrent is going out on a date. Let's 3-row later. Li Wu Ruler glanced at Lin Qingqiu who had just entered the door and hurriedly greeted him. His nature was rather big-headed, and he had completely forgotten that Lin Qingqiu had told them that he had gone to find his girlfriend to break up. The other two carefully sized up Lin Qingqiu and realized that he wasn't as disoriented as he had imagined, and even saw a hint of joy between his brows. Beast, it can't be that you didn't split, right? That girlfriend of yours obviously doesn't want you anymore, and the Cold War for so long is forcing you to break up. Fan Chang asked with a frown. Xia Lu's game character had just been killed and the screen turned gray. He put down his phone and came over. You're not going to lick it back, are you? The three people in the dormitory usually said that Lin Qingqiu was a licking dog. Only Lin Qingqiu didn't admit it. He never felt that he was a licking dog. Asterisk 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 Q. Split up. Just met other happy things. Lin Qingqiu put his hand on Xia Lu's shoulder and patted it twice, signaling him to rest assured. Nasty. It's already resurrected. Hurry up. It's the last wave. Li Wushu shouted in a hurry. The other two were also relieved when they heard Lin Qingqiu say that they had split. They didn't know but Lin Qingqiu was a 5 feet 8 inches man with moderate looks, and he wasn't condescending to anyone, only to that no matter whether it was a phone call or video chat, it was as humble as possible. Xia Lu picked up the cell phone on the desktop, continued to play the game. While playing said rest assured, I will go out to dinner with Yen Yen. Let her introduce you to a girlfriend. The end of the world. Why fall in love with a flower? And that's not a good flower. Although there are a few points of beauty, but we have a lot of beauty in the school. Lin Qingqiu smiled and did not answer, picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Just now on the way back to the dormitory or a little bit of rain, a hot shower is just right. Lin Qingqiu, who was drenched in hot water, seemed to become clear in his mind, recalling the past with when he turned from a party to a bystander. He really did not love him as much as he thought, more a kind of loneliness to find a companion. Lin Qingqiu is not as easy as on the surface, deep down is still very sad, but things have come to this point, can only let the time slowly to calm these emotional pain, get the system of that time. He also thought of how to get back to each other. When he splashed soya bean milk, he said words, it made him realize that he really had no emotional attachment to him at all. In order to break up with him, she didn't even scold him when she was splashed, because she was worried that Lin Qingqiu would continue to pester her. Lin Qingqiu, who came out after showering, saw that only Li Wushu and Fan Chang were left in the dormitory, and Xia Lu had already gone out on a date. In the past, our dormitory only old Fan and I were single. Whenever I saw you and Nasty both go out to find a date, I was envious. Now that the bachelors have become 3, welcome to the single dog team, Li Wushu said in a manner. Lin Qingqiu shrugged his shoulders and said, I've had too many days with a partner, and now I want to return to my single life, and the feeling that this kind of discrepancy brings to me. You won't be able to understand it for a while. Li Wushu gave Lin Qingqiu a middle finger. Hurry up and get on the number. The 3rd row is waiting for you. I'm not playing. I've been running all day. I need some sleep. Help me get a duck leg rice for dinner. The meal card is on my desk. Lin Qingqiu climbed into bed and took out his cell phone to brush his friend circle. He happened to see a friend circle posted by Thanks to Senior Zhang Gang's clothes, it's what kept me from getting wet and cold on this rainy day. Below that, there was also a top-down selfie, wearing that afternoon's punching jacket, with her hand comparing to a yay. Lin Qinsho directly scratched this friend circle and put his cell phone aside. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 6. Physique, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10. And the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Zonda. Mansion, Uilu Villa. Now a car and a mansion have popped up. Today is the first day to get the system. And it has already accomplished what most people have been working on their whole life. Lin Qinsho was thinking about the circumstances under which the choice quests released by the system were to be triggered. It seemed like staying in the dormitory by himself was the least likely to trigger the mission. After that one mission released by Qin Shanshan just now, it seemed that the system would trigger the mission if it detected a beautiful woman with 90 points or more, so it seemed that he still had to go out more. Lin Qinsho decided to go out for a stroll after a nap. In a daze, Lin Qinsho was woken up by Fan Chang. They had already returned with dinner and told him to eat it while it was hot. Nasty told us to go to the bar to play. Their family Yin Yan's birthday today. Call up 2 dormitory members to go to the bar to celebrate her birthday. Li Wu Ruler said as he came in from outside the dormitory door. Lin Qinsho just wanted to open his mouth to refuse. Then on second thought, he had wanted to go out for a walk. Instead of walking aimlessly blindly, it would be better to go to the bar with his brothers to hang out. As for money, there is no need for him to worry. Xiao Lu himself is the rich second generation in their dormitory. On weekdays, Xiao Lu is also generous to his brothers. The 3 of them went to the bar for the first time was brought by Xiao Lu. The 3 of them hurriedly cleaned up and went out. The time is still early. They also decided to walk over. Xiao Lu said that the bar is 2 blocks away from the school. Said close to not close. Said far is not far. It was mainly students from ordinary families, and the cost of a taxi was too high. Senior, a delicate voice shouted from behind Lin Qinsho. The bustling crowd at the entrance of the campus. All the boys turned their heads towards the voice when they heard the call. A girl who exuded boundless vigor trotted up to Lin Qinsho. The girl is surrounded by a light fragrance. 2 big eyes and 2 small pair swirls. 1.64 m height to Lin Qinsho in front of the formation of the most adorable height difference. Black pleated skirt with a white t-shirt. High up the white rabbit shook and led Lin Qinsho's eyes up and down blinking. Chapter 5 Yi Mengshi. Ding. A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Yi Mengshi. Face value, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 85. Meng. Have you eaten yet? Lin Qinsho was surprised that Yi Mengshi's favorability towards him was actually so high. Only 5 points away from being able to reach that unrelenting realm. Moreover, Yi Mengshi's face value was actually judged by the system as a beauty with a face value of 90 points or more. However, Lin Qinsho's questioning of this sentence left everyone present speechless for a while. It was almost snack time, and asking others if they had eaten. How little conversation did one have to ask that question? I've eaten, senior. Where are you guys going? The school gates are almost closed. Oh, Yi Mengshi asked in a playful voice. The school was closed at 10:30, and if it was over 10:30, you couldn't get in. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock now, Lin Qinsho and the others were still going out with gusto, with the feeling that they were not going back to school for the night. Oh, your senior Xia is going to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday, and asked us to go over to fellowship. Lin Qinsho truthfully replied. Tonight Xiao Lu have already opened a good room outside, play to the middle of the night and then go directly to the hotel to sleep. Tomorrow morning after 2 sections only have classes, before 10 o'clock back on the line. Yi Mengshi heard. The bottom of the eyes flashed a trace of dissimilarity, but the face is still overflowing with smiles and joked. That senior don't sorority problems. When your girlfriend knows, the senior cannot eat a pocket to go. Lin Qinsho waved his hand. It's okay, I've already broken up. Now I'm single. I'm not afraid of any problems with my friendship. Hearing this, Yi Mengshi's eyes immediately flashed a light. Beast, this schoolgirl looks very strange. How come I haven't heard you say ah? Li Wu Ruler wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes exploded with green light, as if he was a jackal. Lin Qinsho contemptuous look at his unattractive appearance to them introduced this as Yi Mengshi's sister. New students into the school when they know. These 2 are my roommates, Li Wu Ruler, Fan Chang. But when Yi Mengshi heard the names of these 2, she couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. I almost forgot. Senior is the person from our school's extreme dormitory. Yi Mengshi's laughter caused Li Wuji to instantly blush in shame, but she also reacted in an instant. Yi Mengshi, isn't that the name of the new school flower? Li Wu Ruler looked at Lin Qinsho in shock. He didn't think that the dog-licking beast would actually know the new school flower. And with this kind of resources he still went to be a dog licker when he was so overjoyed. The new school flower? Lin Qinsho looked at Li Wu Ruler suspiciously, because he was still in a relationship with He before. He hadn't bothered to learn about any of these campus gossips, and he wouldn't even look at any other girls. Li Wu Ruler browsed the campus for him every day and knew a lot about these things. The so-called school flower rank. Which class? What name were all clear? Yi Mengxi, freshman in the Department of Media. Because of the cute and lovely face coupled with that proud body, just on the freshman year was all freshmen voted unanimously, topped the new school flower, with Su Weiwei, Shen Yu, Qin Wolin together known as the Magic City Jiaotong University of the Four Schoolflowers. However, Qin Wolin has already gone out for her internship, and the only ones who are still on campus are the top 3 school beauties. Li Wu Ruler pulled out a pair of gold glasses from somewhere and put them on, as if he was reading out a legend of the Jianghu, reading out the information of the school flowers. Lin Qinshu froze for a moment after hearing this, not realizing that the so-called school flower was actually for So what kind of school flower is this? Li Wu Ruler seems to sense Lin Qinshu's doubts. Continued, 4 school flowers because of their looks and body have their own unique style, so it will be tied as the school flower, which is recognized by our Jiaotong University. No, it's all about the love from the students. Yi Mengxi smiled and shook her head, not acting happy or unhappy. Yi Mengxi quickly changed the topic. Senior, do you have time tomorrow? There is an MCN company that invited me to go over for an interview this afternoon, but none of my friends are available, and I'm not familiar with Magic City, so if you have the time, can you go with me? I'll treat you to dinner after the interview. Yi Mengxi playfully spat out her tongue. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected requesting the host. Choice 1, refuse the other party and let them disappoint you. Rewarded with $1 million in cash. Choice 2, agree to the other party and accompany Yi Mengxi to the interview tomorrow. Rewarded with cash of $500,000 plus 1 attribute point. The task has come. It is true that you have to go out and meet a beautiful woman to trigger the task. If you hide in the dormitory, this system is as good as ruined. Finally, the cash has come. $1 million, $500,000. It seems to be $1 million is more cost effective, as long as the opening of the mouth to refuse to get $1 million. But who am I, Lin Qinshu? How could I hurt a young girl's heart just because of a mere $500,000? I choose the second item. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Qinshu didn't want the $1 million, but because there was 1 full attribute point in the $500,000. It was an attribute that was added to his body. An ordinary person had 10 full attribute points, and he only had 6 now, just reaching the passing line. With the system, $500,000 was easily obtainable, but the attribute points were different, and there were even some attributes that one might not be able to raise a bit even after a lifetime of exhaustion. I don't have class until tomorrow morning, and I happen to be free in the afternoon. I'll accompany you. Lin Qinshu agreed in one mouthful. Yi Mengxi's eyes immediately radiated with joy as she repeatedly said, "Thank you, senior. I'll see you tomorrow then." After Yi Mengxi left happily for a long time, Li Wushu beside Lin Qinshu shouted ********. Beast, you actually know the school flower, and the school flower actually asked you to go out together. San Tian Na. Are you blind? A handsome and dashing man like me is actually no better than a licking dog. Fan Xiangqiang also looked at Lin Qinshu indignantly, although he was not good with words. His inner thoughts were the same as Li Wushu. Lin Qinshu slapped his hand on the back of Li Wuliao's head. "You dog. Who are you calling a licking dog? Hurry up and go. Old Xia is already waiting impatiently." Li Wushu and Fan Chang hurriedly followed Lin Qinshu's footsteps, but their eyes were still filled with resentment. The three quickly came to the bar that Xia Lu said. At this time the bar door gathered some people in the unknown because of what is in conflict. The three would have liked to ignore directly into the bar. Who knows heard Xia Lu's voice. Immediately apologized to Yen Yen and her friends. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Xia Lu's angry voice came out from the pile of people at the door. The three of them, Lin Qinshu, who had heard the voice, hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, only to see that there were four wonderful young girls standing beside Xia Lu, and standing opposite him was a yellow-haired thin man. The yellow-haired skinny man's face was red and a bit unsteady on his feet, obviously in a state of having drunk too much. Chapter 6, Peony Snow Bar. Just a few asking me to apologize to them. Do they deserve it? Burp. Huang Mao finished his sentence and burped. A smell of alcohol wafted out from his mouth. The girls around Xia Lu frowned and covered their noses. Old Xia, what's going on? Lin Qinshu's trio managed to squeeze in with great difficulty. Nowadays, in this society, there is never a shortage of people watching. The three of them didn't receive a lot of glares in the process of squeezing in. When Xia Lu saw the three of them coming, he was more confident, although the other party was only one person. But just now he was also surrounded by women. Now they have four men on their side. To deal with a drunkard is not easy. Xia Lu told them about the conflict. It turned out to be the drunkard from the bar out. Saw the four girls around Xia Lu. They opened up and said one person 10,000. Tonight with him a night. who performed well, an additional 10,000 reward. Xiao Lu heard the words is going to rush up to beat yellow hair Emil. Was his girlfriend Yen Yen to stop down? Then there is now this scene, asking the other party to apologize. Li Wu ruler sniffed and ran to yellow hair with gusto, directly giving him a slap on the back of his head. You're the one who's being a hooligan here, aren't you? Hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, I'll let you see why flowers are so red. Yellow hair, who was slapped by Li Wu ruler, his drunken head suddenly sobered up a lot. The corner of his mouth showed a cold smile. Do you know who I am? When Li Wu ruler saw his sneer, his anger immediately came up. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and apologize. Inside the bar, 7 or 8 people immediately walked out and shouted at yellow hair Li Xiao. How come you disappeared in the blink of an eye? I thought you were gone. Xiao Lu and Li Wu ruler and other people saw the other side out. So many people. Their faces suddenly changed. Li Wu ruler also slowly backward, retreated to the side of Lin Qinsho crowd. Yellow hair to that bar after saying Emil. The other side of the leader came forward, the corner of the mouth with a hint of ridicule. Li Young, you dare to fight? See, you do not want to mix in the Magic City. Give you a chance? Let those 4 accompany Li Xiao one night. You 4 men drill through my crotch. This matter is so over. Li Wu ruler's face reddened, angrily shouted, it is you who are at fault first. How dare you speak out of turn? Fan Xiangqian also stepped forward. His body is the most sturdy of the 4. When he stood beside Li Wushu, immediately let Li Wushu also have a lot of confidence. The man beside Huang Mao sneered, give you the opportunity is not useful. After saying this, he clapped his hands twice, and the people who came out with him surrounded them. Even the security guards of the bar followed them. This scene made Lin Qinsho and the others realize that the identity of Huang Mao was not simple. Even the bar's security guards chose to side with them without hesitation. This bar that Xiao Lu brought them to was called Piao Shui. Although it wasn't the best bar in Magic City, it had its own special characteristics. Rumor has it that the owner of this bar is a woman called Piao Shui. This woman is rumored to be a very beautiful woman. So even if the bar is not particularly high class, there are many rich second-generation people who come to spend their money just to get a glimpse of Piao Shui's face, and a beautiful woman in this Magic City to run a bar, and can be alone. That is also very means of people. Ding! Detected that the host is experiencing the crisis of being beaten up. Choice 1, fight back, regardless of success or failure, and fight with your own dignity. Rewarded with +1 strength attribute point and ownership of the drifting snow bar. Choice 2, admit defeat. Ask the other party to let go. Agree to the other party's request. Drill through the crotch. Reward cash of $200,000. Reward 1 titanium nameplate of the goon. Lin Qinsho's body shook when he heard this mission. Here we go. Finally triggering the choice quest again. It seems that it's not just meeting a beautiful woman that triggers it. Even encountering something was able to trigger a choice. However, the system's titanium nameplate that didn't move was really a bit too insulting. Rubbing. System, you enough. I, Lin Qinsho, a 7-foot man, will not drill someone's crotch and beg for forgiveness. Let's fight. Lin Qinsho inwardly roared. With heavy footsteps came to the front of Xiao Lu and others. 4 against 10. Obviously cannot be beaten. But the other side are drinking. Their side of the 4 people are young and strong or can fight. Choice 1 is all the attribute points plus the ownership of the bar in front of you. Choice 2 is the cash 200,000. For Lin Qinsho, who owns the system, he also has to go on his knees to lick others in order to get 200,000. That is something that cannot be done. He didn't even reply to the system, and did not hesitate to make the decision to choose a choice of 1. The person beside Huang Mao sneered, and commanded to the people behind him, toast the wine, break the man's arms and legs, and send the woman to Li Xiao's side. Surrounded by a dozen people, plus the security guards of the drifting snow bar immediately surrounded up. Ding! The host is courageous and chose to stand up to the evil forces. As the host of this system, the host is humiliated as if the system is humiliated. The host is now rewarded with 1 hour of IP man's upper body. Please let out all the power in your body to your heart's content. Lin Qinsho immediately felt his brain flooded with a bunch of information about Wing Chun, and his body's muscles instantly became solid. Lin Qinsho took a step forward and reached out to push Li Wu ruler and Fan Chang back. You guys step back a bit. Let me do it for these little caramels. Lin Qinsho stretched out his finger and hooked the other side. I'm going to fight 10 of them. On the opposite side, apart from yellow hair and the person who just spoke, there were exactly 10 people. Li Wu ruler's 3 people looked at the Lin Qinsho whose temperament had suddenly risen in front of them, and didn't react for a while. Damn it, so arrogant. Do not beat Yu Xiang out. I will not mix in the floating snow. A man who exudes a strong smell of alcohol copied the ice cream cone beside him and smashed it towards Lin Qinsho. Behind the Xiao Lu, 3 people see the situation, hastily to go forward to help. Who knows, the next scene left them shocked in place, only to see Lin Qinsho sidestepping the ice cream cone's attack. He quickly stepped forward and used his shoulder to send the drunken man holding the ice cream cone flying out. This kid is a bit odd. Everyone together. The toppled drunkard got up from the ground and drank. The 10 people around them were punching and kicking at Lin Qinshu. A burst of miserable screams rang out, and in less than 2 minutes, all 10 people on Yellow Hair's side were already lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu clapped his hands and slowly walked towards Yellow Hair. Seeing this, Huang Mao immediately shouted, "Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my dad will not let you go." The moment he said this, there was a loud clamor around him. Jianlong Real Estate's Li Jianfu had a black background, and it was rumored that he made his fortune by stepping through mountains of swords and seas of blood. For so long, his rivals either went bankrupt or died in accidents. None of them were able to end up in a good way, which also led to Jianlong Real Estate being feared in the industry. Chapter 7 Why should I give you face? It's just that in recent years the country has been cracking down on gangs, and Jianlong Real Estate isn't as high profile as it should be. And Li Jianfu also has a playboy son named Li Timzone. Li Timzone's negative news and his father have a spell. Only his father's is the murder and arson big event. His are some of the robbery of the people's women and other disgraceful news. A well-known gangster group in the Magic City. Now his son appeared in front of Lin Qinshu. The surrounding people watching the scene also have to retreat, and even cover up their faces, for fear of being recognized by Li Tianzhong. They will be mixed up with Lin Qinshu's side of the people. And Li Tianzhong looked at the Lin Qinshu standing in front of the body, did not move. Also thought that bluffed the other side. Said with a sneer, "Now know my identity? Do not hurry to let the 4 little es to help me to the hotel? This young drink a little too much. Let them carry me to go." Carry? The corner of Lin Qinshu's mouth revealed a sneer as he slapped Li Timzone on the face. Slap. The loud slap caused the air around him to stop. What followed was Li Timzone's mournful screams. "Ah! You dare to hit me! You're dead! No one can save you!" Slap. Another slap rang out as Lin Qinshu gave him a palm print on the other side of his face as well. The dog-legger on the side tried to help, but he was slapped several times in a row by Lin Qinshu and sat down on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the resistance mission. Rewarded with +1 strength attribute point and ownership of the drifting snowbar. Host, Lin Qinshu, Ip Man in the midst of his force possession. Strength, 7. Physique, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10. And the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Zonda. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, unclaimed. "Mr. Lin, please stop." A lazy and pleasant voice rang out from within the bar, only to see a woman in a red dress walk out of the bar. The woman's face was childish with a few moments of maturity, while that tall figure instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Wenru Shui. Face value, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 50. Piao Shui. It's the owner of Drifting Snow Bar. Drifting Snow has come out. I don't know who exclaimed from the side. Is this the legendary Drifting Snow? It's really a beauty. Even a woman like me is moved by the sight of it. The girl beside Guan Yan was also exclaiming. Che, it's not just that she's prettier, and I don't know how many people she slept with. The other girl beside Guan Yan said disdainfully. Lin Qinshu looked at the other party with a slight frown. It turned out that Piao Shui's real name was Wenru Shui, but how did this Piao Shui know about him? From the fact that she had just addressed him as Mr. Lin, it was obvious that she knew him. Piao Shui walked out from the bar, swept past Lin Qinshu to the side of Yin Yan's women, stretching out her right hand snap, a slap on the face of the girl who had just spoken ill of her. "Little sister, next time don't just bring your mouth out, remember to bring your head out too." After Piao Shui finished smiling, she turned around and came to Lin Qinshu's side. The woman who was beaten covered her face. Her face was green and purple for a while, looking at the Yin Yan girls beside her who had no intention of helping her. She coldly grunted and then left the scene. It was indeed she who was wrong in the first place. She couldn't protect it without reason. "Can the two of you sell me Piao Shui a face? This matter no matter right or wrong." This is revealed. Piao Shui's vermilion lips lightly opened, looking towards Lin Qinshu. After all, this current situation was controlled by Lin Qinshu. Li Timzong had been slapped twice and his face was swollen. He naturally hoped that Lin Qinshu would agree to it and wait for him to turn back to find someone to deal with Lin Qinshu and the others. "Why should I give you face?" Lin Qinshu looked at Wenru Shui indifferently. Although he was a beggar, that was not so bad that he had to transform into a licking dog when he saw a beautiful woman. A trace of consternation appeared on Wenru Shui's expression. She didn't expect her tried and true words to be blocked back, and immediately stood frozen in place. Xia Lu and the others also came up to persuade Lin Qinshu beast. "Forget it, the fight is over. If this stalemate continues, Yan Yan's birthday won't even be necessary." Lin Qinshu thought for a moment before shouting at Li Timzong, "Apologize to the ladies and you can leave. It's not a good idea to keep pestering them like this. His Wing Chun is also limited in time." When it becomes a big deal and the Wing Chun expires, he will be the one who loses out. Li Timzong angry red face. So many years. He rampage. Never encountered this kind of thing. Who would have thought that today has kicked the iron plate? Li Timzong inwardly yelled, I will definitely take revenge. Li Timzong looked left and right. Just now his lapdogs were all avoiding his eyes at the moment. It's not that they don't want to hold on to their thighs. It's just that Wing Chun's beating hurts. Li Timzong gritted his teeth and said to Yin Yin, 3 girls, I'm sorry, then turned around and quickly fled the scene. After such a mess, Xia Lu also has no interest in the bar, and intends to find another place for Yin Yan's birthday. Mr. Lin's stay. Peony can arrange an upstairs box for Mr. Lin's friends, free of alcohol, and we have pastry chefs at Piaoshui who can make a birthday cake right away. When Ru Shui had heard that a few of them had originally planned to come to Piaoshui bar to celebrate their birthdays, and as a result, they had encountered that little rascal Li Timzong, and this happened. Although Lin Qinshu did not give her face just now, she had no choice but to appease the other party first since she was now begging for help. How do you know that my surname is Lin? Although Lin Qinshu had some inner guesses that it was the system that was messing with him, he still wanted to hear the other party confirm it in person. When Ru Shui let out a light laugh, Mr. Lin is really a nobleman. We have contact. Saying that, she pointed to the drifting snow bar behind her. Hearing when Ru Shui say this, he was certain that it was the system that had implanted Wen Ru Shui with memories of some of the things she had purchased from the drifting snow bar when the rewards were handed out. Things that had gone through that had not appeared in Lin Qinshu's mind. This should be what the system was talking about. Giving the host a reward in a reasonable way. Lin Qinshu looked back at Xia Lu and the others. They also hesitated because tonight's Lin Qinshu had given them too much of a shock, causing them to be in a bit of a trance for a moment. And nowadays, even the owner of the drifting snow bar was actually treating him with respect. Since Boss Piaoshui has invited us, and since we're going to find another place anyway, I think this place will be just fine. Li Wu ruler jumped out and said. Only his eyes never left Piaoshui's body, and his harumps were almost dripping on the ground. Xia Lu rolled her eyes at him and then said to Lin Qinshu, beast, here it is then. I'm afraid it's too late to find another place. After just so a toss, now we're almost 11 o'clock. Immediately after the time of Yin Yan's birthday. Chapter 8, Wen Ru Shui, private daughter of the Wen family. Since that's the case, then I'll take care of Boss Piaoshui. Lin Qinshu also wanted to understand the earnings of this Piaoshui bar, how to say that it was now his bar, the liquidity and such inside, as well as the staffing and how it would be managed in the future. Sooner or later, he would have to come over and learn about it. It's better to choose the day than to bump into it. When Ru Shui let the bar attendant take the rest of the people to the second floor's private rooms, while she led Lin Qinshu to the office. Lin Qinshu surveyed the inside of the bar along the way, and realized that it was packed. Such a lively bar was actually run by a woman. After arriving at the office, when Ru Shui walked straight to the desk and took a bunch of information out from under the table. Mr. Lin, here is all the information of the bar. You sign a word, this bar will be yours from now on. When Ru Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance, if it wasn't for the urgent need for money, she wouldn't have sold the bar. Lin Qinshu looked through the accounts. There were still a few $100,000 left in the bar's account to run the bar, as well as some staff information. He gave it a cursory glance before dropping it on the table. Does Ms. Wen have any subsequent plans? The disenchantment with the drifting snow bar is quite obvious in your eyes. How about staying on? Lin Qinshu knew nothing about bar operations or anything else, and in his hands, he was afraid that the drifting snow bar would close down in no time. When Ru Shui's eyes instantly became stern, mouth coldly asked, how do you know my surname, Wen? What kind of person are you in the end? Lin Qinshu was startled by her sudden change. Not just know a name, how to react so big. Ms. Wen doesn't need to care where I know it from. You just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. I don't know anything about running a bar. Piaoshui in my hands. It may not take long to close down. You want to spend so much effort on the bar. 3 or 2 days to close down. I'm willing to give you 30% of the shares and hire you to come back and continue managing this bar. When Ru Shui's eyes flickered, for a moment she didn't know what Lin Qinshu's words really meant. Since she wouldn't be able to run the business, why did she buy Piaoshui over? Could it be that the purpose was on herself? A few moments later, when Ru Shui smiled, in that case, from today onwards, I'll have to call you my boss. Please take care of Boss Lin. Regardless of what purpose the other party had, she really didn't want to part with the drifting snow bar. Moreover, after leaving the drifting snow bar, she didn't know what to do. Originally, she had planned to go on a trip, but she couldn't travel for the rest of her life. She could only feel her own value if she stayed at Drift Snow Bar. Moreover, with her identity as the private daughter of the Wen family, she was only able to hide herself well in this familiar drifting snow bar. For so many years, it was the Wen family's third uncle who had been secretly helping her and taking care of her. Now that the third uncle is in trouble, he himself will resell the drifting snow bar to do his bit. For when Ru Shui, The money was gotten and the bar was kept in her hands. Although it was only a small share, it was considered the best outcome. Make a share contract. I only take up a share. Other business plans and such, I don't care. It's all left to you to decide on your own. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa, picked up the box of huazi on the desktop, and lit up. He occasionally smoked a few puffs, and for this thing called cigarettes, he was not repulsed or addicted. When Ru Shue went to the desk and opened the computer, suddenly remembered something, embarrassed Lin Qinshu said that most of the liquidity of the bar was lost. Most of the bar's liquidity has been taken away by me, and the money in the account is only enough to maintain the daily operation. There is no extra to take out. Lin Qinshu was speechless. He was still thinking of taking some money out of the bar, but he only had money on his meal card. Now he only has a few dozen dollars left in cash. But as long as he accompanies Yi Lingxi to a face-to-face interview tomorrow, he can get $500,000. So let's forget about the bar's small amount of money. If there is none, then there is none. It doesn't matter. The money in here is enough to turn over the bar on the line. Don't need to take it out. Is there still enough money in there? Do you need me to inject some money into it? Lin Qinshu pretended not to care and said, Lin Qinshu has a hairline funds. Purely bluff. In front of when Ru Shue pretend. When Ru Shue clearly said that the funds inside the turnover, where there is still a need for another injection of funds. When Ru Shue shook her head, the funds inside are enough. With the business of the drifting snow bar, we'll soon be able to make a profit. Injecting extra funds is also of no use. When Ru Shue struck, the keyboard sound resounded throughout the office. Soon after, only to hear the printer drip 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 printing sound. When Ru Shue will be the contract out. Lin Qinshu didn't look at it carefully, so he directly signed his name. Use people without doubt, doubt people without use. The bar itself was free. Even if it was gone, he didn't feel any pain, so he might as well open up the pattern. When Ru Shue's eyes also flashed a strange color, she and Lin Qinshu from the meeting to now less than an hour. But the other party can be so calm and do not hesitate to take her out of the contract to sign. This was something that required a certain amount of vigor and backbone. In Wen Ru Shue's opinion, Lin Qinshu should be a young master of a big family, and this small amount of money was not something he could even look at. After signing, Lin Qinshu was ready to leave the office. Li Tianzong's side will definitely retaliate against you. I will help you deal with this matter. This face Li Jianfu should still give me, but if Li Tianzong can't get you on the surface, he might come secretly. Boss Lin, pay attention to your own safety. When Ru Shue said without lifting her head, Lin Qinshu shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the office door with a disinterested look. Just as he left the door, he felt his body instantly like it had deflated. It was that 1 hour of IP man's force value left. He could not fight 10 now. Lin Qinshu of course knows what the consequences of offending a rich second generation with a mob background. Only he is also young and vigorous, coupled with the confidence that the system binding gives him, so it is not afraid to teach the other party a lesson. In the future, or to think of a way to eliminate future problems. When he walked into the second floor box of the floating snow bar, instantly was 3 people clamped down on the body. Li Wushu held his legs, Fan Chang locked his 2 hands, Xia Lu was holding his head, shouted quickly, say, you in the end, what is the Holy Spirit, dared to take over my brother? Lin Qinshu pretended to laugh angrily and said, I am an ancient demon god, why don't you kneel down? The 3 of them immediately let go of him with a meaningless face, the piece of taking advantage of the mouth. The 3 of them are not Lin Qinshu's opponent. Beast, you are hiding deeply enough, highly skilled in martial arts. Piao Shue's boss still treats you with respect. You told us before that you're just from an ordinary family. Now which bit is like an ordinary family? Xia Lu asked the question that all 3 of them were puzzled about. It's nothing, the heavenly descending system. I'm now the chosen son. I can get the wind or the rain if I want it. Lin Qinshu knew that they would ask, and had thought of a countermeasure early on. Just tell the answer to these brothers truthfully. They would definitely not believe it. Unsurprisingly, all 3 of them gave a cut and didn't pursue the question. Chapter 9, this restroom is quite spacious. Hurry over to cut the cake. It's almost 12 o'clock. Xia Lu's girlfriend Guan Yan hurriedly greeted. After tossing and turning all night, I haven't introduced you guys to each other yet. These 2 are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who left just now is Guo Ting. These 3 are Xia Lu's roommates. While they are very famous within the school, the people from the extreme dormitory, I shouldn't need to introduce them much. Guan Yan was also covering her mouth in laughter as she spoke. They were all used to this kind of scene. Who let all 4 of them have such memorable names and just happened to get together in a dormitory? This was either a heavenly will in the underworld or the school did it on purpose. Li Jiao, we are the family. A few hundred years ago may also have some relatives. I can call you Jiao Jiao? Li Wu ruler did not waste the shameless name, and came to Li Jiao's side with his own familiarity. Li Jiao is a relatively cold girl. Lin Qinshu has not seen her say a few words from the time he met her until now. On the contrary, that Wang Xiaoqing was a chatterbox in general. chattering all the time. Mr. Lin, did you learn your martial arts from a young age? What's the name of it? Is it too late for me to learn it now? Can you teach me? Wang Xiaoqing asked several questions in a row until he didn't know which one to answer. As for that roommate Guoting who walked away, according to Guan Yan, that one was a gold-digging woman. When Li Timzong molested them just now, Guoting even wanted to go up and ask about the truth. She was pulled back by the girls and later complained that they were in her way and had offended the Li family's eldest son. So when Guoting was slapped by Wen Ruxue, none of them spoke for Guoting either. Fan Xiangliang silently wept on the side. There were a total of 3 sisters. One was Xia Lu's girlfriend, one was pestered by Li Wushu, and there was still one left to pester Lin Xinshu, and in the end, he was still left. Guan Yan's roommates are all good-looking. Can't say they're pretty, but can't say they're not good-looking either. If you follow the system's scoring criteria, they should all belong to 80 points. After cutting the cake, everyone felt that it was no fun to be in the box, or to go to the lobby below to bounce more atmosphere. Lin Xinshu greeted Wen Ruxue and switched to the bottom. At this time, it was already the most lively and atmospheric time in the whole bar. Everyone drank a little confused. Do not know when. Lin Xinshu has drunk passed out. His alcohol itself is poor. Before drinking some beer, today Wen Ruxue sent all the foreign wine. When to break all do not know. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Xinshu's face. Lin Xinshu's eyelashes that were poking straight forward fluttered slightly, and he opened his eyes in the next second. The feeling of a hangover filled his brain, and even his body was a little sore. After gently patting his head twice, he began to survey his surroundings, as his memories were still stuck in the drifting snow bar, where he had gotten drunk at some unknown time. The place where Lin Xinshu was a room, and from the clean scent in the room and that decoration, he could tell that it was a woman's room. He hastily looked at himself. His clothes were still healthy, indicating that nothing had happened, which also made him relieved. If he had lost his body without being clear, it would have been a big loss. Drunk like that, even if it is a beautiful woman, let him lose his body, he also feel loss. Loss in their own did not feel wasted. Lin Xinshu walked out of the door of the room, saw a busy woman in the kitchen figure. Simple home clothes, wearing a pair of shorts underneath. Long thin legs even if wearing slippers also pulled straight. The woman turned to Lin Xinshu and said, there are toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom. Wash yourself. I'm already cooking noodles. Eat before you go. This woman was Wen Ruxue, the owner of the drifting snow bar. Lin Xinshu could not remember how he could be in Wen Ruxue's house. Such a beautiful woman cooking noodles for herself to eat after she woke up. What kind of happiness this is. But now his head is incredibly painful. There is no way to feel this kind of happiness. Lin Xinshu walked into the bathroom. There was already a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. Only the girls' bathroom had never had a man, and some things were still placed randomly. Lin Xinshu's eyes were attracted to it, and he immediately felt that his headache from the hangover was not so painful. Outside came the sound of running. When Ruxue blushed slightly and rushed into the bathroom, carrying those clothes out. It was only when Lin Xin guarded into the bathroom that she remembered that the clothes she changed out of last night hadn't been washed, and she hurriedly ran over. Cough cough, this bathroom is still quite good. This tile selection is also good. Lin Xinshu hurriedly used a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. That action of his just now was indeed a bit obscene. After washing out, Lin Xinshu seriously surveyed the house. Not too big and not too small. 90 square feet or so of the house. The hall occupies 2/3. There is only one room, a kitchen and a bathroom. Wen Ruxue is also rich and capricious enough. You have to know that people nowadays buy a 60 square meter house. They all hate to separate out a 3-room. Lin Xinshu walked to the location of the window and looked. Here can directly see the Jiaotong University, indicating that it is in the vicinity of yesterday's drifting snow bar. A suite in the Magic City, moving is tens of millions of dollars. Although Lin Xinshu did not know how much money the system spent to buy the bar, and did not go to take a closer look last night, but it should be about the same value as this house. Selling a bar and selling a house. Wasn't selling a house a bit better? This place is rented, not bought by me. I like this type of house and have paid 10 years rent. Come over and eat the noodles. When Ruxue walked out from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, seemingly guessing Lin Xinshu's doubts, Lin Xinshu sat down at the table and asked about him. Why am I here? Where are those friends of mine? Speaking of this, when Ruxue rolled her eyes, I don't know about your friends. I met you at the entrance of Piaoshui. You were already drunk, and you didn't have your ID card, so I had to bring you back. After all, you're my boss, and I can't afford to turn a blind eye to my drunken boss. Lin Xinshu laughed awkwardly. His drinking capacity was really not good. Last night he was still mixing his drinks, and all of a sudden he was broken, and the odds were that his group of friends were about the same. He just didn't know how those girls were doing. Don't worry, I've instructed them to find your friends and place them. Don't have any accidents. It should be nothing. Lin Xinshu nodded. Thank you. Nothing embarrassing happened last night, right? Lin Xinshu asked cautiously. After all, he still knew what he looked like when he was drunk. In the past, when he was drunk, he always liked to drag others to talk about his heart, a snot and a tear. If last night was also like this, then it would be a big embarrassment. When Rushue, who was chewing slowly, looked up at Lin Qinsho, she remembered that last night because she couldn't find the ID card on Lin Qinsho, so she could only bring him back to her house, and even let the other party sleep in her room. This kind of thing she wouldn't have done in the past, probably because it was the other party who was drunk, and made her feel that there was no danger. It could also be because the other party had just bought the drifting snowbar at a super high price and gave back 30% of the shares, making one Rushue feel that bringing the other party home wasn't repulsive. Moreover, last night, something happened that puzzled her. When she took a taxi, Lin Qinsho suddenly woke up to pay the fare, and when he took out his cell phone to pay, it showed an insufficient balance. During this time, Lin Qinsho also changed his card to pay, but the balance was still insufficient. This is not quite the same as when Rushue imagined. How could the person who was able to buy the drifting snowbar at a super high price and give away 30% of the shares to her in a cloudy manner not even have a few tens of dollars for the fare? However, when Rushue was also a smart woman, although she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't go and open her mouth to ask the person who could make the drift snowbar stand out in the Magic City. Although she had the support of the Wen family behind her, it was more about her personal ability and her super high emotional intelligence. When Rushue picked up a side of the cell phone, Walone WeChat two-dimensional code open pushed to the front of Lin Qinsho at a contact bar. I also good to you report work. Lin Qinsho took out his cell phone and was about to scan the code, found that he had several missed calls, opened a look. Is Yi Mingxi called? Hastily looking at the time, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My $500,000. Lin Qinsho hurriedly put down his chopsticks and ran out towards the door, calling the phone back as he ran. When Rushue was speechless as she looked at Lin Qinsho, who suddenly ran away in a puff of smoke at the dining table. In the end, was there really something urgent, or did he not want to add his WeChat? Didn't even have the time to scan a code? Meng, sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Qinsho said in a hurry, it's okay senior, so are you better now? I've heard that hangovers are very unpleasant. Yi Mengxi's tone of concern made Lin Qinsho feel guilty. It's fine, where are you now? I'll go over to find you. For Lin Qinsho, it wasn't just a promise to the young girl, it was also $500,000 and attribute points. Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview, you don't have to come over, have a good rest. Originally, Yi Mengxi had hoped that Lin Qinsho would accompany her on the subway to the interview, but now that she heard that Lin Qinsho had a hangover, she didn't want him to toss and turn, and hoped that he would have a good rest. What are you talking about? I must do what I promised you, and I've long since sobered up. Well, listen to me, you give me the address. I'll go directly to the door of that company and wait for you. Accompany you in, Lin Qinsho said righteously, not allowing Yi Mingxi to refuse. Yi Mingxi heard this, inwardly both pleased and touched, hung up the phone and quickly sent the address to Lin Qinsho. Lin Qinsho received the address and then rushed to the subway station without stopping. In the subway he saw a bank message on his cell phone. Dear customer, hello, your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card, received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. The balance of 100,003 yuan. Ha! Lin Qinsho looked at this message in surprise. It won't be a fraud company coming to defraud me of the only $3 I have left, right? What I miss is having nothing to say. The phone rang. On it was an unfamiliar number from Magic City. Hello, who is it? Chapter 10, Touching Porcelain. It's me, one Rushue. The slightly depressed response from the other end of the phone reminded Lin Qinsho of the fact that he seemed to be trying to add her as a friend just now, and as a result, he had run away without adding it in his own haste. Ahem, just now, I suddenly had some urgent matters, so I left first. The fact that you can get through to me means that you have my number, and my WeChat is also this number, so add it. Lin Qinsho coughed twice in embarrassment. I already added it. You didn't get through. Not to mention this, I just transferred $100,000 to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it? Lin Qinsho's expression was immediately a bit stunned. Why did you transfer money to me? Didn't you say that the funds in the bar's account were just enough? Last night, he also told him that the bar's working capital could not be moved. He did not figure out why when Rushue transferred money to himself today for no reason. Piao Shue's funds are enough. This money is what I set out before you bought the bar. It is also considered that I did it unkindly. Since Piao Shui I still have a share, and my difficulties have been solved for the time being, then this $100,000 is considered to be the funds for purchasing Piao Shue's 30% of the shares, said without waiting for Lin Qinsho's response, hung up the phone. In fact, This $100,000 is Wen Rushue's own money. After seeing Lin Qinshuo's insufficient balance last night, she gave the money to the other party in this way. She was betting that Lin Qinshuo had encountered something, such as his family had frozen his bank card, or Lin Qinshuo had another card that was not tied to his cell phone, so he couldn't pay for the dozens of dollars of car money. Her $100,000 may be able to send charcoal in the snow, so that Lin Qinshuo to accept this love. At the same time, she was also betting that Lin Qinshuo was the son of a family even more powerful than the Wen family. Moreover, Pao Shui now has 30% of the shares. This $100,000 will not take long to earn back. How to look at this $100,000 or spent value for money, but also can let Lin Qinshuo comfortable accept. On the other side of the Lin Qinshuo, has long been ecstatic. He did not Wen Rushue imagine so arrogant. $100,000 In his life, he had never had so much money appear on him at once. I did not expect the drifting snowbar to create money for him so quickly. Had thought it would take a month or two before there was money to share it. It seems that he spent 30% of his shares last night to keep Wen Rushue was a correct decision, just by his own age and social experience. Let him go to run Pao Shui. It won't be long before it closes down. Now that he has money, he can finally spend it with abandon. Lin Qinshuo looked at the address sent by Yi Mengxi, just in the vicinity of the National Gold. His Pagani Wind is also still in the basement of the National Gold. Just can go first to open out to refueling. Yi Mengxi has just departed from the school, and he has been almost there. At least have to wait for more than 1 hour in order to wait for her. This time to go first to the car out. Add a gas first. When the car drove out of the underground parking lot of the National Gold, the parking fee has been more than 100 yuan. It is really very expensive parking fees. A full count is not enough to park for a day. Lin Qinshuo's 6-digit balance dropped to 5 digits in an instant after paying the parking fee. He drove the car to a nearby gas station to fill up the gas tank and then drove towards the place where he had an appointment with Yi Mengxi. When he passed a road that deviated from the avenue, he suddenly realized that the front was blocked and a group of people were gathered there as if something had happened. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more appearing in front of the host. Choice 1, the other party seems to be in trouble. Walk over and help the beauty solve the problem. Rewarded with ownership of the Golden Trade Tower. Choice 2, horns blaring and leave. Rewarded with $3,000. Who is that $3,000 looking down on? This mission is obviously to send him the building. Lin Qinshuo parked his car in the back, got out and walked toward the crowd. The Golden Trade Tower, which is a Class A office building. It just so happens that the MCN company that Yi Mengxi is going to is in the Golden Trade Center. He was able to get that building himself, and the rent he collected every year was enough to feed and clothe him, right? The system had arranged for him to go to the peak of his life so quickly, and the days of collecting rent was a life that the world would envy. Lin Qinshuo squeezed into the crowd and saw a Porsche Tycoon in front of the car, standing in front of a woman wearing a striped professional suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, and a sense of disorientation in her eyes that I can see. The woman looked like an imperial lady, but because of the matter in front of her, she looked a little uncertain and anxious. The right side of the Porsche Tycoon crashed into a stone pier, although not serious, but also to the point of not being able to continue traveling. And on the left side in front of that car, a woman around 60 years old was sitting on the ground crying and screaming, with a burly young man on the side. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Chen Jie. Face value, 92. Age, 25. Height, 168. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 0. Bitch, bumping you into my mom. You can't leave without paying for it. You still have to go back with us and take care of my mom for a few days first. The strong man beside the old woman said viciously, while a wolf-like green light emerged in his eyes. Obviously seeing that the other party was so beautiful, he moved to other thoughts. And the old woman crying on the ground heard that she was going to take the other party back. Obviously different from the plan. Not moving, pinched the strong man's calf. I didn't hit her. I was trying to avoid her before I hit the stone pillar. She came up to me herself and lay in front of my car saying I hit her. Can you guys call the police for me? Let the police handle it. Chen Jie's face turned red. The person in front of her was the one who came to touch the porcelain, suddenly rushing out from the side of the road. At first she was glad that she reacted quickly and didn't hit anyone. As a result, when she crashed into the stone pillar, this old woman slowly walked to the front of the car and sat down, and in the next second, she began to cry and cry. And that strong man also quickly rushed to the front of the car, holding an iron bar. From the side smashed into the car that the location of the car recorder. Broken glass blocked the car recorder camera. Then walked to Chen Jie not slow and said she hit his mother. Asked Chen Jie compensation. Chen Jie angry. She watched the other side as walking to the car in front of lying down, and now out of the individual and smashed her car. Of course, she is not willing to let people just blackmail. Take out the phone, we'll be ready to call the police. Strongman fast stepped forward. A slap off Chen Jie's cell phone. Cell phone fell to the ground. The strongman stepped forward and stomped 2 feet. So that Chen Jie now even the police cannot do. The look on the face of all the helpless. The surrounding people are holding the mentality of watching. And the strongman viciously scanning the surrounding. No one dares to take out a cell phone to call the police. Lin Qinshu looked up at the surrounding. This place is just in a section of the location of no monitoring. And from the strongman came to smash the car recorder approach to see. Has been a recidivist. Smashing the car recorder is not afraid to touch the porcelain thing was photographed. But the strong man is afraid of their own appearance was photographed in. Such as blackmail to the money. Exposed the appearance of the old woman can hide. He can continue to be outside the dashing. Chapter 11 in the future. Walking at night to the old man to be more careful. Lin Qinshu eyes slightly turned. First backed out. Found a corner to call the police. And then saw the rear of a small boy holding the drone in his hands. Is sitting on the side of the steps to mope. It seems that the child's mother is also crowded in front of that to watch the fun go. Kid, can you sell me this drone? Lin Qinshu had a plan in mind. Intending to buy the drone in the hands of the little kid first. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it too? I'll lend it to you to play with. The child handed him the drone and the remote control without stinting. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but marvel at how understanding this kid was. Completely different from those bare children. Kid, I might break your toy later, so you'd better sell it to me. You can buy a new one then. After the little boy hesitated for a moment, he opened the QR code on his phone watch, and Lin Qinshu swept $2,000 over. Because he didn't know how much this drone cost, and $2,000 should be enough to buy one. Little friend, 2 minutes later, you help my brother to drive this drone over that crowd, okay? Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered that he wouldn't be able to use this thing, and if he had to wait for him to learn how to play it, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold. The little boy nodded, although he didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was going to do, but just playing with the drone. He was still able to help easily. After making an agreement with the little boy, Lin Qinshu once again dug into the crowd, and at this time, Chen Jie also intended to compromise. So many people around the crowd, but none of them were willing to help her. They were all purely watching, want to get out of the immediate predicament, then can only break the money to eliminate the disaster. Chen Jie bit her lip and asked, how much do you want? The strong man heard Chen Jie so asked. A conspiracy to succeed in the smile on his face emerged. Just said, compensation 300,000, and then go back with us. Take care of my mom for 3 days. It will be fine. Chen Jie heard. Instantly face was replaced by anger. You are dreaming. The other party was obviously not harboring good intentions. If she went back with them, she wouldn't even know where she would be in a few days. Marred. Toast to the world. But not to the world. The burly man slapped his hand towards Chen Jie's face. Chen Jie instinctively closed her eyes when she saw the palm that was getting closer. Snap. A hand poked out from Chen Jie's side and grabbed the burly man's wrist. What? Blackmail didn't work and you want to use force? A faint voice sounded beside Chen Jie. Chen Jie opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. She couldn't help but feel a little excited while feeling relieved inside. Finally someone was willing to come out and help her. After the strong man's wrist was grabbed by Lin Qinshu, he hurriedly tried to pull it out, but realized that the other party's strength was not on par with his. Where's the yellow-haired brat from? Watched too many TV dramas. Also learning how to heroically save a beauty? The strong man's other hand fiercely slapped at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu loosened the wrist that he grabbed and pushed forward in the same direction, pushing the strong man back 2 steps. If it wasn't for the fact that he had added a little bit of strength attribute points last night, he really wasn't a match for this burly man. Judging from that power confrontation just now, this strong man's strength must also have 7, and it was still 7 upwards. The strong man also felt the person in front of him is not simple. Looks like a yellow-haired boy. Strength but can be separated from him. The hostility in the eyes of a flash of vicious said, kid, I advise you not to meddle in the matter. Otherwise you walk on the road in the future out of anything. Do not blame me for the good voice now. Lin Qinshu disdainfully smiled in broad daylight. Touching porcelain, blackmail, but also want to blatantly play kidnap. Really lawless. I've already called the police. It won't take long for the police to arrive. The burly man's face changed. Suddenly overhead a drone flew to a stop above them. Lin Qinshu pointed at the drone. See? This is the police department's latest equipment. A drone. There are cameras on it that can record the characters and the situation in advance before the police arrive. You just smashed the car. Is afraid of inside the recorder to capture you, right? The record of the bumper car is there, and now the record of the blackmail will soon be there as well. Lin Qinshu had a smirking look on his face. The strong man's face changed greatly. The reason he smashed the car glass was because he was originally a fugitive from justice. If he was photographed, according to the police's Sky Eye system would soon be able to lock him. If he didn't expose himself, Then the police wouldn't be able to find him easily. The strongman hastily covered his face with his hand and stared viciously at Lin Qinsho. Kid, I remember you. Be careful when you walk at night in the future. Saying that, he covered his face with one hand and quickly ran towards the outside. The old woman who was his accomplice saw this and also hurriedly climbed up and left. After the strong man and the old woman left, the group of onlookers around them also dispersed. The little boy walked over to Lin Qinsho and handed him the drone. Keep it. Treat this matter as our secret and don't tell anyone. When the little boy still wanted to say something, he was pulled away by his mom. His mom was also one of the onlookers. She looked for her son only after it was dispersed. When she saw her son talking to Lin Qinsho, she quickly ran over and pulled him away. She heard the tough words of the strong man just now, and was afraid that she would be dragged into it. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't even know what would have happened today. Chen Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and that gripped heart finally relaxed. Lin Qinsho then sized up the 92-point beauty in front of him. Just now he didn't see much from a long distance, but now that he was close enough to take a look, the beauty that could make the system score 92 points really lived up to its name. It's no wonder that the strong man not only wanted to rob money, but also thought about robbing color. A show of hands. At this time of the day young people are rushing to work. Otherwise no one would let such a beautiful girl be touched and blackmailed. And I did call the police. When the police come you talk to them. Lin Qinsho smiled and was about to turn around and leave. He still had to go to the Golden Trade Mansion. Although Chen Jia was indeed very pretty, there was still $500,000 waiting for him at the Golden Trade Mansion. And he didn't have that kind of free time to pick up girls right now. When the economic strength was raised, there would be any beauty he wanted. Chen Jia smiled. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Although many people complimented her on her beauty, there were very few people who said she was beautiful so directly. Seeing Lin Qinsho who was about to leave, she hurriedly shouted, "Let's add a contact method. I'll treat you to dinner some other day to show my appreciation." Lin Qinsho obediently took out his cell phone. He did not offer to add each other WeChat. That is not want to give a feeling of taking advantage of people. Now that the other party has offered to add WeChat, what the hell is there to pretend? My name is Chen Jia. After the two added each other's friends, Chen Jia stretched out her delicate hand to Lin Qinsho. Lin Qinsho. The two hands were held together. Lin Qinsho held that soft hand, and before he had time to feel it properly, he heard the sound of a siren not far away. He then let go of Chen Jia's hand and walked towards his car. In Chen Jia's slightly surprised gaze, he got into that Pagani Windy and took off. Chapter 12 Golden Trade Tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of saving a beautiful woman, rewarded with ownership of the Golden Trade Mansion. Lin Qinsho who was going to the Golden Trade Mansion had a system beep ringing in his head. Hearing this news made him excited. He was going to live the days of a chartered public in the future. Every day he would play here and there, and then go to collect the rent at the beginning of the month. This kind of life that all people dreamed of was about to be realized. Unconsciously, Lin Qinsho has come to the front of the Golden Trade Tower. Although this is a MCN company, there are a lot of internet celebrities inside, and there are many luxury cars. But in front of Lin Qinsho's Pagani Wind, all of them are overshadowed. Who is this? Is this the new netizen signed by this netizen company? It can't be, although it doesn't look bad, but with that cheap clothes, it doesn't look like much. Yeah, nowadays, net stars have to package themselves, dressing better than anyone else and being conspicuous. Could it be that it's just an assistant, driving for some big Netflix? Impossible. The live broadcasting company up here hasn't had anyone who can afford to drive the car in front of them. This is a Pagani Son of the Wind, a limited edition model. Money doesn't necessarily buy it. The surrounding people saw Lin Qinsho after getting out of the car. They were all talking about it. Lin Qinsho got out of the car has been shocked to speechless. He is not the Magic City locals. He knows that the Golden Trade Tower is very cheating, but did not expect to be in front of this building. Just now all the way over he was very shocked, because has entered the financial center of the Magic City, and the building in front of him, when he also exclaimed to his classmates, "If you can find a job in this building, he will have no regrets." Now I did not expect that now this whole building has become his. This Golden Trade Tower can collect more than $1 billion a year to collect rent it. Lin Qinsho tremblingly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, carefully looking for information about the Golden Trade Tower. This is a building that has won the Architectural Structure Award, but also a landmark building in Magic City. Not far behind Lin Qinsho is the Whampoa River in Magic City. The Golden Trade Building is a big groups building, and I don't know how the system transferred this building to his name. It's really cheating. Senior. A call pulled Lin Qinsho out of his thoughts. Yi Mingxi arrived in front of Lin Qinsho with a happy face. Lin Qinsho also put away the shocked color on his face and asked with a smile, "Not late for the interview, right?" Yi Mingxi shook her head. "There is still half an hour. It's not too late." The two walked into the Golden Trade Tower hand in hand. The front hall of the Golden Trade Center occupies 2 floors, making people feel small when standing inside. Lin Qinshu and Yi Mengxi arrived on the 17th floor. The MCN company Yi Mengxi was interviewing for today was called Majin Media. It is said to be a not-so-small MCN company. There are countless millions of fans in the company, but there is only one with tens of millions of fans. The front desk lady Yi Mengxi led to the interview. Lin Qinshu is left at the front desk to wait. Lin Qinshu, who had nothing to do, took out his cell phone. And when he got the ownership of the Golden Trade Mansion just now, a phone call appeared inside the phone. Sun Shi, the person in charge of the property of the Golden Trade Tower. The entire Golden Trade Tower was represented by him. As for the process of whether the other party recognized him or not or something like that, it had all been arranged by the system in a clear manner. So Lin Qinshu didn't need to dwell on how to introduce himself. Mr. Lin, I'm glad to receive your call. The moment Lin Qinshu dialed the phone, the other party said joyfully, Manager's son, I'm currently on the 17th floor of the Golden Trade Mansion, taking advantage of the fact that it's rather leisurely now. I'd like to find out more about it. Where are you? I'll go over to find you. Yi Mengxi's interview shouldn't be that fast. Just now he came in and already saw a lot of people with resumes going in. Take advantage of this time to first understand the Golden Trade Tower. And by the way, see if this year's rent is at the time to collect. No. Where do I dare to bother Mr. Lin? You are on the 17th floor, right? I will bring the information over to give you a report. Sun Ji said in fear. Lin Qinshu also casually him. People want to come over, just come over. Originally intended to send a message to Yi Mengxi. Let her stay in place and wait. Since Sun Ji came over, he did not need to send a message to Yi Mengxi. Just as Lin Qinshu had just put his cell phone in his pocket, Yi Mengxi rushed out, her face full of anger, as if she had been wronged by something. Mang, what's going on? Lin Qinshu was a bit curious. The interview is not just to see if you can correspond to the job. If you get along then you do it, if you don't get along then you don't do it. Even if you want the job very much, you should be disappointed, not angry, when you're not selected. Yi Mengxi took a few deep breaths, calmed her anger, and shook her head at Lin Qinshu Sr. It's okay, let's go. Lin Qinshu obviously saw something wrong, and pulled her wrist. What's going on? Lin Qinshu's tone was serious. Yi Mengxi was known to be good-tempered. To make her so angry, she must have suffered some kind of grievance. The purpose of this trip was to prevent Yi Mengxi from being hurt or aggrieved. Otherwise, what if he couldn't get the reward? Yi Mengxi's eyes reddened, her mouth flattened, and she leaned her head against Lin Qinshu's chest, recounting what had just happened during the interview. The interviewer was the son of Majin Media's boss, Shang Xin Yuan, and this Shang Xin Yuan was shocked at the moment he saw Yi Mengxi, although he had seen it in that live broadcast. But nowadays beauty filters are so developed, who knows if that appearance on the internet is true or false. Shang Xin Yuan never thought that the woman in front of him was actually more beautiful than what he saw on the live broadcast. Shang Xin Yuan immediately passed Yi Mengxi's interview. At first Yi Mengxi is still very happy. Slowly she noticed something wrong. Shang Xin Yuan look at her eyes like she wants to eat people, and has left the position, walking around her all the time to turn around. Ask some have not. She even asked her if it was still her first time, if she had ever had a boyfriend, and if she had ever kissed on the mouth. Yi Mengxi's heart felt a little scared. The office where the interview took place was just her and Shang Xin Yuan. Her heart had already beaten the drum of retreat. Yi Mengxi's body was tense. She secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she would not come here. Shang Xin Yuan walked behind Yi Mengxi and lowered his head and said lewdly, I'm tired after traveling so far. Let me help you with a massage. Shang Xin Yuan put his hand on Yi Mengxi's shoulder, and Yi Mengxi, like a frightened rabbit, screamed, pushed Shang Xin Yuan away, and rushed out. After listening to everything, Lin Qinshu was filled with anger, even dared to bully Yi Mengxi under his own eyes. To know that Yi Mengxi looked for him to accompany is to prevent the situation in front of him. Uncle cannot tolerate, aunt cannot tolerate, and Lin Qinshu has already set Yi Mengxi as his own woman. Now by this kind of humiliation, if he does not do something, that is still a man? Chapter 13 I'm afraid you can't afford it. Lin Qinshu walked directly towards the direction where Yi Mengxi just ran out. The receptionist lady also heard the conversation between Yi Mengxi and Lin Qinshu just now. There didn't seem to be much color of surprise in her expression. It seemed like this was a common picture. She didn't choose to stop Lin Qinshu. Instead she directly picked up the phone of the receptionist, and skillfully dialed. Senior, I didn't suffer. Let's go. Just don't deal with this group of people in the future. This was after all someone else's territory. Yi Mengxi was worried that the impulsive Lin Qinshu would suffer. Mang, if I don't help you out when you encounter something like this, then what's the point of me accompanying you here? With me here, no one can bully you. Lin Qinshu pushed open the door of that personnel department, only to see that inside, Shang Xin Yuan was sticking his hand into the collar of an interviewer, while that interviewing woman was red in the face and did not dare to speak. Shang Xin Yuan was startled by the person who suddenly pushed the door and mad. Didn't I say that no one can come in without authorization when I am interviewing? Which department are you from? Immediately give me a roll and leave. Pushing the door so hard, scared him instantly, all shriveled up. The interviewing woman saw someone come in, and hurriedly took her resume to cover her face and ran out. She was also startled by Shang Yuan, but she didn't have the guts to resist, and could only sit dumbfounded. And now that someone rushed in to relieve the situation, she was instantly relieved. When he saw Yi Mengshi behind Lin Qinshu, the corners of Shang Yuan's mouth once again hooked up a smile. So soon figured it out? I thought it would take at least tomorrow for you to come back to me. It seems that I have overestimated you. When Yi Mengshi ran out, he didn't bother chasing after her and directly called out for the next interviewer to come in, because in his opinion, becoming a netizen, becoming a star is what all women dream of. Yi Mengshi is no exception. Sooner or later she will come back to him, and then she will be properly coached. Slap! A loud slapping sound resounded throughout the office. Shang Xin Yuan was dumbfounded. Yi Mengshi covered her mouth with both hands. Unbelievable! You dare to hit me! I'll come together, Nima. Reacting, Shang Xin Yuan swung his fist at Lin Qinshu, only to have both fists caught by Lin Qinshu at the same time. Just these two pigs' hooves dare to touch my manhwa. Don't even ask for it. Lin Qinshu grabbed Shang Xin Yuan's two fists and flipped them outwards, only to hear a crackling sound of bones, followed by Shang Xin Yuan's miserable screams. Although Shang Yuan is also a meter 8 big, but the years of wine and sex has long hollowed out his body. Where will be in the prime of Lin Qinshu's opponent? Just now Lin Qinshu said his dream. Heard this, Yi Mengshi's pretty face slightly red, inner joy. As a result, the next scene scared her face white. Lin Qinshu directly broke the other party's hand. Outside the door, the receptionist rushed in with 4 security guards. This is the security guards of the Golden Trade Tower. Just now when they heard Lin Qinshu's 2 conversations, the receptionist knew that something would happen, because this kind of thing is a frequent occurrence in their company, so they immediately called the security department, who had thought that it was still a step too late. The man in front of him didn't have too much nonsense, and directly beat up Shang Yuan. I put together Nima, but also to see the ass. Give me to kill this kid. Out of the matter I take responsibility. Shang Xin Yuan shouted. Saw the front desk with security guards came in and did nothing. Immediately cursed. These security guards usually ate a lot of his benefits, so every time the receptionist called the security department, this group of people came very actively. The 4 security guards rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. Humph. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Stop it all. A middle-aged man coldly snorted as he walked in through the door. The 4 security guards looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and hurriedly greeted Mr. Sun. Why are you here? Just leave this matter to us. How can we let you make a trip? Hearing the security guards say so, Shang Xin Yuan also thought that Sunji is to give him support, and quickly endured the pain to Sunji said marred. This do not know where the wild boy came in to break my hand. Mr. Sun do not have to worry about the impact of our gold trade. The disabled is also counted on me. Absolutely no matter what the matter of the gold trade. What I just said, didn't you hear me? You can't afford it. Sunji walked in front of Lin Qinshu and respectfully said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to keep you waiting and let you encounter this kind of thing. Sunji didn't care about the right or wrong of this kind of thing. In this golden trade mansion, as long as it was Lin Qinshu who did the right thing, it was right. Shock, petrified, the entire room was silent. A person that they looked up to was actually so respectful to a brat. Yi Mengshi also looked at Lin Qinshu in surprise, although she didn't know who the Sun manager was in front of her, but it looked like he had a higher status than the others, and this person who had the highest status in the whole room was actually being respectful to the senior manager's son. What kind of cats and dogs can come and move in this golden trade building? I'm now considering whether I should change my property company next quarter, Lin Qinshu said coldly. Sunji's face changed greatly when he heard this. A drop of sweat flowed down from his forehead. The Golden Trade Tower was able to create tens of millions of dollars of profit for their property company in a year. If it was replaced just like that, then this general manager of his wouldn't be able to do his job, and he would even be chased after. Mr. Lin is very sorry. It's Sunji who didn't screen the merchants to move in. This matter is left to Sunji. I hope Mr. Lin will give our property another chance. Sunji did a 90-degree bent bow. Lin Qinshu waved his hand impatiently. A middle-aged man also pushed open the door and walked in at this time. What's going on? Who hurt my son? Just now he was in the 68th floor of the Golden Trade Tower Hotel Private Meeting Junior. Golden Trade Tower above dozens of floors are hotels. Blue small pill only eat in. The company's front desk phone call over. Said his son was beaten. Now he is not only holding fire in his stomach, but all over his body. Shang Yuan looked around and also noticed Sun Ji's presence, and hurriedly jogged to Sun Ji. Yo, Mr. Sun, why did this little matter alarm you? It's all children who don't know what they're doing. We'll take care of this matter and won't discredit the Golden Trade Mansion. Shang Yuan thought that Sun Ji was afraid that they would make a big deal out of it, so he made a special trip over. What the hell is going on? Speak! Shang Yuan took out the majesty of being a father and yelled at Shang Xinyuan. Dad, it's this kid. The moment he came in, he slapped me and broke my hand. I want him to go out lying down. Shang Xinyuan's bent finger pointed at Lin Qinshu. Boss Shang's rent from last quarter hasn't been paid yet, right? Sun Ji suddenly snorted coldly and opened his mouth to ask. Shang Yuan was unsure, not knowing why Sun Ji would ask this. Mr. Sun, haven't we already talked about this? My last quarter's rent and this quarter's will be paid together at that time. There is a big project that involves my funds. Chapter 14 Yi Mengshi fell. Sun Ji coldly smiled. Tomorrow this quarter will end, plus last quarter. You already owe us 2 quarters of rent. Limit you to pay all the rent before tomorrow, just as the contract is also expired. You guys move away. Golden Trade Tower cannot accommodate you, this big Buddha. Shang Yuan was confused. What was this situation? Why did he suddenly want to drive himself away? However, Shang Yuan is also an old fox. He guessed at once. It must be related to this incident. This, Mr. Sun, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Shang Yuan asked cautiously. Misunderstanding? Sun Ji walked to Lin Qinshu's side and raised his hand to introduce. This is Mr. Lin, the new boss of Golden Trade Mansion. If you offend Mr. Lin, you are an enemy of me. Son, you are no longer welcome in Golden Trade Mansion, so hurry up and pack up and get out. Oh, and remember to settle the rent before you leave. And the 4 of you, go to the bank and settle your paychecks. You won't have to come in from tomorrow. Mr. Lin, this way please, let's go to the office and talk. Shocked. The whole place was shocked. The 4 security guards did not expect. They just took a phone call and ran up. Nothing to do before they were fired. Shang Xinyuan was shocked to see that this person who suddenly rushed in and beat himself up was actually the new boss of Golden Trade Mansion. Son, Mr. Sun, you're not kidding. Just this brat is the boss of Golden Trade Mansion? Shang Xinyuan asked incredulously. Sun Ji's face darkened with your words. Within today, if you don't pay the rent and move out of this place, I will take coercive measures. There was an unwritten rule on the lease contract of the Golden Trade Mansion. When that incoming merchant violated the interests of the Golden Trade Mansion, the property had the right to evict without breaking the law. Lin Qinshu ignored Sun Ji's handling of the situation and turned around, pulling Yi Mengshi, who was already too shocked to speak, towards the door, with Sun Ji hastily following behind him. Splat! A slap rang out, causing Lin Qinshu to turn his head curiously as well. He only saw Shang Yuan grabbing his son and beating him violently, causing Shang Xinyuan to cry out. Lin Qinshu was still the first time to see the old man beat his son. Hit so hard, even the stool was lifted up to Shang Xinyuan body smashed. After the beating, Shang Yuan grabbed Shang Xinyuan and made him kneel down. Mr. Lin, although I don't know in which place my son offended you, but that must be my son's fault, seeing as I've already beaten him up. Can I allow Mr. Sun to be lenient for a few days? Shang Yuan bent his waist. He knew that staying was definitely impossible. All these years of engaging in this media actually didn't make any money at all. The 2 fathers and sons are more horny than one another, both aiming at those net roots. Get this media company is to subvert those net roots, and to create the net red to spend money is a bottomless pit. Now a moment in time he cannot get any money. Lin Qinshu ignored him and pulled Yi Mengshi around and walked into the elevator. 3 days. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Qinshu's voice came out from there, and Shang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Ji brought Lin Qinshu and the 2 of them to the 50th floor, which was the office of the former owner of the Golden Trade Tower in this place, and now it had become Lin Qinshu's by the way. However, Lin Qinshu was a student, so it was useless to have this office. After arriving at the 50th floor, Sun Ji took out a card and swiped the access control. The gate slowly opened. Mr. Lin, this is your office and rest area. Usually no one can come up. The gate here has already recorded your face and fingerprints in advance. You only need to use your human face to open this gate. This entire floor was the office of the boss of the Golden Trade Tower, close to 3,000 square feet of the boss's office. Lin Qinshu felt a bit extravagant. Should he consider removing this floor and take it out for outside rent? After entering the door, Sun Ji led Lin Qinshu. 2 people visited, although this is said to be an office. In fact, with a large private club is more like. There is a restaurant, there are meeting rooms, there are entertainment areas, lounges, and indoor golf area. The office only took up a small part. This place was even more prosperous than many tycoons' manor houses, and although it was said to be an office, it was actually a private club that received important people. On this floor of the office, there was even a wine cellar. with all sorts of famous wines still placed on it. This makes Lin Qinsho smacked his lips. These wines to sell money is a large sum of money. The office also has a tea cabinet and cigarette cabinet, which is filled with all kinds of famous tea and cigarettes. Even Lin Qinsho, who didn't drink much tea and smoke, felt happy when he saw these things. Senior, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. This golden trade tower is actually all yours. Yi Mengxi was shocked from downstairs until now, and finally came to her senses. Lin Qinsho smiled and came to her ear and whispered, "You are the only one who knows about this. Take this as a secret between us, okay?" Yi Mengxi, because Lin Qinsho came too close, blushed slightly and nodded, firmly said, "I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between us." Just now Lin Qinsho stood up for him. It already moved her. Originally she looked at Lin Qinsho with her own filter, and now there were so many plus points. The favorability instantly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying Yi Mengxi to the Golden Trade Tower for an interview. Reward attribute points +1. Reward cash 500,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's Magic City bank card in a reasonable manner. Hello esteemed customer. Your tail number 9527 Mordor bank card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan with a balance of 599,053 yuan. The system beep sounded along with the cell phone beep. Lin Qinsho, whose bank card only had $3 2 hours ago, instantly had a huge amount of $600,000 more. Ding! Yi Mengxi, whose face value exceeds 90 points, has reached 90 points of goodwill towards the host and will not leave him. In view of the host's first favor from a beauty with a face value of over 90 points, it is hereby rewarded with a full attribute +1 point. Wait for the host's permission to raise the attribute point. Do you want to raise it now? Don't raise it first. We'll talk about it later when we get back. Lin Qinsho inwardly cried out, not expecting Yi Mengxi to fall in this, but originally Yi Mengxi was secretly in love with him, and after today's maneuver, it wasn't surprising that she completely fell in love with him. Sun Shi brought Lin Qinsho came to the office, took the initiative to sit on the tea table to make tea. Mr. Lin, dare to sit on your seat, for you to make a pot of good tea. Sun Ji had a fawning smile on his face. This place, although Sun Ji had come in before, he had never touched anything, and this was the first time he had sat down in it. Manager Sun, please make yourself at home. Don't make it so out of the ordinary. I don't know how to make tea myself, so I can only trouble Manager Sun to make a pot of good tea to drink. Lin Qinsho sat down on the guest seat. Chapter 15. Do you work in this place too? Yi Mengxi was curious about everything in here, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Qinsho allowed her to walk around as she pleased. After all, it was the first person to break through 90 favorability towards herself, and I don't know if the system said the first to break through 90 favorability meant a face value of 90 points or more, or the first of all the girls. If it's the latter, then Lin Qinsho will be crying without tears. After being with He for so many years, He's favorability towards him actually never broke through above 90. Ding! Scanned by the system, Yi Mengxi is the first woman whose favoritism towards the host exceeds 90, independent of the face value score. Dog system, what a blow! Back to the spirit of Lin Qinsho said to Sun Ji, Mr. Sun, just a moment of anger. I hope you do not take it to heart, but we should really look at the Golden Trade Tower to take a good look at the cultural image of the company. The Golden Trade Center, as the landmark of Mordor, is not only a financial center office building, it also represents the image of Mordor. Lin Qinsho first retracted his earlier words about replacing the property, and then pressurized Sun Shi once again, telling him not to think that he could mess around because he was young and didn't know anything. When Sun Shi heard this, the hand that was pouring the tea trembled a bit, and cold sweat once again flowed down on his forehead. How could he not know that Lin Qinsho was knocking him down, even if the person in front of him looked young? But that tactic was comparable to many big bosses now. Mr. Lin, it was my negligence. Earlier, I had heard about some of Majin Media's hooks. The father and son getting a media company just to sleep with internet celebrities. It's just that there hasn't been anyone who has come to cause trouble, so I can't kick the other party out just because of these rumors. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I will definitely screen the faces of these people properly in the future. After Sun Ji finished speaking, he hurriedly took a pile of information in his hand to Lin Qinsho. Mr. Lin, these are the information of all the tenants of the Golden Trade Mansion. The rent of the Golden Trade Building is collected quarterly. Tomorrow is the time to collect the rent for the next quarter. You provide a bank card number. I will transfer the rent to you. Lin Qinsho, who was originally looking over the information, immediately flashed a trace of excitement under his eyes and wrote down his Magic City bank card number. After the two of them chatted on the tea table for a while longer, Lin Qinsho planned to leave, because Yi Mengxi still had an elective class to attend in the evening. Sun Ji had originally planned to find the chef from the hotel upstairs to come down and cook a meal for dinner, but now he could only forget about it. Lin Qinsho took a few cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet, These were useful things to put here to waste. Mr. Lin, what's your license plate number? I'll have the system record it and get you an exclusive parking space. Sunji was worthy of being able to be the property manager of Golden Trade Mansion. He was able to handle all these trivial details clearly. Only when Sunji said this did Lin Qinsho remember that he hadn't even looked at what the license plate was. Hurriedly took out his cell phone to look at the photos taken before. The license plate is clearly written on the magic A10000. When Lin Qinsho saw this license plate are confused. Actually is so neat license plate number. Single this license plate number are worth a lot of money. Sunji saw this license plate number. Lin Qinsho more respect. In the Magic City want to have such a good license plate number. Alone money is not enough. From the license plate can be seen in front of the new boss of the Golden Trade Tower identity is not simple. Lin Qinsho, two people accompanied by Sun Shi down to the first floor hall, was about to say goodbye. Suddenly a familiar voice came out from the back. Mr. Sun, you didn't pick up the phone when I called you, so you're here. Lin Qinsho froze for a moment when he saw the visitor, because this person who called out to Sunji was none other than Chen Jie, whom he had met on his way here. Ha, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Could it be that you're also working in this place? Chen Jie was a bit surprised, her eyes sweeping over Yi Mengshi beside him without a trace. Lin Qinsho nodded and smiled, and did not reply. Mr. Chen, is there something wrong? Originally, Sunji wanted Chen Jie to speak later, but now that he saw that Chen Jie knew Lin Qinsho, it was a different story. Oh, it's that what I told you before. We are planning to expand our office space. Didn't you say before that you don't have any extra space? Now I've heard that the 17th floor Majin Media is moving out, and I want to ask if I can rent it to me. Chen Jie had also heard about the 17th floor Ink Gold Media. It was rumored that it had offended an important person, so it had been driven away. Golden Trade Tower never worries about renting out, so when she heard the news she kept contacting Sun Ji. She herself is also a media company. Ink Gold Media moved away. That's ready-made office space for her. Even the decoration is saved. The result is that Sunji is entertaining Lin Qinsho. The phone does not answer. Sunji heard, looked at Lin Qinsho. Lin Qinsho opened his mouth and said, Manager's son, don't worry about me. Just go through the normal process. Ms. Chen, I still have something to do. I'll go first. After saying that, he and Yi Mingshi walked out of the hall. Chen Jie asked Sunji, Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Golden Trade Tower? What did he mean by that just now? Sunji sized up Chen Jie and said with a smile, it seems that Chen Jie and Mr. Lin are not very familiar with each other. Otherwise, you don't need to find me about renting the 17th floor. Chen Jie was even more puzzled, if not you. Who? Aren't you the one who manages the Golden Trade Tower? Sunji laughed loudly. Mr. Lin is the new boss of Golden Trade Mansion. The whole building is his call. The rent you pay is all for him. You know Mr. Lin. Just look for him directly. But now that you've found me, for the sake of you knowing Mr. Lin, the 17th floor will be rented to you on a priority basis. I'll have someone send the contract over to you later. After saying that, Sunji turned around and left the place. Chen Jie had been petrified in place. Originally thought that seeing Lin Qinsho driving a sports car was just a rich second generation. Unexpectedly, Sunji told her that this entire Golden Trade Mansion was owned by Lin Qinsho. Chen Jie also cannot help but Lin Qinsho produced a curious psychology. The Golden Trade Tower was originally a large group of buildings. Normally if the group to go to the point of selling the Golden Trade Tower situation, it means that the group from the bankruptcy is not far away. But recently I haven't heard any negative news about that big group. And just now in Lin Qinsho next to that little girl seems a little familiar. I do not know if his girlfriend. Chen Jie walked into the elevator and thought, oblivious to the fact that he has raised a strong curiosity about Lin Qinsho. A woman is curious about men. That is the beginning of the fall. In the car, Yi Mengshi, her complexion looked a bit forlorn. Not only did Chen Jie see her, she likewise saw Chen Jie's beautiful appearance. Her favorite senior had now become so outstanding. Then wouldn't there be many people who would like him in the future? Meng, what are you thinking about? Lin Qinsho could see that she was lost in thought, but he didn't guess why Yi Mengshi was like that. Chapter 16. Many people will like it, including me. Yi Mengshi returned to her senses and smiled at Lin Qinsho Sr. That sister just now is so pretty. Is she a friend of yours? Oh, that is in the morning on the road encountered. When she encountered the bumper car party, I just happened to pass by, so I helped her to solve the problem. Only know that her name is Chen Jie. The other do not know. Lin Qinsho now also probably guessed the reason why Yi Mengshi lost her mind. It turned out to be jealous. There is a woman for him to be jealous. This kind of feeling he is still the first time. The heart feels beautiful. Think back to once. Even if he and which girl to get closer, he will not even ask. Meng, I have called you for several years. Meng, why do you still call me senior so out of the ordinary? Yi Mengshi's pretty face was slightly red, although the name senior sounded like less of a family member. But Yi Mengshi only called senior to Lin Qinsho. The other seniors she called senior. This was also a little secret within her heart. But this little secret she didn't intend to let Lin Chinsho know. Then I'll call you Chinsho brother from now on. Lin Chinsho's head was filled with black lines. Calling her like this turned her into a beast brother. Don't. It's better to call me brother Chin. Or brother Shou. This way we can still be intimate. Yi Mingxi snorted a laugh. Just now she did it on purpose. Then call me brother Chin. Brother Chin is good. He. Yi Mingxi reacted instantly when she saw the bad smile on Lin Chinsho's face. Senior, you're annoying. Yi Mingxi covered the slightly red cheeks. She had been lost in thought when she got on the car just now, and only now did she come back to her senses and see the luxurious decorations inside the car. Brother Shou, this car of yours is very expensive, isn't it? It's my first time to ride in a sports car. Yi Mingxi touched her left and right. Her family was a small business owner. Her father had a BMW, but compared to this car in front of her, it didn't seem to be much comparable. It seems to be more than $20 million. I don't know exactly how much. Someone else gave it to me. Lin Chinsho was right. This was what the system gave him after he completed his mission. Brother Shou, I didn't expect you to actually be a rich second generation. How come you used to be so low-key in school? Right, that girlfriend of yours knows that you're so rich and still broke up with you. She'll regret it so much. Last night after hearing that Lin Chinsho returned to single, she also stole some joy. After single, Lin Chinsho also shows that her secret love can be turned into explicit love. Lin Chinsho's face showed a bitter smile. She doesn't know. Forget it, it's fate. I also kind of see her clearly. After the breakup of the mind clear, recall the past. Also know he simply did not love him. Yi Mingxi stretched out her small hand on Lin Chinsho's right hand that holds the gearshift. Brother Shou, do not need to be sad. Is that woman is not lucky. In the future, there will be a better one. Like you and so good. Conditions are so good. There will be a lot of people like you. Many people? Including you? Lin Chinsho looked at her with a bad smile on his face. He had already gotten Yi Mingxi's favorability score from the system. It was like playing a game and opening the eyes of heaven. Yi Mingxi's pretty face instantly reddened. The soft razor that was placed on Lin Chinsho's right hand also instantly retracted, grabbing the corner of her coat. I don't know. Senior, you're so bad. Lin Chinsho laughed. To this extent is good. If too eager to achieve, may give Yi Mingxi a feeling of scum. At that time the good feeling dropped. Then it would be a big loss. Meng, you have so many suitors around you. Why did you find me to accompany you for the interview? Lin Chinsho asked the question he had wanted to ask since he saw Yi Mingxi last night. By all rights he should be ordinary in all other aspects except for being a bit taller. Even the system only gave him an attribute score of 6,666. So how could he be so virtuous as to make a schoolgirl with a face value of 90 or more fall in love with him? It's because you didn't pursue me. Yi Mingxi playfully winked at him. Lin Chinsho laughed sarcastically twice. He originally wasn't a double-minded person, and after having Yi before, he wouldn't look at any other girl more than once, much less have any other thoughts. In Yi's words, he was an honest man. Only today, he was no longer an honest man. Being honest would only lead to being bullied at will. From today, Lin Chinsho would be a sea king, no longer stopping for a tree and developing a forest. I'm from Mountain City. I haven't left my parents since I was a child. Coming to Magic City to study in college was the first time I left my parents to come out and live. When I came to school, I was very confused and disoriented. At this time, the senior was like a ray of light, leading me to adapt to school life, and worried that I was not adapting, taking me to eat for a month, familiarizing myself with all corners of the campus. Yi Mingxi gazed at Lin Chinsho who was driving the car, her eyes radiating a hint of affection. Lin Chinsho suddenly realized that it was because he had encountered himself in a new environment and had become slightly dependent on himself. Surely it is not because of their own charm. Just a girl in the most vulnerable time by their own unintentionally take advantage of the weakness. But this is also a solution to a question in his own heart. At least know why Yi Mingxi has a crush on him. Lin Chinsho drove his car and parked at the entrance of the school. At this time, the campus security guard Wang uncle came up. Inside the campus students are not able to drive in at will. Need to apply for registration. Lin kid, where did you get a sports car? So cool. After the car window fell down. See inside the car driving people Wang uncle some surprise. Lin Chinsho was quite familiar with this security uncle, and hadn't bought him a lot of beer on weekdays. Lin Chinsho took out the cigarettes from the car that he had just picked up at the Golden Trade Center and handed them to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, I just bought a new car. Help me register it. Uncle Wang's eyes rounded when he saw the two white and the world Lin Chinsho handed him. Ahem. Registration is a minor issue. You drive in, and I'll give you the access license tomorrow. Such expensive cigarettes. Don't buy them next time, Uncle Wang said while holding the two cigarettes Lin Chinsho took into his arms. After Lin Chinsho left, Uncle Wang looked around to see if anyone had seen him. He wasn't the only security guard here. He couldn't afford to share such good cigarettes with others. Just now I only focused on the cigarettes. That little girl in Lin Kid's car didn't even see who it was. Uncle Wang muttered under his breath. A Pagani windy sun shuttled through Jiaotong University, drawing the attention of countless people. Lin Qinshu parked the car on the floor of the girls' dormitory. Thank you, senior, for accompanying me to the interview today. Even though I failed the interview, I'm still very happy. When Yi Mingxi was about to open the car door with her hand, she once again turned back and said, a good person like Brother Shou. Many people will like it, including me. As soon as the words fell, Yi Mingxi came to Lin Qinshu's face and gave him a kiss, then quickly got out of the car and ran back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshu was also frozen for a few seconds by this sudden attack, and then the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. With a foot of gas, he left the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17, Skyrocketing Basic Attributes. Parking his car in the dormitory parking area, Lin Qinshu walked back to the dormitory on foot. In Jiaotong University, there were countless students who came by car, so the school had a special parking area for students to park. After all, this was the Magic City, the least of which was the rich second generation. Lin Qinshu, who walked back to the dormitory, found that there was no one in the dormitory, suddenly remembered that today is Friday. Xia Lu took his girlfriend Guan Yan out to play, Fan Xiangxiang went out to look for his buddies, and Li Wushu went out to work. In this dormitory, only Li Wushu's family conditions are slightly worse. Xia Lu is a rich second generation. Lin Qinshu and Fan Chang are relatively better. Not poor, but not rich either. Originally made a small fortune and wanted to take my brothers out to dash for a while, but as a result, they were all away. Lying on the bed, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered that he still had attribute points that were useless. He hurriedly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 7. Physique, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Wind Child. Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villa, unclaimed, balance, 599,053. Except for the strength, which was added by 1 point. Everything else was still 6 points. The system still had a full attribute plus 1 point that he hadn't used. In addition to accompanying Yi Mingxi to the interview, there was still a point of attribute that could be added. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment before deciding to add that one attribute point to physique. When physique is strong, the others can be strong. System, use all the attribute points. In addition, that extra point to add to the physique. Ding! All attributes plus 1. Physique attribute plus 1. Has helped the host to raise. The elevation process is a bit painful. The system will help the host to enter the sleep state. Before Lin Qinshu could react, he was forced to shut down by the system and passed out on the bed. Opening his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Qinshu raised his hand and realized that his body was a bit sticky, and after getting out of bed, he realized that his body had become very light. Right now Lin Qinshu couldn't care about checking himself first. The filth all over his body was emitting a foul odor. After the bath, Lin Qinshu, all the bedding mattresses on the bed to throw. Sleep asleep, these dirt are seeped in. Wash clean will also have a smell. It happens to have the money now, can be replaced with a new one. After doing all this, he opened the system panel to view. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Physique, 8. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Wind Child. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, unclaimed. Balance, 599,053. Physique and strength were both 8. Spirit and charisma were only 7. Lin Qinshu swung his fist, and there was even the sound of fist wind. With his current physique, he should have reached the standard of a special forces soldier. If he met Li Timzong's group again, even if he didn't have IP Man's body, he would still be able to deal with most of them. Lin Qinshu looked in the mirror and realized that his original one-piece abs were now split into 8 pieces. The look also seemed to have become much smoother, and the increase in charisma still had a significant effect. Lin Qinshu picked up his cell phone and found several messages on it. Yi Mingxi, Shou brother. In fact, I only call you a person senior. Oh. Yi Mingxi, brother Shou. I'll call you senior from now on. I think it's more intimate to be called senior. Yi Mingxi, senior, are you busy? Yi Mingxi, senior, is my liking causing you trouble? If so, I can continue to put away my part of the heart. Yi Mingxi, senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you. I shouldn't have confessed to you. Can you not ignore me? The span of time of the message, from the afternoon to the early morning. It seems that he did not reply to the message. Let this niece think too much. Lin Qinshu, Meng, sorry, I fell asleep after coming back yesterday afternoon. Just woke up. Fool, how can your like be troubled? I am too happy to be happy. The message was just sent. Lin Qinshu just wanted to exit to see other messages. Yi Mingxi's reply came. Yi Mingxi, great, I thought that the senior will ignore me in the future. Oh. I didn't sleep for a night just to wait for news from the senior. So now is senior accepting me? Lin Qinshu was a bit surprised. Is this the woman after the good sense reaches 90? He actually stayed up all night because he didn't reply to the message, which made his vanity instantly burst off. Lin Qinshu, you go to sleep first. When you wake up from sleep, I will tell you face to face. I don't have the habit of expressing my feelings on WeChat. Yi Mengshi, aha, I'm going to sleep. When I wake up I'll send a message to senior. Lin Qinshu exited the page where he chatted with Yi Mengshi, and saw that Chen Jia also sent him a message, saying that she thanked him. Because of his son she prioritized the 17th floor of the Golden Trade Tower to rent to her, and asked Lin Qinshu if he had time to have dinner in the evening, or something like that. Lin Qinshu returned in no time, and did not say more, although the beauty of the date, but at night he thought he should have to make a date with Yi Mengshi, and then how to sleep. The night Yi Mengshi should also wake up. First of all, this to the mouth to eat, and then go to the development of the next line. Chen Jie, who had just arrived at the company, did not look too good when she saw Lin Qinshu's message. After all, this is the first time to ask a boy to dinner. It was actually rejected so cleanly, without even explaining why he wasn't available. After typing so many words himself, he ended up giving her 2 words back. If it was any other man, he would have explained a whole lot about why he was not available, right? Nope, any other man would not have rejected her at all. Lin Qinshu, I will definitely make you regret rejecting me. Lin Qinshu also didn't know that the 2 words he casually replied back had aroused Chen Jia's desire to win. Chen Jia was now not only curious to know Lin Qinshu, but her proud desire to win had also been aroused. Lin Qinshu, who stayed in the dormitory, didn't know these things. He transferred the 600,000 yesterday and was planning to transfer some money to his parents. Lin Qinshu thought about it, decided to turn 100,000 home. Turned too much, but the family did not dare to accept. On this $100,000 he had to explain half a day, taking out his cell phone to operate. The results popped up a limit interface. His Magic City bank card daily limit of 10,000 yuan. Scratch that. What a humiliation for him, the future godly man. It seems like he has to go to the Magic City bank today to deal with this limit issue. After going to the bank he also had to go and claim that house, and live in that new house for the weekend. Lin Qinshu changed his clothes, and realized that his clothes were now getting a little tight, and after the improvement of his physique turned his flab into tendon meat, his clothes couldn't even fit. Chapter 18, Meeting Chen Shanshan again. Gotta go buy some new clothes to wear. Taking his car keys to the parking lot, he found many students standing around his car taking pictures. It's actually a Pagani Son of the Wind. This is a divine car. Only 100 luxury sports cars were built in total. Each one costs $25 million. Although our school doesn't lack rich second generation, there shouldn't be many rich second generation who can drive a $20 million sports car like this. That's because you don't know. There's no shortage of rich people in Magic City. There aren't many of these Pagani wins in the country. If you can let me go up and drive it twice, I'd like to call the owner of the car my righteous father. Nice try. You want to call someone your father, but they still don't see you as a lewd son. Excuse me. This group of student brothers surrounded Lin Qinshu's car, and it was a little difficult for him to squeeze in. Have you come to admire the divine car too? Can't you see there's a line? I got to this spot first. Why should I give it to you? An onlooker stood up straight and wouldn't let him in. Lin Qinshu helplessly took out his car key and pressed it. You guys are blocking my car. Shock. Petrified. I thought the owner of the car was a handsome, dashing, self-possessed aura of the rich second generation. The result is an unattractive ordinary student. Although it is not ugly, but how to look at it is not like a rich man compared to their impression of the rich second generation is far from it. Lin Qinshu did not care about their shock. A pull away from the students blocking the road, got into the car and went away. Lin Qinshu navigated to the nearest Magic City bank. This place makes him feel a little familiar. Suddenly remembered that this is not the last time to send that Chen Shanshan to the place. He suddenly remembered that this was the place where he had sent that Shanshan last time, and wondered if she had passed the interview. Lin Qinshu parked his car and walked into the Magic City bank, and just as he entered, he saw Chen Shanshan, dressed in the bank's black uniform. In front of her was a middle-aged woman who seemed to be Chen Shanshan's superior and was lecturing her. Why do you think you were hired by us? Do you know how many students graduate from the University of Finance and Economics every year? A whole lot of graduate students come to our bank for interviews and all of them are brushed aside. What makes you able to be hired? Because you're beautiful. Your beauty is an advantage, letting you go to interview customers, and you still dare to offend them. Do you not want to work? The middle-aged woman chided. Being scolded like this in this bank hall, Chen Shanshan's face looked aggrieved and unwilling. This is Chen Shanshan's second day at work. On her first day at work, the the boss in front of her arranged a petition for her. The petitioner was the son of a conglomerate, and the moment he saw Chen Shanshan, the rich young man's eyes glazed over and he said he was willing to cooperate with Chen Shanshan in all her endeavors. Chen Shanshan thought she was lucky to have met a good customer, but when the other party's salty hand on her shoulder said he wanted to take her to a room, she realized that the other party was up to no good, and quickly got up to give the other party a slap, and ran away. That conglomerate's great young man immediately called the Magic City Bank to complain about Chen Shanshan, and even threatened to withdraw the money and no longer cooperate with the Magic City Bank. So there was this scene. Young Lee said that as long as you go over there today and satisfy him with your attitude, he will designate you as his private bank. At that time, you will be able to stay and work, and even with a private bank client, your salary will go up a few times, and you will be able to transfer right away. Think about it yourself. Is your insignificant things important, or is having a better material life important? The middle-aged woman turned around with a cold snort and walked into the office. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value higher than 90 points has been detected to be experiencing difficulties. Choice 1, ignore it and let the beauty go into the tiger's mouth. Rewarded with $10 million in cash. Choice 2, become Chen Shanshan's personal bank. Help her complete her depositing performance and succeed in getting a promotion and a raise. Rewarded with $1 billion in due currency. Rewarded with the godly pretentious godly car Lamborghini Poison. Lin Qinsho, who was standing in front of the bank to watch the fun, was startled by this sudden mission tone. Looking carefully at the tasks on the panel, he felt that he wanted both of them. At present, what he lacked the most was cash. As long as he didn't do anything, he could get $10 million. If he helped Chen Shanshan, he could get 1 billion Do coins for himself. That Do coins are not much use to him who doesn't watch live streams much, unless he finds someone to join forces with, and frantically rewards to convert the money out. There was also a Lamborghini Poison, a reward that was slightly redundant for him. His Pagani Son of the Wind hadn't even driven enough for 100 kilometers. Another new car. He had also heard that the Poison was a $100 million luxury car. He would rather that this 100 million be turned into cash. Having it in his pocket is really having it. Lin Qinsho thought for a moment or decided to choose the second item. The results of the two choices are favorable to him, but he is not accustomed to see the beautiful sheep into the tiger's mouth. How can such a beautiful girl give up their hands? Lin Qinsho walked behind Chen Shanshan. Hello, I would like to ask, in order to raise the card limit need to take the number? Lin Qinsho pretended to consult. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him was very low. If he didn't make a chance encounter, the later plan could not be carried out. Chen Shanshan hurriedly wiped the aggrieved tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around with a smile on her face, and when she saw Lin Qinsho, both of them froze at the same time. Chen Shanshan was frozen because she saw Lin Qinsho, but Lin Qinsho saw Chen Shanshan smile. Although there was some short time together that day, she had not seen Chen Shanshan smile all the way. The original face value of more than 90 points of the beauty of the smile is so stunning. Beautiful people suffocated. Chen Shanshan was the first to react and said, "Thank you for that day." Lin Qinsho laughed and joked. "It seems that the interview was successful, so you have the money to compensate me for repairing the car." Chen Shanshan immediately became a bit flustered. "That, I just started working. I'll pay you back when I get paid." Lin Qinsho waved his hand. "I'm just kidding. How about this? The tears in the corners of your eyes haven't dried up yet. I'm a bit nosy. You tell me why you're crying. I don't need you to fix it." Lin Qinsho used back to the old ways. Chen Shanshan shook her head with a bitter smile. She was not yet in the habit of spilling her guts to strangers. "You just said you want to raise your limit, right? Come over here. Let me help you with it. Give me your ID and bank card for a moment." Chen Shanshan walked to the side and picked up a tablet computer. Lin Qinsho saw that his old ways had no effect, so he could only leave it for now. After Chen Shanshan gave the tablet a go, she saw the balance in Lin Qinsho's card, more than $590,000. For those who work in the bank, this amount of money is really a relatively rare balance. But for Chen Shanshan, this was the biggest sum of money she had ever seen. After all, it was only her second day at work. "You have a limit of $10,000 a day in here. How much do you need to adjust it to?" Chen Shanshan went into a working state, making Lin Qinsho on the side look a bit mesmerized. Chapter 19, Low-End Customers. Ahem, can we not have a limit? Lin Qinsho thought back. Having a limit is always troublesome. Although there are only more than $500,000 in there now, it will be more and more afterward. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, today should be the day when the Golden Trade Tower collects the rent. Soon he will have a large amount of rent in his account. It would be too difficult to engage in a limit. My authority can help you open up to 100,000 a day at most. If you don't have a limit, you'll have to have a private bank with a specialized bank treasurer. Shanshan had attended training about working in a bank before she came to work, so she still knew a little bit about these things. Private bank? Lin Qinshu didn't know anything about this and didn't know what it meant. Chen Shanshan patiently explained. Private banking means that in this bank, there is a financial director who is specifically responsible for your account balance, and you have to reach a very high deposit to apply for private banking. Lin Qinshu suddenly realized, with his current deposit cannot do private bank, then this limit can only wait again. The deposit of a private bank has to reach more than $50 million before you can apply for it, or apply for a good quota from above to convince a client to deposit $50 million to come. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up when he heard this. $50 million only. Wouldn't it be solved by asking Sun Ji to transfer a portion of the rent over first in advance? Lin Qinshu's eyes turned slightly, and a plan was born in his mind once again. Actually, just now I heard what your boss admonished you for. Would it be helpful for you if I became your private bank client? Lin Qinshu proposed. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu dumbfounded, not knowing what he meant by that. After she came back to her senses, she said, since you heard it, it's okay to tell you. Originally, that Mr. Lee's deposits reached $50 million. That's why my boss asked me to apply to be his private banker. Who knows that surnamed Lee is unsuspecting? Moving his hands, was I slapped? She was still furious talking about this. Student Lin, first of all, I'd like to thank you, but I still don't need your help. This kind of dirty place, I don't want to stay for even a moment longer. Big deal, I'll go to a takeaway. I have hands and feet, I can't be starved to death. Chen Shanshan suddenly figured out that it was impossible for her to go to Li Xiao for forgiveness, so she could only say goodbye to this hard-won job. As for Lin Qinshu's comment about helping her, she didn't put it in her mind. She probably also thought that Lin Qinshu couldn't help her, and just casually said so. Lin Qinshu also admired this kind of self-respecting person. In his place, there may be countless times when he bowed down for money, but having too much self-esteem would be exhausting. Moreover, he still had a mission ahead of him. He had to help Chen Shanshan take care of the trouble in front of him before he could get his reward. Can you guarantee that you won't be treated like this elsewhere? Once you were able to leave your job and escape, what about the next time? This society is such that no matter where you go or what industry you're in, your pretty appearance is a flower that attracts bees. To completely solve this phenomenon in you is to make yourself excellent. Lin Qinshu's expression became serious as he said these words. Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that the man in front of her seemed to be much more agreeable than the other day. And she didn't know if it was because Lin Qinshu's charm had grown a bit or if Chen Shanshan had changed her mind about him. Lin Qinshu didn't wait for Chen Shanshan's reply. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Manager's son, call the rent received first to my Magic City bank card. Lin Qinshu didn't know if the group of people in the Golden Trade Tower were punctual in paying their rent, because Majin Media owed 2/4 of rent, and who knew if there would be other merchants who owed the same. Okay, this side immediately take the special channel, to ensure that the rent can be in 2 minutes to your card. Sun Ji was originally thinking of handling it within today, but he didn't expect Lin Qinshu to call early in the morning. In his opinion, this might be Mr. Lin testing his ability to do his job, and he hoofed it to handle the matter after hanging up the phone. Just hung up the phone, not much time. The phone will ring, the message tone. Lin Qinshu looked at the outdated Fruit 8 generation cell phone, thinking that he seems to should also change a better one. Previously, because of the lack of money, plus this phone to play games is still smooth. Now it is different. With his current ability, by dozens of units used to play games are no problem. Hello esteemed customer. Your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card received a transfer of 300,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 300,599,053 yuan, $300 million. I didn't expect to have $300 million in one quarter. Has Sun Ji already collected all the rent so early? This made Lin Qinshu himself confused. The original bank balance of $590,000 was already considerable for him, and he hadn't even started to use the money yet, when suddenly an extra $300 million came out. The second message on his cell phone was from Sun Ji, meaning that he had already collected all the rent, and some of it was left in the building account, and he transferred a round number to Lin Qinshu. Tap, tap, tap. The stairs beside him resounded with the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. A woman in a bank uniform ran downstairs. Lin Qinshu sized up the other party and realized that she was also a pretty girl, but she walked with a twist, as if she was walking like this on purpose, showing off. The girl rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Shanshan. Even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to use it. Originally, I was to find Mr. Lee. Sister Wu asked me to give you a chance to perform, but you blew it. Now there's another big customer in the bank. Just transferred $300 million to our bank account. I won't let you have this one anymore. Let you mess up one more customer, then our branch may be removed. The middle-aged woman who reprimanded Chen Shanshan just now also opened the office door and walked out. Seeing Chen Shanshan still in the same place, her brows frowned and reprimanded, "Why are you still here? why don't you hurry up and go look for Li Xiao? Chen Shanshan bit her lip. Her brows knitted slightly. I'm working on a limit upgrade for this guest. As soon as the words fell, the woman on the side burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. It seems you are only worthy of doing these unimpressive things. In vain. Sister Wu still has high hopes for you. It's really sad. The woman finished with a mocking tone and also looked at Lin Qinshu with contempt. The middle-aged woman known as Sister Wu also shook her head in disappointment. Is this how the Magic City Bank treats its guests? Lin Qinshu was also a bit angry and laughed. This green tea actually didn't avoid him at all, calling him a low-end person right in front of him. The woman was even more disdainful after hearing this as the deposit 100,000 or 200,000. Do you know how much I'm going to find that customer deposit later? Compared to several $100 million of customers, you are low-end. After saying that, she took out her phone and called. This is the big customer information that she just asked from the inside. All along her that private bank's quota was not given out, just to wait for a big customer. What I miss is not saying anything. What I miss is dreaming together. Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang at the right time. From their conversation just now, he could hear that the big customer of 300 million should be him, and the other party still said he was a low-end customer in front of him. Chapter 20, Mr. Lin, please stay. Lin Qinshu smiled coldly and picked up the phone. Mr. Lin, I'm Yang Yan from Magic City Bank. This side sees that you have a sum of $300 million deposited into our bank. It has reached our bank's private banking standards. From today onwards, Xiao Yang is here to serve you 24 hours a day. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Yan's fawning look appeared from her face, and she also purposely aggravated the tone of 24 hours. Is that so? But just now someone said that I'm a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu looked at Yang Yan, who had her back to herself, with a sneer on her face. How could that be? You are so powerful. Yang Yan suddenly reacted and turned around violently, seeing Lin Qinshu who was holding the phone and was looking at her coldly. Lin, Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you just now, so I said something unpleasant. Yang Yan was worthy of being the green tea that Lin Qinshu had identified. She hurriedly replaced the look of dismay and changed it into a smiling face to come in front of Lin Qinshu and bowed in apology, revealing that deep gully. At this moment, Chen Shanshan has been stunned. Originally Lin Qinshu said to help her. She also thought that the other party casually said, did not expect to easily transfer it into the account of 300 million? 300 million ah. She could not earn that much money even if she worked 2 more lifetimes. And Sister Wu reacted quickly stepped forward. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the finance director of this bank. Wu Shi, I'm very sorry. It's me who is not good at disciplining, letting all these employees speak without thinking. Don't rush to apologize to Mr. Lin. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you. Yang Yan said and threw a wink full of hints towards Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu pretended not to see it. The attitude of Magic City Bank is too disappointing to me. Originally it was for Shan Shan's sake that I transferred the funds over. But now that I see you guys are bullying Shan Shan so much, then I don't need to transfer in the subsequent billions anymore. Shan Shan, hand in your resignation. You can't stay in a place like this. Big deal. Go to my company and work as a financier. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. When Wu Shi and Yang Yan heard this, their faces immediately became horrified. There are still $1 billion to be transferred in? If such a big client left the Magic City Bank because of the two of them, then both of their jobs would basically be cold as well. Shan Shan why didn't you tell us earlier if you have such a big client as Mr. Lin? Making our branches all slack off on Mr. Lin. Now Wu Shi has long put what Li Xiao behind her. This Mr. Lin in front of her can be compared to 6 Li Xiao. What's going on? What are they all blocking here for? A middle-aged man walked into the bank, frowning and drinking. Wu Shi saw the bank president coming and hurriedly went forward to explain the reason to him. When the bank president understood the situation, he immediately changed his smiling face to welcome Lin Qinshu. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the president of this branch. Wu Shougang, let's move to my office and talk. Lin Qinshu gave a took Chen Shanshan's hand and followed behind Wu Shougang. Chen Shanshan's face was slightly red. This was the first time she was held by a man's hand. And just now Lin Qinshu's mouthful of Shanshan made her blush, but she knew that Lin Qinshu was helping her, and was intentionally putting on a show for the others to see, so she didn't make a sound. Inside the governor's office, Wu Shougang was handing out a huazi to Lin Qinshu with a fawning smile on his face. As the bank president he could bend and bend. He was high and mighty in front of his subordinates, but in front of the gold master he could be a cow and a horse. First of all, regardless of whether or not the billions that Lin Qinshu said existed, but people did indeed have 300 million in this bank. Mr. Lin, it's my fault for not disciplining the people below me and letting them be rude. My side is willing to give you a big gift package, and then assign you the best financial team that can help you do a good job of risk control and so on. Your side to see what other requirements. We are all good to discuss. Wu Shougang's doggy style made Lin Qinshu feel incredibly comfortable inside. This is how rich people feel. Does Governor Wu think I would care about the so-called big gift package and the finance team? I transferred the money to your bank because of Shan, but now it makes me feel disappointed. Shan doesn't intend to do it anymore. Approve the resignation on your side. I'll take Shan away. Lin Qinshu used retreat as a way to advance. His purpose was a mission to help Qin Shanshan solve her predicament and even get a promotion and a raise. It was impossible for someone who had just joined the workforce to be promoted immediately. So Lin Qinshu could only use this method to force the other party to let Qin Shanshan be promoted. Wu Shougang looked at Qin Shanshan slightly deep meaning. Just now Wu Shi told him the process, but Qin Shanshan matter a bite to take over. It seems that the main reason is out of this girl awe. Wu Shougang's eyes slightly turned. His face showed a bright smile. Xiao Chun, hello. You just came to work. We are considered to be the first time to meet. Magic City Bank is still very good. It is that some people may be too busy because I am too busy, negligent in their discipline. So they will do some things that make you unhappy. This matter I will give you a satisfactory answer. Resignation this matter. You see. Qin Shanshan was a bit at a loss for words as she looked towards Lin Qinshu. Wu Shougang was obviously targeting Lin Qinshu, and keeping her was just to keep Lin Qinshu as a big client. But she didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Qinshu because of her own affairs. That's why she looked at him. Lin Qinshu gently patted the back of her hand to Wu Shougang. Said President Wu, jobs can be found anywhere. Rather than let Shanshan suffer here, it would be better to let her resign. With my strength is not unable to support her. If this is the sincerity of your Magic City Bank, then we will take our leave. Lin Qinshu pulled Qin Shanshan up from the sofa and was about to walk towards the door. Mr. Lin, please stay. Wu Shougang hurriedly stood up. Losing such a big client like this would be a big loss for their bank. Inside, he was also constantly cursing Wu Shi and Yang Yan, two smelly ES who had accomplished more than they had lost. Lin Qinshu stopped and turned back. President Wu, don't say I'm hard to talk to. I'll give you one more chance. Give me a satisfactory proposal. Otherwise, this 300 million I will let other banks come to you to transfer out. The money went into the bank, and if you wanted to transfer out the full amount again, the bank would set all sorts of restrictions. However, if Lin Qinshu had gotten another bank to act as a full agent, these things would have become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in view of the harm done to you by the arrogance of some of our bank's employees, we are hereby demoting Wu Shi from finance director to finance specialist. Yang Yan's finance specialist is demoted to the bank's front desk, and Qin Shanshan is promoted to finance director and Mr. Lin's private bank butler. Do you find this treatment satisfactory? Wu Shougang gritted his teeth and made the personnel transfer. Wu Shi was his cousin. Now in order to keep the big clients, the cousin had to be sold out as well. Chapter 21, Yunlu Mountain Villa Number 1. The corner of Lin Qinshu's mouth raised an imperceptible smile. His purpose was basically accomplished. Since that's the case, then I'm not a difficult person to talk to, and any further dissatisfaction would be excessive. So let's do as Governor Wu says. I'm very relieved to have Shanshan as my private bank butler. Qin Shanshan was also overwhelmed by the news at the moment, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. After reacting, she quickly refused. No, President, I'm just a newcomer. I don't have what it takes to be the treasurer. Please take back your order. This pig teammate. Lin Qinshu cursed in his heart. But Wu Shougang is also a person who is awake. Naturally will not let Qin Shanshan refused. It does not matter. I will let Wu Shi to be your assistant, so that you can familiarize yourself with the work. This matter is settled. I have already submitted the personnel appointment letter to the above. With my status as a branch chief, it will be done in a day at most. Wu Shougang was afraid that Lin Qinshu would back out, and as he spoke, he struck the keyboard. As soon as the words fell, the application for appointment had already passed into the review, and an announcement was released on the official website of Magic City Bank. Qin Shanshan didn't even have a chance to refuse. She was just promoted. Seeing that his task was completed, Lin Qinshu also planned to leave. Then I'd like to thank Governor Wu for taking care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I still have things to do in the afternoon, so I won't be accompanying you for lunch. You've just become a director and also have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Qinshu said as he opened his hands and gave Qin Shanshan a quick hug, then left the place with quick steps. After acting for so long, he was getting into the act. He had helped Qin Shanshan get a promotion and a raise, so it wasn't too much to ask for a hug. Qin Shanshan was still in a daze. She didn't even react when Lin Qinshu hugged her. Only now did her face turn slightly red. This is the first time she has grown up, and the opposite sex have such intimate behavior. She also knows that Lin Qinshu is taking advantage of her, but at the moment she does not seem to resent it. Sitting in the car, Lin Qinshu was still reminiscing about the soft embrace just now. While Qin Shanshan did not react, he asked for some interest. It is not too much. Lin Qinshu took out his cell phone and searched for the phone number of the sales department of Yunlu Mountain Villa. Today, the house was claimed, and in the evening, he took Yi Mingxi out for a meal to carry out the dating ceremony and bid farewell to the life of the 5 girls. Ever since he had been in a cold war with Yi for a few months, he had relied on the 5 girls to release the pressure in his heart. Hello Mr. Lin, this is Li Qing, are you coming over today? As soon as the phone was connected, the other party directly called out Lin Qinshu's name. These gold medal sales still had a few overachievers. Yes, I'm coming over now. About half an hour or so. Lin Qinshu tapped the navigation and looked at it. The distance was less than 20 kilometers, but the traffic in the city was more complicated. Half an hour was about right. Alright, Li Qing is waiting for you. Boom. Lin Qinshu kicked the gas and left the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Chen Shanshan get a promotion and a raise. Rewarding 1 billion do coins. Rewarding the godly pretentious godly car Lamborghini Poison. Ding! Lamborghini Poison has been placed in the host's Yunlu Villa garage. Ding! The corner of Lin Qinshu's mouth also raised a smile when he heard the beep. Lamborghini Poison. Worth 100 million. $1 billion in fighting currency. A ratio of 1 to 10. Charging 100 million to have $1 billion in fighting currency. If converted out, that would be $50 million. But for Lin Qinshu's financial strength now, there was no need to convert it out. Just use it to give the anchor a reward. Most importantly, this mission rescued a young girl with a face value of 93 points, and I believe that I have also left a trace in her heart. The days to come, as long as I work harder, I will be able to conquer Chen Shanshan. In the past, Lin Qinshu always thought of treating people with single-mindedness, but after the He incident, and after getting this divine hero system, it made him feel that his previous self was a stupid ex. He actually went to give up a forest for a tree. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshu arrived at the sales department of Yunlu Mountain Villa. A glance at the front door of the sales department. In addition to 2 tall security guards, there was only one wearing a black uniform skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk, a pair of bright big eyes on the pretty face. The corner of the mouth showed a trace of the trademark smile. After seeing Lin Qinshu, he walked slowly and greeted. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the sales and housekeeper in charge of your Yunlu Villa's number 1, and I am dedicated to providing you with 24-hour service. 24-hour service? Is this the same as what I thought? Lin Qinshu unfolded his reverie because of Li Qing's words. The Li Qing in front of her had not triggered the system's beep, which meant that her face value had not reached 90 points. But in Lin Qinshu's opinion, even if it wasn't 90 points, it was still very close. How could there be a score of 85 or more? Such a big beautiful woman telling you that she's at your service 24 hours a day. Who could do that without thinking about it? Mr. Lin, this way please. Li Qing was smiling. She was used to the way men looked at her. Everyone was eager to get her. Although she didn't reject this kind of thing, but she had to find one with potential. Those old men couldn't even move for a few years, so it would be better to keep her body and save her value. And when she met a good one, she would come back to offer herself. And now Lin Qinshu is the target of her investigation, because it is very young, and can spend a one-time 500 million to buy Yunlu Mountain Villa number 1 people. Financial strength cannot be underestimated. Lin Qinshu withdrew that aggressive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps. On the way, Li Qing was explaining the information about this Yunlu Villa 1. Mr. Lin, Yunlu Villa number 1 is the king of the Yunlu Villa's building, which was initially bought by a mysterious tycoon for 880 million. And after this king of building was bought, that mysterious tycoon didn't come to live in it, and some time ago, he urgently sold it, and now the owner of this king of building has become you. Lin Qinshu was a bit surprised. He remembered that the system told him that it was a mansion worth $500 million, while the last time he bought it was $880 million, so it seemed that the price was inflated. What the system had calculated was the true price of this Yunlu Mountain Villa 1. The two of them arrived at this huge manor, and the sight at the front door made Lin Qinshu dumbfounded. Only 2 rows of maids in black made dresses with black silk under their feet stood at the entrance. What is this? Lin Qinshu looked at the many beautiful women, each with a face value of no less than 80 points. With a tall figure and each pair of long legs wearing black silk. Li Qing laughed softly and explained these 6 women were originally recruited by the previous homeowner who asked me to help him, to be responsible for living and eating. As a result, the owner sold the house to you just after recruiting them. These maids also lost their jobs, so Li Qing took it upon herself to let them stay for one more day to see if you need these maids. Chapter 22, I've lost my ing worries. I need it. I can be too needy. Lin Qinshu cried out inwardly. 6 pairs of black silk legs swing in front of his eyes every day. What a wonderful thing that would be. Lin Qinshu still remained calm on the surface, not expressing his longing heart. Tell me more. Let's look at the house first and introduce me to the layouts. Lin Qinsho walked through the middle of those 6 maids after speaking indifferently. This scene made Li Qing feel a little surprised. Originally, after seeing Lin Qinsho keep staring at her legs, she had already felt that this was a womanizer, and for this kind of person it was very good to hold. As a result, now that more beautiful women had appeared, the other party was instead calm. Was he faking it? Or was the feeling she got before an illusion? Li Qing quickly stepped forward to introduce Yunlu Mountain Villa to Lin Qinsho. Li Qing walked to Lin Qinsho's side, intentionally or unintentionally approaching Lin Qinsho, and Lin Qinsho also knew what she meant, and did not move to look at her. Yunlu Mountain Villa could be called a mountain villa. First of all, the place was big enough. Behind the house there was a golf course, huge gardens, a basketball court. Upstairs there was a temperature-controlled swimming pool, and in the basement the wine cellar still contained a large amount of famous wines, which were all left behind by the previous owner. Upon arriving at the side parking lot, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Poison came into view. When did this car appear here? It wasn't there before. Li Qing felt a little surprised when she saw the Lamborghini Poison. She often came here and had never seen this car before. This is my car. I had it sent here. Lin Qinsho didn't know what method the system used to get the car here, so he could only open his own mouth and take the matter down. Visiting the entire mountain villa took most of half an hour. The two returned to the hall of the house. Lin Qinsho sat on the sofa that was worth 7 figures. On the side of each of the 6 maids walked over with a plate, some with red wine, some with fruits and snacks and other things. When they put it on the table, they still put it on the table after sitting down on their knees. The shapely curves made the fire that had been so hard to suppress rubbed off on him again. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Qinsho's eyes, and took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Lin, these maids are all high school students, but their majors are a little cold. There is a dance department, there is a singing department, there is also a gourmet department, bartending department, etc. You can consider keeping them. You can consider leaving them behind. Regarding the hygiene of the villa and the maintenance of the gardens, there are special people in charge of our community. They can be responsible for some of your living and living." These skills were still cold? There were living categories, and entertainment categories, completely in line with the standard of a rich family's maidservant. Lin Qinsho glanced at Li Qing thoughtfully. "How is their salary?" Li Qing smiled and responded, $500,000 a year. $500,000 a year, in this magic city is considered less, and these are beautiful, or high school students, although the professional side of the cold, but how to go out to work can take at $200,000 or $300,000 a year. Right, what about yours? Lin Qinsho not only wants these maids, Li Qing he also wants. After all, these maids and all the affairs of Yunlu Villa No. 1 was originally managed by Li Qing. Li Qing didn't seem to be surprised by Lin Qinsho's question. Just now she had taken her proudest place all the way to hit Lin Qinsho's arm, just so that she could also be in his eyes. "I'm mainly responsible for after-sales housekeeper type services, and my salary is between $800 to $1,000,000 a year. Does Mr. Lin want to poach me over as well?" Li Qing blinked and asked knowingly. Who knew that Lin Qinsho did not follow the norm and smiled faintly. "No matter. I just asked casually." "In that case, then these 6 people stay. Before the annual salary of $500,000. Now I can give you $1 million annual salary. Give me your card numbers. I'll arrange for the transfer now." Lin Qinsho took a sip of red wine. It felt that the red wine was not bad. There was no bitterness in the entrance, and only after swallowing it did he have some sweetness back. Looking down, it was written in English as Romane Conti, so it was a world-famous wine. No wonder it was so good. Li Qing on the side was dumbfounded. The person who originally thought that he could be taken casually, actually did not follow common sense. Lin Qinsho did want Li Qing to stay here as a housekeeper, but Li Qing was too proud. Although her attitude was humble on the surface, the arrogance in her bones still made him feel it. This kind of person who wanted to pin down the master, he had to thwart her. From the time they met until now, Li Qing has always led the pace, to control Lin Qinsho in her rhythm. Lin Qinsho is not stupid. If Lin Qinsho's love brain had been in love before, he might have gotten into the other side's way, but now Lin Qinsho had just gone through a breakup, and his mind was incredibly clear, plus his attribute points had been raised, which had weeded out his love brain. The other 6 maids were overjoyed to hear that Lin Qinsho was going to give them a raise to stay, and came forward to introduce themselves. "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui. My major is in the gourmet department and I can make all sorts of food and treats." "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Man. My major is in dance. I can give you a dance if you're bored." "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Xiaoxi. My major is singing. I can sing for you when you want to listen to music, and I can also sing backup for Man when she dances." "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Song Yu. I graduated from the music department with a degree in musical instruments. I'm good at a variety of instruments such as the piano, guitar and those. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Shallow, my major is bartender. I can mix all kinds of alcohol, even drinks can be done. Oh, hello Mr. Lin, my name is Han Frost, I'm majoring in the medical department. I can take care of you and dispense medicine for you if you're not feeling well in the future. Oh, Han Frost said and even pulled out a stethoscope from her jacket pocket. The 6 women introduced themselves while making slightly sexy gestures, making Lin Qinshuo's mouth go dry as he watched. Ahem, let me start with my requirements. The first one is the question of address. You guys will uniformly address me as master from now on. If anyone can't accept it, they can leave. I won't force them. The 6 women looked at each other. Their pretty faces were slightly flushed as they sweetly shouted at Lin Qinshuo master. Lin Qinshuo was crisped to the bone by these several masters. This feeling is really too good. Several maids have their own strengths, letting him finally feel how the life of a rich man is like. Who said you don't lose things after being rich? I lost my worries. Lin Qinshuo cried out inwardly. The second requirement is that Han Frost has to change into clothing that matches your specialty. And now you guys bring your bank cards over. I'll give you your first year's salary first. Lin Qinshuo pulled out his cell phone and looked at them. Chapter 23, Pinpointing Li Qing. A hint of hesitation appeared in the 6 women's expressions, causing Lin Qinshuo to be a bit puzzled. He was going to pay them their wages first, but they hesitated instead. Master, you're paying us now. Aren't you afraid we'll run away? Li Shui asked the question they wanted to ask. They were both worried that this was Lin Qinshuo testing if they really dared to take out their cards. Lin Qinshuo smiled indistinctly. So it was because of this that they were indifferent. Don't worry. This is to really pay your wages. As for whether you will run after receiving your wages, then I can only say whatever you want. Because of this 1 million on the run, when it comes to it, I still don't know whose loss is greater. When the 6 women heard this, their eyes were all firm, and they quickly returned to their rooms to get their cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Qinshuo, then they would definitely pass the test and stay. Lin Qinshuo leaned on the sofa and sipped the expensive Romane Conti, when he suddenly saw Li Qing on the side. Ms. Li, you haven't left yet. I've already familiarized myself with this house. Besides, I still have these maids that can take me to familiarize myself with it. So go back and get busy first. Li Qing's face was a little embarrassed. She thought that Lin Qinshuo was just joking just now. Now that people had opened their mouths and gave their expulsion orders, then they weren't joking anymore. Moreover, the scene where Lin Qinshuo had just given the maids a raise in salary had really scared her. The original annual salary of $500,000 was directly driven to 1 million. It felt like it wasn't money. If she could stay here, her annual salary could be doubled. Li Qing was about to open her mouth to say something. Li Shui's women had already taken their cards over. Lin Qinshuo transferred 1,200,000 to them in turn, and when all the women received a text message reminder, they were all confused. Actually really give them the first paycheck, and an extra 200,000. This 200,000 is the money for you to buy clothes and jewelry on a daily basis. You don't have to simply wear professional clothes. Aren't there a lot of cosplay secondary yuan costumes now? As long as it's suitable you can buy it and wear it. Whoever performs well, there will also be bonuses. Lin Qinshuo thought about such a good figure. Not trying more other costumes is not a waste. Moreover, the purpose of his first paycheck was to stimulate Li Qing. Giving an extra $200,000 was just pulling out a leg hair for him in general. Not only was Li Shui's 6 women stunned, even Li Qing on the side was stunned, although she just said that her annual salary of 80 to 1 million. In fact, she helped the owners to deal with all kinds of chores, recruitment and so on. The red envelope plus salary is only annual salary of 600,000 only. When the owner of this Yunlu Mountain Villa number 1 spent $500,000 to recruit a maid, she was also moved, only that her appetite wasn't just for this $500,000, she hoped to get more, so she held back. Now that those maids were earning $1 million a year, and there was an extra 200,000 for them to buy clothes, it instantly made Li Qing feel regretful. What in the world was she pretending to be sober about? Or else she would have had that $1,200,000 by now. Thinking of this, Li Qing's eyes became firm, said to Lin Qinshuo, Mr. Lin, do you see the need for me to do your housekeeper, such as payroll these trifles? I can help you on your behalf, and you only need to command me a word. I can arrange for all the things. 24 hours for your service. Li Qing deliberately aggravated the tone of those 24 hours. The corner of Lin Qinshuo's mouth raised an imperceptible smile, but on the surface, he looked embarrassed. But for this kind of thing, it's the same if I let Li Shui and the others do it. When Li Qing heard this, her face changed and she hurriedly looked at the 6 women with a pleading expression. The 6 women originally stayed to be introduced to Lin Qinshuo because of Li Qing's help, and the kind-hearted women also remembered this favor, but they didn't dare to open their mouths for fear of arousing the new boss's displeasure. Han Frost gritted her teeth and stood out. Master, usually we are managed by Sister Li Qing. If it is possible, can you recruit Sister Li Qing over as well? I can take a pay cut and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Frost gratefully. At the same time, the other 5 women also spoke out at the same time to persuade her, roughly meaning something similar to Han Frost. Lin Qinsho's face turned cold. Are you guys forcing me to do something? The women's faces suddenly changed, and they all stood still, not daring to speak again. Li Qing smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, don't blame them. They are too kind-hearted. They met such a good boss as you, and hope that I can be together as well. Li Qing understood what Mr. Lin meant and left. If Mr. Lin has any subsequent needs, he can also contact me at any time. Li Qing stood up forlornly and walked towards the door. It seemed that at this moment her inner pride was completely shattered. It seemed that she could only go back to work in the position she once held, although there were more things to do, but the income was also still relatively substantial. She just wasn't too happy that such a good opportunity was made to disappear by herself. Wait! Lin Qinsho called out to stop Li Qing, who was about to walk out the door. Alas! I can't stand it when women beg me for favors. Ms. Li will stay as well, but your treatment will be the same as theirs. Is this acceptable? Lin Qinsho shook his head inside. Li Qing was instantly elated at his words. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely perform myself well and do everything Mr. Lin commands. As long as the salary was the same as other women, she would be satisfied. Where would there be any objections? Besides, Lin Qinsho was so generous. Staying would only get more. Still calling Mr. Lin? You were there just now. You should know what the name calling is when you work at my place, right? Lin Qinsho smiled. Why wouldn't he want Li Qing? From the very beginning, he had felt that Li Qing was a very capable person, and to subdue her now after thwarting her arrogance like this would only make her heart grateful. Instead of looking like she was obedient on the surface, but superior on the inside. Yes, master. Li Qing wasn't that squirmy and shouted out those 2 words without hesitation. Thank you, master, for being willing to accept Sister Li Qing. Han Frost was the first to come up to Lin Qinsho's face and give him a kiss. The rest of the women followed suit, making Lin Qinsho secretly happy. In the end, even Li Qing came up and kissed Lin Qinsho's cheek. Lin Qinsho directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing. There are 1,200,000 inside is yours. The other money first put you there. Such a big manner. To use the money place is also more. I do not want you guys from time to time to find me to take these small money. Li Qing saw the balance in her card and instantly felt that she had made the best decision of her life. Just for the sake of convenience, he directly transferred $5 million to her. So just how strong are the assets of this master in front of her? Li Qing left the mountain villa. Unlike the maid, she originally still had a job, so this time she had to go over and submit her resignation. Although this urgent resignation will pay some liquidated damages, but for her who is now carrying a few $1,000,000, it's just a little bit of rain. Chapter 24, Soaking and Massage. Lin Qinsho came to the master's room and realized that there was a bathtub where he could soak, and immediately ordered the maid to put water in it for him. He had never soaked in a bathtub before because he didn't have the conditions, and the hotels was too dirty for him, but now that it was his own home, it was different. Li Shui went to prepare the noon lunch. She is a gourmet food major. As long as Lin Qinsho specified a cuisine, she can make dozens of dishes. Lin Qinsho, who was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, suddenly felt someone come in, only to see young man walk behind Lin Qinsho and help him squeeze his shoulders. Master, a few of us are trained to do some massage and foot washing. Let man help you with the kneading. Lin Qinsho gave a and continued to close his eyes. Inside, however, he had long since turned over, walking in on a woman in the bathroom. He was a man of blood and vigor. None of you have seen the previous homeowner since you came here? Lin Qinsho suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask. Yang Man shook his head. I haven't seen it, but we heard Sister Li Qing say that the other party is a big boss. This place seems to be used to entertain his honored guests. As a result, it seems like something happened to that boss, and even his honored guests were implicated along with him. That's why he sold this house. Suddenly Yang Man's cheeks flashed a hint of redness as Lin Qinsho had already stood up and walked out of the bathtub as if no one else was there. Since you're trained in massage, come and press me. How could one not enjoy having this kind of skill? He hadn't been massaged yet. A cousin had said he would take him there before, but he hadn't been able to go because of his thin skin. This house also has a sauna room. Kneeling on the ground, Yang Man stood up and led Lin Qinsho to the sauna room. The massage beds here are all 7 figures. Lin Qinsho also lamented. The owner of this house can really enjoy. This sauna room was just to the side of the master's room. Lin Qinsho's plopped down towards that sauna bed, and the entire bed began to change, as if the structure of the air cushion inside the bed was changing. This kind of bed was able to sense the various positions of the human body, and subsequently inflate and deflate the internal air cushion, adjusting it to the most suitable shape position. The air cushion underneath was even a bit heated, allowing the human body to be in a warm state even without clothes. A pair of tender small hands on the back of Lin Qinsho began to massage. I have to say that Yang Man's massage technique is very comfortable. Lin Qinsho are in the unconscious fall asleep. And Yang Man also did not stop massaging. Even in Lin Qinshu in his sleep unconsciously turned over. She also continued the massage, just that the cheeks are a little red. After all, when massaging, can't be separated from the clothes, right? In that case, it will rub the skin on the skin. When Lin Qinshu woke up after squinting for a while, Yang Man was still continuing to massage him, and was now standing next to his right hand. Lin Qinshu's spirit was in a trance for a moment, and this dreamy life made him not know whether he was in a dream or the real thing. Suddenly, Yang Man's body slightly shook. Her face became even more rosy. Just in here the light was a bit dim. Couldn't see her face nowadays. What is going to happen next? Everyone should not like to see it. I watched it for everyone. The women downstairs all had their cheeks heat up when they heard the commotion from above. Li Shui also stopped what she was doing. She had prepared the ingredients so that when Lin Qinshu wanted to eat, she would be ready in a few minutes. Now it seemed that Lin Qinshu wouldn't want to eat for a while. An hour later, Lin Qinshu looked at the crimson on the bedsheets and cast a surprised look at Young Man. In this regard, Lin Qinshu's thoughts were a bit bad. He mistakenly thought that Young Man was someone who had experienced something. Man, I'm sorry. Lin Qinshu felt a little guilty inside and didn't know what to say. Things had already ended. As if there was no point in saying anything now. This guilt was not only because of his own roughness just now, but also because he had felt from the beginning that Yang Man was the kind of casual woman, the kind of woman he looked down upon. Master, it's okay. Man feels happy to be treated by Master. Didn't Sister Li Qing tell you? Another condition for applying for a maid job is to be untouched. Yang Man blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Qinshu curiously. This Lin Qinshu really hadn't heard Li Qing say that, and hearing this news made him feel that it was even more value for money. Suddenly he seemed to have remembered something. Man, could it be that you guys were hired to do these things originally? Yang Man hurriedly shook her head. No, it was already written in the contract at the beginning. We can't be forced to do things we don't want to do. Just now I volunteered. Yang Man's pretty face was slightly red. Lin Qinshu was young, multi-golden, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, each of these was a plus in her eyes. You just rest here. I'll have them send food up for you later. For a girl like Young Man, Lin Qinshu also recognized her from the bottom of his heart, and would love her twice as much in the future. Master, I'm fine. I'm a dance student, and when I used to stretch, I would often suffer some minor injuries, but I've persevered through it all. Young Man also didn't want to show too much vulnerability in front of Lin Qinshu. Good girl, listen to me, Lin Qinshu said heartily as he touched her head. After Lin Qinshu went downstairs, he instructed Li Shui to bring food to Young Man later and take good care of her. Li Shui and the other women looked at Lin Qinshu with a slightly swirling gaze. Those movements just now had made them all shy. I didn't expect Lin Qinshu to still be able to swing in front of them and make fun of them like it was nothing. Although none of them had ever eaten pork, they had always seen a pig run, right? For that long, Lin Qinshu's strength was how strong he had to be. This point just now Lin Qinshu was also surprised at himself. In the past he was also disliked by He, and even had a cold war with him for several days every time he finished. How bad did he have to be to make He so? It seemed to be the reason why his physique had improved. When he only had 6 points of physique, now it was already 8 points. Don't look at the fact that it was only a 2-point improvement. It was like a difference of heaven and earth. Lin Qinshu began to look forward to the next mission. He wanted to see what kind of existence he had after all his attribute points were full. Lin Qinshu came to the dining table. Li Shui had already prepared the meal, because Lin Qinshu had said that he wanted to eat Sichuan cuisine, so he made a few more traditional dishes. Li Shui was worthy of being a food professional. The Sichuan dishes she made were better than anything he had eaten outside. After eating, Lin Qinshu remembered that he wanted to transfer money to his family, and immediately transferred $100,000 to his mother's account. In less than a minute, Lin Qinshu's mother Chen Xiaoxiang's phone call came. Chapter 25, I'm allergic to roses. Lin Qinshu gave a bitter smile and picked up the phone. Xiao Qin, why did you transfer $100,000 to me? Where did you get the money? You couldn't have gone and done something bad, right? You mustn't think about it. Chen Xiaoxiang asked a series of questions that Lin Qinshu did not know how to answer. Mom, don't worry. My classmates and I made a software at school and sold it to a big company and sold some money. Spend these well. My software can earn me a lot of money. Lin Qinshu's parents didn't know much about these new age things, so what he said was what he said. Mom, you can use this money first. Haven't you wanted to replace a refrigerator and air conditioner or something for a long time? Feel free to change it now. I still have some money left for myself, so you don't have to worry about me, and you don't have to pay for my food in the future. Lin Qinshu continued to persuade, afraid that his mother would transfer the money back to him. Alright, I'll save this money for you and leave it for you to marry a wife in the future. Your father planted tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell. The two of us have enough money, and the family's expenses aren't too big, so in the future, the money you earn will be used by yourself, and you don't have to transfer it back to the family. Chen Xiaoxiang for their own son is still very assured, and they never think that the child earns money must be handed over every month. The name is to help the child to save. In fact, long ago do not know where to spend. Chen Xiaoxiang to Lin Qinshou nagged a while, and instructed some before hanging up the phone. Lin Qinshou, who was brushing his cell phone, suddenly saw the group message. This group was a group of 4 people in their dormitory. The goddess has finally swung to on money. This is what broke out on the campus forum in the morning. A student photographed it and posted it on the forum. Li Wu Ruler posted a picture. Lin Qinshou clicked on the picture to see that it was a sports car, and the girl inside the car kissed the face of the person in the driver's seat. But the angle of this picture, the face of that driver's seat person was just reflected by the light, so he couldn't clearly see who it was. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this schoolgirl Yi? I thought I just met schoolmarm Yi and might have a bit of a chance. It turns out that she's been hooked up by a rich second generation again. Fan Chang was a man of few words during the weekdays, but he was a chatterbox in the chat window. In the words of Li Wu Ruler, this kind of person like Fan Chang is sultry, pretends to be pure in front of the face, hides behind the screen and dares to say anything. People Yi schoolgirl so beautiful, have a boyfriend is also very normal. You guys lost to the rich second generation is better than losing to the poor, right? If poor picks up your goddess, aren't you guys even more angry? Xia Lu also spoke, although it wasn't very nice. It made sense. Lin Qinshou looked at this picture and his face was also a bit odd, because the person in this driver's seat was him. This scene was what happened when he sent Yi Mingxi back to school. Scratch that. Nasty, what big words are you talking blindly about? Where is the beast? I thought that this Yi school flower is interesting to our beast, but it turned out to be a fake. I don't know when the beast is not serious. If it is true, the beast again fell out of love. 3 days fell out of love twice, is also a record. Li Wu Ruler said gloatingly, if I say that the person who was kissed by your goddess schoolgirl was me, do you believe me? The corners of Lin Qinshou's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. He thought of how wonderful their expressions would have to be if this kind of fact was known to them. What are you talking about in your sleep? Let's not talk about whether that person is you or not. Do you know what kind of car that car is? That's a $25 million Pagani Windjammer. Li Wu Ruler was always very knowledgeable about these things. What's the saying? It's still poor people who know how to live. Beast, you're no longer in a lost love situation. You've got a lost heart. Fan Tuff was also continuing his output. Alas, I'll talk less. Tomorrow night go back and accompany the beast out to drink 2 cups, brother, for a time, to bring him out of the shadow of lost love. Say no more. I'm going to Disney with Yen Yen. You guys take care of the beast. Lin Qinshou looked at their messages, dumbfounded. To tell the truth is always no one believe. What can he do? He is also helpless. At this time Yi Mingxi's message also came. She had already gotten up and eaten. Between the lines, she expressed her desire to see Lin Qinshou. It just so happened that Lin Qinshou also planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon, buy some clothes, and change to a better cell phone in the meantime. Now that he is a rich man, he can't compromise himself. Lin Qinshou picked up the key to the Lamborghini Poison. He is not particularly knowledgeable about the car. Especially go online to check the information about the car. Do not know. A check shock. This kind of car in the world are not a few. The system gave him this one is worth 100 million Lamborghini Poison. The whole car carbon fiber build. Lin Qinshou sat in a foot throttle. The roar is full of power. This is the real pretending god car. That Pagani Win Sun suddenly does not smell. Lin Qinshou this time deliberately look at the license plate. This Poison license plate number is Magic A10001. System gift car is automatically on the good license plate. Deal with all formalities. Lin Qinshou drove the Poison in the direction of Jiaotong University. Yi Mingxi attached great importance to this date with Lin Qinshou because Lin Qinshou had told her in the morning that there were some things he wanted to say in person. In her opinion, Lin Qinshou was ready to accept her. So she spent a long time carefully dressing herself, changing into a halter white dress that she had never worn before. She also couldn't wait to come to the school entrance and wait. But Lin Qinshou has not yet come. But there are other people. First car parked beside Yi Mingxi, a white BMW Z4 parked beside Yi Mingxi, and an inch-haired young man walked over from the car holding a bouquet of roses. Mingxi, great. Originally I was going to look for you downstairs. The heavens actually let me meet you right at the school entrance. This bouquet of roses is for you. Representing my heart, I love you. Mingxi, be my girlfriend. Yi Mingxi's eyes flashed with annoyance. Elder brother Lu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I'm allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend. Please stop harassing me. Today was the day to finalize her relationship with her senior. If her senior saw her and thus misunderstood her, then everything she did before would be for nothing. Lu Jimin smiled confidently. Mingxi, you don't have to lie to me. In the past 2 years in college, I haven't seen any boy appear beside you. If you have a boyfriend, ask him to come out and prove it. Boom boom, a car roar from far away. A black sports car drove to Yi Mingxi's front. Lin Qinshu stepped down from the car, and Yi Mingxi jogged over with a happy face. Senior, you're here, let's go. Lin Qinshu also saw Lu Zhimin and probably guessed that it was Yi Mingxi's suitor. Lu Zhimin's face was very dark at the moment. He had never seen Yi Mingxi smile, and the first time he saw it was when she smiled at another man. Chapter 26. Do you own this IFC center? When Lu Zhimin saw Yi Mingxi pulling on the other's hand, he couldn't help it even more. Mengxi, even if you want to be angry with me and reject me, please don't cheapen yourself. Lu Zhimin felt that this person must be Yi Mingxi looking for a play, especially looking for a driving a sports car to make some beggars not dare to regenerate their delusions about her. Yi Mingxi looked at him with a cute little look. Yi Mingxi looked at him with the eyes of a little cutie. Lu Zhimin, Senior, I have already said, I have a boyfriend. Senior is my boyfriend. Thank you for liking me, but I won't accept you. Think what you like. After Yi Mingxi finished speaking, she wrapped her hands around Lin Qinshu's neck and kissed towards Lin Qinshu's lips. Yi Mingxi decided to give the other party a strong dose of medicine. Otherwise Lu Zhimin would always think that the senior was an actor that he found himself. This of course also contained a bit of her own selfishness, and she took advantage of this time to have the guts to kiss the senior. Lin Qinshu were all frozen by Yi Mingxi's sudden chinwei, but he quickly reacted and stuck his tongue out in the process. No! Lu Zhimin looked at the scene in front of him. His person was about to break, and the 99 roses in his hand fell to the ground. The two who were kissing slowly separated, both of their lips still pulling silk. Yi Mingxi's pretty face was slightly red as she looked at Lin Qinshu emotionally. The latter took out a rose from behind him. Meng. Originally I wanted to fill the trunk with flowers. Who knew that this car doesn't have a trunk? So I had to buy one. Yi Mingxi happily took this rose and said happily, thank you, senior. How did you know that roses are my favorite? Put. Lu Zhimin, who was beside him, was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just now he said that he was allergic to roses. He said that she didn't care about these 99 roses, but now he actually accepted a rose from someone else so happily, and said that he liked roses the most. Lin Qinshu and Yi Mingxi got into the car and left, leaving Lu Zhimin alone in the original mess. The surrounding students are also talking. There are many people have taken out their cell phones to take pictures. It seems that the campus forum is going to be lively again. The male lead who was not photographed in the car before was completely photographed head on this time. Senior, others don't understand, but I can see how good you are. What do you think of me? A 180-pound girl daintily came to Lu Zhimin's side and said, Lu Zhimin has a height of 1 meter 8, or a sports student, and a strong body, plus a little bit of money. Was originally a sea king in the school. Only Yi Mingxi's heart lived in Lin Qinshu too early. Even if Lin Qinshu had nothing, she would not look at Lu Zhimin. Get the hell out of here. Lu Zhimin pushed the fat girl beside him away. The fat girl became infuriated and opened her mouth to curse. Who do you think you are? The car is not as good as others, and the person is not as handsome as others. If it were me, I would have chosen that one too. Deserved to be rejected. Lu Zhimin was full of anger and slapped the fat girl on the face. Ah, murderer! I'll fight you. The fat girl rushed forward and fought with Lu Zhimin. This scene would also become the fodder for the forum's hilarity. Only that the two Lin Qinshu who had already traveled far away did not know that something so interesting had happened behind the scenes. Meng, let's go to Guojin to shop. It just so happens that I want to buy some clothes recently. Can you accompany me? On the side of Yi Mingxi all the way to look at the driving Lin Qinshu with affection. After hearing this nodded, carefully asked senior, then we are now considered male and female friends? Lin Qinshu laughed softly and joked. Can we kiss even if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend? Just now that spit was stretched. Can you and someone who is not your boyfriend also be like this? Yi Mingxi hurriedly waved her hands. No, I am the first time kissing. Just now that was my first kiss. Senior, you have to believe me. Yi Mingxi's state of walking on thin ice also caused Lin Qinshu some heartache. I'm also joking. What kind of girl is my Meng? Would I not know? Lin Qinshu reached out his right hand and stroked her head. The two of them soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the IFC. It so happened that there was another orange Lamborghini in front of his car, and the two Lamborghinis were parked side by side in two spaces. Lin Qinshu pulled the rope of the door handle and opened the door, and the passenger seat of the orange Lamborghini on the side also opened the door at the same time. The distance between the two cars was a bit far, so they wouldn't touch, but the person who came down from the passenger seat made Lin Qinshu's expression instantly cold. When the other party saw Lin Qinshu, the corner of his mouth raised a sneer. I thought you had a lot of atmosphere. Actually still following me. I told you, the two of us are hopeless. Can you get out of my life? This person who came down from the passenger side of a Lamborghini was Lin Qinshu's ex-girlfriend. And the main driver's man also walked over. What's wrong? He quickly grabbed the man's arm. Lin Qinshu, this is Zhou Junfeng. He's my boyfriend now, so just die of this heart. Don't follow me anymore. Lin Chincho smiled coldly. You own this IFC? I can't come and stroll around? Yi Mingxi also came to Lin Chincho's side at this time. Senior, who is this? Lin Chincho took Yi Mingxi's hand. Just a self-righteous person. Let's go. He only saw Lin Chincho's car at this time. It seems to be different from the one a few days ago, which makes her even more convinced that the sports car is rented by Lin Chincho, and she just saw that this car doesn't even have a door handle, and you have to pull the rope to open the door, which for her who doesn't know about the car, she is convinced that it is a garbage car. Don't pretend there. How come the car you came to me to drive a few days ago is different from today's? Was that one too expensive for you to rent? So you switched to this cheap one? Lin Chincho ignored her and got on the elevator to the mall with Yi Mingxi. Xiaoyi, is this your ex-boyfriend? It looks quite handsome, Zhou Junfeng said with his chin slightly raised in cold arrogance. By the other side so said. He only noticed as if Lin Chincho was becoming a little different. The specific where is different did not look carefully. Indeed than the former good-looking a little. But now she is Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend. Of course, cannot say these alas. Which he has the senior handsome. A beggar only. Rent a sports car deliberately ran to me in front of. Should be still delusional and I get back together it. Zhou Junfeng's eyes have been staring at the direction Lin Chincho left. Just now Yi Mingxi's appearance let him feel stunning. How beautiful girl. Although he wasn't bad either. But standing next to Yi Mingxi, she was not in the same class at all. Rented? This Lamborghini rent also have to be quite a lot of money, right? Your ex-boyfriend. If you are really poor, this one day's car rental money is enough to cover his living expenses for 2 months. Although they are all Lamborghini, but Zhou Junfeng is not too familiar with the one in front of him. If it is not the logo of the bull, he does not know that this is a Lamborghini. The 27th chapter of the broken car inside, even the door handle are not. He said with a disdainful face. How can he compare with the senior's car? He wants to rent, surely also rent cheap. Just now I have seen. This broken car even a door handle are not, but also with a rope to pull. He finished, but also patted the roof of the car, oblivious to the fact that Zhou Junfeng behind her had already changed his face drastically. Pull rope door handles, the sixth element. Inside a Lamborghini, only the top of the line Lamborghini poison was like this. Zhou Junfeng walked to the back of Lin Chin's car and saw the line of English Veneno. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really poison. Zhou Junfeng yelled inwardly. The price of this poison was enough to buy a dozen or so of his Mavericks. What kind of person was this He's ex-boyfriend? A man who could afford to drive a poison was definitely not a rental. There are not many of these cars in the world. Who would bring hundreds of millions of dollars of cars for rent? The person who collects this car can't even open it. Zhou Junfeng hastily pulled that is ready to slap the roof of the He left the car. This damn is poison. Casually drive around a circle to more than 100,000 loss. Let He shot more than a few. Their own car is not enough to pay. However, Zhou Junfeng did not tell He what this is the car. He has his own selfishness. In front of this woman he chased a long time before chasing. If she knows that the ex-boyfriend is a god ho, he will certainly be dumped. Then it would be better to hide it and get the other party first. Senior, is that woman just now your ex-girlfriend? Yi Mingxi also heard out from those mere words that woman was Lin Chincho's ex-girlfriend. Lin Chincho nodded. It's her. Yi Mingxi's arm around him tightened. Lin Chincho patted her hand and smiled, signaling her not to care. The two came inside the mall. The IFC had all kinds of luxury brands. Lin Chincho did not understand these. Yi Mingxi took the initiative to take up the heavy responsibility, pulling Lin Chincho to a Versace store. Although Yi Mingxi did not come to buy clothes on weekdays, but women's nature, more understanding of these, for Lin Chincho chose 3 sets of casual clothes, as well as some belts, shoes, and the like. The two of them shopped and tried on, and in total, they bought 5 sets of clothes, spending more than $600,000. An average set would be more than $100,000. Meng, my business is settled. Now it's your turn. Let's go. Let your boyfriend buy you some clothes. Lin Chincho pulled Yi Mingxi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need to. I still have a lot of clothes I haven't worn. I don't need to buy them. Yi Mingxi had also just learned that Lin Chincho had money, but she was still heartbroken about the other person's money, and she didn't want to be thought of as very gold digging if she accepted Lin Chincho's gifts just after they got together. Behave. I'll be unhappy if you don't accept it. I might have to go back by then. I don't want to shop anymore. Lin Chincho, these words are still quite effective. Yi Mingxi suddenly did not struggle. Just as she entered the store, she saw He, who was the enemy of the enemy. At the moment she was standing in front of the mirror looking at the clothes she was trying on. From the mirror, she also saw Lin Chincho come in, and her face was immediately filled with anger. You're not done yet. Is it fun to be a ghost? Zhou Junfeng, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the store, raised his head and saw Lin Chincho. His face was immediately a little embarrassed. What bad luck. Meng, Why don't we go to another store to take a look? Lin Qinsho didn't expect such a big IFC center to just coincidentally meet Yi. Yi Mingxi furrowed her brows and took Lin Qinsho's arm. No need. We'll buy here. Why should we go? If we want to go, it's them who will go. Lin Qinsho smiled and touched her head. He knew that Yi Mingxi did not want him to avoid this ex-girlfriend everywhere, okay? Then listen to you. He then saw the woman beside Lin Qinsho. Just now in the parking lot she didn't even take a closer look because she thought from the bottom of her heart that this woman was also an actress that Lin Qinsho had rented from somewhere. Humph. Even specially rented a woman to come around in front of me. Lin Qinsho, can you grow up a bit? The food money your family gave you has all been used up for you like this. Renting a car and renting a person. It seems that you are going to the internet alone. How come I didn't realize you were so self-absorbed before? Just you aren't qualified enough to make me do this. Mang, let's go pick out some clothes. Lin Qinsho sneered, then swept Yi Mingxi towards the women's clothing area. Senior is my boyfriend now, so please mind your own business and don't harass us so presumptuously. Yi Mingxi couldn't help but dislike him as well. When he sniffed, an uncomfortable feeling surged in her heart. It was like the feeling of a child who had played with a toy for many years and suddenly gave it to someone else to take, who still treated it like a treasure. Shopper guide, hurry up and kick these two out. These two are poor in sour goods. They can't afford the things here. They're just here to come in and take pictures and pretend to be a pussy. The shopper guide looked towards Zhou Junwei, as Zhou Junwei was a familiar customer here, and had brought girls here to buy clothes more than once, and the girls were still different every time they came. Zhou Junwei pretended to be reading a magazine and didn't even raise his head. He knew that Lin Qinsho was definitely not an ordinary person. Where would there be an ordinary person who could afford to drive a Lamborghini Poison? Only now he was also in a dilemma. If he opened his mouth to help he would offend Lin Qinsho, and might even be slapped in the face by the other party. If he opens his mouth to help Lin Qinsho, he will lose the prey of he. So he simply kept quiet and pretended not to know anything. The shopper, however, mistakenly thought that Zhou Junwei had acquiesced, and instantly had the courage to walk up to the two Lin Qinsho. This sir, miss, you have interfered with our valued guest. Now we are going to ask you to leave. Saying this, he even made a gesture of please. Lin Qinsho laughed in anger. The guide in this store was actually able to drive away the guests just because of someone else's words. Why are you guys like this? Why do they have to drive us away when they made the noise first? Yi Mingxi also came to the fire. This Chanel shopping guide is too dog-eyed. This guide is still some vision. Lin Qinsho a dress and shoes add up to at most $300. Yi Mingxi's better, plus that more than $500 of small CK bag, but also $1,000 top day. On the other hand, Zhou Junwei is a regular customer of the store, and it is very easy to grasp the importance of the lesser of the two. Mr. Zhou is the VIP of our store. The two of you are affecting our VIP shopping, so we have to expel you. Lin Qinsho coldly smiled, pulling Yi Mingxi walked to another shopper standing in front of the corner. Help me find your store manager over. I'll send you a big performance. Zhou Chunyan is a new shopper. In fact, she can't see what another female shopper did. Weekdays have not been less than the other side of the performance of the robbers. She is new. In order to be able to work well in this store, can only tolerate the anger. Chapter 28. I'll take everything in this store. Zhou Chunyan also some internal struggle. Although she is not very believe that the other party can bring her what big performance, but inwardly and eager to the other party said is true. This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Buy before you always feel that you can coincidentally win the lottery. The person who won the lottery may also be her general, which also leads to the lottery industry can be long-lasting. Zhou Chunyan clenched her teeth, and finally dialed the store manager's phone. Just a phone call, not to lose their jobs, to be hated on being hated. Coincidentally, the store manager has just parked his car and is walking to the store. The shopper who drove away Lin Qinsho and the two of them had a sneer at the corner of his mouth and crossed his arms as he looked at them. Even if the store manager came, it's useless. She is the store's old man. Most of the store's performance is made by her. Even the store manager wouldn't dare to fire her easily. A woman in her 40s walked quickly into the store. What's going on? When Zhou Chunyan saw the store manager, she quickly stepped forward and explained what had happened. After the store manager, Lin Xiaomei, listened to these events, she frowned slightly between her brows and glanced at the other guide in displeasure. This kind of thing could obviously be solved by placating, but had to make a choice to offend the customer. Lin Qinsho did not wait for the store manager to respond. Took out a card from his pocket. I want everything in this store, including the one on that woman. Buy them all, and the performance will be counted on this lady's head. You as the store manager should have this right. Go and account for the value of the goods in the store. And by the way, check the funds in my card, lest you think I'm joking. Shocked, petrified, everyone present froze when they heard this. Only Zhou Junwei remained calm, because in his opinion, even if the other party bought the store, it would not be surprising. Ha 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 ha. Psycho. That guide who had driven away Lin Qinsho suddenly burst out laughing. I've seen those who pretend to be a bully, but I've never seen one who pretends to be a bully like this. Sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei also felt a bit unbelievable. Whether it's a joke or not, don't you just go and check if I have enough money in my card? Lin Qinsho was a bit impatient. Yi Mingxi hurriedly tugged on his hand. Senior. Forget it, big deal. Let's not buy it or change the store. Lin Qinsho held her hand tightly and said softly, don't worry, no one can bully you except me. I will definitely take out this bad anger for you. Lin Xiaomei walked to the front desk and inserted her card into a machine, which instantly displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood still, her chest rising and falling, caused by overexcitement. Lin Xiaomei quickly stepped forward and returned the card to Lin Qinsho with both hands. Sir, this will account for the value of the goods in the store for you, because there are more goods. Which place is this side sent to? Do you have any other requests from your side? When hearing Lin Xiaomei's words, the shopper was like a bolt from the blue, because it meant that Lin Qinsho's words just now weren't pretending. They were true. Even more surprised was the originator, He, who wasn't stupid and instantly understood the connection. Impossible. Impossible. You're not the store manager here. You're an actor hired by Lin Qinsho. He pointed at them and shouted. The crowd was looking at her like a little cutie. Looking at her like, if the store manager was a fake, the guide would always recognize it. Zhou Junfeng also felt that if he stayed any longer he was going to be slapped hard in the face. Now although he was slapped in the face, it wasn't his face that was slapped. Let's go. Go to the next store to see. Zhou Junfeng pulled the somewhat crazy He and was about to walk towards the door. Zhou Chunyan hurriedly blocked their way. Sir, the clothes on this young lady are still from our store. Please change them before you leave. Zhou Junwei some impatience. How much? I paid. This dress I want to wear away. It's not just a piece of clothing, but he has spent a lot of money in this store. And this little hand actually dared to stop him. Lin store manager, one less piece inside this store. I take back the words to buy everything. Lin Qinsho coldly smiled. Lin Qinsho, don't go too far. He stared at him viciously. Until now she was not willing to believe that Lin Qinsho had money. She would rather believe that these people were all actors. Even if Lin Qinsho really had money, she was not willing to bow her head to eat Lin Qinsho's backward grass, even though she wouldn't necessarily be able to eat it. Lin Qinsho ignored her and turned to Lin Xiaomei and said, Store manager Lin, I want everything in the store now. If there's one less item, I don't want all of it. Go deal with it. After saying that, he pulled Yi Mingxi to the restroom of the store. Lin Qinsho intentionally didn't say anything about the other guide. He wanted to see if this Lin Xiaomei would handle it. The other guide who was going to drive away the two Lin Qinsho, at this moment also panicked, and hurriedly turned towards the rest area, wanting to find Lin Qinsho to make amends, only to be blocked by Lin Xiaomei. Go away. You don't have to come back to work. You almost made us lose a big customer. Although the customer didn't say anything. If I don't deal with it, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me. The performance of this store is all made back by me. If you fire me, the headquarter will lose a lot of money and will blame you then. The guide panicked and said, wanting Lin Xiaomei to take back her orders. After all, even the customers didn't mean to blame her. Why would the store manager still want to fire her? Lin Xiaomei coldly smiled. Performance? With your meager performance, how dare you talk about the loss of headquarters? Do you think I don't know what you do in the store? Bullying newcomers. When you see a customer who is close to closing a deal, you send the newcomer away and write the performance under your name. These newcomers are outraged. If it wasn't for the fact that you're an old man, I would have fired you long ago. Besides, you sneak around the store and take things out to smuggle orders. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call the police. The guide's face changed, biting her lips, a face of unwillingness, and finally grayed out. She had gone through a lot of private orders in here. If the other party called the police, she would be in jail. At the very least, she would have to be fined a lot of money. Deceitful. Senior Junfeng, help me. I'll promise you anything I ask. He went out on a limb. She just didn't want to lose to Lin Qinsho. Zhou Junfeng's eyes lit up. Although he didn't lack women, He could always give him a heartwarming feeling, so he was special to He inside. If he could make He happy this time, he would be able to get her today. Store manager Lin, I'm also considered a regular customer of the store, so give me face. I'll buy this outfit for 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng said towards Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled faintly. I'm sorry Mr. Zhou. All the items in the store today have been sold to Mr. Lin. If there is a need over here, just buy it from Mr. Lin. I can't make the decision. Zhou Junfeng's face was ugly, but in order to get he could only bow to the other party. Brother, sell me this dress. I'm willing to pay 5 times the price. Chapter 29 Happiness Index. Lin Qinsho coldly smiled. Brother? Who is your brother? Store manager Lin. That dress she's wearing is not for sale. Take it off and take it to the restroom to wipe the floor. You. Zhou Junfeng angrily pointed at Lin Qinshu. Leave a thread today and we'll meet again in the future. There might be times when you beg me in the future. Lin Qinshu laughed out loud. Beg you? Are you worthy of that? He Yi's face turned blue. She knew that Zhou Junfeng couldn't help her anymore. Shook off Zhou Junfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, rushed out of the store, didn't even pay attention to Zhou Junfeng anymore, and left on her own. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. The corners of Lin Qinshu's mouth also couldn't help but raise a smile. This result made him very relieved. It seemed like the bad breath in his chest had finally been spat out. Zhou Chunyan came to the lounge area with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, those 2 have already left. You and Miss can go and choose what you need. Lin Xiaomei had asked her to come over to reconfirm if she wanted to buy the entire store. After all, they were the ones who were at fault first. Now even if Lin Qinshu backtracked, they wouldn't have any complaints. Lin Qinshu frowned. Didn't I say I want the whole store? How many more times do I have to say it? Go inventory the prices. Zhou Chunyan couldn't hide the delight in her heart and quickly walked towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, this whole store is a bit much. Do you have that many girls to give away? Why don't we just listen to them and pick a few pieces and forget about it? Yi Mingxi looked at the wide array of clothes and jewelry, as well as perfumes and lipsticks. The most expensive ones would be those bags. Lin Qinshu smiled and touched her head. All bought, and all to you. You wonder how to dispose of these things or with you? Yi Mingxi was petrified on the spot. Originally she thought that Lin Qinshu bought these just to export his anger and then find a way to sell them again, because after all, they were brand new, but she didn't realize that they were actually all given to her. No, these are too expensive. I can't have them. Yi Mingxi hastily refused. Lin Qinshu pretended to sigh forlornly. Since you don't want it, then I can only give it to another girl. After all, I can't use these girls' things. No way. Yi Mingxi shouted hurriedly. Which girl can withstand the sugar-coated bombs of this one Chanel store? When the time comes to make a few more love rivals of your own, isn't that asking for trouble? In the end, Yi Mingxi still agreed, because there are still some clothes for men in here. She intends to sort it out and give it to Lin Qin to keep, and with so many things, she simply doesn't have a place to put it. Buy a suite, place these things for you, and occasionally we'll have a cozy 2-person world. Lin Qinshu thought about it, although he did have Yunlu Mountain Resort, but it didn't seem so convenient to bring Yi Mingxi there. After all, there are 7 black silk beauties there, and now that he still has money on hand, wouldn't it be better to buy a suite for Yi Mingxi and hide her in a golden house? Buy a room? Lin Qinshu refreshed Yi Mingxi's cognition again and again. Do you have money to do things so capricious? How much money does Senior have in the end? Yeah, I don't have a house either. We can't go back to school for a weekend date. It's inconvenient to stay in a hotel. So why don't we just buy a house to use as our love nest? The reason Lin Qinshu did this was because a quest beep had sounded in his head just now. Ding! Detected that the host is dating a woman with a face value of 90 points or more and a favorability of 90 points. Choice 1, pull out all the stops to make the other party increase their happiness. Limited to 24 hours. Rewarded with martial arts proficiency. Choice 2, a mediocre date, showing off the host's stingy side. Limited to 24 hours. Rewarding proficiency in the lower 3 moves. Both of these rewards were actually not bad. Lin Qinshu wanted them both, and there was nothing wrong with underhanded moves against underhanded people. What seemed like a very simple task was actually difficult. For example, gouging. When one drives a Lamborghini Poison, there is no way to complete this task. Luxury car attrition are not gouging. Where else can they gouge? Another enhancement of happiness is also a difficult thing, because happiness is self-given. Some people who are having a hard time suddenly have a good meal tonight and their happiness is high. But again, everyone's position on happiness is different, so this is difficult. Since stingy Lin Qinshu could no longer do it, he should work towards happiness. Martial arts proficiency. He now recalls that day in front of the drifting snow bar. A scene of 1 to 10 will still be boiling blood. Who doesn't have a dream of being a martial artist? So now Lin Qinshu is using every means possible to improve Yi Mingxi's happiness. Ding! Yi Mingxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index reaches 90. The host will be considered to have completed the mission. Lin Qinshu had a bit of a headache. He had given her the entire Chanel, and even said that he would take her to buy a house and build a love nest, and this happiness index didn't increase much. It seems that money really isn't everything. At least spending tens of millions of dollars into it can't raise Yi Mingxi's happiness index. Yi Mingxi wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck and said with watery eyes, Senior, you're really good to me. I am so happy. After saying that, the cherry mouth came up. Ding! Yi Mingxi happiness index +3. Now the happiness index is 68 points. Wipe. Happy only added 3 points. These points. When will the mission be completed? However, the good thing is that the system released this task when it's just started 24 hours countdown. He still has a whole day. While the two were kissing fiercely, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door to the lounge. Yi Mengxi instantly let go of the hand wrapped around Lin Qinshuo's neck. Her pretty face flushed red, as if she didn't see it. Lin Xiaomei took a few sheets of paper and walked forward. Mr. Lin, this is a tally of all the items in our store, with a total value of 6,344,000 yuan. This side has opened a membership for you. After using the membership discount, let's count you at $6 million. Lin Qinshuo simply flipped through the store. These clothes, jewelry and beauty are not too expensive. Instead, those bags accounted for most of the price. But this price is also in Lin Qinshuo's expectations. The store itself is not particularly large. Goods worth more than 6 million makes sense. This is also the first time Lin Qinshuo saw extravagant spending. His surface calm. In fact, inside the shock waves, if it wasn't for the fact that there were still a few $100 million in his card that made him inflated, he wouldn't have spent money so recklessly. 6 million. Although Yi Mengxi knew that the things inside the store weren't cheap, this price was already beyond her imagination. Chapter 30. I still like the unruly look you just had. Lin Qinshuo took out the card and handed it over. Swipe it. If you're a member, get one for Meng Meng. I don't need this membership. I don't need this membership. You can pack up the stuff, and in a couple of days, Meng Meng will send you an address, so you can send everything there. There's no place to put these things yet, and it's getting late. It's not practical to go buy a house. Wait until tomorrow Sunday. After swiping her card, Yi Mengxi picked out a few sets of clothes to take with her, and Lin Qinshuo went to a store that sold domestic cell phones. Lin Qinshuo's fruit cell phone is already 6 or 7 years old, although it can still be used, but it is rather old, not quite in line with his status as a god. Lin Qinshuo picked two of the most expensive folding screen phone, although a bit bulky, but he likes this novelty. Looks very pretentious phone. After shopping, the two also went to see a love movie. The final male and female protagonists did not get together kind. Yi Mengxi cried a lot. Lin Qinshuo is directly asleep. When out of the movie theater, it was also time for dinner. Meng Meng, what do you want to eat? Yi Mengxi shook her head. She didn't have much of a quest for what to eat, senior. You just decide. Lin Qinshuo saw that she hadn't gotten out of the movie plot, and secretly vowed not to bring girls to watch these bloodthirsty love movies in the future. If it affects her mood, it will affect the next process. Lin Qinshuo remembered the top private restaurant in Magic City that he had often heard about, Water Cloud Pavilion. It is said that that place only entertains 8 seats a day, and one seat costs more than $100,000, including expensive red and white wines, and some mountain delicacies and seafood. In the past, he only dared to think about it, but now, if he did, he had enough strength to go and have a meal. Let's go. I'll take you to a place to eat. I've only heard about it. Lin Qinshuo sat in the car and opened the navigation. Water Cloud Pavilion was located in the city near the Magic City Park, by the mountains and by the water. The rent alone was a few $1 million a month, but people had a limited amount of starvation marketing, and the turnover was $1 million or so every day, so a few days would be enough to earn those rents. Lin Qinshuo parked the car, then walked towards the door of the Water Cloud Pavilion. The door of the welcome lady rushed forward and asked, "Hello, may I ask for an appointment?" Lin Qinshuo shook his head. "No reservation. I'm willing to pay double the money plus a seat." The welcoming lady looked stunned. Double the price? That would be a pure profit of more than 100,000. She didn't dare to make a decision and immediately called the boss. Shang Ping, the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion, walked out from inside, and the slightly raised head showed that this person was a proud man. However, Lin Qinshuo now possessed a lethal weapon against proud people, and that was the ability to pay money. "This gentleman, I'm sorry, we're fully booked today. Even if you're willing to pay double the price, I can't make an exception. There are some things that money cannot buy, just like the rules of my Water Cloud Pavilion. You cannot break them even if you have more money." Shang Ping had a haughty look on his face, as if this time he came out just to reject him to his face, and punch these people who thought that money could solve everything in the face. Ding! Detected that the host is being despised. How can a godly man endure such humiliation? Choice 1. Today's dinner must be eaten at the Water Cloud Pavilion, with the finest set menu, rewarded with $1 billion in cash. Choice 2. Beat up the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion, rewarded with a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. Mocking who it? This silver handcuffs and $1 billion. Is a person know how to choose it? Originally, seeing that the other party was not affected by the ability to pay money, Lin Qinshuo was ready to leave. Who knows that the system suddenly popped up to release the task. This is the first time that there are 2 tasks at the same time. Above there is a Yi Mengxi happiness index task is not completed, but Shang Ping in the end that sentence is humiliating? This dog system is not too sensitive. Lin Qinshuo saw the reward of $1 billion, and instantly made up his mind. Whatever he said, he had to complete the task in front of him. That's $1 billion. Don't mess with the money. Cough cough, Boss Shang. I'll offer 100 million to buy your water cloud pavilion. I only have one request. I want to add an extra seat tonight. Shang Ping's pupils slightly shrunk at his words. 100 million Although he had spent tens of millions of dollars in investment here, but lately, his business had not been good, and today was only fully booked because it was the weekend. On weekdays, at most 3 tables are booked. Although the Magic City has many rich people, but the transportation here is not very convenient. Mealtimes will be jammed, and jammed for a long time. Lin Qinsho opened the price of some of his inner struggle. 100 million transferred to Lin Qinsho. Their own this period of time to pay and losses can be filled, but also earn a few tens of millions of dollars. Shang Ping gritted his teeth. Sir, this water cloud pavilion is my heart and soul. It is not something that can be measured with money. You don't have to say it again. The rules are not likely to be broken. You please, 200 million. Lin Qinsho directly interrupted him and added 100 million up. This was the last price he could offer. The water cloud pavilion wasn't worth 200 million at all, and Lin Qinsho's card only had more than 200 million left. If the other party didn't agree to it again, it meant that it wasn't about money anymore, and he could only give up on this mission. Deal. Shang Ping immediately agreed. $100 million of hesitation is for their own career dreams. Still want to put up a fight. 200 million and then hesitate. That is a little cute. What dream could be worth $200 million? Lin Qinsho were all confused by the speed of his promise. The other party was so arrogant. He was ready to give up the mission, but the other party agreed in one breath. Boss, please come in. I'll go prepare the contract and the private room. Shang Ping had a fawning smile on his face. Lin Qinsho pulled Yi Mengshi, who had already been dumbfounded by what he heard, and when he passed by Shang Ping, he reached out and patted his shoulder. I still like your unruly look just now. Upon hearing this, Shang Ping immediately straightened his back and the smile on his face disappeared as he walked into the water cloud pavilion along with Lin Qinsho. Senior, am I dreaming? You spent $200 million just to bring me here for a meal? Inside the private room, Yi Mengshi couldn't believe what she had just experienced until now, even wondering if they were talking about money or joy beans. Since I promised you that I would bring you here to eat, then I can't go back on my word. It's only a matter of spending 200 million, as long as you're happy. Lin Qinsho's heart was dripping blood, but as long as he finished his meal his 200 million would turn into $1 billion. It didn't seem to hurt so much when he thought about it that way. Senior, you are so good to me. Let's not eat. Go back. Yi Mengshi pulled Lin Qinsho to leave the place. Lin Qinsho pulled her into his arms and said softly, listen to me. Enjoy the food here. If there are rumors that it is so delicious, in order to eat a good meal with you, spend $200 million is still worth it. It won't take long to be able to earn it back. Don't worry about it. He didn't know whether this place could make money or not. As long as the mission was accomplished, he would directly make $800 million in blood. At that time, he didn't care if this water cloud pavilion was dead or alive, so he wouldn't let Yi Mengshi go no matter what he said. Chapter 31, Full Han Feast. As long as Yi Mengshi was told that this was just her own investment idea, and of course to take her for a meal, she shouldn't be clamoring to leave. Sure enough, after Yi Mengshi heard this, she honestly sat back down and was touched inwardly. At this time Shang Ping also walked in wearing a chef's uniform. Boss Shang turns out to still be a chef. The next meal won't be cooked by Boss Shang. Lin Qinsho was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Shang Ping himself to be the chef of this water cloud pavilion. Shang Ping proudly smiled. Not talented. I am the chef of the water cloud pavilion. Won the title of Michelin 3-star chef, or the only chef in the whole of China to be able to independently make a full Manchu banquet. These words let Lin Qinsho shocked. The original Shang Ping so powerful, no wonder so arrogant. Lin Dong, let's put aside the contract first. Next, Shang Ping will prepare tonight's dinner for you. Shang Ping clapped his hands and the waiter outside the door held an ice bucket with 2 bottles of red wine in it. This is the 82-year-old Lafite, specially prepared for you to drink 2 bottles freely. Originally, it was a red wine that was sold for $300,000 in the store, and today the new boss has arrived, so it's specially given to you. Lin Qinsho was speechless for a while. He had spent $200 million to buy this water cloud pavilion. Everything in here should be his. This wave of Shang Ping's borrowed flowers, borrowed or his own flowers, and ended up giving them to himself. Lin Qinsho waved his hand. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Hurry up and serve the food. Shang Ping smiled awkwardly. This operation of his own was indeed borrowing someone else's ass for cheek. Serve. The door of the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside the door, each holding a basin in their hands. And the waiter who had just taken the ice bucket at the moment also poured out 2 glasses of red wine and served it in front of the 2 of them. Lin Qinsho. The first waiter placed the plate on the table and took away the lid on top of the plate. The dish on the plate was steaming hot and smoking, but Lin Qinsho didn't see what it was. Chef Shang. Introduce it. Shang Ping's body radiated with confidence. This is the first dish. steamed lamb. Water Cloud Pavilion will prepare a full banquet on weekends, because it takes longer, so it is only prepared once a week. Originally it was reserved for tomorrow's guests, but today you are here, so I will serve it to you. A full Manchu banquet? This dam has more than 100 dishes. Just he and Yi Mingxi, 2 people eat. Taste can't even taste that many dishes, right? Don't worry, these are all small portions, because the full Han banquet can provide multiple people to dine, and those who come to Shui Yun Pavilion are not the type to gather multiple people to dine. So I've also made a small portion of all of these dishes, so you can take your time to eat them. Shang Ping seemed to have guessed Lin Qinshuo's mind and hurriedly explained. Even if he ate slowly, he couldn't eat the 108 dishes, but Lin Qinshuo had only heard of the full house, so even if he couldn't eat it, he would still be happy to try it. Lin Qinshuo greeted Yi Mingxi together with chopsticks, while drinking red wine, while eating the full Manchu banquet. 82 years Lafite taste is not bad, but not as good as the Yunlu villas that Romane Conti. The 2A to the 30th dish has been completely unable to eat. Lin Qinshuo can only let Shengping to the rest of the package sent to the Yunlu Mountain Villa 1, where there are still their own 7 maids. Rather than waste, it is better to pack them to eat. Yi Mingxi full to stand up. Lin Qinshuo followed Shengping to his office to sign the contract. After signing the transfer, Shengping fawningly smiled and said, "Boss, we still have fireworks. Do you need to put some fireworks to see?" Lin Qinshuo immediately brightened up. Fireworks, this thing girls like the most, may be able to increase some happiness index. However, this neighborhood fireworks only in the Water Cloud Pavilion. Then you have to tilt your head to see. Too costly neck. Shengping then proposed that here fireworks. The best place to watch is the opposite of the Bulgari Hotel's presidential suite, where the huge floor-to-ceiling windows can see the whole sky. I've already opened a good presidential suite. You can go there to rest. Lin Qinshuo gave him a you-know-it-all look. No wonder Shangping had been smiling so cheaply since just now. Shangping was the chef here, so Water Cloud Pavilion ended up being managed by him, and Lin Qinshuo also gave him 30% of the shares in order to keep him. Shangping then sold 70% of Water Cloud Pavilion's shares for $200 million. Shangping invested in this Water Cloud Pavilion, spent $30 million, plus operating expenses, and the beginning of the profit. In fact, the capital has come back to 7 or 8. Only now this situation may continue to lose. Lin Qinshuo's takeover let him net $200 million. Meanwhile, inside the Magic City Bank, Chen Shanshan was organizing some information and was called to the office by Wu Xiugang. Little Chen, the amount of your private bank fluctuates a little bit. You just spent $200 million, and now there's only $80 million left in it. Do you think you should talk to Mr. Lin about it? If it's below $50 million, then this private bank of yours won't be able to make it. Wu Xiugang spoke in a serious tone. One day hadn't come and gone. The $300 million had already been gotten out by Lin Qinshuo for more than $200 million. Originally thought it was a big customer, but if it continues like this, Lin Qinshuo will not be a big customer. Chen Shanshan does not know what to do. People's money, how he wants to spend is his business. How can she interfere? Xiao Chen, your job is not yet officially down. If only this deposit amount. Perhaps your ability is not quite able to handle this position. Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin and let him think of a way to stabilize your job? Wu Xiugang continued to persuade. Governor Wu, I'll communicate with Mr. Lin. I'll go out first. Chen Shanshan bit her lip and went out the door, taking out her cell phone, and after hesitating for a while, she called Lin Qinshuo's number. At this moment, Lin Qinshuo was just about to leave Shengping's office. When he saw Chen Shanshan's phone call, he was still a bit puzzled as to why this woman would call him. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Have you had dinner yet? Chen Shanshan didn't know how to open her mouth, thinking about whether to ask out to meet and say, I've already eaten. Miss Shanshan wouldn't still be working overtime. Lin Qinshuo was confused listening to the awkward greeting from the other side. Chen Shanshan gritted her teeth. It's like this. I saw that your bank account fluctuated a little bit, so I wanted to ask if you've encountered something. When Chen Shanshan said this, Lin Qinshuo instantly understood the meaning of this call. It should be that he transferred too much money away. The bank internally pressurized Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan was a young girl who had just left society and did not dare to say anything openly. I'm sorry, there just happened to be an investment today, and the funds were used more. It's Wu Xiugang who pressurized you, right? Don't worry, I'll help you solve the problem. Lin Qinshuo remembered that his mission had been completed. The reward should be coming down soon. Then Chen Shanshan's problem would be solved. Chapter 32, Taking Down Yi Mingxi. No, classmate Lin. I just wanted to ask if you had dinner and wanted to treat you to dinner in return. Nothing else. Chen Shanshan hurriedly explained. Lin Qinshuo didn't bother to tear her down either, and hung up after a couple sentences of small talk. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan's heart has calmed down a lot. I don't know how. Lin Qinshuo's casual words can bring her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Water Cloud Pavilion dinner mission. rewarded with 1 billion in cash. Dear customer, hello, your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 108,236,9,053 yuan. Lin Qinshu had just hung up the phone when the system's moving beep sounded, and the Magic City Bank Wu Xiugang is sitting in front of the computer. Suddenly saw an account influx of $1 billion. Wu Xiugang quickly sat up and wiped his eyes, to confirm that he did not see the wrong, and then hurriedly printed out the posting order. 2 steps to do, a step to run to the new office of Chen Shanshan. In fact, the posting order has long been passed, otherwise Lin Qinshu would not have received the mission reward. Just wanted to use Chen Shanshan to glean more funds from the other side. Chen Shanshan had just returned to her office and sat down when she saw Wu Xiugang rushing in with a piece of paper. Governor Wu, what are you? Chen Shanshan looked at the fiery Wu Xiugang and asked in confusion. Wu Xiugang calmed down a bit of gasping for a while. His face showed a hypocritical smile. Xiao Chen Na, just now I was joking. Your posting order has long come down. Just want to scare you for fun. Here, this is your letter of appointment. Sign it. You are the financial director of the Magic City Bank Lujiazui branch. Remember to say hello to Mr. Lin for me. Wu Xiugang put down the appointment letter and left the office, confusing Chen Shanshan. When Chen Shanshan opened her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan a minute ago. It was only then that Chen Shanshan realized why Wu Xiugang had suddenly changed his attitude. A man who could transfer 1 billion yuan at any time was a big client that the head of the head office had to hold. Chen Shanshan sighed in relief and couldn't help but remember what Lin Qinshu had said just now to put her mind at ease. She immediately took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Qinshu. Thank you. Lin Qinshu took a look at the message and then put his phone away. The $1 billion mission was completed. And there was still a happiness mission. This is the first time that Lin Qinshu has felt so powerless on a mission. A full banquet, plus a series of operations, only to end up making Yi Mingxi's happiness rise by 2 points. It is too difficult to get to 70, and there are still 20 happiness points from completing the task. Yi Mingxi in the private room at this time has been some eyes lost. The red wine aftertaste is still some big. Besides, Yi Mingxi is a person who has never had a drink. Lin Qinshu assisted her out of the door of the Water Cloud Pavilion, handed the car keys to Shang Ping, letting him drive the car to the opposite side of the Bulgari Hotel, while he sat with Yi Mingxi in the Rolls-Royce shuttle car of the Water Cloud Pavilion. Senior, I'm so happy. Inside the car, Yi Mingxi wrapped her hands around Lin Qinshu's neck, seeming to know what was going to happen next. The rosy color of her face was not sure if it was due to the drinking or if it was due to her own thoughts. Lin Qinshu stretched out his fingers and scraped the bridge of her small nose. There is a surprise for you. Don't fall asleep first. Yi Mingxi perked up. The car quickly arrived at the Bulgari Hotel on the opposite side of the artificial lake in Shuiyangu. After Lin Qinshu reported his name, someone took them to the presidential suite. This was the first time Lin Qinshu had entered inside the presidential suite. The waiter was still ready to introduce the room's spatial arrangement and facilities, but Lin Qinshu directly kicked him out. Lin Qinshu carried Yi Mingxi in a princess carry directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, which was opposite the Water Cloud Pavilion where they had just eaten. He first turned off the lights in the house and came to Yi Mingxi's side and made a call. You can start now. Yi Mingxi looked at the busy Lin Qinshu with uncertainty. This was Lin Qinshu's idea when Shang Ping suggested having fireworks just now. Since the ability to spend money doesn't work, let's return to sincerity and romance. Sometimes it's like this. When you don't have money, all other people want from you is money. When you have money, it's all about picking on you to be romantic enough. After the phone was hung up, the opposite side of the Water Cloud Pavilion suddenly appeared a light straight into the sky, emanating at a high altitude. The sky was lit up with fireworks. This was the surprise Lin Qinshu had prepared for her. So beautiful. Yi Mingxi couldn't help but murmur. Lin Qinshu came behind her and hugged her. The two of them just stood there and watched the fireworks on the other side of the river. They kept on letting off fireworks for more than 10 minutes before they ended. And that's when Lin Qinshu finally heard the system beep that he wanted to hear. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index plus 18. Now the happiness index is 88 points. 88 points now. Just 2 points away from being able to finish. It seemed that Yi Mingxi belonged to the emotional category. And the result Lin Qinshu got from smashing so much money was an increase of a few points. To have a worthless fireworks release, coupled with this environment, the two of them snuggled up to each other, and instantly skyrocketed 18 points. Yi Mingxi looked at Lin Qinshu with a burning gaze. Senior, I love you. The two silhouettes hugged each other tightly in this sky of fireworks. This night, speechless, early in the morning, Lin Qinshu was woken up by an itch on his nose, and opened his eyes to find that it was Yi Mingxi who was grabbing her long hair and gently sweeping it over Lin Qinshu's face. What caught his eye was Yi Mingxi's playful smile. Lin Qinshu doted on her and hugged her tightly. Getting up so early. You were so tired last night, don't you want to sleep for a while? Yi Mingxi buried her head into Lin Qinshuo's embrace. Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming now. So happy, so happy. Ding. Yi Mingxi's happiness index +3. Her happiness index now stands at 91 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, completing the task of raising Yi Mingxi's happiness index, rewarding martial arts proficiency. A large amount of information about martial arts quickly flooded Lin Qinshuo's brain, and the muscles in his body seemed to be filled with memories of those martial arts. I didn't expect that just by waking up in the morning, I had already completed the task. Lin Qinshuo was still wondering if he had to wait until he finished buying a house today in order to add those 2 points to his happiness index. Maybe for Yi Mingxi, as soon as she opens her eyes in the morning, she can see her favorite person. It is also a very happy thing. With a sentence I do not know who said, happiness is self-given. When you are a contented person, it is easier to reap happiness. On the contrary, if you are a person who doesn't know enough, like a bottomless pit, then even if more good things happen, you can't generate happiness. After the mission was completed, there should have been a celebration, but Yi Mingxi, who was going through this for the first time, couldn't withstand the tossing and turning, so Lin Qinshuo could only call it quits, called the hotel to send breakfast, then got up and washed up. Chapter 33, Campus Forums boiling over. Yi Mingxi's mobility was limited, and Lin Qinshuo was carrying her around the entire time. I didn't look at the presidential suite last night, but now that I look at it, there is a distance from the room to the door, worthy of being a presidential suite of $188,000 a night. It had everything inside, as well as an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needs a room and a bed is enough. After eating and drinking, the waiter returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshuo assisted Yi Mingxi, who had some difficulty walking, to get into the car. Today he was originally going to buy a house, but Yi Mingxi's state was not suitable for traveling around anymore. Moreover, because of last night's overwork, Yi Mingxi had been yawning. Lin Qinshuo could only send her back to school. Senior, I'm sorry, it's me who's too useless and spoiled your fun. Yi Mingxi blamed herself and said, originally Lin Qinshuo was saying that he would take her to buy a house today, but now because of her health problems, he could only cancel the trip. What are you talking about? I'm the reason you're like this, so just rest. We'll go again when you're well rested. Lin Qinshuo rubbed her drooping head. Lin Qinshuo and the two of them were in the car for a while before Yi Mingxi reluctantly got out of the car. He also left the school to go back to the Yunlu Mountain Villa. Yi Mingxi is not in. He also bothered to personally run the property. Back to Yunlu Villa led Li Qing to be responsible for on the line. Magic City Jiaotong University Campus Forum, this time set off a big wave. The new school flower Yi Mingxi sat on the 100 million luxury car to leave the school. This matter has been the school word-of-mouth gossip. A lot of headline parties also ran out. Shocked, rising school flower goddess lost to poison. Terrifying, the appearance of poison has caused the school flower to fall. The new gold-digging schoolgirl of Jiaotong University. The god's magnificent descent. The schoolgirls are here. Article after article with pictures were posted on the campus website, and the pictures inside were taken at the moment when Lin Qinshuo and Yi Mingxi were in the middle of lassoing. Why does this guy look a bit familiar? When you say it like that, I seem to think it looks familiar too. Isn't this the beast from our class? Nani? One of the 4 generals of the extreme dormitory. The beggar Lin beast? Isn't the beast from an ordinary family? It is said that he was just dumped by his girlfriend for being too poor, but in the blink of an eye, he drove a luxury car? Maybe he rented it. Goddess Yi. He's a fake godly man. Don't be fooled by him. Rent? Hundreds of millions of Lamborghini poison. You rent it to me. The comments on the forum set off waves, with all sorts of sour words appearing frequently. None of them believed that Lin Qinshuo, a beggar, was able to drive a $100 million luxury car. Yi Mingxi was also surrounded by her 3 best girlfriends from the same dormitory at this time. The 3 of them frowned around her, and from the pace Yi Mingxi walked in, they had already noticed that something was wrong. Meng, you didn't come back last night, and today you're in this state. You shouldn't. Ruan Qingqing was a little apprehensive about Yi Mingxi's answer. Yi Mingxi nodded shyly. This scene made the other 3 people like a bolt from the blue. Meng, you're confused. Even if that person is really a rich second generation, but if you give yourself to him so quickly, then he will dump you in a minute. Yao Jingjing patted her head with a look of hatred. Yeah, and we haven't even heard you talk about this guy. Why are you suddenly with him? You couldn't have been drugged by him, right? Wang Ying was also puzzled by this. I've liked Senior for a long time. I just didn't tell you guys, and it was my initiative. When I liked him, he wasn't the Senior who drove a luxury car. Yi Mingxi explained to her girlfriends. The 3 of them sighed at the same time. A school flower actually fell into a man. If they had this kind of capital in their place, they would have inevitably passed through 100 flowers. Now that the forum is saying that you are a gold digger, It seems that your position as the school flower will soon be eliminated. Wang Ying looked at the wailing on the forum. Yeah, the 4 school beauties were all voted for by everyone because they were single. Now that you're not single anymore and you're making a scene, you'll definitely be brushed off. Yao Jingjing also looked through her phone. Yi Mingxi skimmed her mouth. I don't care about that school flower. I didn't want to be one in the first place. I only want to be senior's little woman. Ruan Qingqing's 3 girls sighed. Yun Lu Villa 1. Lin Qinsho was lying on the massage bed, enjoying the massage from the 2 women, Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly his cell phone messages vibrated continuously. Not knowing who had sent a bunch of messages, Lin Qinsho picked it up and saw that it was Fan Chang who sent it in the group. Fan Chang. Xia Lu, have you taken the wrong medicine? Fan Changliang, nasty. You hurry to see the article on the top of the campus forum. Xia Lu, is that one a beast? Fan Changliang, I didn't expect the beast to actually take care of ye school flower. A flower stuck in cow dung. Lin Qinsho, I won't allow you guys to say Meng Meng is cow dung. Fan Chang, I'm talking about you. Fan Changxiang sends a picture of his middle finger. Xia Lu, Lamborghini poison beast, what's up with that car? You can't really be some kind of invisible tycoon. Lin Qinsho, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but now I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards. Fan tough. There's such a thick thigh. Don't let me hold it earlier. Lin Qinsho, yesterday I told you all that the person in that car is me. You guys just don't believe me. Xia Lu, where is Shameless? This kind of situation he should be the first to jump out of the bar. How so quiet? Fan Changliang, yes. That Shameless no beast has got how words. He has long jumped out to recognize the thief. How can there be no movement? I go to make a phone call to him. Lin Qinsho put down his cell phone, closed his eyes to enjoy, but also really do not say. The 2 women have been trained to really have a muscle-sparing technique, although his physique has increased, but in the 2 women's massage techniques, the whole person has become relaxed, and even a little drowsy. Just when Lin Qinsho still wanted to do something, at this time his phone rang again. Lin Qinsho could only bring his hands back, and inwardly he wanted to curse. He could only withdraw his hands to pick up the phone on the side. Beast, something's happened. Something happened on Shameless' side, Fan Chang said anxiously. Lin Qinsho hurriedly sat up. What's wrong? What happened? Fan Xianglian's voice was a bit anxious, and he seemed to be running his steps as well. Just now I called over. It was answered by a stranger. Shameless was blocked at his part-time job, and now the other party is telling all 3 of us to go over, or else they will break his legs. It seems to be the group of people from last night's Li Tim Zone. Somehow they found Shameless. Chapter 34, Strong Opponent. Send me the address. I'll go there now. Lin Qinsho quickly changed his clothes and ran out with the car keys. Li Wu Ruler went to work every weekend. Because his family was relatively poor, his parents were both farmers in the family, and he came out to college because everyone in the village put up the money for him. Although his name is very shameless, but he is a understanding filial piety, can rely on their own work to earn money. He will never reach out to the family to ask for. Li Wu Ruler's job today was to work at a milk tea store, and it so happened that a person from Li Tim Zone came here and saw him. Immediately called Li Tim Zone, because of the floating snow bar when Ru Shue's sake. Li Tim Zone want to check the origin of these people cannot check, to when Ru Shue that stagnation. Now finally found someone. Say what also want to export bad gas. Li Tim Zone with his father's bodyguards, and that night of the 10 people came to the milk tea store. Immediately first Li Wushu violently beat up. He told him to call Lin Qinsho and the others over. Li Wushu would rather die than harm his brother. Whoever thought that at this time Fan Chang's phone call over, only to know the situation of Li Wushu. Lin Qinsho was closer and quickly arrived in this pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Chang also arrived at the place when he just got off the bus. Li Tim Zong's hateful eyes stared at Lin Qinsho dead in the face. He saw that the car Lin Qinsho drove was a Lamborghini Poison, and also guessed that Lin Qinsho's identity was not simple. But now he has been overwhelmed by hatred. Since he was a child he has never been beaten, and he has never suffered that kind of stifling. This revenge, he must be avenged. Li Wu Ruler was stepped on by Li Tim Zong, viciously said to Lin Qinsho, 3 people if you want me to let him go, all 3 of you should not move. Let my people beat up, then I will let you go. Of course this kind of thing was impossible. Li Tim Zong was a lawless man. If they didn't resist, all 4 of them might be beaten to death and crippled by him. Fan Changliang raised his middle finger at Li Tim Zong and said disdainfully, "You're thinking of eating." This scene instantly annoyed Li Tim Zong. Li Tim Zong angrily said to the people around him, "Beat them to death. I'll be responsible for their deaths." Lin Qinsho hurriedly said to Xia Lu and Fan Chang, "You guys find the right opportunity to save Shameless. Let me be responsible for the fight." Having just gained martial arts proficiency, it was the right time to try their hands. Xia Lu and Fan Chang had both seen Lin Qinsho's toughness that night in front of the drifting snow bar, so they naturally took 2 steps back. The group of people obviously slowed down when they approached Lin Qinsho. They were all present that night, and now their bodies are still aching, and then rushed up to let the other party beat them up. Then they would not need to get out of bed for half a month. Lee Timzong also noticed this point, yelled as long as the person who moved his hand. There are $100,000 medical expenses all inclusive. Hearing that there are $100,000, these people immediately rushed forward regardless. Lin Qinsho set up a Wing Chun starting stance, cracking and snapping a hammer. A dozen people once again lay on the ground. Although he was just as powerful today as he was that night, he was indeed much weaker in power. What was originally knocked down with one punch, now had to use two punches. From this, it could be deduced that G-Man's forceful upper body strength that night should have been at 9 or 10. After knocking down the group of minions in front of him, Lin Qinsho looked at the man in sunglasses beside Lee Timzong. Lee Timzong did not expect this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals can have any effect. His bottom is from the side of this, his father's bodyguard. A bodyguard hired with an annual salary of $5 million. His father, Li Jianfu, had not encountered many dangers over the years, all of which were solved by this bodyguard in front of him. Brother Tian, help me kill this kid. I'll arrange a few women for you at night. Zhang Tian shook his head. I don't want women. Give me $1 million. Ding. Detected that the host has met a strong opponent. Choice 1, use all your strength to defeat the opponent. Rewarded with +1 physique point. Choice 2, run away. Don't fight them. Deduct the last reward. What's going on here? What's going on here? Why is there a deduction of the reward? In the past, it would have given a relatively poor reward. Is this making me have to fight? The last reward was a martial arts proficiency. He can't afford to have it deducted. Wing Chun, a boxing style that utilizes dexterity, is useless in the face of absolute strength. Zhang Tian ripped the clothes off his body with one hand, revealing his robust muscles. Before Lin Qinsho could say anything, Zhang Tian's fist had already arrived in front of him. Lin Qinsho dodged his head sideways and punched towards Zhang Tian's chest, which instantly made him feel like he had hammered into a stone. Oomph! Zhang Tian's chest was raised, bouncing Lin Qinsho away. After a short exchange of blows, Lin Qinsho probably guessed that the other party and himself should be at about the same level. No matter whether it was strength or physique, they should both be 8 points. Since Wing Chun wouldn't work, let's change it. Lin Qinsho raised his hands horizontally, one in front of the other towards Zhang Tian. When Zhang Tian saw this, a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes as well. He could tell that this stance was no longer Wing Chun, and based on the starting stance of raising both fists up and down in a balanced manner, it should be Baji fist. While Lin Qinsho and Zhang Tian were sparring, Xiaolu and Fan Chang had quietly arrived at Li Timzong's side. At this moment, Li Timzong hadn't realized the danger when suddenly a sandbag-sized fist appeared in front of his eyes and knocked him down with a punch. Xiaolu hurriedly picked up Li Wushu, while Fan Chang pressed Li Timzong to fight on the side. When that kid dies, it's your time to die. Li Timzong held his head and said to them viciously. At this time, the bruised and swollen Li Wu ruler also slowed down and rushed up to him and stamped his foot between those thighs. Ah! A heart-rending sound rang out, and Zhang Tian turned back to look in the direction of Li Timzong, only to see that Li Timzong's thigh was continuously bleeding. The moment Zhang Tian turned his head, Lin Qinsho quickly used his 8 extreme fist to blast him in the chest, sending him flying out. Two evenly matched people were fighting for experience and condition, and with the slightest distraction, they were bound to lose. Zhang Tian climbed up from the ground, wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and quickly rushed towards Li Timzong. When Xiaolu and the three of them saw this, they rushed to run away. As Zhang Tian carried Li Timzong on his shoulder, Li Timzong hissed, "Kill them for me. Kill them. The other party's strength is equal to mine and his martial arts are even more skillful. I'm no match for him." Zhang Tian left the place after giving Lin Qinsho a deep look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the confrontation mission. Reward physique attribute points +1. Lin Qinsho, who was originally a bit out of breath, immediately felt a surge of energy in his body, sweeping away that tiredness. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 8. Physique, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10. And the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Windchild. Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skill, Martial Arts Mastery. Balance, 1082369053 balance. Opening the system's character panel. The column of physique had risen to 9 points. Chapter 35, Is It True? Righteous Father. And there was also an extra skill bar. The skills you get in the future will also be displayed to this panel. Li Wu ruler was beaten a little miserable. Xia Lu called a car together to take him to the hospital. After the hospital examination, broken ribs, hand also fractured, and have to wear a plaster, and have to tie the chest strap. Heavy work cannot do, can only give up those part-time jobs. Jiaotong University Boys Dormitory. Damn, this group of people, Fortunately the beast is a practicing family, otherwise we all have to be wasted. Fan Chang swears and curses. Xiao Lu's expression was a bit gloomy. This kind of thing has no end. This time he injured Li Tim's own. It won't be long before he still comes back to retaliate. We all have to be careful in the future. Shameless, you should not go out to work for a while. Li Wu ruler sighed, I can't work even in this state. Looks like I have to save money for a while. Lin Qinshu parked the car and went back to the dormitory. Seeing the three of them were worried, he also guessed the reason why they were worried. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Shameless, I've already charged money into your meal card, and you can't go to a part-time job lately, so you always have to eat. If you feel embarrassed, then pay me back later when you make money. 9 out of 13. Lin Qinshu joked. Although Li Wushu is poor, but he is a person with strong self-esteem, never willing to accept other people's assistance. In the past, Xiao Lu saw that he did not have food to eat, said to give him a meal card to swipe casually. Li Wushu are not willing to accept. Li Wushu was touched inwardly, and secretly decided that he must return to Lin Qinshu in the future, because Lin Qinshu's family is not much better than his. At this time he did not know what happened on the forum, and still insisted on tough talk. You're such a self-interested person. I will not return this money to you. Fan Shangliang took his meal card out and walked towards Lin Qinshu. How greatly. Please help me charge mine as well. Screw you. Lin Qinshu laughed and scolded. It was only then that Xiao Lu told Li Wu ruler about what happened on the forum, as well as Lin Qinshu's sports car and the identity of that rich man. The three of them had taken a taxi just now, and initially thought that Lin Qinshu was up to something, which was why he hadn't joined them. Lamborghini poison. Li Wu ruler looked at the information on the forum with his mouth open. Even Yi Mingxi felt less surprised about kissing Lin Qinshu. Instead he was surprised at the sports car. Righteous father, I am your long-lost righteous son. Li Muruel grabbed Lin Qinshu with a hand that wasn't in a cast. Right, I'm just shameless would recognize a thief as my father. Xiao Lu shrugged his shoulders with an expression of having seen through everything. Righteous father, can you give the poison to your righteous son to drive a little, so that your son can feel what a luxury car of hundreds of millions of dollars feels like? Fan Chang pulled Li Wu ruler out of the way as soon as he could and also called out with a flattering face. Rub. Xiao Lu thought that Fan Chang would spit with him, but it turned out that he was the next one to recognize a thief as his father. Lin Qinshu was not surprised that they were like this. I'll play it for you guys next time. Right now I'll go out first and see if there's a way to solve this. Fruity? Righteous father. The two spoke in unison. Righteous father, go slowly. Be sure to remember today's words. The two men, Li Wuji and Fan Chang, watched Lin Qinshu leave the dormitory. Li Timzon's vindictiveness would only become an annoyance, although he himself had repelled him twice. The enemy was in the shadows, always choking his throat like a fishbone. Wen Rushue said that she was responsible for resolving this matter, but now it seems that there is no solution at all. Everything must still rely on themselves. Lin Qinshu left the school. Xiao Lu and Fan Chang do not intend to go out. In the dormitory accompanied Li Wushu. After all, a hand fracture, he even eat a little difficult. Lin Qinshu came to the drifting snow bar. About Li Timzon's matter, still have to know the news from Wen Rushue here. As a result, Wen Rushue was not at the bar, and when he called, the phone was not turned off. He could only return home. Lin Qinshu, who was just about to go back to Yunlu Villa, saw a message from Chen Shanshan, which expressed the meaning of thanking him for his help and wanted to treat him to a meal at noon. Lin Qinshu, of course, must go to the appointment, and drove directly to the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. Today, Chen Shanshan did not work, and she is still a senior student, so she still lives in the school. The car parked in front of the school immediately caused a stir among the surrounding students. A woman wearing a red stepmother's dress with thicker makeup on her face came to the car window. Handsome man, my name is Qian Yameng. Can I add a WeChat? Lin Qinshu looked at the woman lying on his car window. Although she only had a look of about 80 points, she possessed a proud figure. A pair of huge headlights shook his eyes, and the deep gully seemed to suck Lin Qinshu in. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. It's not very convenient. If you meet me again next time, I'll give you my WeChat. Such a proactive girl shouldn't be a good one. And Lin Qinshu, who originally wanted to refuse, remembered a saying from an internet girl pickup god. Good girl, don't miss it. Bad girls, don't waste them. That's why Lin Qinshu said he would add her to WeChat the next time he met her. Qian Yameng was also very sensible. The other party had said so, and her own further entanglement would only make the other party feel offended. Okay, handsome, remember what you said. Oh, I have a feeling we'll see each other again soon. Qian Yameng winked and sent a flying kiss to him before leaving the car. But Lin Qinshu, this car is too eye-catching. To come up to talk to the woman is not only a Qian Yameng. There are many girls, and even some directly pull the car door. Fortunately Lin Qinshu locked the car door, or else they will not be the group of female wolves eaten alive. Chen Shanshan, wearing a white dress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder, had just run out of the school entrance when she saw Lin Qingshuo surrounded by the scene. After Lin Qingshuo managed to drive the group away, he finally saw the smiling Chen Shanshan at the back. Immediately, he got out of the car and walked to the passenger side, opening the door to her. "If you don't come, I'm going to be torn apart alive by the female students of your school." Lin Qingshuo sighed in relief. This was horrible. It was true that a luxury car couldn't just be parked in front of the school. It was too noticeable. Don't you know that finance and economics universities originally had a majority of female students? And many girls come to finance and economics universities for the sake of money, because most of the people who do finance are rich, and the rich second generation has a higher regard for people from these kinds of specialized schools, Chen Shanshan said with a light smile as she sat in the car. Lin Qingshuo looked at her with some surprise. This should be the first time he had a conversation with Chen Shanshan between getting along as friends. "What about you? Do you think that way too?" Lin Qingshuo smiled and teased. Chen Shanshan gave him a blank look. "I'm the exception. My dream since I was little was to work in a bank, and now it's a dream come true. Let's not talk about that. What do you want to eat?" Lin Qingshuo shrugged. "Whatever. I'll eat whatever you invite me." He really doesn't have any requirements for food. He is not a pampered person, and he had eaten a full banquet last night, so he has no desire for food. Chapter 36. Is there a possibility that the doorknob was originally stretched? Then let's go to the old town. There's a noodle shop there that's not bad. Although the environment is worse, the flavor is still okay. After all, I've only just started working, I haven't been paid yet, and my funds are limited. Chen Shanshan spat out her tongue. Lin Qingshuo feels that Chen Shanshan has become much more natural in front of him. It seems that he has used his banknote ability a few times, and still pulled up the favorability. Just don't know how much it is. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host is currently 80. The system heard Lin Qingshuo's question and immediately replied to him in his mind. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him. It's 80 points. It was a negative number before. TSK. It seems like he'll be able to take down this finance and economics university schoolflower if he works harder. Alright, your treat, your call. Lin Qingshuo kicked the gas, and the roar resounded throughout the school gates. The Lamborghini whistled away, but the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics had already caused a huge stir. Asterisk. Did I see it right just now? Our school beauty Chen Shanshan actually got into a Lamborghini. Wasn't it said that schoolflower Chen is the least likely to treat rich second-generation people? Now she's in a rich man's car. Is there a possibility that the schoolgirl just doesn't treat ordinary rich second-generation? The one who can drive a Lamborghini Poison is not an ordinary rich second-generation by any stretch of the imagination. Alas, the world has lost another innocent schoolgirl. The entrance to the University of Finance and Economics immediately appeared a heavy resentment. Male resentment, female jealousy, and even secretly scolded Chen Shanshan is usually pretending to be noble, and now seeing the god Ho, pouncing faster than anyone else. The first to accost Lin Qingshuo, Qian Yameng, also looked at the direction of the Lamborghini's disappearance with a grudge in her gaze. Yameng, what's wrong with these people? Why is the negative energy so heavy? He came to Qian Yuming's side and asked curiously. Just now there came a godly man. Listen to these people say that sports car is $100 million Lamborghini. It's a pity. I went up to accost people don't pay attention to me. Want me to see him next time before I'm willing to add me on WeChat. Qian Yameng felt some pity. He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, making her want to vomit when she heard Lamborghini now. Zhou Junfeng had also been blackballed by her, still thinking that he was a rich second generation. But in the end, he had been hit in the face by Lin Qingshuo so hard that he didn't dare to let out a single fart. Right, didn't you go on a date with Senior Junfeng? How come you walked out from school? I thought you would come back from outside. Qian Yameng suddenly thought of this girlfriend in front of her seems to also with a Lamborghini rich second generation in the date. Today two people about to go out together to shop. Originally both should be from outside the school back to the right. How he is from the school out. He face upset waved his hand. Do not mention. A loser. Met my ex-boyfriend that beggar. Was his slap in the face but also dare not return the mouth? Let me have no face. No way. Your that ex is not a poor? Can still hit the face of Zhou Shao? Qian Yameng was a little surprised, because she was also heard that he had a beggar boyfriend. She more than once advised the other party to dump the beggar. I don't know where that beggar found the relationship. Rented a broken Lamborghini. Even the door handle inside is not there. It's a pull rope to open the door. Actually managed to unite with the manager of the Chanel store to hit me in the face. He still didn't want to believe that Lin Qingshuo was really rich, but felt that he must have found some other connections to act her out. Only she couldn't guess where Lin Qingshuo got his network of connections. A door handle with a pull cord? Qian Yameng suddenly remembered that just now she lay on that Lamborghini and saw that the door handle inside also seemed to be a drawstring. Xiui, Is there a possibility that there is just one Lamborghini that has a pull-string door handle? Xian Yuming had heard the discussion of the people around her. Just now that Lamborghini was a luxury car of hundreds of millions of dollars. What if the design of the car itself was a pull rope? Impossible. At that time I told Zhou Junfeng and he didn't say anything. If there was that style, he would have told me. Not to the point of making me lose face. He shook her head. Xian Yumeng seemed to understand something. It should be that Zhou Junfeng knew that the other party's car was high class, and his own was inferior to the other party. That's why he didn't want He to know. But she didn't say anything about it, and swept He out of the school gate. What about you? Last night went to a cocktail party with a top rich second generation. How did it turn out? He also asked about this good girlfriend. Xian Yumeng skimmed her mouth. Don't mention it. He was a little brother at that reception. Slipping and sliding all over the place. I left on the spot to go home and sleep, but also added a few other rich second generation WeChat. Let me sift through it. The two of them left the school gate with your words. Lin Qinshu drove to the old city. Because of the narrow roads and many people, they could only park the car in the parking lot outside and walk in. This seems to be one of the old streets in Magic City. There are many pedestrians, and vehicles can't get in. Chen Shanshan led him straight to a place called There's a Noodle House, a 20 to 20 square meter storefront inside, with tables also being set up at the entrance. The owner of the noodle shop is a couple in their 50s. There are many pedestrians outside at the moment, but the business of the noodle shop is really dismal. There is no one. The two couples with sad faces immediately raised a smile after seeing Chen Shanshan. Little Chen is here. How's it going? Did you find a job? This won't be your boyfriend, right? The boss's wife, Chen Wanqing, enthusiastically took Chen Shanshan's hand and looked up and down at Lin Qinshu. Chen Shanshan blushed and quickly explained. No, this is my friend, Lin Qinshu. I've already found a job, working at the Magic City Bank. At this time, the boss Wang Ding also walked up and said smilingly, congratulations on finding a good job. The bank job benefits are good. What do you want to eat today? I'll go and do it for you. While saying this, he rolled up his sleeves. I'm here to patronize your business today. How can I let you treat me to 2 bowls of signature noodles? Chen Shanshan found a table near the door and sat down. Lin Qinshu was slightly surprised at the behavior of the girl in front of him, because this was a table that hadn't been cleaned up yet. There were many clean ones around that could be sat at, and Chen Shanshan chose to sit here. It was because this location was facing the front door, and could be seen from outside the door. This was a small way to do business in the store, letting people outside know that this store was occupied, and could slightly boost some popularity. Chinese people still like to be more lively. The more people queuing up the place, even if they do not know why, they will also squeeze into the queue to see. When seeing a store with not a single guest inside, then even if it was delicious, most people would not choose to go in. Xiao Chen, you and your friends sit down for a while. I'll go get you some cold dishes. The boss's wife headed towards the kitchen. I spent most of my 4 years in college working here. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen were very good to me, and since they didn't have any children, I could feel that they treated me like a daughter. Our family's condition is not good, so basically we have to work to earn our own food expenses. Chen Shanshan looked at the busy husband and wife in the kitchen with gratitude shining in her eyes. Although Lin Qinshu had only just met the two couples, he could also tell from the short contact that the other party was warm and kind. Chapter 37 Evidence of Jianlong Real Estate's Black Materials. Chen Shanshan took out a silver gray bag from her bag and took out the contents of the bag. This is a gift from our bank for our private banking clients. A total of 10 gold bars. 1 gold bar for a deposit of $100 million. There's also this one for you to change your card. Your regular card can be nullified and use this black gold supreme card. Lin Qinshu received the heavy gold bar. No wonder it looked so heavy just now looking at her carrying the bag. The gold bar had the word billion engraved on it. It seemed that as long as one had deposited more than 100 million in the Magic City Bank, one would have this gift. Although for the current Lin Qinshu, the value of this gold bar is really not enough to look at. But who does not like this kind of shiny gift? The other black and gold card had the original bank card's tail number printed on it, and with its black and gold edge, it looked very high class. Originally your gift was to be given out after you signed the deposit date agreement. The bank president got it for you early. You give me that old card. I'll take it back and destroy it. This Chen Shanshan is also a simpleton. If other finance specialists, they will definitely add more fuel to the fire by saying how much effort they have put in to get this gift for him. Instead, Chen Shanshan has downplayed the matter and pushed it away. Lin Qinshu took the old card to her, and the noodles came out of the kitchen just in time. When Chen Shanshan saw the noodles, her eyes lit up and she quickly picked up her chopsticks and feasted on them, not caring about her image. Wang Ding looked at her with a kind face. Eat slowly, no one will steal from you. Chen Wanqing also brought out a plate of cold dishes. You love your Uncle Wang's noodles so much. Let him teach you how to make them later. Otherwise you might have to come to our old home to eat it in the future. Chen Wanqing looked a bit forlorn after she finished speaking. Chen Shanshan also noticed the sadness on both of their faces at this time. Why? Uncle Wang, Auntie Chen, are you guys not opening the store anymore? Chen Wanqing sighed. The landlord here is in urgent need of money and is selling the place. Today is our last day of business. Tomorrow we will be moving. The prices in Magic City are rising. Renting is not affordable. We can only go back to our hometown to see about finding something to do. At these words, Chen Shanshan's expression changed. How is this landlord like this? I'm sorry, Uncle Wang. I'm not capable of helping you right now. Chen Shanshan was lost, a sense of powerlessness rising within her. This kind of thing that can be solved with money is the most powerless for her. Old Wang, have things started packing? A middle-aged woman walked in through the door. Wang Ding hurriedly went forward. Landlord, I still have guests here. Let me finish today. The landlord sighed and said, alas, I also know that it's not easy for you, so I haven't brought any customers to see the store during your opening, but it's been dragging on for too long, and I'm really anxious on my end. From these conversations, it seemed that the landlord wasn't a difficult person to talk to, and should have been forced to do so. We understand. You haven't raised our rent for so many years. Everyone understands this sentiment. Chen Wanqing stepped forward and said gratefully. Chen Shanshan flickered, gritted her teeth. Auntie landlord, can you give us a few days? I'll go to the bank and apply for a loan to buy this store of yours. The landlord glanced at Chen Shanshan. She had seen her in the store before. This is Xiao Chen. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Of course it's fine if you can get a loan. As long as I have the money I'll sell it. I'm a 3-story small building. I intend to sell it for $6 million. The landlord looked at her with a suspicious face. In the old city of Magic City, a 3-story building, selling for $6 million was actually already very cheap. But a girl who was still working in this noodle shop in the first place, she didn't think that the other party would have the money to buy it, even if it was a loan. She had to have something to lend. Xiao Chen, this is our couple's business, and there is just no store. We have other ways to survive. You don't have to worry about these, Wang Ding said in a hurry. That is $6 million. A just out of society little girl. Even if she can loan down, the rest of her life will be spent in the loan. Right, where is there any life to speak of? Chen Shanshan took out her cell phone and called Wu Shougang. Governor, is it in my name? Can I get a loan of $6 million? The caller obviously froze for a moment, and then said in a serious tone, Xiao Chen, you are now just working. The system cannot approve your loan. At most you can do a credit card. $6 million is a bit much for you personally. You have to let Mr. Lin help you. For him $6 million is not just a few days of interest? Wu Shougang inwardly constantly spitting. If not Chen Shanshan behind a Lin Qin Shou big customer, he would have cursed. Just work and want to loan $6 million? This is a daydream. Chen Shanshan hung up the phone. Her eyes inexplicably looked at Lin Qinsho, but she did not say anything. Lin Qinsho was just about to open his mouth to speak, when suddenly the system beep in his head made him close his mouth. Ding! Detected that the beauty with a face value of 90 points is in trouble. Choice 1, help the other party to solve their predicament and buy the building, rewarding them with cash 8888. Choice 2, ignore it and keep quiet. Reward one piece of evidence of Jianlong Real Estate's blackmail. Cash 300 million. Choice 1. Help Chen Shanshan to buy it. He will make 800 million pure profit. That 6 million is just like a drizzle to him. And he might be able to get Chen Shanshan's goodwill increase. The second choice also has money, although only 300 million. But there is a Jianlong Real Estate black evidence. He wants to solve the grudge with Li Timzong. This thing he is bound to get. After thinking about it, this time Lin Qinsho chose the second item. Lin Qinsho didn't say anything. A trace of loss flashed under Chen Shanshan's eyes. She did want to open her mouth to ask Lin Qinsho for help, but she couldn't think of any reason why Lin Qinsho would help her. And in the end she didn't open her mouth. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, I wasn't able to help. Chen Wanqing hurriedly hugged Chen Shanshan and comforted her. It's alright. Even if you want to help in this matter, we as a couple won't accept it. Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinsho walked out of the noodle shop together. On the way out, Chen Shanshan's expression could not hide her loss. She was still very affectionate towards Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ding. In this big city with no relatives, she felt the love and care of her relatives from them. Mr. Lin, I'll hitchhike back on my own. No need to see me off. After saying goodbye to Lin Qinsho, he walked into the subway station. Just as Chen Shanshan disappeared from Lin Qinsho's line of sight, the quest prompt finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the task of ignoring, rewarding Jianlong Real Estate black material evidence. Jianlong Real Estate Li family black material evidence has been stored in the host's car. Cash 300 million has been deposited into the host's tail number 9527 Magic City bank card. Dear customer, hello, your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card. received a transfer of 300 million yuan, the balance of 1,386,599,053 yuan. Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had completed his task. It was the first time he had chosen the ignore option, and this process was really torturous. Now that the mission was complete, then he could do something to make up for it. Chapter 38, Buying a Building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Qinshu turned toward the noodle shop. At this time the landlord is still talking with Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ding about their own difficulties. When he saw Lin Qinshu come in, Wang Ding was surprised and asked, little brother is forgetting something? Lin Qinshu smiled and said, Auntie landlord, I bought this building, you go prepare the contract. I will give you a one-time payment. Uncle Wang, Shanshan worked for you before. She should have her ID card, so give it to the landlord. The building will be transferred to Shanshan's name. Petrochemical. Silence. Little brother, do you mean Shanshan? We don't need Shanshan to break this fee. It's quite hard for her to be alone in Magic City. How can we let her carry such a heavy debt? Chen Wanqing quickly refused. Young man, don't joke around. Don't let the wife run up and down the stairs. You won't have the money to pay it then, haha. The landlord also didn't quite believe that Lin Qinshu could come up with $6 million. Open your collection code. Lin Qinshu swept $1 million deposit over to the landlord. This is the deposit to pay you. If I can't afford it, you can just eat this deposit without having to pay me back. After the landlord received the $1 million, he immediately smiled with joy and quickly ran out. Little brother, we really don't need your help like this, with hands and feet. Even if we don't open this noodle shop, we won't starve. Wang Ding continued to persuade. Uncle Wang, you guys take such good care of Shanshan. As long as I can help you, this amount of money is nothing. But this is something I came to do in secret. You guys mustn't tell Shanshan. Her character doesn't like to owe others. That's why she didn't ask me to help her just now. Lin Qinshu admonished. With a matter as big as the transfer, Chen Shanshan would soon know about it. So Lin Qinshu also said this on purpose to give the Wang Ding couple a good impression. As expected, Chen Wanqing's expression became softer. Little Lin is courting Shanshan, right? Shanshan is lucky to know you, but we'll still say it to her. After all, this building is becoming hers. She's our new landlord. We still have to pay her rent. The landlord quickly ran back and handed over the contract. Lin Qinshu signed Chen Shanshan's name, and Wang Ding took out the copy of Chen Shanshan's ID card that she had previously kept, and went with the landlord to handle the transfer. Lin Qinshu also transferred the remaining $5 million to the landlord, and then left the noodle shop. On the other hand, Chen Shanshan, who had just returned to the school dormitory, suddenly received a message from Chen Wanqing. Shanshan, Shaolin is a good person. You can consider it. Chen Shanshan was confused when she saw this message, and then she saw that Chen Wanqing had sent over a PDF file, which clearly stated that the real estate rights were owned by Chen Shanshan. Aunt Chen, what's going on? Why did I become the owner? Chen Shanshan could see that the place was exactly the building of the noodle shop. It's that friend of yours. He bought the whole building and transferred it to you. He even asked me not to tell you, fearing that you'd be burdened, so that we could continue to open the noodle shop there. Chen Shanshan was shocked beyond words. Just now Lin Qinshu hadn't said a word. Even when he left, he didn't say anything. Was it just to give himself a surprise? Why did he want to transfer it to his name? Chen Shanshan thought about it and finally came to the conclusion that Lin Qinshu was interested in himself, wanted to pursue himself, and didn't want to burden himself with this, so he sneaked back and bought the building. Aunt Chen, then you can continue to do the noodle shop, as long as it allows you and Uncle Wang to stay. That's better than anything else. Chen Shanshan originally wanted to help Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ding. Now that the purpose had been achieved in another way, that was certainly good. But she had also decided that she must let Lin Qinshu transfer the house back. This was too expensive for her. Then you'll be our landlord from now on. We'll transfer the rent to you on time. You can raise the rent if you need to. Don't worry about anything. Chen Wanqing felt that she couldn't take advantage of Chen Shanshan for nothing either. No need, Aunt Chen. I've also started working now and have an income. You guys just keep doing well. Chen Shanshan hastily refused. After all, she was still uninitiated. This kind of money that came for no reason. She was still a bit resistant in her heart. Chen Wanqing didn't say any more. She would just transfer the money to Chen Shanshan directly when the time came. Although they are on the first floor of the noodle shop, but the second and third floors are also used by them. The rent of a building in it, which can take advantage of this. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan was still thinking about what Lin Qinshu had done. Lin Qinshu's way of pursuing her wasn't very straightforward and didn't give her any burden or pressure. It made her feel that the other party was also a very caring person, and inwardly she couldn't help but feel more favorable towards Lin Qinshu. If she really became his girlfriend, would he still treat her so well? Blah 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 blah. Chen Shanshan, what are you thinking about? There's not even a single sign of the 8 characters. Chen Shanshan covered her blushing face and spat. Ding! Qin Shanshan's favoritism towards the host has increased by 5 points, and now stands at 85 points. Lin Qinshu, who had just returned to Yunlu Villa, suddenly heard a system beep. This tone made Lin Qinshu a bit puzzled. Why did everyone else not have it, but Qin Shanshan would have this favorability tone? Is there a hidden mission? Lin Qinshu thought about it for a while and it seemed like this was the only explanation. Lin Qinshu came to the study, took out the Jinlong real estate black material of the file bag. There are all kinds of paper information. Most of them are signed some improper agreement. Look at these contents. Many are signed with the victim's family. This is not much evidence. There is also a USB flash drive. The contents of the USB flash drive is the most explosive. USB flash drive is divided into 2 folders. One is Li Jianfu, one is Li Timzong. Both father and son are full of evil people. A few G video in it. Clicked on Li Jianfu's folder. Casually opened a video. The video is in a hotel room. Li Jianfu and a man is a person embrace a girl. Discussing what? Then Li Jianfu took out a cardboard box and pushed it to the man. The video shows that the inside of the box is full of cash. There should be a few $1,000,000. Lin Qinshu did not recognize the man, but can let Li Jianfu bribe. Should also be the officialdom. Lin Qinshu randomly flipped through some of the videos. Li Jianfu's video is either a bribe or a murder, and most of the people he bribed are high-ranking officials in the Magic City. He will set off a big wave when this information flows out. Li Timzong's is a little less popular. Most of the girls are raped. There are also individual girls who were played to death. Lin Qinshu turned off the computer and closed his eyes. Li's father and son in the Magic City's energy cannot be underestimated. His own this information even if handed over will be sinking into the sea, and at that time will also lead to murder. It seems that we have to find a person with more power and no interactions with the Li's father and son, in order to make this information effective. Chapter 39, I want you to adopt me. Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and thought about what to do, when suddenly a pair of slender jade hands reached out from behind and gently pressed on his head. Lin Qinshu had originally sensed someone coming, but he just didn't know who was coming, and he didn't bother to look, just closed his eyes and let her press. The master's study cannot be entered without a sound. Do you not understand this rule? Lin Qinshu closed his eyes trying to scare a certain maid behind him. Those jade hands trembled slightly, then continued to press. I'm sorry, master. Li Qing is willing to accept the punishment. So it was Li Qing. No wonder she dared to enter her study. The other maidservants were not that bold. Lin Qinshu turned around and pulled. Li Qing sat in his arms with a cry of surprise. Li Qing in a black professional dress, feet wearing black silk but did not wear shoes. No wonder he only realized when he arrived behind him. Looking at the face close at hand, Lin Qinshu fiercely kissed him. Li Qing's body instantly became stiff, then slowly relaxed her body and responded in a raw manner. Lin Qinshu's hands also began to be unctuous, and Li Qing couldn't help but let out a gust of slight nasal sounds. What I miss is not saying anything. What I miss is dreaming together. A phone ringing woke up the two, and Li Qing hurriedly broke away from Lin Qinshu's embrace and ran out in a panic, tugging at the hem of her skirt as she went. Lin Qinshu a burst of depression. The heart cursed the caller. Better have something, or you're dead. Pick up the phone to see. Actually is when Rushua called. Today went to the bar to look for her, did not find. The phone cannot be reached. The result of this time came back, but also really will pick the time. Boss Lin, I heard you were looking for me. It just so happens that I also have something to look for you. Is it convenient to come to Pao Shui for a gathering? When Rushua's lazy voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Yes, I also happen to have something to look for you. Lin Qinshu gave Li Qing a word of caution and drove in the direction of the drifting snow bar. Li Qing's face was still a bit flushed at this moment. She had almost been put on the spot by Lin Qinshu just now, and had even forgotten about what she had to report. At this time, in the office inside the drifting snow bar, when Rushua was wearing a long robe and coat, covering her delicate figure, and was waiting for Lin Qinshu's arrival with a worried face, holding her forehead. It was already nighttime. The music inside the bar had already sounded. Lin Qinshu pushed the door in and saw a tired-looking one. Rushua, what's wrong with shopkeeper one? It looks like he hasn't rested for a few days and nights. When Rushua shook her head and brewed a cup of tea for Lin Qinshu. You speak first. Is there something you are looking for me for? 2 days ago, I beat up that Li Timzong in front of this door, and as a result, he came to my door and hurt my friend. I intend to find you to understand the other side of the information. In fact, now there is no need. I learned from other places to their Jianlong real estate energy. With you a weak girl should not be able to handle. Lin Qinshu from that pile of black material can see the strength of Jianlong real estate. Although not counted as the top of the Magic City, but also is not an ordinary person, can be an enemy. Although I do not know what kind of background behind one Rushua, even if it is strong again, it is not their own. This kind of thing do not drag other people. Their own way to solve is. I apologize for this. Originally I was planning to let my third uncle step in and let Li Jianfu bind his son, but now there's a change on my third uncle's side, and he doesn't have the time to take care of these things. That's why I let Li Timzong go to the door to seek revenge on you guys. I'll find a chance to talk to my third uncle about it, Wen Rushue said with some shame. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. It's okay, it's not my style to seek refuge with you guys. I'll handle this matter on my own. How about you? Is there something looking for me? The bar is short of money? Although he was just a day or two away from the last time he came to the bar, but he is not what he used to be. 2 days ago he was still looking forward to having money inside the bar for him to take. Now the balance in his card has made him lose his worries about money. When Rushue stared at him with a glaring gaze, a hint of determination even appeared in the bottom of her eyes. I want you to adopt me. Put. Lin Qinshu, who had just taken a sip of tea, was immediately spat out in shock. What the hell kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Although he didn't know what kind of family the so-called Wen family was, but listening to Wen Rushue's meaning, the family whose third uncle was able to summon Li Jianfu with a single word should only be strong and not weak. Although Wen Rushue is a private daughter, but also the Wen family. How to ask for adoption here? Lin Qinshu wiped the spit out tea, faintly asked. Continue. You can put forward this, shows that there must be requirements. I am more interested in knowing your requirements. When Rushue poured a cup of tea for Lin Qinshu again and continued, my request is very simple. Give me $20 million a year. In this year I can do anything for you. Become your lover, secretary, employee, nanny. You can do anything to me. For a period of 10 years, a total of $200 million. To pay me first for 5 years of adoption. That's $100 million. Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Rushue with a cute little face. He looked at Wen Rushue like, do you know how many nannies, secretaries, and lovers I can find with $200 million? One a day can be the same. Where did you get the confidence that I would agree to this condition? I am rich, but I am not stupid. This woman's request was extremely unreasonable. You're not worth $200 million even if you're encrusted with gold. Those maids of his are only $1 million a year. If you want this Wen family's eldest miss, you might as well recruit a few more maids with specialties. Wen Rushue lowered her head, biting her lip. She knew how outrageous the request made just now was, but she also had no way out. As long as she could help her third uncle, it didn't matter even if she had to sacrifice herself. And now in her opinion, only Lin Qinshu in front of her had so much hope of being able to help her. Wen Rushue also knew that she was not worth that price at all, but she still wanted to try. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value higher than 90 points has been detected requesting the host. Choice 1, agree to the other party's request and help Wen Rushue solve her difficulties. Rewarded with 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family's secrets. Choice 2, refuse Wen Rushue's request. Not a matter of concern. Reward cash of $2 billion. Another one of these quests where both options were tantalizing. The Wen family secret scripture plus 800 million, and the other was 2 billion. Obviously it was better to have the second option. The Wen family secret sin wasn't of much use to him. Only now Lin Qinshu didn't seem to be short of money. Plus he was most used to seeing beautiful women shedding tears. After thinking about it, he decided to go with the 800 million. Can you tell me why it made you make this decision? Maybe I'll be willing to accept your request after knowing the reason. Wen Rushue must have encountered something when she made this unreasonable request for adoption. Wen Rushue sighed and said quietly, I'm a member of the Magic City Wen family. Although I'm just an illegitimate daughter, I have to admit that I have the blood of the Wen family flowing in my body. Lin Qinshu heard this and interrupted. Her Magic City Wen family? Is it very powerful? How is it better than that old king of Yida Plaza? Chapter 40, Wen Rushue under the coat. Wen Rushue looked at him in surprise. You don't know the Magic City Wen family? Lin Qinshu shook his head. He was not from Mudu, and it was impossible for him to know about those high-end families with his status as an ordinary student. Wen Rushue looked at him as if he really didn't know about the Mordor Wen family, so she opened her mouth and said, there are 4 big families in Mordor. The Wen family, the Shin family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family. 80% of the annual GDP of the entire Magic City is created by these 4 families. The old king of the Yida Plaza that you mentioned is just a member of the Wang family pushed to the surface. You actually don't know about these 4 families of Magic City. Lin Qinshu bristled. Isn't it normal not to know? I'm not from Mordor, and the GDP they create isn't handed over to me, so why do I have to know about the 4 great families? Wen Rushue was a bit speechless. The 4 great families in the Magic City no one knows. No one knows. With his identity strength actually will not know. Wen Rushue continued. Now the Wen family is in charge by my grandfather. But grandfather recently fell ill. My father is the eldest brother of the Wen family. Wen Jiasheng, the second uncle Wen Jiasu, the third uncle Wen Jiaming is now counting the performance of the competition for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu probably guessed Wen Rushue's intentions. What she was doing nowadays should be for the sake of this battle for the family head. When Rushue recalled the previous meeting where Lin Qinsho directly called her Miss One, although I don't know where you know me from, but my story should be known to no one except my father and third uncle. Back then, my mother's family were all servants of the Wen family, and although my mother was considered to have grown up in the Wen family, she automatically became a servant of the Wen family when she grew up, and the trajectory of her life was not different from that of my grandma and grandpa. My mother had me one night when she met the drunken great young man, Wen Jiasheng, and had me after being forcibly possessed, so I was not treated well by the Wen family from birth, and my mother was forced to die by Wen Jiasheng's original wife, and my grandma and grandpa were soon similarly forced to die due to various reasons of being targeted. When Rushue embraced herself, her entire body trembling slightly, Lin Qinsho originally wanted to reach out and pat her back to comfort her, then thought that he seemed to be inappropriate right now. When Rushue did not notice Lin Qinsho's action, self-centered continued to say, Wen family for me is a nightmare existence. My real father never looked at me. Only the third uncle Wen Jiaming has been in the dark to help me. In my just turned 18 years old, will be my sneak out of the Wen family? All these years, if not for the help of the third uncle, I'm afraid that I would have long been living on the street. Now third uncle is in danger in the battle for the family head. The company he runs has a $1 billion shortfall. The money can't be traced to where it went, and the people who are associated with it have long since disappeared. If he can't fill in the amount tomorrow, not only will he lose the qualification for the battle for the family head, but he will even spend the rest of his life in a jail cell. When Rushue said this and suddenly stood up, undoing the bow tied around her waist and untying her coat, Lin Qinsho's eyes widened at once. I'm willing to hand over this body of mine that's still untouched first, as long as you're willing to help me, not to mention the next 10 years, as long as I'm alive, I'll always be your person. When Rushue increased his leverage, it seemed that his third uncle occupied a high position in his heart. Lin Qinsho stood up and turned around, covering the nose that was getting hot, pretending to be calm. How much more is missing? When Rushue's slightly trembling hand stopped its next movement and looked at him in confusion. How much is the difference between your third uncle's funds? It's still short by $500 million, When Rushue said in a hurry. Lin Qinsho turned around, the impactful image still there. He slowly both walked forward, his gaze hotly looking at Wen Rushue, reaching out his hands to cover the coat on her back. I promise your request. I'll give you this $500 million. From now on you're my person. Right now your heart isn't here, and I'm not that horny yet. Let's wait for you to finish dealing with these things. Adjust your state to meet me. Lin Qinsho took out his cell phone and transferred $500 million to Wen Rushue. Then he fiercely wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fiercely. Wen Rushue just wanted to push away, but when her hand touched Lin Qinsho, she didn't push him away with any force because it was her own request. After a long time of lips parting, Lin Qinsho turned around and left the office. The money has already been transferred. Come back to me after you've taken care of things. Lin Qinsho, who had left the drifting snow bar, licked his lips. After spending $500 million, how could he collect some interest? The image Wen Rushue gave him just now was so exciting that he almost couldn't help but rush up. Fortunately, he had also eaten 2 meals of meat recently, and was able to control it. Now want Wen Rushue. The other side of the heart is certainly not willing to Lin Qinsho now the system plus body, no longer just the pursuit of physical comfort. Spiritual fulfillment is more to enhance. He not only want to get Wen Rushue's people, but also to get her heart. People are now his. Want to eat at any time can eat. After a while to find the right time, let Wen Rushue willingly become his woman. After returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, as soon as he entered the door, the maids came forward to change his shoes for him, because he didn't give instructions to come back for dinner, so there was no cooking until now. Schwerer, no need to cook. Order takeout today. Lin Qinsho took out his cell phone and made a call to Sun Ji. Manager's son, is there a phone number for Manhen Pavilion? I want to order some takeout for dinner. Lin Qinsho came to Magic City and also heard of Manhan Pavilion. It was said that all of their Chinese food markets there would do it. Even Manhan Quanxi, only it wasn't as impressive as Shui Yun Pavilion. Their Manhan Quanxi needed to be booked a month in advance, and the people lining up to eat every day are endless. Even if you go to line up to get a number today, you might get next month's number. Sun Ji was a bit speechless. He had the phone number of Manhen Pavilion, but the other party didn't do takeout. Mr. Lin, Manhen Pavilion's side doesn't do takeout, or else I'll buy a front number for you and you go over to eat? Sun Ji's emotional intelligence was still relatively high. When the boss's method didn't work, he would suggest another method. It's fine, give me the phone, I'll go talk to that side. With that, Lin Qinsho got the phone number of the duty manager of Manhen Pavilion. Hello, this is Manhen Pavilion, how can I help you? A thick male voice came from the other end of the phone. I'd like to order a takeaway. Send it over for me, Lin Qinsho said casually. I'm sorry sir, our Manhen Pavilion doesn't accept takeout. I can take a number for you on my side. The number is now lined up until the 15th of next month. You can come to our manhwa pavilion to eat at that time. The tone of the manager on duty was calm. It seems that he has not received this kind of call often. Chapter 41, The Red Envelope Grabbing Game. The number that Full Han Pavilion took today will only be available a month later. This hotness was enough to make their employees arrogantly refuse these rude requests. In that case, I'm still planning to spend $3 million to have a meal at home at the Full Han Pavilion. Since you guys don't see me with all this money, forget it, I'll find another one that I can order takeout from, Lin Qinshu said with some regret. Wait, sir, please give me an address immediately. I just happen to have a team of chefs on my side that are idle. I'll have them bring the ingredients over. The manager on duty froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. 3 million a meal can do 3 million performance. This duty manager can instantly remove the word duty, right? Although I do not know whether the other party said is true or false. At that time they let the chef door to door and then collect some deposit. The Magic City is the least lack of rich people. The probability will be true. Oh, that's fine. Yunlu Mountain Villa 1. Hurry up and come over. I'm starving. Bring me all the top ingredients of your Full Han Pavilion. $3 million is enough to eat those dishes of yours. The full house doesn't even need $3 million to eat. Lin Qinshu letting the full house do takeout for him is purely his own bad taste after he got rich, just to see if these unruly people would eventually give up their pride because of money. As it turned out, they would indeed. In other words, when he was poor, the odds were that he would also give up his so-called dignity because of money. Yunlu Mountain Villa. The duty manager was full of joy. This order was secure. Yunlu Villa is a place where over $100 million of house prices are gathered. The ones inside are no longer rich. They are all godly men. 15 minutes later, Manhwa Pavilion's people arrived. A bus followed by a large van. A team of 20 chefs, also followed by a team of cleaning staff. The van was loaded with some top-quality ingredients and cooking utensils. The chefs have started to build up in Lin Qin's guard yard. From these maneuvers, it should not be the first time that Manhwa Pavilion has done this kind of export. And just now they are still pretending to be noble in front of themselves. A chef with a gift box came to Lin Qinshu in front of Mr. Lin. This is our Manhwa Pavilion to send you Gujing tribute wine, although it is not the most expensive one, but this bottle also reached a high price of 300,000. As the so-called Chinese food with white wine, Western food with red wine, Lin Qinshu took it and put it in his hand. His alcohol consumption is average, not much interest in wine, and his seller of high-priced white wine is also quite a lot of this bottle of 300,000 wine really cannot enter his eyes. Will be promised to pay the 3 million Manhwa Pavilion. Chef's hands speed faster. In less than half an hour, the 5-meter-long dining table was already full of dishes. Lin Qinshu greeted the maids and came out to eat together, each holding a small bowl, wandering around to eat. Lin Qinshu also opened that $300,000 of wine. One person poured a cup to the back of the drink high, and let Li Qing to that underground wine cellar to get a few more bottles of Moutai out. Let the chefs also drink a few cups together. Lin Qinshu drank to dizzy. Manhwa Pavilion people have packed up things to go. All the women had also already drank themselves into a daze and were looking at Lin Qinshu with mesmerized eyes. Everyone take out your cell phones and now play a game of grabbing red envelopes. The person who grabs the least will be punished. The person who snatches the most gets a reward. I don't know if everyone was drunk and didn't hear it, or it was too late to react, but the scene became quiet. Li Qing was the first to react and said to everyone with a smile, everyone, why don't you take out your cell phones? The women took out their cell phones. Li Qing took the lead in pulling a group. Lin Qinshu sent a red envelope out. Yang Man grabbed the best hand, while Xia Shi was the one who grabbed the least. The person who grabbed the most can ask the person who grabbed the least to do one thing and still get a reward. Lin Qinshu first gave the reward to Yang Man, transferring $100,000. Because Lin Qinshu had transferred the money in the group, everyone saw it. Originally thought that it was Lin Qinshu's bad taste reward, so everyone was cooperating but with a generalized interest. Who would have thought that it was actually a cash reward, or 100,000 yuan? Their 1 month's salary was only 100,000 ah. The women instantly raised their spirits. Yang Man immediately jumped into Lin Qinshu's arms after receiving the reward and sent a fragrant scent. She had already been subdued by Lin Qinshu from the depths of her heart, so she naturally wouldn't squirm about these things. Master, is it that I tell her to do whatever I want? The others must also cooperate, right? Yang Man blinked his big eyes. Of course it is. Everyone must cooperate with the victor's punishment, including me. Lin Qinshu patted his chest and guaranteed. Yang Man looked at Xiaxi with a bad smile on her face. Xiaxi has to incense with her master for 3 minutes. No breaks in the middle. Remember, it's going to be the very affectionate kind. Oh. When Xiaxi heard this, her face, which was already slightly red from drinking, instantly became even redder. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up. Originally he just planned to give out red envelopes to the maids to help them out. He didn't realize that there was also this kind of benefit, or Yang Man knows how to do it. And inwardly, he silently gave Yang Man a compliment. If you don't accept the punishment, you can send a 10,000 red packet for everyone to grab. That way you don't need to be punished. Lin Qinshu added a fire. Xia was a relatively shy girl. If she didn't add a fire, she might be able to squirm for a night. Hearing this, Xia hurriedly moved her body to Lin Qinshu's side and scented it. Not to mention whether she was willing to send that 10,000 red packets, just because of a game to make the master unhappy. That is not worth the loss. 3 minutes later, Xiaoxi's eyes have become very confused. At this moment, even if Lin Qinshu seems to want to do anything, Lin Qinshu was also a little bit unable to hold back. If not for all the women being there, he really would have had to carry Xiaoxi to his room. The second round of the red packet game began. This time Yang Man became the one who grabbed the least amount of punishment, and Li Shui became the one with the best hand. This round of punishment was Yang Man. As for the content, it was just washing Lin Qinshu's face. The third round of the red packet game. This time the ones who grabbed the least were actually two people. Yu Shallow and Han Frost, both grabbed 18.88 red envelopes at the same time, and the punishment was naturally shared by the two. The best hand was again Yang Man, who had an evil smile on her face. Yu Shallow and Han Frost both. One stands in front, one stands behind. Follow up with your own brainstorming. Lin Qinshu silently gave Yang Man a nod in his heart once again. The understanding Yang Man, he must reward her more in the future. Yu Shallow and Han Frost originally drank wine, and the game went on to this, although shy, but also did not squirm, directly completed Yang Man's punishment. The result of the completion of the punishment, but also by Yang Man made fun of you guys. This is also to that, so you can send a red envelope out to revoke the punishment. Anyway, you robbed so much. The two girls immediately joked with Yang Man. Throughout the game down, Lin Qinshu was cool to the core, but all the women blushed scarlet. In the 2-hour game, none of the women were spared. They had all taken the best and the least, and the punishment was not a single one. The one with the most rewards was thought to be Yang Man, but it turned out to be Songyu. Chapter 42, I'll help you. Songyu was punished just once with a passionate kiss, and the rest of the time it was either optimal or not, high or low in the middle. In the future, you guys don't have to stay at home every day. You can go out and play if you want to, although this job is relatively much easier, but you can't be locked up every day. Lin Qinshu let everyone go back to take a bath and rest after he finished speaking, and he also went back to his room. His body couldn't take it anymore, so he hurriedly went back to take a cold shower to cool down, and then called Yang Man over to play some adult games later. Lin Qinshu finished his bath and lay on the bed. Tonight, he drank a lot, and I don't know if the maids have finished their baths yet. At the moment, he was in a state of sobriety and was not sleepy at all. Taking out his cell phone, he intended to call Yang Man over, but suddenly remembered that he had gotten the dough coin before, and he was so busy these days that he didn't even have the time to turn on the Douyin. Now finally can quietly look at the live broadcast. So much bucket coin, always have to spend it is. Brush some live broadcast and then call Yang Man over. Open Douyin. Brush half a day. Also did not see what good. Probably because he does not often watch the reason for live. So the big data what are recommended to him. See him dazzled. Suddenly Lin Qinshu brushed to a familiar person. This familiar is not to recognize, but the girl who knew before. This girl is called Xiaoyu, a game commentator, seems to be the official host of the game. Out also many years, just out of the time because of outstanding appearance, professional level of hard, or very hot, and then more and more new generation of commentators appeared. Her popularity is gradually declining. Xiaoyu is not very good at working, relying purely on her face value and excellent professional ability. She can still barely hold a piece of heaven and earth in the world of hosting and commentating. One thing that attracts more fans is that she has never had a scandal, and I have never heard of her getting close to any man. Unlike other female hosts and commentators, although they rise quickly, there are too many rumors, and they are quick to get rid of fans. Today was Xiaoyu's first live broadcast on Douyin, and there were only a handful of 30 or so people in the live room. Xiaoyu's business has been getting less and less lately, and the hosting world has been taken over by other newcomers who can do the whole job. There wasn't much work for veteran host narrators like her, and she could only send out tweets and brush up her presence every day. Because of her contract, she couldn't just broadcast live, and today it just so happened that her contract expired, and she didn't want to renew it, so she came to Douyin to broadcast live to see how it worked out. As it turns out, her popularity has gone down the drain, although it's also because she didn't give the live broadcast a boost, but the amount of natural recommendations and retention can also be seen to see if she should still eat in this line of work. Thank you for still supporting my brothers. My contract with the game company expired. The follow-up may not intend to do this business. In order to thank the brothers for their support, I send a lucky bag for everyone to grab. Xiao Yu looked a bit despondent. Why? A whiteboard number named Twinwood Chinchilla typed out a line. Because the number of people in the live room was small, the words didn't scroll fast. Xiao Yu also happened to see this message and pretended to be relaxed. There's nothing I can do. My business skills are failing, and there's less and less work. Sitting on the bench every day. It would be better to go out and make a break for it. Originally wanted to see the effect of the live broadcast cannot let me transition. And now there are only more than 30 people to watch. It seems that the transition is also not feasible. Is Xiao Yu going to retire? Don't my goddess retired from the circle. I'll only be able to watch those whole live hostesses from now on. Is Xiao Yu retiring from the circle to get married? Couldn't it be that she's out of singleness and ready to get married and have kids? Xiao Yu looked at the scrolling words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not married. Don't know what to do for now. May want to go out and travel first. See the outside world. Come back and then plan. Is retiring from the circle something you want to do? Or were you forced to do so? Shuangmu Chintai asked again. Xiao Yu saw this and patiently replied back, of course I was forced to do something. Even if I don't have any great ambitions, I still have to eat, right? And I love this job. But the opportunities are getting fewer and fewer. Not to mention the other. There are still 30 seconds to grab the lucky bags. Just now she sent out 30 lucky bags and charged $2,000 into it. There are more than 30 people in here. Each of them can still grab an average of 666 Do coins, which translates back to $66. And there is no limit to the lucky bags. Some of the live broadcasts have to pay attention to the lucky bags, or even join the fan group in order to receive them. I'll help you. Twinwood Chinchilla spoke again, and instantly the entire screen was taken over by a huge carnival gift. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell gave that gift? Blocking me from grabbing the lucky bag. You can click even if you're blocking it. Hurry up and click hard so you can open the lucky bag. Mine is stuck in this carnival. The lucky bags are gone. Wait, was that a carnival just now? Finally a big brother has come to Xiao Yu's live room? It's from the whiteboard number that just said he'd help Xiao Yu. The crowd in the live room, who had just reacted, checked who the person who had just sent the carnival was. After sending a carnival, Doublewood Chinchilla had instantly reached level 3 and was no longer a whiteboard. Xiao Yu was also confused. Just now that was a carnival 30,000 Do coins a carnival. Converted into cash there are also $3,000. Deducting a bit for the platform, she still had more than 2,000 in hand. And the money she had just sent out the lucky bags had just come back. Big brother Shuang Mu. There's no need to swipe the gift. I'm all set to stop doing this. It's good for everyone to chat together. Xiao Yu persuaded. She really didn't want others to brush gifts for her. Since she was all set to retire from the circle, she shouldn't pull the wool over her fans, and be decent enough to leave a good story for herself. Shuangmu Chinchilla didn't say anything and swiped out another carnival. Before the live broadcast room could react, the carnivals appeared one after another. And the heat of the live room was also detected by the system, which began to recommend this live room to those who watched it. There were still a lot of people who used to play that game, so there were quite a few who recognized Xiao Yu, and when they saw that it was Xiao Yu's live room, they stayed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Carnival brushing like this, my cell phone screen is stuck. Bro, is it possible that your cell phone is too spicy and changed? Isn't this Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu also came to Douyin to live broadcast. This was my favorite goddess back in the day. Only in recent years I've been busy with my life and haven't watched game commentary in a while. More and more people entered the live room, and the gifts from Doublewood Chinchilla were still constantly being swiped. Xiao Yu had been completely confused and sent a private message to Doublewood Chinchilla in the background, asking him to stop brushing. However, Doublewood Chinchilla didn't pay any attention to her and was still violently brushing the carnival. Brushing so many carnivals. Did Xiao Yu meet her big brother? Not necessarily. Maybe it's because Xiao Yu signed a company and came to build her momentum. There are companies that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to build momentum, but this is brushing a few million. Right, Xiao Yu's curiosity is not worth those companies investing so much. That's when you meet Big Brother. Xiao Yu, you have to take advantage of it. Chapter 43. Is it a palace that is being demolished? Xiao Yu looked at the screen full of carnival, also gave up struggling. To the private chat window sent a thank you and returned to the live broadcast interface. After this brushing by Doublewood Chinchilla, Xiao Yu's live room instantly rushed to the number 1 spot on the all Douyin live gift ranking. After brushing 666 carnival, Doublewood Chinchilla's level also broke through to level 60. The number of people in the live broadcast room also reached 100,000 plus viewers, instantly setting this unattended live broadcast room on fire. Just as the live room was still hotly discussing whether it was a divine hero coming down or a guild boost, Shuangmu Chinchilla stopped swiping gifts and exited the live broadcast room. This action made Xiao Yu confused for a moment. This Doublewood Chinchilla came in and said a total of 3 sentences before starting to frantically swipe gifts. In one night, he brushed 200 million do coins of gifts to Xiaoyu. Even if the platform's harshest algorithm, these gifts Xiaoyu could get a 10 million. However, the other party didn't say anything and left the live room without doing anything. What Shuangmu Qingjie said about helping her was considered really helpful, as Xiaoyu's fans skyrocketed by nearly a million overnight. With these fan bases, as long as she opened the live broadcast, there would be a large number of people who would come to watch, and it was even possible to open the live broadcast to bring goods. Xiaoyu hurriedly left a message in the private chat window to Shuangmu Qingjie, sending her private micro-signal over to the other party. After all, she had helped her, so how could she not recognize it as a token of appreciation? At this time, Yunlu Villa 1, Lin Qinsho was looking for a cell phone charger. Just now Xiaoyu live broadcast that Doublewood Chinchilla is him. Originally wanted to brush a 100 million bucks into the result is that only brush 20 million cell phone is out of power. He is still the first time to reward gifts, and did not know that the long press can always send gifts, and then found when the phone has almost no power. Now the phone is charged. He does not intend to go back in. Another day have time to go back in to brush a wave on the line. Anyway, he bucket more coins. Brush a night. There are still 800 million bucket in it. The most important thing is that he used to like Xiaoyu this commentator. He has the conditions. Just brush at will. Lin Qinsho looked at the time. It's already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yang Man should be asleep. Simply do not call her over. Tomorrow is Monday. Still have to go to class. This weekend is really full. Just in the middle of the night, a small episode happened in Lin Qinsho's room. He seemed to have done something while he was half asleep, but he didn't know who the other person was. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone into the room from the window. Last night Lin Qinsho forgot to pull the curtains closed. He was woken up by this ray of sunlight. Thinking about what happened in that half asleep last night, he hurriedly looked to the side, only to see Li Qing turn her head sideways towards him, her closed eyes trembling uncontrollably. This look was that she had already woken up and was pretending to be asleep. The corner of Lin Qinsho's mouth lifted up a bad smile, and he began to make a bad move. Ah! Li Qing exclaimed in shock, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. When Lin Qinsho saw Li Qing in this state, he instantly knew the cause. Those 6 maids were still justifiable, as people were recruited according to the unpersonaled. It was just that he did not expect Li Qing, who had been running through society for many years, to be the same type as those 6 maids. Li Qing was a smart woman. She knew what a woman's important things were. Not just important to herself, but even more important to men. A woman's important things could give a man a satisfying vanity, and could even make him feel like his trophy. That's why when she hadn't met a man worthy of her investment and dedication, she had always kept herself clean. It was only now after meeting Lin Qinsho that she made up her mind to deliver herself. Lin Qinsho lowered his head and kissed Li Qing's forehead, and softly said, "Take a good rest today. Put everything else aside and get your body well first." Li Qing inwardly nodded with joy. Seeing Lin Qinsho's attitude, she knew that this time she had made the right bet. Lin Qinsho cleaned up and drove to the school, passing by the school gate, and handed 2 cigarettes to the security guard, asking him to help get a license plate. The security guard uncle excitedly patted his chest to ensure that in the future, just tell him, to ensure that access to the campus unimpeded. On campus, the students who were heading to the teaching building saw Lin Qinsho's car and were all talking about it. Is this the person who took away that extreme dormitory of schoolgirl Yi the day before yesterday? Lamborghini poison. Who else could it be but that beast from the extreme dormitory? I don't know how this person suddenly got so high profile. Could it be a demolition house? It's hard to say. Overnight riches either hit the jackpot, or the family was demolished. Was it the palace that was demolished? That's a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What demolition can pay out so much? Mud. Why I am so handsome and dashing people cannot meet this kind of overnight wealth. Who's got piss? Wake him up. IP Yellow. I'll do it. Senior. Lin Qinsho had just gotten off the bus when Yi Mingxi trotted towards him. It seemed that the day's rest had allowed her to recover. Lin Qinsho touched her head lovingly. Feeling better? Yi Mingxi's pretty face blushed much better. Behind Yi Mingxi, 3 girls came forward and looked at him with a hostile face. This is the senior you keep talking about. Lin Qinsho did not know why these 3 girls were so hostile. He did not seem to provoke them. He did not even know them. Senior, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates, who are also my good sisters, Yao Jingjing, Ruan Qingqing, and Wang Ying. Yi Mingxi tugged on Yao Jingjing who was speaking. Lin Qinsho's face revealed a dawning realization. No wonder the hostility was so great. Odds are that she was afraid that Yi Mingxi had met a scumbag. Good morning ladies, I'm Meng Meng's boyfriend, Lin Qinsho. It's Meng Meng's blessing to have sisters who care about her as much as you do, Lin Qinsho said with a smile, a double entendre. On the surface saying that they cared about Yi Mingxi, but in reality saying that they were nosy. However, the looks of these women from the dream dormitory weren't bad. Although they didn't have Yi Mingxi's 90-point face value, they still had a score of 85 or above. Humph. I'm warning you, you have to treat our family Meng well, otherwise, I'll make you look good. Wang Ying raised that tiny fist and waved it. Lin Qinshu smiled, that's for sure. If I don't treat Meng well, who will I treat well? I'm going to class first. Wait for me to eat together at noon. Lin Qinshu kissed Yi Mingxi's forehead before walking towards the school building. Entering the classroom, Lin Qinshu immediately felt the gazes of the people around him, containing eyes of envy and jealousy. The number of people in the classroom today was extraordinarily large, and Lin Qinshu thought he had walked into the wrong classroom. Beast, this way. Li Wu ruler waved and shouted from that back row. Chapter 40 for the sick schoolgirl Su Weiwei. What's going on? Why are there so many people in this law class today? Lin Qinshu sat his butt down next to the dormitory trio. Today's class is with the medical class, Li Wushu said with an excited face. Lin Qinshu looked at his still bruised face and couldn't help but spit out. Do you need the medical class to help you with the bruises on your face? What's so exciting about it? And why does the medical class have to take a law class as well? Is it because you're afraid of medical malpractice? Li Wu ruler rolled his eyes and rubbed the bruise on his face. What do you know? Don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? We are able to attend the same class as the school beauty Su Weiwei today. Do you know how many people outside envy us? Lin Qinshu skimmed his lips and said disdainfully, look at your worthless appearance. It's just a school flower. Can you be as pretty as Meng? Fan Chang also said, Su Weiwei is not the same as Yi school flower. Yi school flower is a lively and playful type. Su Weiwei is an elegant, holy image. Li Wu ruler gave Fan Chang a you know me look. I have Yi Yen. The so-called school flower is just another woman in my eyes, Xia Lu said without lifting his eyes as he flipped through the book. He was a lover, and Guan Yan was a childhood friend. Xia Lu's current state was like Lin Qinshu at the time, with only his object in his eyes, unable to tolerate any other girl. Li Wu ruler gave him a middle finger in contempt. The last person who said this had already broken up, and that was Lin Qinshu. Suddenly, the eyes of the entire class moved to the classroom door as a white silhouette slowly walked in through the door. A head of long vertical hair cascaded down, her hands embracing a book, her big bright eyes blinking, tugging at the hearts of the crowd, bringing with her an aura of lightness, and her pace and movements really did make people feel that she was a gentle person. It seems that all the boys in the class at this moment were hooked away from the soul in general. Ding! A beauty with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Su Weiwei. Face value, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 50. Ding! Detected that the host has met a beautiful woman with a face value of more than 90 points again, triggering a rescue mission. Choice 1, cure Su Weiwei's brain disease by all means. Rewarded with +1 spirit points and proficiency in medical skills. Choice 2, cure Su Weiwei's encephalopathy by all means, and at the same time make the other person fall in love with you. Rewarded with +1 spirit points, medical proficiency, and Vajra kidney. Ha! Lin Qinshu for a beautiful woman appeared. The system released the task does not feel strange. Strange is that this task actually reward roughly the same. 2 options let him cure Su Weiwei. I'm not a ING doctor. How to cure? The system will only give me medical proficiency after the cure. You have to give me medical proficiency first, so that I can cure her. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, but Su Weiwei was the second highest face value among the girls he met, reaching 94 points. Don't look at this score as just a little bit higher. For the face value piece it was already a lot of improvement. And why does this system have to have me heal this? The only difference between the 2 options was that he had to make Su Weiwei fall in love with him during the mission, and the reward was the adamantine kidney, something that sounded like something one would desire. After all, now that there are more women, these 2 days of excessive exercise, even if the physique has been improved, the kidney is still more or less unable to withstand but really did not see this delicate like water Su Weiwei. Capital is actually so thick. In order to that adamantine kidney, I'll also have to fight. No matter what, we have to use all the methods to complete the first item, to get a medical proficiency. With medical proficiency, they will be able to rely on this skill to help their families and people around them. And even if they don't get that Vajra kidneys, they can also adjust their own constitution through the medical skills of the medicine. Wei, come sit here with me. In the classroom, a handsome man was waving his hand frantically. Li Wu ruler came to the crowd's ear and said that one is Shinli, the top rich second generation in Magic City. He has been pursuing Su Weiwei for a long time. However, Su Weiwei doesn't pay much attention to him. Most importantly, this Shinli's sister is Xinyu, another school beauty of Jiaotong University. Lin Qinshu glanced at Shinli and realized that the other party was still very handsome, and to have a school flower sister, their family's genes must not be bad either. And Xinyu and Shenli are both people of the Shin family in Magic City. one of the four great families of the Shin family in Magic City. Li Wushu added a sentence. Lin Qinshu was slightly surprised to look at Li Wushu. How do you know everything? So gossip. A big man. All day attention to these gossip news. Everyone in the classroom is watching. Su Weiwei will not fall under the Magic City top rich second generation. The entire classroom has been full. In addition to Shinli next to the position he specifically reserved for Su Weiwei, only the best dormitory 4 people still have a position. Shinli, that is for Su Weiwei. Some people want to sit, were driven away. The best dormitory is the formation of a best aura. Everyone does not want to get too close to them. And Lin Qinshu was the last of the 4 to come over. He also sat on the outermost. The rest of the seat is also just next to him. The people in the class also know about the news on the campus forum. One is Shinli, the son of the Shin family in Magic City, and one is Lin Qinshu, the representative of the overnight riches who drives $100 million of luxury cars. In their opinion, it must be that Lin Qinshu originally had money, only in the past, low profile, and recently don't know what happened. Suddenly high profile, the 2 top rich second generation of the secret competition. Su Weiwei chose whoever it was, and that means whoever got the victory of the initial encounter. Su Weiwei glanced at the only 2 seats left in the classroom, then walked towards Lin Qinshu. The whole school knew about Shinli pursuing her. She was definitely not going to sit next to Shinli. She didn't want to be thought of as having something with Shinli. And Lin Qinshu is different. She does not know each other. But these 2 days also heard that Yi Mingxi and the man in front of her in love. There are object of the man, always in this in front of the eyes of the cleanliness of it, but at the same time will not cause gossip. Lin Qinshu beside the position is obviously a better choice. Classmate, can I sit here? Su Weiwei asked softly as she walked to Lin Qinshu's side. Lin Qinshu frowned slightly. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was not as holy and innocent as she appeared to be, and a feeling of being used suddenly rose within him. Shinli invited Su Weiwei to sit in front of the whole class. Su Weiwei ignored it and walked straight to Lin Qinshu's side, which was completely provoking the conflict between Lin Qinshu and Shinli. Although Lin Qinshu didn't care about what Shinli was doing, but it was still very unpleasant to be used in such a way. The beautiful woman in front of him immediately turned him off. Even with the reward of the adamantine kidney, he had little interest. Chapter 45, Su Xia with a scary background. Whatever, the classroom isn't mine. If it was, I wouldn't let you sit down, Lin Qinshu said indifferently. When these words came out, instantly the entire classroom fell silent. Schoolgirl Su was rejected? And disliked? Are rich people so incapable of compassion? Su Weiwei's expression was stunned, and with a slight smile she didn't seem to care about what she had just said, still choosing to sit down next to Lin Qinshu. Bang! Shinli slammed the table. Don't know how to raise your voice? It's your honor that Weiwei is willing to sit next to you. Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or I'll show you why flowers are so red. Lin Qinshu sneered and looked at the other party with disdain. Another dead-licking dog. Everyone in the classroom felt like they were in for a good show right away when they heard this. 2 rich second-generation people fighting against each other. Their group loved to see this kind of hilarity. Shinli was furious and immediately stood up to charge over. The thing he hated the most was people calling him a licking dog. What do you want? A female teacher wearing a white professional dress with a high ponytail walked into the classroom and shouted. Just now, she heard the noise before she even entered the classroom, and as soon as she came in, she saw Shinli climbing up from his desk, looking like he wanted to fight. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Su Xia. Face value, 93. Age, 26. Height, 169. Bust, 34D. Favorability, 0. Su Xia walked to the podium and picked up the mic on the table. All sit still for me. If you don't want to listen to the lesson, get the hell out of here. Shinli originally wanted to say something, but in the end, for whatever reason, he didn't open his mouth and sat down angrily. Lin Qinshu had already brightened up when he saw this teacher. Another 90-point beauty, only this time the system didn't release any quests. It's reasonable to say that every beauty with more than 90 points will be accompanied by a quest. The classroom was large enough that one person's voice alone could not reach every corner of the classroom. So this kind of large classroom would have a microphone. Su Xia saw the students all quieted down, then opened his mouth and said, I am your future law teacher. My name is Su Xia. In the future, you 2 classes are together in my class. If there are students who do not want to, you can not come. Next year, when you fail a class, maybe it's not me who will teach you. There is also because of the school's lack of teaching resources, most of your 2 classes will be taught together. So what you have to do is to get along well. Do you understand? The last sentence was slightly authoritative, causing the students to involuntarily reply got it. Lin Qinshu looked at Su Xia on the stage instead. A 26-year-old beautiful teacher actually had such a majestic look. That domineering look seemed to be innate. This group of students were not much younger than Su Xia, but they were trembling with fear by a few words, and no one dared to retort out loud. What makes Lin Qinshu feel the most strange is the two roommates around him, Li Wushu and Fan Chang, the two jackals, who had green eyes and drooling mouths when they saw beauties with more than 80 points, actually didn't dare to say a word after seeing Su Xia. Even the green light in their eyes were suppressed for fear of attracting Su Xia's attention. Have you two taken the wrong medication? Is this new teacher above you the elder in your family? Scared like this, Lin Qinshu looked at the two of them suspiciously. Li Wushu hurriedly raised a finger to his mouth shoe. This scene made Lin Qinshu even more confused. What were these two guys afraid of? Fan Chang explained at the side, don't look at this beautiful teacher. Her identity is even more frightening. She is the daughter of Su Hanning, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Magic City. Can't you see that Xinli, one of the 4 dukes of Magic City, doesn't even dare to squeak? Li Wu ruler also added at the side, the Municipal Party Secretary's father is still just a minor point. She also has an older brother, who is the god of war of the southern military region, and her grandfather, who is one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in junior high school, because there is a boy in order to pursue her, in her back on the road to block her. Although nothing happened at that time, that very night, a fighter jet flew away from the southern military region. That boy was never seen again since then, along with his family disappearing without a trace. Is this ING official background or mob background? Su Xia, this identity. Father is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Mordor. Brother is the military region war god. Grandfather is still the Red Generation. No wonder this Su Xia's aura is so sufficient. One sentence makes Xinli, one of the 4 dukes of Magic City, not even dare to move. Hey, how do you guys know this stuff? For Li Wu ruler and Fan Chang to know this, it was already beyond the realm of gossip, right? Ordinary people shouldn't know about these things. After all, the descendants of the Red Generation were known for keeping a low profile. Forum. It was all said a few days ago that our school has a new beautiful teacher called Su Xia. As soon as old Fan and I heard that it was a beautiful woman, we hurriedly went on the forum to look at the pictures of the beautiful woman, and participated in the discussion in the meantime. And as a result, some people in the know broke the news about these things. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xiaolu, as if asking if he also knew. Xiaolu shrugged. I don't look at forums. I have that time to go with Yan Yan even video. Su Weiwei, who was sitting next to Lin Qinshu, also heard their conversation, seemingly with her eyes fixed on the podium, but in reality, she was shaken inwardly, didn't realize that the new teacher's background was so powerful. Su Weiwei couldn't help but think that if she got on well with the teacher, Xinli and the other boys wouldn't harass her. She now has no heart to talk about love. This period of time began to flare up again. Su Weiwei enrolled in the medical profession for the purpose of curing herself of this rare disease, which is not even a few cases of the disease in the whole world. Ding! Detected the appearance of a beautiful woman with a face value higher than 90. Choice 1, skip class, molest Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom. Rewarded with chess mastery. Choice 2, skipping class, molesting Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom. To have physical contact. Rewarded with chess mastery and marksmanship mastery. Here it comes. There's a quest. Scratch that. But was this mission asking him to go to his death? Skipping class was nothing. At most he would fail the class. But molesting Su Xia. The other party had a military war god as his brother. After the molestation will not even know how he died? Especially the second item. Molestation also have physical contact. System, can I not do this task? Ding. There will be no penalty for not doing the task. But if the host can't even complete such a simple task, the chances of triggering subsequent tasks will become smaller. Hosts should use their own discretion. Lin Qinshu's face was cloudy, but he finally gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Or else if the system didn't give the task in the future, then he would be left without tears. This time, Lin Qinshu intended to choose the first item. Just flirt a little bit. If you get on, you may even lose your life. But he just got the system not long ago. He has not yet enjoyed the blessings of it. Just then, the scene of their group whispering was seen by Su Xia. Chapter 46. You now molest me. Penultimate third row. That male student in white dress, stand up for me. Su Xia snapped. It just so happened that only Lin Qinshu and Su Weiwei were wearing white clothes in the entire back row, while most of the others were black and baby blue. The one who spoke was the 4 of them, and as a result, because the clothes were the same, Su Xia couldn't call anyone well and could only do so by virtue of the color of their clothes, and as a result, Lin Qinshu was chosen so coincidentally. Lin Qinshu slowly stood up, staring straight at Su Xia. He was just thinking about how he was going to accomplish his mission when he was suddenly called up. Which class? What's your name? Su Xia was a new teacher. She didn't recognize a single student in this classroom, let alone knowing which class the other party was from. Lin Qinshu, Sociology Class 1, Lin Qinshu said casually. Su Xia furrowed her brows when she saw that attitude of his. What I just said, did you hear me? Repeat it. Lin Qinsho smiled slightly. I'm sorry. Teacher's voice is too pleasant. It all made me think about it, so I didn't hear anything clearly. The entire room was silent. They even all looked at Lin Qinsho with horrified gazes. Shinli even threw a gloating look at him. Most of the people in the classroom would go on the campus for him, and those who couldn't be counted out had also learned about Su Xia's identity from the people beside them just now. Knowing that Su Xia's identity was so powerful, he still dared to export molestation. Was this ing tired of living? Su Xia was instantly furious. After so many years, since experiencing the incident of that missing male student blocking her back then, no one dared to speak to her like this. Fine, come up if you can't hear me. It just so happens that I need a teaching assistant for today's lesson, so you'll be the one to do it. Su Xia remembered the way to fix Lin Qinsho. Su Xia had followed her brother to learn some self-defense techniques. It just so happened that she could use this to punish the student who dared to out-and-out molest her. Her self-defense techniques were certified by her brother. Even ordinary soldiers couldn't do anything to her. Lin Qinsho walked to the podium, and the two of them stood together to form a most adorable height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and said, today, I'm going to popularize to you all which law can be corresponded to at which level when a girl receives harassment. You, consider yourself a hooligan. Now molest me. Lin Qinsho froze, and all the students in the classroom were also confused. What kind of tiger and wolf words was this? Actually letting someone directly molest her. Lin Qinsho quickly reacted. It seems that there is a conspiracy, but the physical contact sent to the door, how can you not want it? Is worried that there is no way to complete the task. Lin Qinsho stretched out his hand towards Su Xia's waist. Su Xia grabbed his hand with both hands and quickly turned her back, wanting to give Lin Qinsho an over-the-shoulder slam. The result was that Lin Qinsho didn't move at all, and at the same time quickly stretched out his other hand and slapped her behind her back where she was facing Lin Qinsho. Ah! Su Xia let out a cry of surprise and let go of Lin Qinsho's arm, looking at him in annoyance. Lin Qinsho said with a bad smile on his face, teacher didn't just try to shoulder wrestle me, did you? I don't have much of a character, but I have a strong lower body. Su Xia's face was furious. Her face was also a bit flushed. Since she grew up, she hadn't been touched by a stranger of the opposite sex, but just now she was hit by Lin Qinsho to that place of hers. That situation just now belongs to the primary molestation of women. At least will be in 15 days criminal detention. Although he didn't succeed in wrestling, but the lesson that should be taught still had to be continued. Now you put your hands on my shoulders, Su Xia said through clenched teeth. Lin Qinsho cooperated by putting his hands on her shoulders. Su Xia raised her hands with the intention of toppling Lin Qinsho's hands away and then headbutting his face. As a result, her hands weren't pushed away, but were instead pulled into Lin Qinsho's arms. Let go of me, Su Xia shouted angrily with a reddened face as she was held in Lin Qinsho's arms. Teacher, didn't you say that you wanted me to play the role of a rogue? Do you think the hooligans outside will listen to you? Lin Qinsho laughed cheaply. Let go of me immediately. Su Xia's anger level was about to peak, thinking to teach Lin Qinsho a lesson, but he ended up being taken advantage of instead. Seeing this, Lin Qinsho let go of his hand and didn't tease Su Xia. The task had been completed beyond the standard. The next step was to skip class. You don't have to attend today's class. Get out of here. Su Xia pointed at the classroom door. Teacher, this was all done to cooperate with you. You're being a bit unreasonable now. Lin Qinsho had an innocent face. Humph. What's in your mind is obvious to everyone. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you know a little bit of martial arts. Get the hell out of here and stand. Come with me to the office after class. Lin Qinsho deliberately took advantage of her. But then again, she was the one who told the other to come up, and now she's all fired up at the sight of the other now. Lin Qinsho shrugged and left the classroom. However, he didn't listen to Su Xia, but left the school building directly. On the way, he also sent a message to Yi Mengshi Meng. Is class over? What do you want to eat for lunch? Yi Mengshi did not reply. He could only go back to the dormitory first to stay. The classroom door is not going to stay. This is not the same as his task of skipping class. Just as he returned to the dormitory, the system mission completion beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Agreeing to the other party's request to help Wen Rushu solve her difficulties. Rewarded with 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family's secrets. Ding! The Wen family secret scripture has been transferred to the host's WeChat favorites in the form of a document. Hello esteemed customer. Your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card received a transfer of 800,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 136,236, 9,053 yuan. How is this reward? Thought it was that mission Su Xia just now. This was the mission that had cost Wen Rushu $500 million last night. It seemed that the crisis had been resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of flirting with Su Xia. Rewarded with chess proficiency, gunnery proficiency. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 8. Physique, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10. And the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Windchild. Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yunlu Mountain Villa. Skills, martial arts mastery, chess mastery, marksmanship mastery. Balance, 136-236-9053. The rewards from Su Xia's mission came with him, and Lin Qinsho instantly felt that he had more knowledge about chess and marksmanship in his mind. These two skills weren't really useful to him. He didn't love chess and wasn't going to be a soldier, but more skills were better than nothing. Lin Qinsho took out his cell phone and opened his favorites, intending to take this time to see what the secret of the Wen family was. Chapter 47, Wen Family Secrets. Lin Qinsho clicked on the large file of 1G inside the opening. There was an outline of some secret stories. There were also some accompanying pictures. Is there so much bloodshed in these big families? Wen Jiasheng, the eldest house of the Wen family. His wife is a member of the Yang family in Kyoto, and he is reckless and unsubtle, often used without realizing it, conceited, arrogant, and stupid. He is not loved by the old master of the Wen family, but has no choice but to become the eldest house. Wen Jiasheng has a son, Wen Wenfeng, but this son is not Wen Jiasheng's son, but Wen Jiaxu's. Wen Wenfeng still do not know the truth of this matter. More than 20 years ago, one night, when Jiasheng drunkenly passed by the servants' room, and saw the maid who had just finished the bath, so he lost his mind and put the other party on the spot, and after that night the maid was pregnant with a child, and finally gave birth to Wen Ruxue. The fact that Wen Ruxue is not the daughter of Wen Jiasheng, because Wen Jiasheng has a hidden disease cannot bear children. His wife Yang Xinghua because of Wen Wenfeng's sake, will be the matter of concealment. Do not let Wen Jiasheng know that she has a hidden disease. 2 years ago, in a club, Wen Jiasheng toyed with a young lady to death because he was addicted to prohibited drugs. No one knew about this, and he buried the body under a tree in front of the Wen family ancestral hall. The lady who was toyed to death because she was an orphan, eccentric, not many friends, so even if she disappeared, no one looked for her. The matter has been hidden. Lin Qinsho couldn't help but exclaim. This damn only read the beginning. All so wonderful. Wen Rushue's dad is not her dad. Her dad does not know that his son and daughter are not their own. This is really a good show. These rich people can really play. Single a velvet out is so messy relationship. And then look down still can? Lin Qinsho continued to read on. In addition to the introduction of the Wen family on the family relationship, and some of the things he did, hobby gambling, by the second brother Wen Jiaxu finds someone to lay a trap. Now is 80 million loan sharks. Do not dare to say it. Afraid that will be kicked out of the family head competition. As long as he can be the head of the family, in charge of the Wen group, he will be able to pay back that money. However, this has also become a handle in the hands of Wen Jiaxu. If there is no accident, on the day of the competition for the head of the family will be Wen Jiaxu said, and thus kicked out of the competition for the head of the family. Seeing this, the secret stories on the Wen family had ended, and in the end, there were a few photos left, all related to these secret stories, which were simply unbearable to look at, unable to let people look at them straight, but Lin Qinsho still looked at them with great interest. There are also a few photos of Wen Jiaxu and those who set up the Wen family on gambling drinking together to discuss the incident. The simplest photo is a photo of a large tree, which should be the large tree where the Wen family on buried the corpse. Seeing this, Lin Qinsho cannot help but marvel at the power of the system. This kind of photo is obviously not taken. It feels like at a specific time, the whole picture to screenshot down the same. Lin Qinsho looked at the secret of the Wen family's second. Compared to the Wen family's nest, Wen Jiasu's can be much more wonderful. Wen Jiasu, the city is extremely deep. Wife is the secretary of the office of the Magic City Minister. Strong people, so far no children. In that year, the older brother Wen Jiasheng wedding night, while Wen Jiasheng drunk, did some heavenly things. Wen Jiaxu is an ambitious person, and elder brother's stupidity. Third brother's cowardice is different. In order to achieve the goal by any means, his wife, Yu Qing, as Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, is an important help to him, so even if Yu Qing doesn't let him touch him at all on weekdays, he is able to tolerate it. Even if he was rumored to be incompetent and unable to procreate, he didn't do anything to refute it, because he knew that he already had a queen. He even secretly teamed up with the Magic City Wang family, vowing to take over the position of the Wen family head. His wife, Yu Qing, was a person who did not like men, and from the time she married into the Wen family, she did not let Wen Jiasu touch her. The two were originally bonded with each other, and they had already made a pact from the beginning. The photos behind Wen Jiaxu were some photos of meeting with people from various parties, as well as photos of Yu Qing and some women in a hotel. Lin Qinshu looked at the photos of Yu Qing playing with some women and couldn't help but TSK. So the TV series didn't lie. There really were couples who played each other. Although Yu Qing was almost 40 years old, she still looked charming and charming. It is true that women did not have children. Old are not so fast. And based on this information guess, Yu Qing may not have gone through personality. When Jiaxu has a large number of conspiracy sets, and even this time, when Jiaming's financial gap is also caused by him, Lin Qinshu then did not go through it carefully, and flipped to the back of Wen Jiaming, Wen Rushue's third uncle, the person who could make Wen Rushue sign a deed of sale and thus help, should be the better of the three. Wen Jiaming, wife Zhao Yaping, has a son, Wen Jianfeng, Wen Rushue's real father. Lin Qinshu saw this sentence and was instantly confused. Wen Jiaming cannot have children. He was still wondering whose child Wen Rushue was, and in the twinkling of an eye he was given a result that was really powerful. This is a big news Lin Qinshu then read on. More than 20 years ago, it was late at night when Wen Jiaming, who had just returned from school, on his way back to his room, he heard a sobbing sound coming from the servant's room. Wen Jiaming probed and looked into the dark room. A ray of moon shone into the room. Wen Jiaming saw a scene under that faint light that he would never forget for the rest of his life. How could a boy with budding adolescence have such restraint? At that moment, he was overwhelmed by desire, closing the door with his backhand and lunging towards that figure. This woman sobbing on the ground was none other than Wen Rushue's mother, who had just been brutalized by the Wen family and was once again pounced upon by a dark figure. After a long time, the black figure fled as if leaving the room. The next day Wen Jiaming knew who the person he pounced on last night. Because of this matter he did not even dare to return home. Lived in the school, until Wen Rushue was born. Wen Rushue, its mother, died. He dared to come back. Later on, the Wen family and the Zhao family were joined in marriage, and Wen Jiaming became the one who was joined in marriage. And after marrying Zhao Yaping, he gave birth to a son. Under a coincidence, he knew about the hidden disease of his elder brother, Wen Jiasheng. It was also at this time that he learned that Wen Rushue was actually his daughter. From then on, they secretly take care of Wen Rushue in every possible way. Just in the way of what he did in the beginning, he has not dared to recognize Wen Rushue. Wen Jiaming's secret story is just this one. The others are all moderate performances. He has the least amount of information, but there are still photos. A month of light shone into the house. The situation inside the house as if it had been taken recently. Completely unable to see that it was a photo from more than 20 years ago, Lin Qinshu put down his cell phone and let out a long breath. These Wen family members, there is no good bird. Although the inside of Wen Rushue's mother are only a word mentioned, but these events ruined Wen Rushue's mother's life. In a person's best years of depression. Chapter 48. How much money does your senior have? The tragedy of Wen Rushue's mother also extended to Wen Rushue. If it wasn't for Wen Jiaming's later discovery that Wen Rushue was his daughter, maybe the current Wen Rushue might be living an even more miserable life, and it's not even known if she's still alive. Lin Qinshu looked at the back to see if there were any other stories. The back of the only third generation Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue's main secret was that she had now become Lin Qinshu's lover, which wasn't much of a secret to him as the person in question. Wen Wenfeng's was a bit more exciting, with a personality that resembled that of his real father, Wen Jiaxu, with a deep city and deviousness. What made Lin Qinshu almost vomit was that Wen Wenfeng was actually a gay. Those images made Lin Qinshu vomit. This one was said to be the Wen family secrets, but it was actually the unseemly things inside the Wen family. And with this one piece of information, he could pin down everyone in the Wen family. And Wen Wenfeng perversion degree, far beyond the imagination. Almost even brother Wen Jianfeng have suffered. This Wen family story has enough bloodshed. This kind of family still stay for what? Have to let Wen Rushue leave that filthy place before. Their own 500 million will not expect to get back, as spending 500 million to buy the freedom of Wen Rushue, anyway, also rewarded back. Pure profit of 300 million. Ding! Detected the host for that 500 million unwilling. Choice 1, utilize the Wen family's secret information to help Wen Jiaming take the position of Wen family head, rewarded with $10 billion. Choice 2, use the Wen family secrets to send Wen Rushue to the position of Wen family head, reward 8.8 billion. Spirit +1. Ha, I'm not unwilling Dog system, I don't want to wade through that Wen family's muddy water Ding! The battle for the head of the Wen family will be held tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Good luck, host. This system rushes the duck on the shelf he just casually crossed a thought, was issued a task. It seems that tomorrow is not to go. The system so lightly to him issued a task. In fact, this task is how difficult Lin Qinshu is aware of. To make Wen Rushue as the head of the family is harder than heaven. Even if there is this Wen family secret cannot handle. Take care of the three brothers of the Wen family. There are other people do not agree with a person who was originally the daughter of a private. How to be the head of the family position. I have to think of a way. Lin Qinshu put away his cell phone and thought. I do not know how long. His cell phone rang. Senior, I'm out of class. Where are you? Yi Mingxi immediately called Lin Qinshu when she left the classroom door. Meng, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something to do. I can't accompany you for dinner. Why don't we wait for the evening? I'll book a room at the Water Cloud Pavilion. Lin Qinshu wasn't really in the mood for dinner right now. He had to think about tomorrow's events and planned to go and talk to Wen Ruxue. Yi Mingxi said with some frustration. Alright then. Senior should also pay attention to safety when he goes out to do things. After the phone hung up, Yi Mingxi aside Wan Xingxing said indignantly, I told you that this is a scum man. Just get our family Meng. Let go of the pigeon. Yi Mingxi quickly explained no. Senior just happened to have something to do. He said that he would invite you guys to the Water Cloud Pavilion for dinner tonight. Water Cloud Pavilion? Really Meng? Is it that legendary Water Cloud Pavilion that only puts out 8 seats a day? And you can also eat a small full banquet? Wang Ying suddenly had 2 glowing eyes. Yao Jingjing and Wan Xingxing were also a bit surprised when they heard Wang Ying say that. Yi Mingxi nodded. Of course it's true. The Water Cloud Pavilion has been bought by the senior. If you want to eat it you can go anytime. Yi Mingxi remembered the scene of watching the fireworks in the hotel across the street after eating at Water Cloud Pavilion that night. Her pretty face also became slightly red. Water Cloud Pavilion was actually bought by that scumbag? How much money does it cost to buy such a high-class place? Ruan Xingxing was surprised. Yi Mingxi flattened her mouth and looked at Ruan Xingxing with a sly grudge. Okay, it's my mistake. It's your senior, not the scummy guy. Ruan Xingxing couldn't stand being stared at and hurriedly uttered a plea for mercy. Water Cloud Pavilion is very famous. It would take tens of millions of dollars to buy it. Yao Jingjing was also surprised at Lin Qinshu's financial power. A restaurant that existed in legends to them was actually bought by her best friend's boyfriend. It cost $200 million to buy it. At that time, it was because Senior promised me that he would take me to the Water Cloud Pavilion for dinner. And as a result, there were no more reserved seats. So Senior simply bought the entire Water Cloud Pavilion. When Yi Mingxi spoke about this, her face was full of pride, completely unaware of what the faces of the 3 girls around her had been shocked into. In order to invite Yi Mingxi to have a meal at the Water Cloud Pavilion, in a fit of rage, he spent $200 million to buy the entire Water Cloud Pavilion. This kind of man is still called a scum? Even if he was scum himself, he would still be willing to Meng, how much money does your senior have? Yao Jingjing's mouth was a bit dry. For a meal she dared to spend $200 million to buy the restaurant. This kind of is already not a normal rich person, right? They instantly turned from indignation to envy. Yi Mingxi shook her head. I don't know. I didn't ask Senior either. It's not like I'm with Senior for the money. I liked him when he didn't have anything. The 3 girls were silent at once. Originally they had a very bad feeling towards Lin Qinshu as a scum. Suddenly after knowing that the other party was a godly man, this reversed impression made them at a loss. Think about it differently. If it was them, they would also surely fall. Unfortunately, they are not. Can only be a person who envy Yi Mingxi. Sitting in the car, Lin Qinshu was just about to make a call to Wen Ruxue. Li Wushu called in. Beast, where did you run off to? Teacher Su made you stand in front of the classroom as a punishment. I didn't see you after class. Now people are going to blow up. I think you're going to be in trouble. Li Wu Ruler's tone was somewhat gloating. I have to go beforehand. Tell old Fan and Nasty that we'll have dinner together in the evening. And put off all the other appointments. Lin Qinshu said indifferently. Good Lu. Finally able to rub a meal with you. What date is not as important as eating? Li Wu Ruler said excitedly. He didn't have a date in the first place. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu called Wen Ruxue, but no one answered. Can only first go to the floating snow bar to see if the other party is in broad daylight. The bar is also not yet open. Met the cleaning staff also said Wen Ruxue is not in. Lin Qinshu a burst of speechless. He looked for Wen Ruxue twice cannot find people. Just as Lin Qinshu was considering whether to go to Wen Rushue's house to look for someone, Wen Rushue's phone called. Where are you? I have something to find you. Will you eat together at noon? Lin Qinshu picked up the phone and said directly. Chapter 49, you can call me Senior Wang. The other party was silent for a moment and then said I'm dealing with something right now, but can we have dinner together tonight? Wen Ruxue was lying on her bed in her house at the moment. Her complexion somewhat. She thought Lin Qinshu was looking for her to fulfill his promise. So suddenly in broad daylight, Wen Ruxue could not accept it for a moment, and could only shrug off saying he was not available. Only to avoid the first day, cannot avoid the 15th, to give her half a day to do a little preparation for thought. She felt that the night should be prepared for thought. Lin Qinshu did not know that her thoughts were so complicated, and he did not have that intention. Remembering that he had already promised Yi Mingxi that they would have dinner at night, and then letting go of the airplane would not be good. I have something to do at night. Why don't we do it this way? Let's go find you when I'm done with it. It might be rather late. After thinking about it, I can only find time after dinner. Okay, then I'll wait for you at drifting snow at night. Wen Rushue wanted to find a place with more people to escape this matter. No, go to your house. Piao Shui is too noisy to talk about things. After saying this, he also hung up the phone regardless of whether Wen Rushue agreed or not. Wen Rushue's face was a little flushed, remembering what would happen tonight, biting her lip in a struggle. After a moment, her eyes became firm. If you promise something, you have to do it. And going back on your word is not her Wen Rushue's style of behavior. Wen Rushue looked at the interior of the house and decided to decorate the house. Since you have to hand yourself over, rather than twisting and turning, unwillingly, it would be better to be open and honest, and decorate the environment to add some sense of ceremony. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone, bought some decorations and flower petals on the same city online, and even took out her normal 82 years Lafite red wine. After Lin Chinchou hung up the phone, he was suddenly confused. If he had known that Wen Rushue was not available, he would have gone to dinner with Yi Mengxi. Sitting in the car, thought about it. We'll call the phone to Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability will soon break through 90. If successfully taken, I do not know if the system will have any special rewards. And in the past 2 days, Chen Shanshan sent a bunch of messages saying that they want to transfer the building back to him. He has not replied. At this time, Chen Shanshan is in the office to read some finance-related books. Now she is in a high position. Even more to learn. Cannot always be a job does not match the position. After receiving Lin Chinchou's call, she quickly put down the books and took out the mirror to organize her appearance. Now she is not sure what she feels about Lin Chinchou. As soon as she sees the other party's information, she will be very happy inside, and even often think of the other party. She didn't know if this was a feeling of liking. After all, liking this thing was a luxury for her in the past. She couldn't have any other thoughts at all in order to try to improve the life of her whole family. The Magic City Bank branch where Chen Shanshan was located was in the financial center of Magic City. Lin Chinchou received her, also did not intend to go to a very far place to eat. He parked the car. The two walked to a nearby alley in the Western-style restaurant. Chen Shanshan took the lead in stating that this let me please you. You helped me so much, should have to treat you to a meal. And this information you fill out, I will be the building to the transfer back to you. Of course it's fine for you to treat me, but forget about the closing. If you transfer the building to me, Uncle Wang and the others might be too embarrassed to take advantage of me because I'm not familiar with them, and $6 million of assets is dispensable to me. If you feel burdened, you can save up and return the $6 million to me. Lin Chinchou smiled and said, for girls with high self-esteem, they should be given respect. Who treats for dinner is an insignificant matter to Lin Chinchou nowadays, but it is important to Chen Shanshan. If Lin Chinchou acted macho now and insisted on treating himself, then Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him would plummet. Lin Chinchou had heard a cousin tell a story about how a girl who had a crush on him offered to buy him dinner because he was too macho and felt that men should pay for things. In the end, the cousin went to pay the bill secretly, and the girl was very angry when she found out, and she never contacted him again. To the cousin it was a few $100s for the meal, but to the girl it was a proof of equality and mutual respect. Just as the two were looking at the menu, a voice suddenly came out from the side. Shan, you're here too. A man with a big back comb and wearing a casual suit appears by the table. Senior Wang Kun. Chen Shanshan looks at the visitor. It's her senior in school, who has already graduated from school a year ago. He had been frantically pursuing Chen Shanshan during her time at school, but Chen Shanshan had ignored him. Wang Kun's fiery gaze made Chen Shanshan uncomfortable. Shanshan, it's fate that we met in a sea of people. Can I sit down? Wang Kun reveals a smile that he thinks is handsome. Can't. Lin Chinchou coldly spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't sure if the relationship between Chen Shanshan and this Wang Kun was good or not, he was ready to throw him out. Only then did Wang Kun notice Lin Chinchou sitting opposite Chen Shanshan. Is this from our school? It looks a bit strange. How are you? I'm Wang Kun, who is a few years older than you. You can call me Wang Senior. Lin Chinchou coldly spat out a word. Get lost. Wang Kun's face immediately looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Chen Shanshan on the side didn't want a good meal to be disturbed, so she spoke up and said, Senior Wang Kun, this is Lin Chinchou. He's not from our school. He's a friend of mine. The two of us are out for dinner today, so it may not be appropriate for you to be here. Although Wang Kun has been rejected by Chen Shanshan countless times, when he heard the other party's words so directly, his face was also a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and said, all right, then, Shanshan, let's meet again some other day. Chen Shanshan's face turned cold. Senior Wang Kun, please call me Chen Shanshan, and I won't be dating you in the future, so please pay attention to your wording. Wang Kun's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He didn't say anything more and directly left the place. Wang Kun walked out of the restaurant with an iron black face. In fact, He had followed Chen Shanshan all the way to this restaurant, just wanting to make a chance encounter to eat with Chen Shanshan. When he found out where Chen Shanshan worked from the school, he came here without stopping and saw Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinsho walking to dinner. He had also intentionally not looked at Lin Qinsho just now, wanting to see if the other party was a soft touch, but it turned out that Lin Qinsho didn't give him any face at all. Brother Bao, do me a favor, I'll treat my brothers to a drink tonight. Wang Kun made a phone call, and after delivering some instructions, he turned his head and saw the two Chen Shanshan who were talking and laughing through the glass. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of contemptuous smile, and then left the place. Chapter 50, Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Lin Qinsho and the two of them finished the meal talking and laughing, and in the process got to know each other a little better. Chen Shanshan was a child of a poor family. Her mother had died shortly after giving birth to her, and her father had not remarried, leaving father and daughter to depend on each other. Her father is a loyal and honest man, but attaches great importance to education. From childhood will teach Chen Shanshan, do not eat food in contempt. That's why Chen Shanshan has such a strong sense of self-esteem, and Chen Shanshan is also more understanding, since childhood is the first in the class. Until now, she was finally able to give her father a better life. This exchange made Chen Shanshan change her opinion of Lin Qinsho even more, and midway through, she named many things she liked to play with when she was a child, and found out that Lin Qinsho knew about them all and had played with them as well. In her impression, rich people shouldn't play with the things that poor children played with, and the two of them had many more topics in common. Do you have to work in the afternoon? Want to go out for a walk? Lin Qinsho remembered that he didn't have classes in the afternoon either, so he didn't need to go back to school, and the water cloud pavilion was in this neighborhood, so he was too lazy to run around. Chen Shanshan thought about it. It seemed like there really wasn't much to do. Wu Shou Gang didn't arrange too much for her because she also hadn't completely adapted to the intensity of the work at her post. That's fine. It just so happens that I'm also going to look for an apartment. I'll be graduating soon, and now that I've found a job, I can't keep living in the dormitory. Lin Qinsho sniffed. A black line drifted across his forehead. He had wanted to go with Chen Shanshan to find a movie theater to watch a movie to pass the time, but it turned out that the other party wanted to go look for an apartment. That's fine, but didn't your company assign you a dormitory? Lin Qinsho asked strangely. Usually bank employees are assigned a place to live, right? Chen Shanshan shook her head. This place belongs to the financial center. All the houses around here are too expensive, so the company gave everyone a housing allowance. No dormitory is included. The two looked for a milk tea store, ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat down to check the nearby rental prices. The single rooms in this neighborhood all cost more than 6,000. Chen Shanshan sighed as she looked. It's too expensive. It seems that I can only look for a place farther away. Otherwise most of my salary will go to the landlord. Chen Shanshan said with a sigh. These poor and small environments cost 6 or 7,000. Her salary plus various subsidies could be 20 or 30,000. But it's still too expensive for her. It's not worth it. She'd rather go farther away. Let's go. Instead of looking at your cell phone here, why don't you go see the real environment? Lin Qinsho pulled Chen Shanshan and headed to some closer places, intending to take a look at the outside environment first, and if it wasn't bad, then consider the inside. With Lin Qinsho's current strength, there was no pressure to buy a suite for her to live in, but Lin Qinsho was clear that even if he was willing to buy, people were still not willing to live there. The two of them walked to a residential area. Looking at the buildings in the neighborhood was just very old. It felt like they were going to collapse at any time. This area should be too dense for the locals to have not rectified it. Magic City is so rich, how would they allow a place so old next to the financial center? As he turned into an alley, 4 or 5 strong men appeared in front of him, their eyes staring fiercely at Lin Qinsho and the two of them. Lin Qinsho's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this group of people were specifically waiting for them in general. Chen Shanshan also sensed that something was wrong. Ignoring the difference between men and women, she nervously pulled Lin Qinsho to turn around and walk out, but it turned out that 3 people also came behind them, pinning them back and forth. Lin Qinsho noticed that Chen Shanshan's hand was sweating, and gently patted her with his other hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Qinsho turned to look at the opposite side of the table. I don't know what you're looking for us for? The 2 groups of people at the front and back had surrounded both of them. Who else would they be looking for if not them? A scarred face in front of them sneered. Our brothers saw that you were dressed brightly and had a beautiful woman by your side, so we became a little jealous. You give some money for our brothers to spend, and by the way, leave this woman for me to play with, and you can go. Lin Qinsho's gaze condensed and he was about to make his move when he suddenly saw another silhouette in the corner behind them. From that flickering silhouette, Lin Qinsho saw who it was and suddenly understood why this group of people suddenly appeared here and stopped them. Lin Qinsho coldly smiled. Do you want that person hiding behind to come out and act first? Otherwise I'm afraid he'll run out of chances. As soon as Lin Qinsho's words fell, the figure rushed out. yelling as he ran, "Let go of my schoolmates. If there's anything you want to do, come at me." This figure was Wang Kun, who he had met in the cafeteria earlier. Wang Kun pushed his way through the crowd and came in front of Chen Shanshan, saying, "Shanshan, don't worry, I'm here. No one can touch you." After saying that, he turned around and set up a stance, about to fight with the other party to the death. The crowd looked at him with a strange face. If he came out before Lin Qinsho spoke, then he could still play on. People have directly punctured your plot, but still come out to act. This is not embarrassing? Scarface dryly coughed twice. "Brother Wang, the other party has recognized it. You don't have to act." Wang Kun froze for a moment. He just ran out and was recognized? Chen Shanshan walked forward and looked at Wang Kun with disgust. "Senior Wang Kun, I originally thought you were a normal person. A good person. In vain I still regard you as a friend. I never thought that you would actually find someone to act as a hero to save the beauty. Take your friend out of my sight. Otherwise I'm going to call the police." Wang Kun also knew from Scarface and the others how he was recognized. When he heard that it was Lin Qinsho who said it, he was about to vomit blood on the spot. People say it casually. It's not enough for you guys not to admit it. This group of pig teammates, it is really a crouching dragon and phoenix chick all piled up together, directly telling him to stop acting. Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? But since it's all been exposed, then don't act either. Wang Kun reached out and slapped away Chen Shanshan's cell phone, which fell to the ground and instantly blacked out. Wang Kun, simply do not pretend. Sneered police? Now you can still report? I've been chasing you for 4 years, but you haven't even looked me in the eye, and you won't even give me a chance to eat with you. Now I've come to my senses. I don't want to get your heart, just get your person. Brother Panther, name the male and bring the female back to enjoy with the brothers. The scarred face known as Brother Panther smiled slightly, smiling harder than crying. Remember what you said, and my brother's wine money tonight. This woman can let you be the first to. Chen Shanshan's body shivered slightly, in anger and fear. Lin Qinsho pulled her behind him and whispered, "Stay behind me. If you are afraid, close your eyes." Originally just now he could have stopped Wang Kun from shooting off Chen Shanshan's cell phone, except that the phone was a bit rotten and didn't seem to have much value to save. What's a yellow-haired brat pretending to be? If it wasn't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Give me a fight. Wang Kun shouted furiously. Brother Panther's men rushed up. Chen Shanshan closed her eyes in fear, only to hear a few muffled grunts, followed by miserable cries of pain. Chapter 51. Chen Shanshan's favorability soars. Chen Shanshan hurriedly opened her eyes, which were closed due to fear, and the scene in front of her made her speechless with shock, only to see Lin Qinsho's figure weaving in and out of the other party's crowd, with that silky smooth stance and succinct strikes. In less than a minute, the other 9 people, only Wang Kun is still standing. That brother Bao and he brought his little brother, have all been lying on the ground. Lin Qinsho came to Wang Kun's side, with a voice that could just be heard by Brother Panther. He said, "I'll transfer the money to you later." After patting him on the shoulder, he turned around and pulled Chen Shanshan away from the place. After Lin Qinsho pulled Chen Shanshan to leave, Wang Kun is still in place with a confused face. He did not know what Lin Qinsho just said, the meaning of the words. Brother Panther's face was blue as he got up from the ground. His right hand had just been dislocated by Lin Qinsho. "Good boy. A trap within a trap. It turns out that you are using us and are in league with that kid. Brothers who can still move, fight for me." Brother Panther kicked Wang Kun in the stomach. A group of people did not know what was going on. Anyway, they were beaten because of Wang Kun. The boss has made a move. What are they waiting for? Just now, Lin Qinsho deliberately did not hit Wang Kun, and when he was leaving, he also deliberately said that word to Scarface. That way, once he left, it would be a dog-eat-dog fight. Even if Scarface and the others knew that what Lin Qinsho said was false, they had just been beaten up and were worried about finding a place to vent, so they took it seriously even if it was false. The sound of Wang Kun's crying father and mother resounded in the alley. Lin Qinsho and Chen Shanshan walked outside before reacting to the fact that they had been holding hands. "Sorry, the situation was urgent. Not trying to eat your tofu." Lin Qinsho smiled and let go of his hand, and Chen Shanshan also slowed down from the shock. Originally a somewhat desperate situation, by the man in front of the eyes to save the day. That 1 against 9 heroic. Chen Shanshan is afraid of a lifetime cannot forget. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host +3, now 88 points. "Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to know martial arts. I was scared to death just now. I was ready to bite my tongue." Chen Shanshan patted her heaving chest, and the ripples that were shaken up made Lin Qinsho gulp. "Ahem, I can do a lot of things. You'll know when you have more contact with me in the future." Lin Qinsho used a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. Ding! Detected that the beauty with a face value of 90 points has encountered a difficult situation. Choice 1, help Shan solve her housing problem. Reward language proficiency, 3.3 billion. Choice 2, ignore it. Let Shan find it herself. Deduct 30 points from Shanshan Shen's favorability. Why bother with the dog system? Even if you give me more money. Even if you gave me more money, I'd still choose to help Shanshan Shen. Why do you have to threaten me by deducting my favorability? The two of them are walking like this. The environment here is obviously uninhabitable. Too cluttered. In the middle of the Lin Qinshu said he had to go to the restroom, and came back with a black bag in his hand. Shan, I happen to have a suite near where you work. Why don't you go and stay there first? I'm still a student, and most of the time I'm still in the dormitory, so the house is still empty. Lin Qinshu just had a plan in mind to solve Chen Shanshan's housing problem and fulfill the mission at the same time. Chen Shanshan was silent and didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say or how to say it. Inwardly she did want to follow Lin Qinshu's method, but she always felt that she had been bothering Lin Qinshu too much lately. Moreover, their relationship was still unclear. Would it not be too good for her to just stay at his house like this? Even though Lin Qinshu said he didn't stay there. What if he wanted to stay there occasionally? It wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to share a room. Lin Qinshu saw her concern and spoke. If it's a burden to you, you can just pay me rent. $800 a month. I like the number 8. Normally, I won't go over there without your permission. So you're the tenant and I'm the landlord. A landlord can't just go into a tenant's house, so you don't have to worry that I'll go over to your place to rub it in. Lin Qinshu said with a smiling face. And look at this neighborhood. It's dirty and messy. It's too unsafe for a girl like you. Listen to me. Just go live at my place. Lin Qinshu continued. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu with watery eyes, where she couldn't see that the other party was giving her pride a step down, and she didn't want to disappoint the other party's feelings, because she really needed a place to live. If she was allowed to keep looking, she might end up finding a very far away place to go to, and her daily commute might take up most of the day. Thank you. Why are you being so kind to me? Chen Shanshan said touched. Lin Qinshu's series of behaviors over the past few days had indeed hit her heart every single time. Getting along with each other made her, a woman with high self-esteem and a weak sense of security, feel doubly comfortable. Because you're worth it, Lin Qinshu replied as he stared straight at her. The eyes of the two collided together, and the two heads got closer and closer. Just when they were about to kiss, an electric bicycle horn sounded behind them, pulling the two back from their love affair. If you want to kiss, lean to the side and kiss, okay? This is a ing intersection. Do you think you're filming an idol drama? A big mom cursed and grinned. Lin Qinshu, two people just happened to be at an intersection position, blocking the incoming and outgoing electric bicycles. Chen Shanshan's face turned red and she quickly left the place. Lin Qinshu hurriedly chased after them when he saw this. Shanshan, it's a bit late today. I've arranged to have dinner with my roommate tonight, so I can only take you to see the house another day. Do you want to go to dinner with me? The sky is already getting dark. Now Chen Shanshan even want to look at the house. He cannot take out, can only change the rhetoric, these 2 days to hurry to buy a suite, and called Chen Shanshan to go to dinner together. Words, purely casually, said Lin Qinshu regretted. If Chen Shanshan said he wanted to go, then he would be in trouble. But that is and Yi Mingxi about the meal. In Lin Qinshu's anxiety, Chen Shanshan shook her head. I won't go. I have to go back to the company, and after I finish, I'll go back to the school to pack up my things. Do you have time on the weekend? If you can, take me to see it on the weekend. By the way, I'll move there directly. Lin Qinshu secretly sighed in relief. Of course I do, as long as you need it, anytime I have time. He was really afraid that Chen Shanshan would agree. Men's mouths, deceiving ghosts. He doesn't have the time to take her to see the house now, and he still dares to say that he has time at any time. Spitting from the system. By the way, this is the gift I just bought for you. Your cell phone got smashed just now. I just happened to pass by a cell phone store when I went to the restroom, so I went ahead and bought it for you. You can't refuse me, haha. If you really want to thank me, next time let me taste the flavor of your personal cooking. During the chat just now, Chen Shanshan said something about her being good at cooking. Chen Shanshan spreads her face and smiles. Okay, when the day we move, I'll personally cook. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host +1, now 89, just 1 point away from a successful raid. Lin Qinshu was incomparably happy inside. After sending Chen Shanshan back to the company, Lin Qinshu drove his car in the direction of Watercloud Pavilion. Chapter 52, Let's buy a few helicopters. This point happened to be the evening rush hour, and although the Watercloud Pavilion was not far away, it would take more than an hour to get there. In the traffic jam, Lin Qinshu was wondering if he should just buy a helicopter. At least he wouldn't be stuck in traffic. When Lin Qinshu arrived at the entrance, he already saw Shangping standing there waiting. Yi Mengxi crowd. Also by Shangping sent a car to pick up. Watercloud Pavilion originally had a Rolls-Royce as a shuttle car. In Lin Qinshu bought Watercloud Pavilion. Shangping overnight to mention more than 2 Bentley for transportation. Lin Dong, the box has been prepared. The guests have all arrived. This time or a full banquet? Shang Ping went forward and asked respectfully, "Eating a full Manchu banquet again?" Lin Qinshu was actually a bit tired of eating it. After all, he had finished it only the day before. "Don't eat it, change to some other dishes. By the way, you have time to find out about helicopters. Water Cloud Pavilion should buy a helicopter to transport guests. That way business should be much better." He was thinking about this when he was blocked all the way over just now. The reason why Water Cloud Pavilion's business was getting worse was mainly because the location was too congested. And the reason why business was good was also because of the location. The location was like a double-edged knife that could bring both gains and losses. As long as the transportation problem was solved, the reason for the poor business would be solved. The corner of Shangping's mouth twitched. Lin Qinshu said it was simple. A random airplane would cost more than $10 million. And the expensive part of the airplane was the weekday maintenance. And an airplane apron would have to be constructed. The most important thing is to cooperate with other buildings. In those buildings on the roof of the construction of the apron, the cost of which is calculated. Even if you come to eat more people, but also a loss. After all, a meal can earn what money? Shang Ping told Lin Qinshu about the stakes after thinking about it, hoping that Lin Qinshu would see the reality. Lin Qinshu didn't know how to do business, and he couldn't calculate these losses, but he had the system. Plus he was rich and capricious. Losses were nothing to him. What he wanted was to keep Water Cloud Pavilion. If he continued to lose money like this, his chef Shang Ping would have to run away. Who would make him a small full banquet to eat in the future? Lin Qinshu patted Shang Ping's shoulder. "You don't have to think about the loss. You are responsible for running the project, buying the airplane, renting the apron, and the money for the daily maintenance will be solved by me. And it will not be counted as an investment in Shuweiyun Pavilion. Water Cloud Pavilion only needs to be responsible for making money. Let me take care of the money loss." Lin Qinshu immediately gave Shang Ping transferred 100 million. Buy 3 helicopters to put. Water Cloud Pavilion has plenty of space, plus renting the building apron, as well as those helicopters' daily maintenance. 100 million is enough to use for a long time, he told Shang Ping, when the time runs out, and then ask for it with him. After the money was transferred, Lin Qinshu walked into the Water Cloud Pavilion, leaving Shang Ping alone and confused in the wind. A place to eat? Not moving to invest 100 million. This person is rich and capricious, or another plan. Shang Ping stood in the doorway and thought about it for half a day, but he didn't figure it out. Lin Qinshu came to the box and Yi Mingxi greeted him joyfully. This was when he saw that the 3 girlfriends who disliked him in the morning had actually become a little quiet at the moment. "Beast, this is the first time I've sat in a Rolls Royce. It's too luxurious, too extravagant." Li Wu ruler also sighed. He and Fan Changliang came together, while Xia Lu brought along his girlfriend Guan Yan. The dormitory and other girls' dormitory sorority all brought along. It seems to be true love indeed. After they were all seated, Shang Ping began to serve the food. Today's dishes are not designated. What is served is eaten, but there is no simple food in Water Cloud Pavilion. Shang Ping even had the waiters carry 2 cases of 82-year-old Lafite red wine, because Li Wu ruler in Fanchang said that red wine could not be drunk. Taking only 1 or 2 bottles of wine was definitely not enough to drink, and they simply took out all the store's inventory. "This cup I toast to Meng Meng's girlfriends. Thank you for caring about her. If it wasn't for you good sisters, I wouldn't have met Meng Meng nowadays." Lin Qinshu raised his cup and toasted to Ruan Qingqing's 3 girls. Ruan Qingqing stood up and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "It's because we were a bit unimpressed. We are here to apologize to you. We shouldn't have concluded that you were scum when we didn't know you well." Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also raised their cups and stood up. After all, the 3 of them had initially thought that Lin Qinshu was just playing around. But only after hearing later that the other party had waved money around for Yi Mingxi did they think that the other party should be serious. And using waving money around to see if someone was sincere was superficial, but also very direct. "Then how do you guys know that I won't be a scum?" Lin Qinshu looked at them with a smile on his face. Yao Jingjing was the first to speak, handsome and rich. "I'm willing to be a scum." Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying hurriedly tugged on her coat corner, signaling her to stop talking. "I'm here to promise that in the future, as long as Meng Meng still wants me, I'll keep relying on her until she gets tired of it." Lin Qinshu finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. Li Wu ruler also came over with his cup in hand, although he was still hanging on to his caste. After hearing that there was a dinner party tonight, he didn't even eat his anti-inflammatory medication just to drink a couple of cups. "Hello ladies, my name is Li Wu ruler. I'm the beast's good brother, and I'm currently single." Put. Wang Ying suddenly burst out laughing. The crowd turned their gazes to her. Although Li Wu ruler's name was odd, but this was something that everyone had known for a long time, so why was the reaction still so big? "I'm sorry, I'm from Shangjiang. This senior's name means you're shameless in my language there, so I couldn't help but laugh out loud," Wang Ying explained with a smile. Actually, as a Shangjiang people, Lin Qinshu was a little surprised, because very few Shangjiang people will come to the mainland to study. Either they will study in the local university, or they will choose to go abroad to study. Because the local university in Xiangjiang has a score advantage for the locals, and it's still a relatively top-class school, and it can be compared to, except for those top-class universities in the mainland, it's only those schools abroad, and the threshold for Xiangjiang people to go to the university abroad is also much lower a lot. Fan Xiangjie said acidely wushu and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fan Xiangjie, much more normal than shameless name, right? I'm also single." Put. This time it was all three girls who laughed together. Yao Jingjing laughed and said, "You guys in the extreme dormitory should stop announcing yourselves all the time. Who in the entire Jiaotong University doesn't know who you are?" Fan Chang and Li Wu Ruler laughed awkwardly at the same time. Chapter 53. Do you want to be the head of that one family? In the midst of laughter, the time quickly came to more than 9 o'clock. The school was closing at 10:30, and it would take a while to go back from here, so there couldn't be a second half. Lin Qinshou asked Shengping to arrange a shuttle bus to send them all back, and in Yi Mingxi's grudging gaze, sent her into the car. Lin Qinshou didn't want Yi Mingxi to stay, but he still had more important things to do. The time the system had given him for the mission was too rushed, and he had to go find Wen Rushue to find out how to proceed with tomorrow's plan, or to find out about the Wen family, and if there were any weaknesses outside of the secret sauce. After sending everyone away, Lin Qinshou also asked Shengping to drive him to Wen Rushue's residence. He had also been drinking, but he would have to use the car again tomorrow, so he could only let Shengping work hard and take a taxi back himself after dropping him off. Lin Qinshou groped his way to Wen Rushue's place with his memory and knocked on the door. "Who?" Wen Rushue's voice came out from inside the house. "It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Qinshou looked at the flower petals scattered at the door. This wouldn't be hiding a man inside, right? These petals look like they were picked from a bouquet of flowers. Could it be that a suitor sent flowers over and hid them inside? Lin Qinshou put his ear on the door and listened to the movement inside. When Rushue opened the door and welcomed Lin Qinshou inside, Lin Qinshou looked at the dimly lit environment inside, the faint light provided by a few candles, and flower petals everywhere on the floor. "Are you unable to pay the electricity bill? Or are you starting to enjoy the primitive energy-saving life?" Lin Qinshou said in an uncomprehending manner. Wen Rushue lowered her head and said, "Why did you come so early?" "Wait for me a little longer," said and ran into the room. Lin Qinshou smelled a different flavor in the air, and there were 2 plates on the dining table, covered with a lid. There was also the red wine, candles, and flower petals on the floor were scattered in every corner. Looking at this environment, if he still didn't understand, then he was really a steel straight man. Lin Qinshou this moment also suddenly realized, when Rushue is about to misunderstand his meaning, she thought he was going to find to fulfill the promise, so arranged the environment. At this time the door to the room opened. When Rushue was wearing a black lace nightgown, barefoot on the floor, her hair scattered like a waterfall, because of the candlelight. When Rushue's slightly red face was not easy to see, she slowly walked to Lin Qinshou's body and said softly, "I prepared some food and wine. Let's drink." Lin Qinshou did not expect an unexpected surprise. When Rushue prepared a day of things, even if he originally did not have that kind of meaning, but also first with it, do not hurt the woman's heart. After Lin Qinshou sat down, Wen Rushue came to his side and poured him wine. A light fragrance emanated from Wen Rushue's body and surged into Lin Qinshou's nostrils. Lin Qinshou couldn't help but swept Wen Rushue into his arms, and Wen Rushue let out a cry of surprise, almost spilling the wine in her hands. The two of them locked gazes, gradually getting closer and closer, and eventually the two silhouettes overlapped. Lin Qinshou's unctuous hand was placed under the hem of her nightgown, and his hand began to move unctuously. When Rushue was startled and hurriedly stood up. Wait, eat something first." Lin Qinshou smacked his lips and looked at Wen Rushue, who scrambled back to her position. The temperature of that French wet kiss just now were all still lingering around his lips, even leaving a trace of crystals. When Rushue's face was flushed, the flickering candlelight flickering on her face, Lin Qinshou took a deep breath to calm himself down. In fact, I came to find you not because of this matter. It's something else." When Rushue looked at him suspiciously. "I want to learn about your Wen family." Lin Qinshou already knew the Wen family well from the Wen family secrets, and now he wanted to see what Wen Rushue thought of their family. Wen Rushue's expression became even more puzzled, leaving herself, a great beauty, alone, actually wanting to understand the people of that Wen family. Is she not charming enough, or is there really something going on? Although Wen Rushue didn't understand, but still cooperated and said, "Although I am a member of the Wen family, but I don't know much about the Wen family. Since I was a child, I have been a servant. My father, Wen Jiasheng, has never looked at me. Yang Xinghua is even more disgusted with me, and my half-brother, Wen Wenfeng, has never cared about me. Yang Xinghua is from the Yang family in Kyoto. Although it's not the top family in Kyoto, it's still much more powerful than our Wen family. That's why even if the Wen family on is no longer a waste, he's still the favorite to be the family head, because there's still the issue of the next family head to consider. Currently in our generation there's only me and an older brother and a younger brother. Our Wen family has always been relatively sparsely populated. Second uncle Wen Jiaxu. My contact with him is also extremely rare. I met him a few times when I was a child, and it seems that he hasn't been around the family much. Second aunt, this person is even more rare. In addition to the New Year's festivals, will come back to a trip. Weekdays almost cannot see. The second aunt is the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office. Although there is no real power, but every day to stay in the sight of people with real power. Many times she has more power than many people, and with no heir between the two of them, they are the most mysterious family in the Wen family. And my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, is probably the only sane person in the Wen family. My third aunt's name is Zhao Yaping, and she's not from a big family or a high-ranking official. She's the daughter of an ordinary rich family. She gave third uncle a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. Speaking of this third uncle, Wen Rushua's expression only became softer. It seemed that Wen Jiaming was a light in her gloomy childhood, shining on her and not letting her sink deeper into the darkness. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment and then asked, "In your opinion, who will win the battle for the family head tomorrow? And is there still a voting staff for this family head battle of yours?" When Rushua looked at him with surprise, "How did you know that the family head selection meeting will be held tomorrow? There is no one else. It's just the three families, convincing each other, although it's a very stupid way, but the one family is tauntingly small. There wasn't much of a crowd, so there's no need to find too many people to attend. The most certain should be the one family on it. He is after all the eldest son." Behind the back of the young Xinghua to give him backing, my third uncle, because of those funds, disappeared. Although the amount of money to make up for it, but certainly was framed. The handle is also bound to be in the hands of others, certainly incapable of competing. When family's head of the family fight is actually a fight for the Wen family to take power. One person is in power, and in charge of the shares of the Wen group. The loser will have to leave this country, go to live elsewhere, and never come back. This Wen family's election method is indeed very stupid. The three brothers convince each other that no one will be convinced even if they talk for 7 days and 7 nights. Chapter 54. I really don't want to come and see the faces of you people. When the time comes, it will either be coercion or a fight. And this is not much of a battle for the head of the family, right? The Wen family doesn't even have many people. At most, it is considered to be robbing the Wen family assets. When Jiaxu prepared so many things, it seems that it is already 10-1. Do you want to be this family head? Lin Qinshu gazed at Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue's expression was stunned. Then she shook her head. "The only good thing I have for the Wen family is the third uncle's family. What happens to the Wen family is none of my business. And I'm a woman and an illegitimate daughter. No matter which way it is, it's not my turn to be the head of the family." Wen Rushue was so repulsed by the Wen family, she wouldn't want this family head even if it was given to her, right? This would be difficult to do. "Why don't I help your third uncle?" Lin Qinshu thought about it. Since Wen Rushue didn't want to be that family head, let's go with the first one, and push Wen Jiaming up. Anyways, there was also a 10 billion reward, just a little less spirit points than the second one. "You, what are you going to do?" Wen Rushue had been baffled by Lin Qinshu's purpose since just now. "Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? It seems like you didn't even know what kind of existence the Wen family was before, right?" Wen Rushue stared straight at him, as if she wanted to find an answer from his face. "It's nothing, now that you're already my person. I just want to get back what I suffered back then for you," Lin Qinshu pretended to say casually. Hearing this, Wen Rushue, her eyes instantly glittered with tears. Since she was a child, except for her third uncle Wen Jiaming, no one had ever been so selfless and kind to her. Lin Qinshu went from buying the bar to giving her $500 million, although nominally it was said that she was Lin Qinshu's person in the future. As a reward, Lin Qinshu gave her 500 million. In fact, she knew in her heart how much she weighed, and Lin Qinshu hadn't asked for any payment from her. Even tonight is also her misunderstanding. We'll now have this situation. In fact, Lin Qinshu just want to help her justice, intervene in the election of the Wen family head of the matter only. Such unrequited help, responding to her every request, not to mention that she was a woman who had been deprived of love since she was a child, would not be able to withstand it. Any other woman would not be able to resist such an offense. When Rushue came behind Lin Qinshu and hugged him from behind. "Why are you being so nice to me? I'm actually not worth it at all." Lin Qinshu grabbed the small hand that reached in front of him. "Who says you're not worth it? In my place, you are always worth it, not to mention 500 million. Even if it takes 5 billion to buy you happy, I am willing." Atmosphere are baked here. Their own again do not pick up the flavor is really Lu Xiaohui. Lin Qinshu stood up from the stool and slowly turned around to look at the other party. This time when Rushue didn't shy away from his gaze, but instead took the initiative to come up. Lin Qinshu carried Wen Rushue in a princess carry towards the room. smiling badly since it's all ready. Don't waste your mind. Wen Rushue's pretty face slightly red, lightly buried her head into Lin Qinsho's chest. The candlelight swayed, seemingly blessing them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking the first kill of Wen Rushue with a face value of 95 points. Rewarded with charm +1, 10 complete mending pill *1, 10 complete mending pill. After taking it, the body will be replenished to its full value wherever it lacks. Host, Lin Qinsho. Strength, 8, Physique, 9, Spirit, 7, Charisma, 8. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Windchild. Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yunlu Mountain Villa. Skills, Martial Arts Mastery, Chess Mastery, Marksmanship Mastery. Balance, 126-206-9053. In the middle of the night Lin Qinsho didn't bother to think about it when he heard the system beep, and fell asleep after doing his business. The next morning, Lin Qinsho carried Wen Rushue to the car. Although last night he was already very gentle, but after all, Wen Rushue is still the first time. There would still be some inconvenience in moving around. Early in the morning Lin Qinsho went to buy back breakfast. Now it's time to set off to the Wen family ancestral hall to help Wen Rushue's third uncle take the position of the family head. Lin Qinsho didn't tell her that Wen Jiaming was her real father, but she would be even more sad if Wen Rushue knew about it. He had always respected the elders, actually in the year also against her mother, and also led to her birth of the biological father. So bloody things, think about it or do not say. Just keep the current relationship at. Lin Qinsho first car to the Golden Trade Tower. He let Sunji early in the morning secretly printed out some photos, respectively, into 3 envelopes. Each envelope also had the names of the 3 Wen family brothers written on it. This was Lin Qinsho's plan for today, to make them know what to do after seeing the photos. Qinsho, why don't we just forget about it? I think I'm already happy now. It might also be better if third uncle doesn't become the head of that family. His character is simple and honest, not suitable to be the head of the family. If we go over like this, we won't even be able to enter the ancestral hall. Wen Rushue persuaded. She didn't want to become the Wen family's family head, nor did she want Uncle San to be that family head. Being an ordinary person, an ordinary family, might be the most suitable. Most of all she didn't want Lin Qinsho to encounter any trouble. After all, the other party couldn't even handle a Jianlong real estate, not to mention the even more powerful Wen family. Don't worry, I have the certainty that I can make Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu step aside. If this plan of mine doesn't even work, then Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu will also be in an uproar. Lin Qinsho didn't type out all the Wen family secrets. He only let Sunji type out those pictures. Soon arrived at the Wen family shrine. Can have a small shrine in the city center? Shows that the former Wen family should be more powerful, right? Now the people withered to the fight for a head of the family. Only 3 people in this fight. Wen family ancestral hall. The spirit seat has been set up in front of the table and chairs. Wen family on the family of 3, Wen Jiasu couple, Wen Jiaming family of 3 are sitting here at this time. People have arrived. Let's begin. Wen Jiasheng, who was sitting in the center, closed his eyes and said with a calm demeanor. He thought that he had his wife, Yang Xinghua, so what would the other 2 take to fight? What contribution could they make to the family after fighting over? Shuer hasn't arrived yet. She is also a member of the Wen family. Wen Jiaming said. He called last night to ask Wen Rushue to come to participate in the clan head election. The result was that the phone has not been able to get through, and then he sent a message over. But he did not know if she had seen it or not. Humph, an underling? What kind of Wen family member is he? Hurry up and start. I still have an appointment with my sisters to go to the spa. Yang Xinghua snorted coldly and said impatiently. Wen Jiasheng still continued to close his eyes and said nothing. Jia Ming, everyone's time is precious. Rushue originally didn't have deep feelings for us people. Maybe she won't come either. Let's just get started. Wen Jiashu said indifferently. Wen Jiaming looked towards the main door, then sighed and stopped talking. He was trying to get Wen Rushue more involved in the family affairs, to see if he could make some benefits for her. To be honest, I really don't want to come and see the faces of you people. Wen Rushue walked in holding Lin Qinsho. Chapter 55, Wen family farce. Unbridled. How do you talk to your elders? And who told you to bring outsiders to my Wen family's ancestral hall? Even you don't have the qualifications to come to this ancestral hall. How dare you bring someone here? When Jiashang opened his eyes in anger and yelled at Wen Rushue, Lin Qinsho stepped forward and blocked in front of Wen Rushue. Old thing. Don't yell at my wife. My wife's willingness to come is to give face to the Wen Jiaming, or else your Wen family could be destroyed in silence. Lin Qinsho said disdainfully. If this Wen Jiashang was really Wen Rushue's father, he would still be able to slightly dislike him. How to say it was also an old husband. It was just a loser with that much kinship who also dared to yell at his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Qinsho. There's no point in coming here this time. It's just that as a member of the Wen family, I've come over to look at your ugly faces as you vie for the head of the family. After Wen Ruxue introduced Lin Qinshu, she pulled him to sit beside Wen Jiaming. Wen Jiashang was furious fiancé? When did I allow you to marry? You are a member of the Wen family. Marriage is up to me as a father. Immediately take him and get the hell out of here. Lin Qinshu coldly smiled. Father? What kind of father? I don't even know if the child is yours. As soon as these words came out, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Jiaming all changed their faces. Lin Qinshu's words uttered a one-word, three-word effect. Big brother. Forget it. Ruxue is also a member of the Wen family anyways. She brought her fiancé here, so let them sit in. Business is important. When Jiaxu looked at Lin Qinshu, the coldness under his eyes flickered away. When Jiashang still wanted to say something, but Yang Xinghua spoke up and said, hurry up and start. My little sister is rushing me. Only after hearing Yang Xinghua say this did Wen Jiashang shut his mouth and gave a cold snort. Both Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu brothers coincidentally scanned Lin Qinshu. They didn't know what exactly this man meant by what he just said. If he knew something, let's begin. I don't think there should be anyone willing to withdraw from this family head battle. Let's each say what they are worth. Jia Ming, you go first. When Jiashang waved his big hand and said impatiently. When Jia Ming took out a financial statement, this is the financial report of the enterprises under the Wen family group that I have operated over the years. When Jia Ming, have worked diligently and created nearly $10 billion of wealth for the family. I believe that in the aspect of making money, I still have some brains. This is my value. When Jia Ming's implication was that if you don't let me be the head of the family, you guys will go and make money on your own and see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Qinshu's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Did not expect that this Wen Jiaming, on the surface simple and honest, to fight for the head of the family, can say such sharp words. It seems that it is not a simple character. Oh, as far as I know, your company has a huge funding gap. It seems that you personally have quite a lot of money in your private stash. You actually made up for it all. When Jiaxu flipped through the financial statements and started to make a counterattack, when Jiaming's face changed. This kind of thing apart from him and Zhao Yaping, only Wen Ruxue knew about it. How did Wen Jiasu know about the gap in his funds? If Wen Jiaxu could know about this matter, then there were only two possibilities. Either the people around him betrayed him and told Wen Jiaxu about this matter. However, with Wen Jiamei's understanding of Zhao Yaping and Wen Ruxue, this kind of thing was impossible. Then there was only the second possibility. This kind of thing was something that Wen Jiaxu had found someone to do. It was a plot against him to begin with. For today, that's not good. What's the point of earning so much money? It all goes into your own pocket. It's even good that you weren't expelled from the family, but you still want to be the head of the family. When Jiashang sniffed and quickly said angrily, at the same time inwardly pondered, his third brother is so rich, let him lend himself tens of millions of dollars to pay off a gambling debt should not be too much of a problem, right? Second brother, good tactics. Humph. When Jiaming snorted coldly and sat down, not opening his mouth again, he knew that he couldn't fight for this family head. When Jiaxu casually threw that financial statement and put it aside, it was a joke to him. The Wen family could make money not only when Jiaming, as long as they had money, they could hire more talents to work for their Wen family. I am in charge of public relations in the Wen family. The network of contacts is basically in my hands. The family is not just about money, and my wife, Yu Qing, is also the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, and deals with all kinds of high-ranking officials all the time. As long as I am allowed to become the head of the Wen family, I will be able to lead the Wen family to the next level, no longer limited to the business world. The scene became quiet as soon as Wen Jiaxu's words came out. What he said did have a few points of truth. A family couldn't just have money. As long as they had connections, that money would come towards the Wen family even more incessantly. Everyone did not refute him. When Jiashang also said his campaign speech, I am the eldest son of the Wen family. My wife Yang Xinghua is even a member of the Yang family in Kyoto. And my son Wen Wenfeng has brought billions of dollars of profit to the family in recent years. In terms of connections and making money, I have both. The corner of Wen Jiasu's mouth raised a cold smile. The so-called money-making and connections are not Wen Jiashang's personal ability. A loser is a loser, relying on his wife and children to run for the position of the head of the family. But he never thought that his wife and children are all his. Wen Jiasu, some time ago, received a phone call. It seems to say that the big brother owes them gambling debts. The number is not small. I do not know if this thing is true. When Jiasu opened his mouth and asked, when Jiashang's face darkened, he had thought that no one would know about this kind of thing. How could the debt collectors call Wen Jiasu? There's no such thing. Second brother might have received a scam call. When Jiashang said with a stiff upper lip. When Jiaxu seemed to be prepared for this, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket with the two big words IOU written on it. I also thought it was a scammer, so I got someone to investigate, wanting to see what kind of person would dare to scam into my Wen Jiasu's head, and the other party gave me an IOU. When Jiashang's face rose to the color of pig's liver when he saw this IOU. It was indeed an IOU he had signed for $80 million. It wasn't that he didn't have that much money, but it was because he had lost far more than that, having emptied his pockets long ago. When Jiashu smiled faintly, big brother, you don't have to fight for the position of the family head. I will help you solve this matter and give you another 200 million. I have already gotten you a good place abroad. In the future you will retire abroad. When Jiashang didn't say anything and turned his head to look at Yang Xinghua, who was playing with his cell phone, and ignored him. When Jiashang was furious and slapped the cell phone out of her hand. My son was forced into this. Don't you come out and say something? Yang Xinghua was filled with anger. What is there to say about your own waste? Let the second brother be the head of the family if he wants to be. Go abroad if you want to. Lao Ao brought Wenfeng back to Kyoto. I want to divorce you. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you? When Jiashang raised his hand and was about to slap Yang Xinghua's face when Wenfeng grabbed his hand. Chapter 56, The Person Who Deserves to be Humiliated. When Jiashang saw that his son, who he loved since childhood, actually stood against him, and was furious. It's against the rules. It's against the rules. At this time, Zhao Yaping suddenly stood out. Big brother, calm down. I have a few photos. You can take a look. Lin Qinqiu glanced at the photos and realized that they were almost exactly the same as the ones in his hand. Could it be that the system was stolen from her? It was the photos of Wen Jiashu discussing things with a few people. These people were probably the ones who set up the trap for Wen Jiashang. When Jiashang saw the photos, immediately turned blue, gritted his teeth and said, Lao Air, you can really good means. Actually give me a set. When Jiashu saw that things had been exposed, and also simply did not pretend anymore. Big brother, the king has become the loser. This set you drilled into, that proves that I won. Humph, want to be the head of the family? You're dreaming. I won't agree to you being the head of this family. When Jiashang snorted coldly. When Jiasu smiled faintly. If you don't agree, then pay back the money on this IOU. What does it look like for a family head to owe gambling debts? When Jiashan looked to his third brother Jiaming, you borrow $80 million to big brother first. I will pay you back after I become the head of the family. When Jiaming sighed and shook his head, he didn't have $80 million. He couldn't even take out $8 million. Previously, if it wasn't for Wen Rushue taking out $500 million for him, he might have been gotten into the police station by Wen Jiashu right now. Although he was surprised at why Zhao Yaping had these photos, today's situation seemed to have been controlled by Wen Jiashu. The position of the family head could only be Wen Jiashu's. Lin Qinqiu on the side also looked at Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. There is not much information about her in the Wen family secrets. Today's performance does not seem to be in line with the public's judgment of her. Is it possible that there is a hidden agenda? When Jiashu stood up and laughed loudly. You two have defects, and different hearts. Don't worry, I've arranged for you in foreign countries. The second half of your life in foreign countries over it. The people present are silent, and when Jiashu also seems to be on this kind of result has long been expected. At this time, Lin Qinqiu stood out that, I'll say a few words. The crowd turned their gazes towards him. When Jiasu and Yang Xinghua's brows suddenly furrowed between them, they were still apprehensive about the words that Lin Qinqiu had said when he stepped out just now. This is our Wen family's business. Who are you, an outsider, to say a few words? When Jiashu glanced at Lin Qinqiu indifferently, Lin Qinqiu pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket and threw it to Wen Jiashu. I suggest you find an unoccupied corner to read it. Don't let anyone else see it. Oh, Lin Qinqiu said with a smile. When Jiashu ignored him and directly took out the photos in the envelope, and as a result, the first one was a photo of him and Yang Xinghua, his forehead suddenly dripping with sweat. He stuffed the photo back. Then he walked to a corner and took the photo out. And the more he looked at the content of the photo, the more shocked he was. He couldn't even recall when it was taken. What was in it was enough to kill him several times if he handed it in. A few minutes passed. Yu Qing had wanted to go over to see what the pile of photos were, but was blocked by Wen Jiasu with his hand. When Jiashu arrived in front of Lin Qinqiu with heavy steps and said in a deep voice, what do you want? Lin Qinqiu smiled faintly. Cede the position of the family head to Wen Jiaming. All the shares in the Wen family enterprise are transferred to Wen Jiaming's name, and then take your small treasury to retire abroad. I don't believe you don't have some personal money stashed away, and haven't you already settled everything abroad? When Jiashu stared at Lin Qinqiu and sighed after a long time, third brother, I didn't expect you to have this hand. It seems that all these years, second brother has underestimated you. When Jiaming was sitting at the back with a dumbfounded look on his face, when he heard Lin Qinqiu's request to Wen Jiasu, he immediately turned his head to look at Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue just smiled and shook her head, signaling that she didn't know the reason either. Lin Qinqiu skimmed his mouth. Don't put a high hat on him. He doesn't know me at all and doesn't know anything about these matters. If it wasn't for Schwerer's sake, I wouldn't even want to come today. Lin Qinqiu actually didn't have much goodwill towards Wen Jiaming. After all, he was also one of the abusers back then. Don't pull the excuse of being young and impulsive. Who the hell hasn't been young? After Wen Jiaxu glanced at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfeng with a complicated gaze, he sighed deeply, and the whole person instantly aged a lot, I promise you. As long as these things don't come to light, I can stay abroad forever. The moment these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Wen Jiaxu, what kind of bull are you talking about? Yu Qing shot up. Yang Xinghua also looked at him in shock. Last night, Wen Jiaxu even came to her and told her that as long as he took the position of the family head, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a proper name, while Wen Jiashan would be driven out of the country by him. Now that Wen Jiaxu had given up on being the head of the family and chose to leave the country, did that previous promise also not count? Humph. Even if Wen Jiaxu doesn't become the family head, there's still me. I didn't agree to let Jia Ming be this family head. That stirrer on the Wen family jumped out again. Lin Qinshu took out the picture of the big tree from an envelope and threw it over. The same goes for you. Transfer all the shares of the Wen family enterprise in your name to Wen Jiaming, then get lost. A disdainful Wen Jiashang had cold sweat instantly running down his forehead the moment he received the photo. This large tree was the very same large tree within the courtyard of the ancestral hall, and there was a corpse hidden underneath, and the person who buried this corpse was none other than him. This kind of thing that no one knew about in his opinion. Why would the other party know about it? When Jiashan looked doubtful, rubbed the photo in his hand into a ball, stared hard at Lin Qinshu, and finally sat down on a chair in a helpless state. Lin Qinshu took out several share transfer contracts for them to sign. What tactics did you use to threaten my father and second uncle? When Wenfeng stood out and shouted, Lin Qinshu saw him stand out and hurriedly took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't want to get too close to this male homosexual. You too. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket, rummaged through the envelope with Wen Wenfeng written on it, and threw it over. Who knew that when Wenfeng slapped the envelope that flew over to the ground, and the photos in the envelope scattered all over the place? Humph. Don't try to threaten me with this crap. It works for father and second uncle, but it won't work for me. When Wenfeng didn't even look down at the photos, Lin Qinshu looked at him with an odd expression. Are you sure? When Wenfeng's photos could all be of the powerful type. The people here were originally curious about those small envelopes and looked at the photos scattered all over the floor. One of them floated down at Yang Xinghua's feet. When she picked it up and looked at it, her face instantly went black. Chapter 57, Expulsion from School. Asshole. When Jia Shang, who saw the photo, kicked behind Wen Wenfeng, kicked to the ground. When Wenfeng was still in a daze, the moment he looked down and saw the photo, he realized how wrong he was. In the photo he was with 2 men. This was his deepest secret, and now it was actually exposed in front of his closest family. It was only now that he finally understood why his father and second uncle would be taken at random because of an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were also shaking with anger when they saw these photos. Their only child, actually not quite normal. When Wenfeng stared viciously at Lin Qinshu, gritting his teeth and saying, why do you have these photos? Who the hell are you? At this moment, Lin Qinshu seemed to be a demonic presence in front of everyone, able to penetrate into the darkest secrets of everyone's heart. Lin Qinshu took out the remaining envelopes from his pocket. There were still Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing left, as well as Wen Jiaming's. Lin Qimo put Wen Jiaming's away, and threw Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing's over. Since they had all been given, let's give them the complete picture, so that they can also understand together why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu would lower their heads. The moment Yang Xinghua saw the photo, she stuffed it back into the envelope and looked at Lin Qinshu with a pale face. Yu Qing was the same, with a shocked look on her face. Now that everyone's curiosity has been satisfied, do what you need to do. Lin Qinshu sat back in his seat. The 2 of them, Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu, had signed their names on that equity transfer form. I hope you can keep your promise. After giving Lin Qinshu a deep look, Wen Jiaxu turned around and left the place. Only the moment he turned around, the cold light in his eyes grew sharper and sharper. When Jia Shang also snorted coldly and left with quick steps. Wan Rushua curiously asked, what method did you use to make this group of people concede? What was inside those envelopes? Lin Qinshu pulled up her hand. It's just some unseemly handles. Well, the matter is settled. Let's go. The 2 were about to leave when Wen Jiaming stood up. Wait. Wen Jiaming felt like he was dreaming. When he came here in the morning he knew that there was no way he could become the head of the Wen family. The speech just now was just a dying struggle to try and make another effort. In the end, he failed, thinking that his family would have to leave China and go to live abroad. As a result, Lin Qinshu stood out and drove Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu away in 3 tries. He sat there and did nothing and had already become the head of the Wen family. Even the share transfer contract had already been signed. Even though I know you're helping me for Schwerer's sake, I still have to thank you. It's a blessing for Schwerer to have met you. Schwerer, you can move back home in the future. From now on, we are a real family. Wen Jiaming said excitedly. Yes, Schwerer, although you've always called us third uncle, third aunt, we all treat you as our own daughter. Jia Yaping also cracked a smile. The photo she had just provided was given to her by one of her cousins, who happened to be one of the people in the group on the setup when family. She had wanted to rely on that photo to make her big brother and second brother fight to the death, and then her own family would reap the benefits, but it turned out that she was too naive. When Jiashang was too much of a wimp, just a few words, a few things could make him speechless, making it so that he didn't have the courage to argue anymore. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he instead let out a cold laugh. Did this Wen Jiaming want to recognize Wen Rushue in this way? He didn't want Wen Rushue to know his real life. Otherwise, just now he would have handed over that casebook of hidden diseases on the Wen family to the other party. Now Wen Rushue is living a very happy life. There is no need to make these bloody things to toss. Lin Qinshu took out that envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming from his bosom and threw it over. Shuer won't go back to live in the Wen family. In the future, she will have no more involvement with the Wen family. You guys can toss it around as you like. What Lin Qinshu said made Wen Rushue puzzled. She didn't know why Lin Qinshu was so hostile to third uncle. Secretly tugging at his sleeve from the side, Lin Qinshu grabbed her hand and turned around, pulling Wen Rushue away from the Wen family ancestral hall. Holding the envelope in his hand, Wen Jiaming looked at the departing two, unsure. He also couldn't figure out why Lin Qinshu was so malicious towards him. He didn't disagree with the two of them being together. He hadn't even said anything, and he was disgusted. When Jiaming opened the envelope, Zhao Yaping came over, originally ready to take out the photos inside. He suddenly stopped, remembering the behavior of the group of people who had just seen the contents of the envelope, coupled with those photos of Wen Wenfeng. Wen Jiaming felt that this kind of photos could only be seen by himself, and could not be seen by Zhao Yaping. Why don't you take it out and take a look? Zhao Yaping looked at him suspiciously. There's nothing to see. You take Jianfeng home first. I'll go to the company to take care of the rest of the things. From now on, the Wen family will be our family. Wen Jiaming couldn't hide his inner excitement. Zhao Yaping was also happy, so she didn't pursue the contents of the envelope anymore. Although she wasn't particularly smart, she knew that everyone had their own secrets, and that there might be no way to turn back once some secrets were known. After returning to the company, Wen Jiaming went to his office, locked the door and took out the envelope Lin Qinshu had given him. From inside, he took out a photo of the very scene that happened when he came back from school late at night, more than 20 years ago. When Jiaming shivered when he saw it, he couldn't imagine where he got this photo from. It was late at night, the house was dark, only the weak moon shone in. The clarity of this photo was also impossible to take in that era. When Jiaming sat paralyzed on the chair, his eyes flowing, with the color of fear and complexity. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment, and after a long time, he pressed the secretary's phone. Call all the executives and shareholders of Wen Group to attend the shareholders meeting in 2 hours. On the other side, Lin Qinshu just sat on the car. He received a call from Li Wu Ruler Beast. You skipped Su Xia's class again today. Su Xia that in the class asked us to convey to you that if she doesn't see you again before the sun goes down this afternoon, she will apply to the school for your expulsion. Although Lin Qinshu didn't care too much about school registration, he didn't want to disappoint his parents. Moreover, campus life was so beautiful. He had only just gotten to live a lavish and trouble-free campus life. What this smelly said couldn't be taken seriously. After all, with that horrible background there, expelling Lin Qinshu might just be a matter of words. Chapter 58, Stealth Card. Schwerer, I'll take you back first. You rest well. I have to go back to school. There's a new teacher at school, and I'm going to be expelled for skipping classes. Lin Qinshu sent Wen Rushue to the bottom of her house. Wen Rushue rolled her eyes. This school is not meaningful to you. Thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, Uncle Sam wouldn't have become the head of the family. I'll reward you when you're free. After saying that, he came over and kissed Lin Qinshu. After Wen Rushue got out of the car, he drove straight to the school. On the road he was still searching for how he hadn't received the mission completion prompt. It was reasonable to say that he had already completed the Choice 1 mission. How could there be a reward of $10 billion? However, this mission was the one that Lin Qinshu completed with the least pleasure, because he really couldn't look at Wen Jiaming as a father, even if he was a biological father that outsiders didn't know about. His concern for his own daughter didn't make him feel it. When it was known that his daughter had a fiancé, there wasn't even a single change in his demeanor. He didn't even ask about Lin Qinshu's origins, so he wasn't worried about his daughter meeting a bad man? This was the first point that Lin Qinshu didn't like Wen Jiaming. The second point is that clearly saw that Wen Wenfeng's photo. There is his youngest son Wen Jianfeng's figure. He did not open his mouth to say anything, and even stepped on the photo under the foot. Do not let the side of the Zhao Yaping to see. Seems to be afraid that Zhao Yaping rushed up to make trouble, interrupting his want to wait and see what happens to the plan. From these 2 points, it seemed that Wen Jiaming was a selfish person, but there was no way around it. The mission demanded that apart from him being the head of the family, it was Wen Rushue being the head of the family. Wen Rushue herself does not want to do. He also does not want to let Wen Rushue to trip that muddy water. Can only be cheap that when jumping. Although Wen Rushue has deep feelings for her third uncle, she also has a grateful heart. But with her overall feeling of the Wen family, in the future, Wen Rushue will rarely return to the Wen family. Lin Chincho's car drove into the school and ran directly to the teacher's office building. The roar of the Lamborghini Poison resounded through the entire office building, and it just so happened that Su Xia was downstairs preparing to go upstairs with a phone call. Teacher Su, I heard you were looking for me, Lin Chincho said with a smile as he got out of the car. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, glared at him and stretched out her fingers in a silencing gesture. Lin Chincho silently stood aside, waiting for Su Xia to finish talking on the phone. Mom, I said I'm not in a hurry to get married. What kind of Zhou Xiao, Guan Xiao? I'm not interested. I've only just gotten out of work. Don't make it seem like your daughter hates marriage, okay? Su Xia said impatiently into the phone. Don't be capricious. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by Grandpa's friend, and he's already booked a flight from Kyoto tomorrow. You'll give me home for dinner tomorrow night no matter what. To meet that Zhou Feng, Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, said on the other end of the phone. Su Xia, who was talking on the phone, unintentionally swept a glance at Lin Chincho, and immediately had a plan. Mom, I've said that I already have a boyfriend, so you let that Zhou Feng go back. At that time, I'll bring my boyfriend to you guys to take a look. Li Lingyu immediately spat. Do you think mom is stupid? Just now you said you don't want to fall in love. Now you say you have a boyfriend. Your excuse making is also too bad. It's true. I didn't say it because I didn't want you to know for the time being. Now that you found me a blind date, I simply won't hide it from you. Su Xia glanced at Lin Chincho without a trace and turned her body back. That's just right. You bring that boyfriend over tomorrow night as well. If the situation is true, I won't even find you a blind date in the future. That's it. I'm going to play mahjong. Li Lingyu didn't give Su Xia a chance to speak and hung up the phone. After Su Xia's phone was hung up, she stomped her foot fiercely twice and turned to look at Lin Chincho. Lin Chincho was still immersed in the girlishness that floated out of Su Xia's body the moment he stomped his foot just now, and the next second he felt that the other party's eyes weren't quite right. Teacher Su, I may have skipped class, but it's not to the point of expulsion. Don't try to threaten me with doing something bad with this trick. Lin Chincho crossed his arms over his chest. Come up with me. Su Xia was angry and amused when she saw him, but when she remembered the tofu she was eaten yesterday, the smile was gone from her face. Originally, Su Xia wanted to take Lin Chincho to the office. Then on second thought, she turned around and walked towards the classroom apartment. Lin Chincho followed behind, and thought to himself, this doesn't have a crush on me, does she? Could it be that I, who owns the system, can't escape the subterfuge today? Arriving at Su Xia's apartment room, as soon as he entered the door, he smelled a faint fragrance, which seemed to be the same as Su Xia's body's flavor. Teachers' apartments had one room and one hall. Each teacher had a set, and all the 5 organs were inside. For Lin Chincho is still more curious about the daughter of a municipal party secretary, why she chose to live in the school. According to reason, the family should not be far away from the right. Crowded in such a teacher's apartment, there is no daily life? Skipped 2 times in my class. Deduct 5 credits from you each time. You don't even need to graduate, Su Xia said directly after sitting down. Lin Chincho also found a stool and sat down, saying unconcernedly, Teacher Su called me here. It's not just to scare me. Su Xia had originally planned to call the person to the office and scold him in front of all the teachers to relieve her anger, but she now had other plans. Originally, I was already going to approach the faculty office about your problem, but seeing as you're also a first-time offender, I'll give you a chance. It just so happens that I have something for you to help with tomorrow. Perform well and this matter will be written off. The thing Su Xia was talking about was for Lin Chincho to pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her tomorrow night to cope with the situation. There was no way around it. She didn't have a single friend of the opposite sex. Because of her military region's war god brother, no one dared to hit on her, and those men who saw her all retreated, fearing that they would disappear into the world for no reason. But this was equally what she wanted for herself. Now it's hard to meet a man who was not afraid of her, but also dares to take advantage of her in front of the whole class. This candidate is not the person in front of her. Can I say no? What can I do to help as a student? Miss Su is too flattering to me. From Su Xia's phone call earlier, Lin Chincho probably heard what favor he was going to do. He didn't want to get involved in the muddy waters of this family with a strong background, and if her military region war god brother knew about it, his own feet would have to be broken. Right? Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of over 90 points has been detected begging for the host. Choice 1, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend. Accompany her home to solve her blind date troubles. Reward strength +1. Choice 2, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend. Accompany her home to solve her blind date troubles. Gain the approval of at least 2 members of the Su family. Power +1. Stealth card *1. Invisibility card. After using it, you can turn yourself into a transparent state through light refraction for 1 hour. Chapter 59. Taking Yi Mingxi to buy a house. What? Invisibility card? This kind of sci-fi stuff is popping up now? This mission is for me to have to go marred. Just opened my mouth and refused. And the next second I was issued a mission. The dog system is doing it on purpose. Lin Qinshu cursed inwardly, but if the system had released the mission earlier, he would have agreed to it. Now this situation. If Su Xia just agreed to his refusal, then how is he going to pretend to be Su Xia's boyfriend? Wouldn't this mission just go yellow? I can promise you one thing within my power. And by the way, I won't pursue you for skipping class. Think about it. Su Xia saw that coercion didn't work, so she could only lure. As long as she could solve this matter at hand, she would not hesitate to make a little sacrifice. Lin Qinshu was silent for a moment. The other party gave a step. He could just go with the flow down. Only if it was too easy to come down he was not willing to do so. Let's do it this way. If you do something for me, I'll promise to be your fake boyfriend for a day and help you solve that blind date thing. Lin Qinshu's eyes turned slightly. Right now there happened to be something he could make the other party do. Su Xia's identity background just fit his requirements. Yes, say it, what do you want me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Qinshu first added her WeChat, then opened the Wen family secret document and picked a few photos to send over. These are some of the crimes I happen to know about. The other family is so powerful that going to the police would not be effective, but would instead be a nuisance to my personal safety. If your identity is really as rumored, then they should all be able to be brought to justice. Lin Qinshu sent over some of Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu's criminal evidence. Wen Jiashang's killing and burying corpses. Wen Jiasu's was even more. He had done many things for the Wen family over the years, which amounted to him being the dark side of the Wen family, and all of this was evidence that could make them sit through the bottom of the prison cell. Lin Qinshu originally did not intend to let them go. He is not a saint, and the human heart is unpredictable. He does not intend to put the 2-time bombs outside, only let them eat the public meal. That is the safest. At first he did not have the channel to get them, because when Jiaxu's network then the so-called Li family is even more powerful, and even the Li family's evidence in the hands of the family, he cannot do anything about it, not to mention the Winchesters. It just so happened that Su Xia's identity background in front of him was hard enough to give it a try. As for why not put the Li family father and son of the information to Su Xia, because he now has another plan. Directly let the Li family father and son to eat the public meal is a little too cheap them. Moreover, although the Li family's father and son were not as powerful as the Wen family, Li Jianfu's network of contacts spread throughout the black and white world, unlike Wen Jiaxu's contacts, which were only in the white world. What's more, if Su Xia could take care of the 2 Wen Jiasu brothers, that also proved that their family had the strength to take care of the Li's father and son, and at that time, they would then hand over the Li's father and son's criminal information to him. Su Xia clicked on the first photo, a photo of a large tree. What is this thing? A tree talking so tightly? It's a burial site, and the body was buried under that tree. On the Winchesters, your speed may have to be tightened. Maybe he'll move the body soon. After Wen Jiashang saw this photo, he would surely find a way to transfer the body. By then he would have no worries and come back to make trouble again. Originally Lin Qinshu was not going to pay attention to it. It was Wen Jiaming who made the trouble. What did it have to do with him? Su Xia heard, sat up with a bang, looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. Wen Jian, the eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City? Lin Qinshu nodded and pointed to her cell phone scroll back. There's Wen Jiaxu's at the back. This evidence should be enough for you to take down both of their brothers. Su Xia hurriedly flipped through the photos again. There were also some agreements and contracts and such. After looking at it for a while, Su Xia's face was filled with the color of gravity. Then she quickly stood up and took the bag on the side. I'll look for you tomorrow afternoon. Now I'll help you to deal with this first. She was originally a cynical person, coupled with the education of the original family. For these criminal things is zero tolerance. Su Xia carried her bag and quickly walked out the door. Lin Qinshu was left in her room with a dumbfounded look on her face. This is also thunderous. Lin Qinshu muttered. This matter was taken care of, and now that he was idle again, he got up and prepared to make a trip back to Yunlu Villa, and had no intention of attending the afternoon class. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Lin Qinshu took it out and saw that it was Li Qing calling. Master, the property you explained has been found, not far from your school. There is a neighborhood by the mountains and the water. Silver Lake Villa. I've sent you the sales number. You can go see the property anytime. Lin Qinshu then remembered that he had promised Yi Mingxi that he would buy a house before, and immediately called Yi Mingxi. Does Meng Meng have a class this afternoon? I've made an appointment for a real estate sale. Let's go see a house. Senior, in the afternoon, the back 2 classes have to take an exam. This exam is quite important. Is the first half of the class enough time? Enough, I'm going to pick you up now. Wait for me under the dormitory building. Lin Qin stayed in the car and dialed the phone number sent by Li Qing. The sales was a woman. The voice full of charm rang from the phone. Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Gold Medal Real Estate. What can I do to help you? This kind of with a hint of wine clip sound. Lin Qin, guard bones are going to be clamped broken. It's Li Qing who asked me to find you. There are houses for sale in Silver Lake Villa, right? My site is going over now. About 20 minutes or so. Jiaotong University to that Silver Lake Villa only need 10 minutes is enough. Set aside more 10 minutes to Yimingxi. After all, women go out is not so fast. Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Right. Sister Qing told me about it. I'm over here right now. If you come over and call me, I'll go out and wait for you as well. Zhang Chun's voice instantly became enthusiastic. Okay, I'll call you when I arrive. When the phone hung up, Yi Mingxi walked out from the dormitory building. Senior, I heard that you were called to the office by the new teacher. Is everything alright? Yi Mingxi just sat on the car and asked with concern. It's fine. The teacher told me to stop skipping classes or he's going to withhold my diploma. Lin Qinsho smiled and touched her head. Then don't skip class again. Otherwise you'll become in the same grade as me and I won't be able to call you senior. Yi Mingxi covered her mouth and laughed. The two of them soon arrived at the gate of Silver Lake Villa. At this time there was already a woman wearing a white professional dress. A pair of black silk under her feet set off those 1-meter-long legs. Her big yellow waves were tied up casually, and there was a hint of flirtatiousness in her smiling face. After Lin Qinsho got off the bus, Zhang Chun greeted him. Hello Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Chun. I just got off the phone with you. Lin Qinsho looked at the woman in front of him. The system didn't indicate that her face value didn't reach 90 points, but it should have been 80 points. But that mature and flirtatious flavor was still a plus. It could score 85 points in Lin Qinsho's case. Well, let's go. Take us to see the house. Chapter 60, $40 million house, casually given away. Zhang Chun brought the two of them to Villa 33 of Silver Lake Villa, where the villas were all detached. Although it wasn't as big as the Uelu Villa, it was still more than 500 square feet, and there was also a front yard and a backyard. This kind of small villa was exactly what Lin Qinsho wanted to find, and the rest depended on whether Yi Mingxi liked it or not. Yi Mingxi strolled through every corner thoroughly, occasionally raising her hand to gesture what should be put here. Senior, will this place be expensive? And it's too big to clean. Yi Mingxi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Qinsho. Even though it was said to be sold as a love nest for the two of them, it seemed like she didn't need to buy something that good. Zhang Chun hurriedly said the property here has cleaning ants. A few $100s can clean it once. Of course you need to hire an ant to clean such a big house. Meng, this is the place if you like it. You watch first. I'll go get the back procedures with Ms. Zhang. Lin Qinsho and Zhang Chun came to the lobby. Miss Zhang, how much is this suite? After looking at it for half a day just now, he didn't even ask for the price, but it did make Zhang Chun doubly confident in this order. Mr. Lin, this suite has just been decorated. No one has come to live in it yet, and it has all the appliances, so the price will go up a bit. In the neighborhood of $42 million. 40 million? It felt expensive. This was near the campus after all. It wasn't downtown. Converted back, a square foot is almost $100,000. Ms. Zhang, I wish to buy it for $40 million. So go discuss it with the original owner. If it's possible, it can be finalized today. Lin Qinsho took out his cell phone and played with it after he finished speaking, ignoring the other party's head scratching and occasionally leaning over to reveal a deep gully in front of his eyes. It wasn't that Lin Qinsho didn't want to see it, it was that seeing it too much was really nasty. Okay, I'll go discuss this with the original homeowner and give you an answer later. Zhang Chun took his cell phone and headed outside. Lin Qinsho was thinking that if this Zhang Chun had the ability, then he could leave it to the other party to do what he wanted to buy the Townsend. After all, he had promised Qin Shanshan that he had a room over there and rented it to her. The recent quests have been triggered a bit too much, all crammed together, and so far most of them have not been completed. Speaking of quests, why hasn't that reward for the Wen family ancestral hall arrived yet? Could it be that it hasn't been counted as completed? Later on, I have to go to Wen Rushue to explore the situation. Don't make a mess halfway through and delay the completion of the mission. Not long after Zhang Chun walked in from the door, Lin Qinsho's eyes cast over. Suddenly the cell phone in her hand fell to the ground, and hastily bent down to pick up. At the moment of bending down, the two big white rabbits that were crying out at her chest squeezed together. Lin Qinsho knew that Zhang Chun was on purpose, and did not break her down. Have to see, why not see? Even if you have to look at it, you have to look at it. Zhang Chun also heard Yi Mingxi call him senior before she started to move. She thought that the two were just an ordinary couple. Maybe Lin Qinsho, this rich second-generation playthings to play around with. Since they were playthings, why shouldn't she be? Being a plaything beside such a rich second generation is better than wasting time on those beggars, right, Mr. Lin? The original homeowner over here has agreed, on the condition that everything has to be taken care of today, and the down payment has to be received on his side. Zhang Chun twisted that ass in the hip skirt and came to sit beside Lin Qinshu. Down payment? Don't need that. Bring me the contract. I'll pay him the full amount directly after signing. Still down payment. Looking down on who? Zhang Chun's pupils shrunk slightly. A one-time payment of $40 million. It seems to be a rich second generation with power. Right, Ms. Zhang. I'm planning to buy a suite in Thompson. Do you have any listings on your side? Lin Qinshu saw the other party's knowing style of doing things, and planned to take care of Chen Shanshan's suite as well. Yes. What are Mr. Lin's specific requirements? Zhang Chun asked with joy. This is the rhythm of getting rich. The rooms of Tangchen Yiping can be hundreds of millions of if she can deal with a set. It is equal to the list she opened in the past few years added together so much. To be well decorated. Preferably no one has lived. It doesn't matter if the appliances are there or not. Just buy them when the time comes. The houses in Townsend are not small, so it's useless to have requirements on the size. It's the closest to where Qing Shanshan works, and there's always a good reason why it's expensive. Anyway, after completing the mission, the money came back, and he wasn't spending money frivolously. He was making money. Zhang Chun hurriedly looked through his phone, and there was indeed a set in the listings that met Lin Qinshu's requirements. Mr. Lin, here's a decorated one, only it's not furnished. What do you think? Zhang Chun came up next to Lin Qinshu and used the pair of big white rabbits on her body to press on his arm, handing her cell phone in front of him. Lin Qinshu felt the softness on his arm and coughed twice, pretending to be calm. Are you free? I want to go and take a look. Of course, you don't need to bring a key there. It's all password locked, so I don't need to go back to get a key. I can just go over there after checking in over here. Zhang Chun said excitedly. Today is the rhythm of opening 2 orders. Lin Qinshu nodded. That's fine. I'll call Meng Meng down. Write her name on this suite. Let her sign the contract with you. After signing I'll transfer the money to the seller. Lin Qinshu withdrew his arm and got up to go out to find Yi Mingxi. Although that soft feeling was very comfortable, but Meng Meng was still here. It wouldn't be good to be seen. After sending Meng Meng back to school later on, let her rub it in. At this time, Yi Mingxi also finished looking at the house. Came to Lin Qinshu's side. This house is so beautiful. I can really live here in the future? Lin Qinshu touched her head. Fool. Of course you can. You can live here whenever you want. Let's go. Go and sign the contract. You are the owner of this house. Yi Mingxi was pulled to the table by Lin Qinshu. Next to the table Zhang Chun is still in a state of shock. Did not come back to God. $40 million of the house. Casually sent. But also do not write their own names? To know many rich second generation even if rich, they also is to buy the house in their own name. Although verbally said is to buy to those women's. In fact, only provide to those women live only. But in front of this rich second generation is different. Their own name are not written. Only write the girl alone. Zhang Chun, who had returned to her senses, looked at Lin Qinshu with glittering eyes. Yi Mingxi realized after signing that the name of the house was hers alone. Chapter 61 The Eloquence and Sincerity of Home Sales. Senior, don't you need to sign? Lin Qinshu shook his head. This is bought for you. I have too many assets under my name. Adding my name will become more troublesome. Moreover, isn't what's yours is mine? The relationship between the two of us shouldn't be bound by this so-called name. Zhang Chunrun on the side was dumbfounded. Why did these words sound so familiar? Many men said that when they bought a house for a woman, only the man's name would be on it in the end. And that was what men said to women back then, right? Now although the words are the same, but the scenario is reversed. The former is so that the woman does not get entangled in the house in her name. Lin Chin code is not written in his name. Only the name of this woman. What too many assets will become troublesome. Big brother, you are paying in full. What is so troublesome? That's fine. Anyway, all of mine are yours. Yi Mingxi nodded her head as if she understood. She had also heard as if buying a house would be difficult with too many assets in her name. However, she didn't know that it was only when you took out a loan to buy a house that you would inquire about the assets in your name. After signing, Lin Qinshu transferred the money to the seller, and after Yi Mingxi changed the password to the gate, Lin Qinshu drove Yi Mingxi back to school. Senior, if you're not free on the weekend, can I take Qingqing and the girls to the villa to play? Yi Mingxi asked before getting out of the car. Of course you can. I just happen to have something else to do this weekend, so you can take your housemates to play. It's your house there. Don't worry about me. You have the house at your disposal. Lin Qinshu dotingly touched her head. He didn't know why. He liked touching Yi Mingxi's head. Thank you, senior. With a bark, Yi Mingxi happily kissed him. Lin Qinshu left the campus and drove towards Thompson Yiping, solving Chen Shanshan's housing problem today as well. When he arrived at the front door, Zhang Chun was already standing there waiting. Because she was a salesperson, She could bring people in to see the property. If it was just Lin Qinshu, even if he drove a $100 million limousine, he wouldn't be able to get in unless he became the owner of the place. Lin Qinshu opened the car window and shouted towards Zhang Chun, "Get in. Take me to park. Why isn't Ms. Yi here?" Zhang Chun saw that Lin Qinshu was the only one in the car and asked in confusion. "She still has classes this afternoon, and this house wasn't bought for her. Which building is it in?" Lin Qinshu drove into the underground parking lot. When Zhang Chun heard this, the light in his eyes flashed. "This is a good opportunity, ah." Then with a smile on his face, he said, "In building A. I didn't realize that Ms. Yi is still a student, ah. I'm also a student, only older looking, so you didn't see it." Lin Qinshu said with a smile. "Where? Of course I know that Mr. Lin is also a student, but Mr. Lin is really young and promising." Zhang Chun's eyes were watery, staring straight at Lin Qinshu as if she was going to eat him the next moment. Young, rich, and somewhat handsome, this kind of high-quality man could not be found by lanterns, but she did not expect to meet him today. Zhang Chun brought Lin Qinshu to the 33rd floor. Lin Qinshu looked at the elevator button on the 33rd floor with an odd look on his face. The villa bought for Yi Mingxi was the 33rd building, and now the residence placed for Qin Shanshan was also on the 33rd floor. After the elevator door opened, a large door appeared. The buildings in Thompson are all large flat, one floor, one family. "Mr. Lin, this is the larger room type and the one that best meets your requirements," Zhang Chun said as he pressed the code for the gate. As soon as the gate was opened, one could see that river view under the huge balcony, and it even smelled like it had just been renovated not too long ago. Lin Qinshu opened the door to the balcony and a river breeze blew in. More than 500 square feet. Seems a bit big. Qin Shanshan just live alone. Seems not necessary to live so big. Lin Qinshu pondered, and suddenly realized that the balcony here could see the Golden Trade Tower. Zhang Chun looked at Lin Qinshu's contemplative look, thought that the other party is not good enough house, and hastened to introduce the voice of the property security facilities, and 50 meters from the Huangpu River, 270 degrees of a line of the river view. The scenery is very beautiful. This property is also one of the top 10 luxury properties in Asia, and to have a house here is sometimes a status symbol. Lin Qinshu didn't respond to what Zhang Chun said. It wasn't that he wasn't satisfied with the house here. He just felt that it was too big, bigger than even the villas that he had just bought. With such a large house, it would be too empty if only one person lived in it. But apart from here, it seems that there are no decent properties around. Turning around to look elsewhere in the middle of his thoughts, he failed to realize that Zhang Chun was directly behind him. Turning around, he bumped directly into Zhang Chun's voluptuous body. Zhang Chun was wearing high heels, and when she was bumped like this, she staggered and was about to fall. So Lin Qinshu hastily stretched out his hands to pull her. Originally was going to pull her arm. Who had thought that Zhang Chun two hands because to fall and instinctively raised up. Lin Qinshu did not catch the arm, slipped away. The brief contact between the two made Lin Qinshu's insides throb. After all, he was still a young man of blood and vigor. Lin Qinshu hastily released his hand. "Sorry, I wanted to grab your arm. I missed." Zhang Chun pretended to be shy. "It's fine. What does Mr. Lin think of this house?" Mr. Lin looked around for a while. "The house is good, but it's just too big. It's a bit empty for a single person to live in. Moreover, I didn't buy it to live by myself. It's for someone else to live in. Maybe the other person doesn't like such a big house." Hearing Lin Qinshu say this, she guessed that it wasn't because of the price, so there was still a chance. Zhang Chun's eyes twinkled. To this extent, of course she knew that she should have to pay something. She knew this aspect very well. Interject half an hour of content that you are not interested in the middle. Lin Qinshu stood on the balcony blowing the wind, looking at the river view outside. "This house is famous in the whole country. I never thought that I would have a day here, and still buy it for someone else." Feeling the wind blowing over the balcony, Lin Qinshu's soul gradually flew back. What happened just now made him feel good. Only it was only this time to look back. There will be another time. If the object is Zhang Chun, he will definitely refuse. Zhang Chun wiped her lipstick and makeup, and came to Lin Qinshu's side, just wanting to ask something. Lin Qinshu was the first to open his mouth and said, "Go get the contract. I'll buy this place." Zhang Chun are so sincere. Their own entangled size of these issues will be solved. The smallest of the towns in Ipan are more than 400 square feet. More than 400 and more than 500 is not much difference. The big deal is that they will come to find Qin Shanshan more lively. Just do not know Qin Shanshan is willing to do so. Zhang Chun looked ecstatic. It seems that his own initiative in exchange for a huge wealth. Chapter 62 Assets reach 9.9 billion. Mr. Lin, the current price of this suite is 120 million. Is it a mortgage or full payment this time? Zhang Chun took out a contract and gave it to him. Full payment? I'm a student mortgaging anything. Don't even have that qualification. Lin Qinshu picked up the contract and looked through it twice, signing his name to it. After signing the contract, Zhang Chun took the contract and was about to go through the other closing procedures, and Lin Qinshu also transferred the money over. Thank you Mr. Qin. In the future, if you have any needs you can contact me at any time. 24 hours can serve you. Oh. Zhang Chun even threw him a wink after she finished speaking. The commission from these 2 orders was higher than all the houses she had sold in the previous years combined. Lin Qinshu shook his head with a light smile. This kind of woman he will not touch. Don't know how many people have been eaten. Although the eloquence is good, but it is limited to the eloquence. Further Lin Qinshu will refuse. After all, now he is surrounded by women are face value more than 90 points of the top beauty. Lin Qinshu left the Thompson back to Yunlu Villa. Last night, a night of hard work, and get up early in the morning to go to the whole of the Wen family broken things. Now he just want to go back to take a shower and sleep. The building number and password of the Tangchenipin told Li Qing. Transferred $10 million to her. Let her go to buy home appliances. Now there are still a few days before the weekend. During these few days to set up better. Then you can bring Qin Shanshan to carry the bag to move in. Lin Qinshu slowly fell asleep during the maid's massage, and it was already nighttime when he opened his eyes again. After getting up, Lin Qinshu found that Li Shui had already prepared dinner, casually ate a bite, packed a copy, and then drove the Pagani Wen child out of the house. When family mission has not been completed until now, he has to go to find Wen Ru Shui to understand what is the situation. As for this time to open, the Son of the Wind is intended to give this car to Wen Ru Shui to drive, has been placed in the Yunlu Mountain Resort or piled up dust. As for why not to other women to open, because Yi Mingxi is still a student, not so much to use the car place. Chen Shanshan has not yet completely become his woman, so the car will be given to Wen Ru Shui, who needs it the most. Lin Qinshu drove the car to Wen Ru Shui's downstairs, and just now on the way called her. This time finally answered the phone. Wen Ru Shui didn't go to the bar today and stayed home to rest. Lin Qinshu carried the meal to Wen Ru Shui's home, just went in and found that the home has been cleaned up. The candles and flower petals from last night have all been cleaned up, and the whole house has become clean and tidy. Wen Ru Shui hooked her hands around Lin Qinshu's neck and hung on him, hearing that I'm going to reward you. I can't even wait a day? Lin Qinshu put his arm around her waist and laughed. If it wasn't for something today, I wouldn't have been able to wait even a moment. After saying that, he picked up Wen Ru Shui and walked into the room. An hour later, Wen Ru Shui was lying on his chest drawing circles with her fingers. You really don't know how to be compassionate. I haven't even recovered yet. Lin Qinshu kissed her forehead. Who let you be so charming? It made me forget that you haven't recovered yet. By the way, how is your third uncle doing? Have you completely taken down the Wen family? The mission was delayed, and I don't know if there were any changes. Wen Ru Shui pondered for a moment and then said, I heard that the shareholders meeting was held this afternoon, but also called a lawyer notarized. It should have been resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completion of sending Wen Ru Shui to the position of the head of the Wen family. Rewarded 88 billion. Spirit +1. Dear customer. Hello, your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card. Received a transfer of 880,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 10,362,369,053 yuan. Host, Lin Qinshu. Power, 8. Physique, 9. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10, and the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Windchild. Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yunlu Mountain Villa. 33rd floor of Building A of Thompson Epine. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, balance, 991-206-9053. A refreshing coolness immediately flooded into Lin Qinshu's mind, making him instantly more energized and making the exhaustion from the exercise he had just finished sweep away. Why was it option 2 that completed the mission? Wen Ru Shui was right next to him. Could it be that even Wen Ru Shui didn't know about it? With a ding, Wen Ru Shui also sounded a message tone. She took it over from the nightstand to take a look, and her face instantly became dismayed. What's wrong? Lin Qinshu saw the sudden change in her face. Wen Ru Shui put down her cell phone and sighed. My third uncle sent me a message. After he consolidated his shares, he transferred 48% of the shares of Wen's group to me, and he kept 10% for himself. From now on, I am the real head of the Wen family, the chairman of the Wen group. Lin Qinshu froze at his words. According to his understanding of Wen Jiaming, the other party was a selfish and self-interested person. Why would he make this move? Lin Qinshu actually didn't look at Wen Jiaming wrongly. In fact, he also had selfishness in this move. The means Lin Qinshu had shown were too appalling, and Wen Jiaming also sensed that the other party didn't seem to be particularly obedient in looking at him. He transferred so many shares to Wen Ru Shui. Even the head of the family seat was given to Wen Ru Shui, although there was a hint of a reason to compensate for this daughter, but more because of the fear of Lin Qinshu. To have this power one must also have that life to be able to do so. Since it's from your third uncle, you can take it. The Wen family owes you enough. Taking more is not enough. Lin Qinshu hugged her tightly, and the two of them chatted until late, finally falling asleep. Chen Shanshan also received a reminder about Lin Qinshu's large sum of money entering his bank card. When she saw the 99 billion balance, for a moment, she would have thought that Lin Qinshu was not laundering money. When the origin of the funds was checked, again, not a single trace of abnormality was found. The entire Magic City Bank was shaken by the appearance of close to $10 billion in a private bank account. To know 10 billion appeared in the company account then, that in the Magic City is still relatively common, but appeared in a private account. The whole Magic City will not be more than a handful of people have this kind of strength. Wushou Gang big night is at the lover's place intends to shine. Suddenly came a phone call, almost gave him a scare abolished. Mad, if I know who it is, I'll kill you. Wushou Gang cursed and picked up his cell phone. After seeing the call, he quickly replaced it with a fawning smile. Chief executive, it's so late, and you can still be called by the chief executive. It's really flattering for Xiao Wu. Shut your rainbow farting mouth. I found out that the person in charge of a large fund account is a young girl you promoted a few days ago who just started work. Is there such a thing? A dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Wu Xiaogong heart shocked. Could it be that Lin Qinshu again made some kind of trouble and transferred the money away? Chapter 63. Gu. I'm innocent. Is a kid said he has a few $100 million funds can be deposited into our bank, but the condition is to promote his little girlfriend. I have reported to the headquarters. Chen Shanshan's position is still approved by the headquarters. Now a problem cannot rely on me. Wu Xiaogong didn't know what was going on, and the first thing he wanted to do was to remove himself. The chief banker said impatiently, "What's your hurry? It's not like we're looking for you." Chen Shanshan's private bank account has transferred another $8.8 billion. And the balance has reached $9.9 billion. This is a big customer of our bank. No matter what method you use, keep this customer for me, and if necessary, you can apply for assistance from headquarters. Wu Xiaogang was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he was here to raise an offense, but it turned out that he wasn't, and that Lin Qinshu's financial power was so terrifying. It actually reached a deposit balance of $9.9 billion. Yes. Xiao Wu will definitely keep this gold master in our bank. I think a big reason why the other party is willing to be in our bank is because of his little girlfriend. Does the governor have any plans? Let's place some heavy bets from that little girlfriend. Then we will definitely be able to keep that big gold master. Wu Xiaogong's eyes rolled slightly, instantly thinking of the exact reason. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, he said, "It's not fair to the other employees to promote them too quickly, but the performance of all the other employees combined is not as good as that of her alone. In this way, you first arrange for her training. And then our company to go abroad to obtain the MBA position is also given to her. Come back after she will sit in your seat. Then you, worthy of being able to achieve the chief banker's person." In a short period of time, he had already come up with a good plan, and according to this process, the other employees wouldn't dare to say anything even if they had opinions. After all, people have the ability to be able to get a $10 billion in, and if the other employees have this ability, of course they can get the same treatment. She's sitting in my seat. What about me? I'm still 6 or 7 years away from retirement. Wu Xiaogong said aggrieved. He let the chief banker come up with a plan. Where did he think that the chief banker's plan would have to kick him out? You anxious hare. Listen to me finish cannot? The chief banker are bursting. This Wu Xiaogong always interrupts him, not letting him finish his words. You go back to headquarters. Sit at headquarters. Vice president said directly hung up the phone. Vice governor? Still from the headquarters? That would be different. Wu Xiaogang excitedly put down the phone and once again pounced towards that mistress. And at this moment the two parties are unaware of these things, each in a different nest asleep. Lin Qinshu slept this sleep directly until noon, when he was woken up by an urgent phone call. You don't have to attend your afternoon class. I've already helped you take a good vacation, and I've sent the clothes to your roommate. Put on that set of clothes and come find me. Only after the phone hung up did Lin Qinshu react to who was calling. Lin Qinshu touched the cold spot next to him. When Rushue had gotten up a long time ago, this was the first time he had slept that late. Ding! The host's drowsiness is due to the elevation of the spirit, which needs to be grounded with the host's body, and has been completed in the host's sleep. So that's how it is. No wonder he slept all afternoon yesterday and again last night until noon today. He thought it was because of his lack of kidney energy. The sun is on your butt. Still not getting up. When Rushue walked in wearing an apron. When Lin Qinshu saw that apron outfit of hers, he immediately felt his blood spurting. Vacuum wearing an apron. This picture was too tantalizing. Lin Qinshu didn't care about brushing his teeth, and pulled Wen Rushue into his arms for a morning walk. More than an hour later, the two walked out of the room. Lin Qinshu cannot help but sigh in lamentation. When Rushua's 95 points of face value is too scary, and now turned into a real woman, that if there is a charm atmosphere is not emanating all the time, their kidneys do not know if they cannot top it. It seems that Su Weiwei the task is still a must to be completed. With that adamantine kidneys, by then to come to more than a few are not a problem. When Rushua had just finished making lunch, and after being delayed by Lin Qinsho, it got cold again. After she reheated the dishes, the two of them sat at the dining table and went to eat. I might have to go to Win's group today. Third uncle called me and asked me to go over to take over some matters. He will stay at Win's group to give me a hand. Now that there is no one else in Win's group, I can go back to work. When Rushua said as she looked at him. When Rushua knew that Lin Qinsho didn't seem to like her third uncle very much and didn't really want her to go back to the Win family, so she looked at Lin Qinsho with a somewhat nervous gaze. Go if you want to go. That Pagani Win child downstairs is for you to drive. It's usually easier to commute. Lin Qinsho also knew Wen Rushua's concerns. She was originally a capable person, and could be said to have inherited Wen Zheming's business acumen. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to let people know about Piao Shue's name with a single bar, and even give it a high rating. Moreover, Wen Rushue is not the kind of woman who is suitable for a golden house. She is suitable for shining outside. When Rushua happily barfed on Lin Qinsho's mouth, leaving a mouth full of oil. After the two ate and cleaned up, Wen Rushue drove to Wen's group, while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Mountain Resort and drove. Originally, Wen Rushue said to send him, was rejected by him, Yunlu Mountain Villa, but there is a group of maids. If Wen Rushue saw, then things will become troublesome. Now is not the time. Returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he didn't stay too long, and drove directly to the school. In the car, he thought about his recent skipping classes a little too much. Should we consider giving a donation to the school or something? Get some privileges? Lin Qinsho more and more think the more feasible. In the future he has to skip more classes. Cannot let the course bound his happy life. The car entered the school, drove directly to the principal's office building downstairs. Lin Qinsho walked straight into the principal's office and sat down across from him and the principal's dumbfounded expression. Is this student in need of something? Lin Qinsho pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled one out and handed it over. Principal, I want to ask if our school has any projects that need funding. I happen to have some spare money and want to sponsor them. When the principal heard this, he immediately brightened up and hurriedly stood up from his seat. What is this student's name? The principal led Lin Qinsho to the sofa, ready to make a pot of tea for this enthusiastic student. Junior year, sociology, Lin Qinsho. Lin Qinsho introduced himself. The principal heard that this name was a bit familiar, as if this name had appeared a lot in the past few days, and suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the new godly man that had been buzzing around campus in the past 2 days? Driving a $100 million luxury car and waving around. It had all spread to the principal's office. So it's student Lin. Your high-profile deeds in the past 2 days have reached me, the principal said with a smile. Chapter 64, Hidden Choice Quest. Lin Qinsho waved his hand. Principal, let's get down to business. I really want to make some contribution to the school. The school nurtured me and raised me. Now it's time for me to give back to the school. The principal nodded gratefully and turned his head to get a bunch of documents out. These are the research projects submitted by various departments and majors of the school. You pick and see which ones you want to donate and sponsor. So many. This pile of documents. It looked like there were at the very least dozens of projects that were waiting for funding. Lin Qinsho looked through them. Many of them were research projects initiated by teachers, professors, and even students. And these were the ones that had already passed and were feasible. Did not pass, there are more stacked. The principal sighed and said, Magic City schools are too many. Our Jiaotong University is just a drop in the ocean. Although the Magic City rich people are also many, but many are prioritized to other schools to do donations. These projects can only pass the queue and wait for a day to come into the funds to carry out research. Ding! Triggering the hidden mission. Research funding for Jiaotong University. Choice 1, sponsor the funding of all past projects, rewarding +1 physique and 30 billion in cash. Choice 2, sponsor funding for all past and failed projects, rewarding physique +1, motor skill proficiency, cash 50 billion. Hidden mission. This was the first time Lin Qinsho had encountered a hidden mission that actually rewarded so much money. He hadn't even figured out what to do with this 9.9 billion, and then he was given tens of billions? However, who would mind too much money? Headmaster, count those that don't pass as well. I'll sponsor them all, Lin Qinsho said as he patted his chest. Just now, after glancing at those amounts, with his financial power, currently sponsoring these projects was a small matter. This kind of hidden project, the probability is that it's a welfare mission, not too difficult, with extremely high rewards. It just might have a more hidden trigger condition. What? The principal froze, wondering if he had just been hallucinating. Those that don't pass should be feasible as well. If they were outrageous, they should have been torn apart by you guys long ago. Lin Qinsho, have sponsored all of these projects, but I have one condition. Lin Qinshuo's eyes turned slightly. Originally just wanted to mix up the right to teach his own classes, but did not expect to trigger a hidden mission. This time the principal is considered to hear clearly, but he still do not dare to believe. Mouth unconsciously asked what conditions. The funds needed for these projects were huge. He didn't quite believe that a rich second generation could come up with that much money. The condition is that I have more things to do on weekdays, so I hope that the principal can give me a privilege. Even if I don't show up to class, I can't have my credits deducted, so I can just graduate smoothly. Student Lin, this condition is not a problem, but do you have that much money? These research projects can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, and the lesser ones a few million, a few 100,000. I think it's better for you to live within your means and pick a few projects. The principal didn't believe Lin Qinshuo's words, thinking that probably the other party was swollen face. Although he wasn't a teacher, he was also a school staff. The quality of being a teacher made him politely persuade the other party. Lin Qinshuo smiled, saw the principal's questioning of him. Why should the principal persuade me? The amount of these projects add up. I sponsor 100 million is also enough. Right, that car outside my door can be 100 million it. Hearing Lin Qinshuo say this, the principal was filled with joy. Yes, Lin Qinshuo, a car are 100 million. These 2 days is because of this hundreds of millions of cars. He heard about this student in front of him. Is what Mr. Lin said true? These research projects that passed and those that didn't, a rough estimate is more than $100 million. Headmaster, you only need to agree to my conditions. I've decided to donate $500 million to be used for our school's academic program research, and after settling this batch of research projects, I'll take care of the subsequent ones as well. You give me the school account number. I'll transfer the money here. When you receive the money, you will know whether I am lying or not. Jokingly, spending a mere $500 million. For Lin Qinshuo, the length of the balance wouldn't even move. This principal was still short-sighted. The principal excitedly ran to his desk for a while to rummage around and find that school account to Lin Qinshuo. Not long after, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses rushed into the principal's office. Headmaster, principal, our school account has an extra $500 million, and the note says it's a sponsorship for our academic research. When the principal heard the words from the finance, he was certain that Lin Qinshuo hadn't bragged, and while he was excited inside, he was still pretending to be calm on the surface. Well, I know. I'm the one who's following up on this matter. You go out first. After driving the finance out, the principal excitedly shook Lin Qinshuo's hand. Student Lin, the school will definitely remember your donation, and can even erect a monument for you to commemorate your sponsorship. Lin Qinshuo hastily withdrew his hand. Right, principal, remember to keep it anonymous. I don't want to be so high profile, and then I'll be even more annoyed when all the news reporters come looking for me. Remember to take care of the conditions I mentioned. I won't disturb the principal's work. After saying that, he left the principal's office as if he was fleeing. Lin Qinshuo, who escaped from the principal's office, cursed wipe. This principal is still an old glass. Just now the principal has been excited to hold his hand. The other hand also kept stroking the back of his hand. Goosebumps were touched up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Funding for the research project at Jiaoda University, rewarding +1 physique point, proficiency in motor skills, and 50 billion in cash. Dear customer, hello, your tail number 9527 Magic City bank card, received a transfer of 50 billion yuan, the balance of 51,362,369,053 yuan. A wave of energy suddenly surged into Lin Qinshuo's body, instantly making him feel more solid all over. Host, Lin Qinshuo, strength, 8, physique, 10, spirit, 8, charisma, 8. Each attribute of an ordinary person is up to 10, and the host belongs to the normal value among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Windchild, Lamborghini Poison, Mansion, number 1 Yunlu Mountain Villa, 33rd floor of Building A of Thomson Epine. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency. Balance, 5941-206-9053. Lin Qinshuo looked at that balance. Has risen to more than 50 billion. Feel like a dream. So much money. Normal spending. Enough to spend several lifetimes. His mood has not slowed down from that 9.9 billion inside, and then more than 50 billion. Instantly the mood has become a little numb. And his personal attribute points. The piece of physique has reached the peak of ordinary people. This hidden mission rewards can be really many things. Money is also much. Chapter 65, Shaorunen. Lin Qinshuo was on his way back to the dormitory. When he passed by the basketball court, a basketball rolled to his feet. Lin Qinshuo picked up the ball and casually threw it, and the basketball entered the basket without missing a beat. This scene shocked everyone in that basketball court to the point where they stayed in place. Am I dreaming? That distance just now. It's as far away from the basket as 2 basketball courts, throwing it into the basket so easily. Look at his relaxed appearance. Seems to know that he will definitely be able to enter. Isn't he a basketball genius? Do you remember his face? Tell the teacher to get him on the varsity team. I don't remember, but he's quite handsome. I'll recognize him next time I see him. Lin Qinshu did not know that he casually threw the ball caused a tremor in the basketball world of Jiaotong University. As soon as he got the basketball, the relevant knowledge in his mind. Which angle? How much power to use? Which is the reason for the proficiency of sports skills? Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory. His roommates had all gone to class. There was a suit hanging on his bed frame, and there was a box on the table with a pair of shoes and belts, a watch or something. Lin Qinshu turned over the hangtag for a moment, and found that it was not the brand he knew, but the hangtag wrote the price. The price of this suit is $3,000. Together with those watches and shoes, it should be around $10,000. This Su Xia is also extravagant enough, looking for himself to act in a scene, actually used to equip himself with clothing. Although Lin Qinshu did not want to wear, but for the completion of the task, or with the cooperation of these clothes, that tie he did not bring. He is still a student, where that tie feel like real estate sales with no difference. Lin Qinshu will shirt on the 2 buttons unlocked, revealing the robust pectoral muscles, muttering to himself, this is what I students should have the appearance of it. After changing the equipment, Lin Qinshu drove the car to the teacher's apartment, and made a call to Su Xia. Mr. Su, I'm downstairs. Do you come down or do I go up? Come up. I have someone here who wants to see you. Wants to see me? What kind of person? Lin Qinshu walked up the stairs, came to the house to take a look. A girl wearing a police uniform, Valiant, appeared in front of the eyes. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face value of 90 points or more has been detected. Name, Xiao Runan. Face value, 95. Age, 26. Height, 171. Bust, 36E. Favorability, 0. Ha! Another beauty with a face value of 95 points. Lin Qinshu sized up the Xiao Runan in front of him, wearing a police uniform, wearing a police cap, but also a face of face. It is this kind of dress-up already let Lin Qinshu feel very stunning. A pair of bright eyes, nose bridge, and that police uniform or wrapped fast fried chest, wearing black police pants, and big shoes cannot cover her pair of long legs. This is Lin Qinshu this period of time. Met the best body. Such a beautiful and well-built woman was called Runan, and he wondered if her family wanted boys. This is the student who gave me the information. Lin Qinshu, this is my friend, Officer Xiao Runan. Su Xia introduced the two to each other. Xiao Runan looked Lin Qinshu up and down. Is this the student who pretended to be your boyfriend tonight? What kind of hangdog is he? Are you sure you can handle it? Xiao Runan stretched out her hand and tugged on Lin Qinshu's chest shirt. Lin Qinshu said with some displeasure, Officer Xiao, although you are a police officer, but if you move your hand like this, I can sue you for molesting a young boy. Xiao Runan glared at him fiercely. Tell me, where did these things come from? Xiao Runan pointed to those photo materials placed on the desktop. It seemed that Su Xia had typed out all the information. Lin Qinshu frowned between his eyebrows. Teacher Su, you're being unkind. Not only did you make the evidence I gave you public, but you also exposed me, and even brought a police officer to me for questioning. You can't even do this little thing right. For tonight's play, you're acting on your own. Lin Qinshu directly turned around and was about to go out the door and leave. Wait! Su Xia jogged in front of Lin Qinshu. I was wrong this time. I'll apologize to you, but in order to bring down the Wen family, we must have the help of someone from the police department, and the only one I trust is Runan, and she's the only one who can keep from being infiltrated by the Wen family. Runan, you're also really, this kind of tone. People are the ones who provide evidence, not the culprits. Su Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Runan. Xiao Runan muttered and hummed. A man is so petty. Well, I apologize to you. I'm so anxious because the current situation is a bit unexpected. When Jia Shang has already fallen into the net, that idiot ran to the Wen family ancestral hall to dig up a tree in the middle of the night and was caught by us on the spot. The location he dug up did have a corpse bone, and an investigation has already been opened. But when Jia Su was much smarter than his big brother. According to the investigation, he disappeared when he returned home. Even the surveillance around his house failed to find any trace of him. Xiao Runan said this point and Lin Qinshu expected. When Jia Shang will definitely go back to dig up the corpse. Originally thought he would hire someone else to go. Did not expect him to go by himself, but also really have enough stupid. When Jiaxiu so cunning people, must be hiding. Lin Qinshu hand-hold him so much evidence. A little brain will not believe that the other side will be because of some verbal commitment to let him go. Is not even thought of. The police cannot find him. Lin Qinshu walked back to the house, found a chair and sat down. Where did the stuff come from? You don't care. I'll provide you with evidence and you're still looking for me to get the origin. Then don't cooperate. And I've given you the stuff. You actually still can't catch anyone. Instead you came to question a student like me. The police's ability now is also not good. Xiao Runan was speechless and could only grunt and say, we want to know the origin because of your own safety. Does Wen Jiaxu know that the evidence came from you? If he knows, then maybe he will go after you. You can apply for police protection. A cold light flashed in Lin Qinshuo's eyes. He had also thought of this. That was why he had exchanged terms with Su Xia on the same day. He was afraid that the night would be long. He himself was not afraid, but Wen Rushue's side was different. Wen Jiaxu would be in trouble if he lost his heart and made a move against Wen Rushue. My personal safety doesn't need you guys to worry about, but there is one person who might need you guys to send someone to protect him. That won't do. For those who have nothing to do with the case, our police force won't go out to protect them at will. Xiao Runan shook her head. Wen Rushue of the Wen family, she and I worked together to expose those sins of Wen Jiaxu, so that can always be protected. Lin Qinshuo was considering whether or not to go and buy a security company and train some people on his own, lest they have to ask for people for everything and not necessarily do a good job. Chapter 66. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? That's fine. I'll go look for her. Xia, I'll leave first. If there's anything else this student of yours wants to say, you can relay it to me again. Xiao Runan heard that there was another party that could provide clues and left the house in a flurry of wind. Lin Qinshuo rolled his eyes. This refused to even add a contact information and asked Su Xia to relay it. Forget it. This kind of tigress wasn't suitable for him either. See you again sometime, Ms. Su. Let's go. Hurry up and finish. Go home and sleep early. Lin Qinshuo stretched his waist. The mermaid line all ran out because of his raised hands. Su Xia inadvertently glanced at it. A slight redness flashed across her face. She didn't realize that the student in front of her had such a good figure. Come over to lift some things. I bought some things. When the time comes you give them to my family members in your name. Su Xia lifted up some nutritional products and some packing boxes on the ground. Lin Qinshuo glanced at them and realized that most of them were cheap things. He was in charge of pretending to be a boyfriend. So naturally, he had no sense of buying gifts. Carrying the stuff to the car, Su Xia sized up Lin Qinshuo's Lamborghini. Your car is so small. Where do you want to put the stuff? Why don't you take a taxi? Lin Qinshuo looked at these big bags, as if his poison really couldn't fit so many things. No need to take a taxi. I'll have someone come and send us there. Lin Qinshuo took out his phone and called Shangping, asking him to send a driver to send them there. Shangping immediately arranged for the driver to drive in the direction of Wangjiatong University. The two went back upstairs to play with their cell phones, and waited for half an hour for the driver to arrive. When Su Xia saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of her, her eyes went wide. She didn't recognize Lin Qinshuo's sports car. In the Magic City, sports cars are rotten. Even many hundreds of thousands of domestic trolley cars also made into a sports car type. So she didn't know how much Lin Qinshuo's car cost. Plus she just came to school. Originally her identity is difficult to make friends, and she doesn't like to read forums, and even more don't know Lin Qinshuo's recent news. But Rolls-Royce she still recognized. She didn't expect Lin Qinshuo to call for a luxury car with a single phone call. Lin student, you couldn't have rented a car. Right, you don't have to rent one that good even if you rent it. Su Xia was a bit surprised, but inwardly she secretly decided to return the rental car money to Lin Qinshuo later. Why do you care so much? If you have a car to sit in, just sit in it. Lin Qinshuo opened the car door and sat in. The driver got out of the car and took the things to the back trunk and put them there, and then handed Lin Qinshuo a card. Mr. Lin, this is what Mr. Shang asked me to give you. This was something Lin Qinshuo had asked Shangping to send over after his phone call just now. Although he was pretending to be his boyfriend, he had a mission to fulfill. Always have to prepare some gifts by himself. He also brought the 10 full tonic pills with him. This is the only thing he can take. Su family and official background. He can't carry the money to go. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll transfer the money to you. You're still a student. Can't let you break the bank. Su Xia took out his cell phone and looked at him. The front row driver glanced at the mirror with a face full of odd intentions. $300. Lin Qinshuo was too lazy to say more to her. How did this woman's IQ become a teacher? Su Xia clicked on Lin Qinshuo's WeChat and transferred $300 to him. Lin Qinshuo, who was playing with his cell phone, did not hesitate to click on the collection. Lin Qinshuo holding his cell phone looking at some security company information. Just now Xiao Runan that words let him wake up. He still think of this society as too simple. If something happens, their own regrets are too late. However, he was not very satisfied with these security companies. Most of them were people who came back to work after 2 years in the army. This kind of people who did not go through the bloody wind and rain. It's okay to be an ordinary security guard. If something really happens, they will run faster than anyone else, which is not quite in line with what he had imagined. Just when Lin Qinshuo was on his way to his pretend boyfriend, the school had already caused a huge shock. All of the research projects that were submitted, as long as they weren't unreasonable, All of them passed and entered the grant process. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The school is rich. All these projects passed? If the research is successful, our school will be able to go up several notches. Our school still has a lot of talent. It's just that it lacks money. Now that it suddenly has money, Jiaotong University will soon be famous. Have you heard? There's a God's hero donated $500 million. 500 million. Although it sounds a lot, but these research projects which does not burn money. What's wrong with that? The godly man said. As long as there's a shortage of money, ask him for it. Who is this godly man? I'll ask my friend if he still lacks a son. A grandson will do. It's anonymous. Probably because he's afraid that you guys who recognize his father will harass him. According to inside information, it's a student from our school. A student? There's only one Shinli in our school who's such a rich student. It can't be Shunli. The Shin family cooperates well with Mordor University, and Mordor University has created many excellent project results for the Shin family. Our Jiaotong University has no connection related to the Shin family except for Shinyu and Shinli. Then why did the two Shinyu study at Jiaotong University and not go to Mordor University? It is said that because Shinyu avoided some suitors, those people thought that Shinyu would definitely go to Mordor University. The result was that Shinyu came as a surprise. Shinli is even simpler, not wanting to be bound by his family. There is also the fact that school flower Su attracted him to Jiaotong University. Back to this donor too. Our school crouching tiger hidden dragon. A lot of invisible rich second generation. People do not like high profile just. The one who can easily come up with $500 million in donations doesn't seem like an ordinary rich second generation. Hey, didn't one pop up recently? Right, that Lin Qinsho from the Extreme Dormitory. Do you guys think it could be him? Because of the matter of Lin Qinsho's donation program, the campus forum became active again. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was reading at her desk when suddenly a girl rushed into her dormitory. Weiwei, have you heard? Zhou Yumeng excitedly grabbed Su Weiwei's arm. Su Weiwei looked puzzled. Heard what? Zhou Yumeng picked up the glass of water on Su Weiwei's desk and drank it all in one go, happily explaining our brain research project with Professor Wu has been passed, and it is now entering the funding stage. We will be able to receive the research money tomorrow. Really? Su Weiwei stood up from the stool with a miso. Tears immediately flashed from her eyes. This news was too important to her. The brain research project was a project that she had persuaded a medical professor to work on together. Chapter 67, The Su Family. She had gone through a lot of trouble to show her talent in medicine before she finally got the professor to be willing to join together while applying for research funding from the school. But although the project was passed, the research funding was delayed and allocated. The starting capital for their project was tens of millions, which was difficult in itself, and the school didn't have any donations recently, so it was put on hold. It's true. The forum is everywhere in the Sun project through the single, and some projects have received money. Our project may be a little late, because the need for more funds. Zhou Yumeng clicked on the forum for Su Weiwei to see. Su Weiwei looked at the discussion in front of her, and her face raised a smile. I don't know which noble person donated the money. I must thank that person properly in the future. Although the project hadn't started yet, at least this project allowed Su Weiwei to see hope. Zhou Yumeng's face raised a mysterious smile. I know who donated. The other party requested anonymity. But the finance is my aunt. Just now my aunt told me the name. But also let me get along with that person. Maybe I can get a foot in the door. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Then you have to work hard. Such a caring and low-key rich second generation is rare. From the other party's anonymous donation, and also donated so much, it must be a low-key and quality rich second generation. Weiwei, do you want to know who the other party is? I can tell you, but you can't tell outside. Oh, I don't want to add a few more competitors, but I won't mind if the competitor is you. Zhou Yumeng smiled and touched her cheeks. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course I want to know who it is, but it's not that I want to be your competitor. It's that I intend to have the opportunity to thank him in the future. After all, his donations are vital to me. This person is a student of our school, or the same class with us. Never heard of this person before. Suddenly appeared out of the rich second generation. If it wasn't for the fact that my aunt is the school's treasurer and saw the name of the person who transferred the money, it's possible that the principal would be the only one who would know about this. Now in addition to the principal and aunt, only I know the name of that donor. Of course, immediately you will also know. Zhou Yumeng laid out a whole lot in front of her, causing Su Weiwei to roll her eyes. This donor's name is Lin Qinsho. It's strange to say, I keep feeling that this name sounds familiar. But I know that I definitely don't know the other person. Weiwei, have you heard of this person? Zhou Yumeng looked towards Su Weiwei. When she heard Lin Qinsho's name, Su Weiwei's body trembled slightly, not realizing that it was actually him who made the donation. Su Weiwei slowly nodded her head. Sort of know him. The day before yesterday you didn't come to class. There was no room in the class at that time. I was sitting with him. He was in the sociology class. If the donor is him, Then this dream of yours of a mansion is hopeless. He already has a girlfriend. It's Yi Mingxi's schoolmate. Hearing Su Weiwei say this, Zhou Yumeng instantly remembered this person had come. So it's him, Lin Qinshou of the Extreme Dormitory. The one on campus recently who drove $100 million limousine in a high-profile shuttle and chased away all of Yi Mingxi. But he started being so flamboyant just a few days ago. Why has he suddenly become low-key now? Donating $500 million is still anonymous. Zhou Yumeng covered her mouth in surprise. Su Weiwei shook her head. This kind of other people's mind should not be guessed, as long as one remembers the other party's kindness. But Lin Qinshou seems to not treat her very well as all. Su Weiwei shook her head. Now is not the time to think about those. The research funds are in place. Should put all the thoughts on that, and strive too early to her difficult to cure. As for repaying the favor, let's wait until she is completely cured. Su Weiwei took Zhou Yumeng's hand and walked towards the outside of the dormitory. Let's go find Professor Wu. On the other side of Lin Qinshou has arrived at a small town on the border of Magic City. After getting out of the car and looking at the self-built houses in front of him, Lin Qinshou was unable to react for a moment. Su Xia has such a horrible background. The whole family actually lives in this 3-story self-built house? And looking at the exterior walls, they were all a bit vintage. Su Xia could see the color of his surprise. I've lived here since I was born. My family all lived here, including Grandpa. Grandpa was from Mudu, and after the war, he retired and chose to return to his roots, not choosing to settle down in the city of Mudu, but choosing the small and most remote place in Mudu. Mom and Dad have a unit-allocated dormitory in the downtown area, and I also live in the dormitory. Here usually only Grandpa and a nanny, Auntie Wang, live. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's shallow, probably because I've watched too many TV dramas and have a bit of preconceived notions about everything. Lin Qinshou smiled. The previous him thought that someone with a family background as impressive as Su Xia's must have grown up with a golden spoon in her mouth. Who would have thought that their family was actually so clean? Living in this self-built house that wasn't even as big as his old family's house. The driver took the things down. Lin Qinshou and Su Xia lifted up half of them each. There was also a Ferrari sports car parked at that gate. The two of them glanced at each other, and Su Xia shrugged, signaling that the car was not her family's. It seemed to be that blind date. Kyoto's Zhou Xiao had already arrived here a step ahead of schedule. Find a place nearby and wait for me. I'll call you when it's time to leave. And tell Shang Ping that you're following me all today. Lin Qinshou gave the driver a word of caution before walking in with Su Xia. Mom, I'm back, Su Xia shouted as soon as she entered. Lin Qinshou followed behind and saw two middle-aged women walk out of the kitchen. Presumably Su Xia's mom and the nanny she had just mentioned. And on one side of the tea table sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking at a document in his hands. On the other side of the tea table, an old man was playing chess with a young man in a suit. When they heard Su Xia's voice, all of them cast their gazes. Hello uncle, aunt, grandfather. I'm Su Xia's boyfriend. My name is Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou greeted. Li Lingyu's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze, then replaced with an awkward expression. Greeting Xiao Lin. Come, sit down first. Dinner isn't ready that quickly. She didn't expect her daughter to really bring a boyfriend back. She had thought it was just a casual remark. Auntie, this is for you to bring some thin gifts, not very expensive. A little bit of intention. Lin Qinshou handed over the things Su Xia had bought. Just come, what else to bring? Thank you, Xia. This is Zhou Feng from Kyoto. This time he came over. It's to come to our house to play. Li Lingyu originally wanted to say that the other party had come over to meet Su Xia, but after seeing Lin Qinshou, she put that back. Su Xia nodded his head in greeting, and then came to his grandfather Su Daing's side. Grandpa, how's your health these days? Su Daing laughed and said, very well. The ghosts are still able to kill a few of them. Chapter 68, Playing Chess. Where is little Lin's senior position? Su Hanning put down the documents in her hands and looked at Lin Qinshou. This family seemed to be amiable, not as difficult to talk to as Lin Qinshou had imagined. Uncle Su, there's no job for the time being. Originally wanted to say that he was a student. Fortunately reacted in time. If he said he was a student, they would have recognized him as a fake boyfriend on the spot, right? And Su Xia is a teacher. Engaged in a teacher-student love will certainly be opposed by their entire family. Oh, what kind of work does Xiao Lin plan to do? Any plans to take the public examination? Su Hanning's family except Su Xia are all eating the country's rice. Naturally asked this question. For them, serving the country is more important than anything in business. For the time being, I have no plans, nor have I thought clearly about doing something. Lin Qinshou said is the truth. Before he also thought about whether to create a business or something, but the idea together to give up. He wasn't an entrepreneurial talent, and starting a business was too tiring. He had a system. He just needed to enjoy life. The business startup was better left to others. No job? This brother can come to our company. My show group also has a branch in Mordor. It's in that Golden Trade building. Although it's only a rented floor for the time being, the follow-up intends to wrap up the Golden Trade Tower to be our Joe Group's branch. Joe Fong also interjected when he heard the conversation, fearing that others would not know his true identity. Lin Qinshu looked at him with an odd face. This face was stretched out in front of his eyes. Should he fight? The Golden Trade Mansion was his asset. Driving away the Joe Group branch was just a matter of his own words. Right, General? The words just fell. Su Dang one move will Zhou Feng's chess game lock. Zhou Feng smiled and said Master Su has not yet aged. Zhou Feng is far from being an opponent. Su Dang's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. His favorite thing to do was to play chess, and he had never had an opponent. Now that he had caught one who could play, he was exterminated in 3 or 2 moves. It was meaningless. Old, but young people nowadays don't play this kind of old people stuff much anymore. That kid, do you know how to play chess? Come over and play a hand. Su Dang sighed, then looked at Lin Qinshu who was on the side. Zhou Feng was a little embarrassed by these words. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was Elder Su Dang's disappointment in his chess skills. Knowing that much, I can accompany the old master for a few moves. After Lin Qinshu nodded his head towards Su Hanning and left his seat, he walked over in the direction of the chess table, and Zhou Feng reluctantly left his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshu with some surprise. You still know how to play chess? There really weren't many young people who knew how to play chess in this day and age. I know that much. I should be able to accompany the old man for a bit. Lin Qinshu smiled. He has a chess mastery in his body, not to mention chess. Even if it is the luck of the evening flight chess, he is a thief. Ha ha ha, good. As long as you win the old man sends you a pair of chess. Su Dang laughed out loud. The two of them set up the chess game and started playing chess. Su Xia, who was not interested in the game, went to the kitchen to help. Su Dang initially thought that Lin Qinshu's level was about the same as Zhou Feng's, but after playing a few moves, his expression became grave. Lin Qinshu's moves were pulling him towards a place. It seemed that the whole game was up to Lin Qinshu to decide how the other side should play. Su Dang had to think about every move for half a day, while Lin Qinshu played without hesitation, seemingly without any thought of subsequent developments. A few moments later, the game entered a deadlock. Su Dang laughed out loud and said, ha ha ha, Lin Xiao's chess skills are excellent. The old man is willing to bow to the wind. However, the old man has one more request. I hope you don't intentionally let me. Show me your true level. I'll see how many moves I can last under you. Su Dang could see that Lin Qinshu was letting go while playing, in order to let him have his fun. He could also tell that Lin Qinshu's chess skill was much more than that, and was the most powerful person he had ever seen play chess. Zhou Feng on the side had a somewhat ugly face. He thought that Lin Qinshu would be disliked by Su Dang just like him, but he didn't expect to actually play and win against Su Dang, and even get appreciation from the other side. Once this sense of contrast appeared, then how was he going to leave a good impression on the Su family? Old master flattered me. It was all luck that allowed me to defeat you just now, Lin Qinshu said modestly. Su Dang waved his hand. It's okay for you to lie to other people, but it's not okay to lie to an old man like me. Hurry up, let's play another game. The two of them rearranged the game and played again. The second game Lin Qinshu did not let him. 3 or 2 moves while Su Dang blocked inside the dead game. He can see that Su Dang, this person, does not mind people better than him. Is mind better than him still let him? Is equivalent to teasing him. Ha ha, really powerful. Young friend Lin is the most powerful person the old man has ever encountered playing chess. The old man is as good as his word. This is a pair of chess pieces made from incense. Previously an old friend gave me 2 pieces. Now I am borrowing the flowers to give you a pair. Su Dang looked at him appreciatively. Nowadays it was hard to find young people who could play chess, let alone someone who was so good at it. Su Dang took out a box of chess from under the table and gave it to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu was also not polite. There is no need to be too twisted for the older generation. It might be better to be more sincere. Dinner time. Su Xia came out from the kitchen and shouted. Lin Qinshu hurriedly got up to support Su Dang. It seemed that Su Dang's legs and feet were a bit inconvenient. Old master, what are you doing? Lin Qinshu looked puzzled. Su Dang shook his head and laughed to himself. I'm old. The medical checkup said that I have a little kidney failure. I have to make up for my kidneys. Ha ha, I'm an old man who still has to make up for his kidneys. At this time, Zhou Feng suddenly interjected. Master Su, our Zhou's hospital has many medical professors. I'll arrange a time to give you a checkup, right? I'm old. Don't go tossing and turning. Enjoy my old age in peace. Thank you for your kindness, little friend Zhou. Su Dang shook his head and arrived at the dining table with Lin Qinshu's assistance. A plain and unadorned round table. Not even mahogany. Lin Qinshu instead preferred this kind of atmosphere. There were no big rich luxuries. It was all the simplest of furnishings and home-cooked food. Su Hanning sat beside Su Dang. Su Xia was sandwiched between Lin Qinshu and Zhou Feng. This seat was arranged by Li Lingyu, and she didn't want to embarrass Zhou Feng. Some home-cooked meals. Xiaolin and Xiao Zhou don't mind. Li Lingyu greeted with a smile. Don't mind it. I'm usually used to eating mountains and seas of delicacies. Eating some simple home-cooked meals once in a while is also a good experience. Zhou Feng also replied with a smile. Chapter 69. You are the boss of Water Cloud Pavilion. How not to say earlier? The scene instantly fell into embarrassment. Lin Qinshu tried hard to hold back his laughter, did not say anything. This Zhou family's eldest young man is afraid that he did not take the brain out of the door. Ran here to show off his wealth. Not to mention other things. Emotional intelligence. He really does not have people a polite word to say that they have nothing to eat. Zhou Feng is good. Directly confirmed the other side really have no food to say. Can't talk, can say less. Dislike dishes, cannot go out to eat. No one stop you. Su Xia didn't spoil him. Zhou Feng also realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing and smiled awkwardly. Li Lingyu also came out to round off how to speak it. Small week is just honest some. Originally I thought tonight to not go to the Water Cloud Pavilion dinner. Well, the results of inquiries over there is too expensive. A meal to more than 100,000. And also in advance to take the number of appointments. I have heard of many times the Water Cloud Pavilion. Has been wanting to go to try. The result is still by the price of discouragement. It's not just a Water Cloud Pavilion. No problem. I'll call and book a good meal for tomorrow. Zhou Feng's embarrassing performance just now. Now he hated to hurry up and pull back the crowd's impression points. Although Su Xia had brought her boyfriend back, wasn't she still married? As a son of the Zhou family, the only requirement for marriage was the other party's family background. Su Xia's family background already exceeded the standard, not to mention being such a beautiful person. Even if he used all his means, he would still take Su Xia. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks and looked for someone from the Magic City branch to ask for the phone number of Water Cloud Pavilion and directly called it. Lin Qinshu buried his head on the side and ate bitterly. The home-cooked meal in Li Lingyu's mouth was a very high standard in his previous life, with big fish and meat, with his favorite pan-fried red cedar fish and squid stewed pig's feet, and Lin Qinshu's eating style made Li Lingyu very satisfied. It was a recognition of her cooking skills, and Lin Qinshu looked more in line with the atmosphere of their home. Eat slowly, no one is stealing from you, Su Xia said as she pinched dishes for Lin Qinshu, putting on a full show, her acting like she was intimate with Lin Qinshu. I'm sorry, Auntie's cooking is just too delicious. It's a bit hard to eat. Lin Qinshu smiled. Hey, is this Water Cloud Pavilion? I'm going to order a meal for tomorrow's noon, so reserve a spot for me, Zhou Feng said in an overbearing manner. Shang Ping on the other end of the phone still froze for a moment when he heard this. How did the meal reservation call come to him? I'm sorry sir, we at Water Cloud Pavilion take a number to reserve a place. You need to pay a deposit of $10,000 to take a number. The current number has been scheduled for the 1st of next month. Would you like to take a number for you? Although I don't know how the other party knows their own phone number, but there is money not to earn is. What? The 1st of next month to have a seat. Today is only the 8th. What a joke. I'm Zhou Feng from Zhou Group. You arrange it. I'm going to eat at noon tomorrow. Zhou Feng reported his name. Now he was on the phone in front of everyone. If he was rejected by the other party like this, how could he have any face to speak of? Shang Ping sneered. You are useless even if you are the Zhou Group's show. Water Cloud Pavilion has Water Cloud Pavilion's rules. To take the number to call the deposit over, there will be customer service to contact you. I'm not taking the number of the phone, said directly hung up the phone. Zhou Feng face a burst of green and purple. Actually rejected him, also dare to flirt with him. Zhou Group picked up the phone, immediately called back the results of the other party to pull in black. Xiao Zhou, forget it, we don't have to go eat. Auntie is just talking off the top of her head. Li Lingyu hurriedly gave a step for Zhou Feng to take. Zhou Feng squeezed out a smile on his face. Auntie is fine. It might be that this customer service doesn't know any better. I'll talk to his boss. Zhou Feng made another call and asked someone to find out the phone number of the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion. When the phone number was sent over, Zhou Feng directly dialed it as well. Suddenly Lin Qinshu's cell phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him. At this time he could not have imagined that the boss of Water Cloud Pavilion was sitting next door to him. Lin Qinshu picked up the phone. Before he could speak, Zhou Feng said from the sidelines, I'm Zhou Feng of the Kyoto Zhou Group. I'd like to book a seat at your Water Cloud Pavilion tomorrow at noon. You, before the words were finished, Zhou Feng heard his own voice coming out of the phone next to him, and turned his head in dismay to see Lin Qinshu's smirking demeanor. Zhou Feng put down the phone. Are you the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion? Lin Qinshu retrieved the phone. Seems like it. Zhou Feng was filled with anger. Since you are the boss of Water Cloud Pavilion, why didn't you say so earlier and tease me like this? He felt like a clown. You didn't ask either. And Auntie Li has advised you several times. You had to act like a clown. Lin Qinshu said with a smile, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Lingyu. Auntie, this is the Water Cloud Pavilion's Supreme Membership Card. With this card you can go to dinner at any time without having to line up or take a number. Originally, I wanted to give it to you after dinner. After all, your cooking is so delicious. now mentioning other places' meals is a bit impolite. Lin Chincho pointed and cursed, insinuating that the Zhou family's eldest son was impolite. Aside from Su Daing, the entire table looked at Lin Chincho in shock, including Su Xia. Water Cloud Pavilion they have heard more or less, for the Magic City top restaurant, limited to 8 seats per day. Although I heard that the later Water Cloud Pavilion seats have become more and more no one booked, but the Water Cloud Pavilion is still a symbol of the top restaurant. Li Lingyu took the card in a daze, and Su Hanning, who was beside her, hastened to stop her. He was the secretary of the municipal party committee. He couldn't accept these financial gifts. It would be troublesome if he was found out. Uncle Su, don't worry, this is just a card. It's not tied to property, and Su Xia's family is also my family. Just inviting family members to my restaurant is not considered a violation. Lin Chincho knew Su Hanning's concerns and spoke out to comfort him. Xiao Lin just said it was a jobless, but I didn't expect to turn around and give us a big surprise. Looking at Xia, even she doesn't know that you're the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion, right? Su Hanning's slightly meaningful gaze looked at Lin Chincho. Uncle Su misunderstood. Although I'm the owner of Water Cloud Pavilion, I'm not involved in the matter of running it, so saying that I'm jobless isn't an intentional deception. As for Su Xia, she likes to talk about relationships without burdens. If both of them are talking about backgrounds and family backgrounds when they talk about a relationship, then this relationship will no longer be pure. Speaking of this, Lin Chincho also took Su Xia's hand and looked at her with affection. Su Hanning's eyes flashed with a hint of approval, seemingly recognizing Lin Chincho's words. Then this card, Auntie is welcome. Li Lingyu put away the Water Cloud Pavilion's VIP card. She originally had a quest for food. If she took it herself, she would go to eat it once in the future. And it shouldn't be a problem if she only ate it once, right? Reacting, Su Xia hastily pulled out her hand. Even she was almost fooled by Lin Chincho's acting. If she didn't know that the other party was here to pretend to be her boyfriend, she really thought that he was in love with her. Chapter 70 God of War Su Feng. Zhou Feng's face was ugly. He had originally wanted to get back some of his impression, but ended up being slapped hard in the face again. Why aren't you even waiting for me to eat? A rough voice rang out, and a mighty and domineering man walked in through the door. Brother! Su Xia saw the visitor and greeted him joyfully. This man was none other than Su Xia's older brother, the Southern Military Region God of War Su Feng. Hearing that a brat from Kyoto was going to come to his sister's door today for a blind date, he specially rushed back from the military region, but that was his favorite sister. How could he marry those foppish kids? Just entered the door and saw 2 young people at the table, both wearing suits. Is his least favorite dress? The nanny hurriedly took out a set of tableware for Su Feng. Su Feng scanned Lin Chincho and Zhou Feng with those hawk-like eyes. Lin Chincho calmly ate his meal, and Zhou Feng's back was wet. The man in front of him was Su Feng, the god of war of the Southern Military Region, who was known as a madman, and he had a strong sense of oppression as soon as he walked in the door. Zhou Feng squeezed out a smile. I've heard of the god of war's great name for a long time, and today I've seen that his name really lives up to it. I'm Zhou Feng from the Kyoto Zhou Group. I've come to pay a special visit today. Oh? You are the kid from Kyoto who came to find my sister for a blind date? Su Feng's light tone caused Zhou Feng's forehead to start sweating. There's no such thing. Just came to visit the Su family. But if Su Xia has intentions in this regard, naturally it's not impossible. Humph. What about you? And where are you from as a male? Su Feng turned his head towards Lin Chincho. Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Chincho. Su Xia hurriedly introduced. Su Feng froze for a moment. Boyfriend? Suddenly a strong sense of oppression pressed towards Lin Chincho. Lin Chincho nodded his head and greeted Su Feng. This scene made Su Feng's eyes flash a trace of surprise. His own aura of killing. Ordinary people in this aura will certainly sweat. The other side actually so calm and comfortable. Why did you suddenly come back? Didn't the military region send you a mission? Su Hanning looked towards Su Feng. There is a mission, and this time the mission is to come out for a walk. Su Feng wolfed down his meal and stood up. If you want to marry my sister, you still need my approval. The 2 of you come with me. Su Feng arrived at the back door of the house and walked straight out. Lin Chincho also ate his fill, wiped his mouth and walked in Su Feng's direction. He had to do a full set of theater himself. He also wanted to see what kind of person this legendary god of war was. Su Xia hurriedly followed. Lin Chincho was brought by her to pretend to be her boyfriend. If anything happened, she would regret it. They all knew Su Feng's character. Although he wouldn't lay a heavy hand on him, he definitely wouldn't be any better. Zhou Feng's face turned green and purple for a while, but in the end, he still followed. His purpose was to join forces with the Su family. If he backed out now, it would be a lost cause. Outside the back door was an open space with a stone table on one side, only to see Su Feng placing his hand end on the table beside that stone table. And don't say I'm bullying you guys. Arm wrestling? As long as you can tilt my hand a bit, you'll be considered to have one. Lin Chincho was speechless for a while. he thought what he was going to do. He was actually asking the two of them to arm wrestle with him. Zhou Feng stepped forward with a confident face. Then let's play with the god of war. Zhou Mao has also learned some self-defense techniques on weekdays, and his strength is relatively solid. Brother, you're also too childish. Su Xia beamed when she heard this. Alright then, let's take some manly ways out then. The two of you attack me together. As long as you can make me take a step back, I won't say another word. Su Feng also felt that arm wrestling was too simple, and could not serve the purpose of deterring these two brats. The smile on Zhou Feng's face froze, saying that it was just arm wrestling. How did he switch to fighting? Lin Qinshu turned his head to look at Su Xia, telling her with his eyes that he wouldn't agree to such a thing. Lin Qinshu didn't want to play such a boring game. His mission was basically completed, and it was a choice 2 mission. Visually, he had already gained the approval of Su Daying, Li Lingyu, plus no one had come out to question this pretend boyfriend, so there was no need for him to play fighting games after the military war god. Fenger, these are guests. What's decent for you to be like this? Su Hanning still had a cloudy demeanor. Su Feng did not pay attention to what his father said, directly reached out towards the close Zhou Feng grabbed. Zhou Feng ate the pain, hastily broke away, forced to smile and said, "Can with the god of war to spar? This trip to the magic city is not in vain." Zhou Mao usually also practiced karate, or black belt, said then set up a karate stance. But just now, after being grabbed by Su Feng, he also felt the gap. Setting up his stance, he attacked towards Su Feng. Su Feng's eyes flashed a trace of disdain, and casually swung a punch to send him flying out. He can't, you come along too. Su Feng looked towards Lin Qinshu at the back. Lin Qinshu walked over to the stone bench and sat down. Winning is not enough. You guys can just play by yourselves. Zhou Feng was annoyed when he saw Lin Qinshu's pretense. He was close to Lin Qinshu. He kicked Lin Qinshu's head. Lin Qinshu dodged the attack with a slight side of his head, then reached out and grabbed the leg and lifted it upwards. Zhou Feng fell on the spot. Chinese martial arts are profound and profound not to learn. Learn the ghost's karate, and as a result, you can't even stand up. Lin Qinshu snorted. His strike just now had caused Su Feng's gaze to freeze, and even though it was only for a moment, it made him notice that the other party's stance didn't seem too simple. I didn't think I'd look away. Lin Qinshu, right? Come over and accompany me for a couple moves. Su Feng said with some excitement. Lin Qinshu smiled faintly. Big uncle, you did look away. It's him who didn't stand still. It's none of my business. All this time being polite and courteous, but what he got in return was not respect. So what if he was a god of war? Su Feng quickly rushed towards Lin Qinshu. Whether or not you can call me great uncle depends on whether or not you have some weight under your hands. He knew that Lin Qinshu didn't want to fight with him, but he was a martial arts fanatic. As long as he did it himself, there was no way that the other party wouldn't be willing to do it. Su Feng instantly appeared in front of Lin Qinshu and punched towards him. Lin Qinshu turned his hands into palms and blocked his fists. His entire body took 2 steps back, and Su Feng also took a step back. In the short exchange of blows, Lin Qinshu detected that Su Feng's strength was still above his, worthy of being called a war god. Su Feng, on the other hand, became more excited and shouted, "Good!" Again. Lin Qinshu looked at the powerful fist coming towards him, and after dodging it sideways, he slammed Su Feng back with a shoulder bump. He drew a circle with his hands and performed a Tai Chi hand style. Chapter 71, Opening a Security Company. Su Feng's strength was above Lin Qinshu. Hard contact was absolutely unbeatable, but Lin Qinshu had all the knowledge of martial arts in his head. If the other party was rigid, then he would take out his Tai Chi to overcome the hard with the soft. Although he might not be able to beat them, he would definitely be undefeated. Just as the two were about to fight together again, Su Xia stood in the middle of the two. "Brother, how long are you going to make a scene?" Su Xia crossed her arms angrily, although she was also surprised that Lin Qinshu was actually able to get into a fight with her brother. But the other party was also her own student and was entrusted by her to come here. So if the other party got hurt in any way because of her brother, then she would be too upset. Su Feng saw Su Xia's appearance and knew that his sister was really angry, so he could only stop. He didn't even listen to his father's words, and only now that he saw his sister angry did he stop fooling around. "Brother Lin, let's spar again sometime." Su Feng laughed out loud and walked over to Lin Qinshu and walked towards the house. Zhou Feng, who had gotten up at some point, had a face full of iron, and after walking into the house, he found an excuse to leave. Looking at Zhou Feng's back, Su Feng said with a disdainful face, "He's a black belt in karate, but he can't even catch a single move from me, and he attacked someone else and fell like a dog in a." Zhou Feng, who was walking in front of the car, stumbled and almost fell, and hurriedly got into the car and left. After Zhou Feng left, Lin Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief. The current situation seemed like the mission should have been accomplished. "Fenger, you said you came back with a mission? What mission?" Su Hanning asked as he looked towards Su Feng. Su Feng sighed quietly. The military department asked me to come back to find a way to find out where the veterans of the army go. Some are voluntarily discharged while others are discharged due to injuries. This problem has been around for a long time and has not been completely resolved. Su Hanning and Su Daing both sighed. This aspect of veterans had always been properly arranged in Huaxia, but with the increase in friction with the outside world, there were even more soldiers who were discharged from the army due to injuries, and those veterans are basically very difficult to find a good job. Su Feng continued, there are many entrepreneurs in Mordor. The troops hope that I will come to Mordor to find an entrepreneur who is willing to invest in help. Where do I know this kind of character? Lin Qinshu, who was beside him, heard this and his eyes lit up. Veteran. Isn't this coincidental with his idea of opening a security company? In fact, I want to open a security company, but I don't have the manpower. I wonder if these retired soldiers can come to my place. Lin Qinshu suddenly spoke up. The three people who were sighing simultaneously turned their heads to look at him. Su Feng didn't know that Lin Qinshu was the boss of Watercloud Pavilion, and looked quizzically at his younger sister Su Xia, who also had a head full of black lines. Originally, he had only asked Lin Qinshu to come and pretend to be a boyfriend, but now it felt like the involvement was getting deeper and deeper. Brother Lin, the veterans of our southern war zone alone can stuff enough security companies for an entire city. Your good intentions are appreciated by our troops. Su Feng thought that the other party was just trying to show off in front of them before saying such words. Lin Qinshu smiled faintly, knowing that Su Feng was questioning his financial strength. Don't worry, big brother Su. Since I said it, it's definitely not just empty talk. I can open the security company to the whole country, even the whole world. This is our bank balance. You don't have to worry about money. Lin Qinshu held out his cell phone balance for Su Feng to see. 10 million, 50 billion. Su Feng looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. More than 50 billion. Everyone present was shocked. More than $5 million they had heard of. Even if it was more than $50 million they wouldn't be surprised. But more than $50 billion. How big of a company does this have to be to have a pool of money? This Lin Qinshu is also really not to see the foreign, in front of so many people on the face of the wealth, and he dared to so bright, but also proved that his money comes from a clean source. Su Xia unbelievably looked at this fake boyfriend in front of him who was temporarily pulled in. Such a godly man, why would he be blackmailed by a piece of paper graduation certificate? Could it be that he's putting the trick together, and that his ultimate goal is actually himself? Su Feng also turned from shock to excitement. His mission was to find a rich man to invest in a company that could give veterans jobs. He didn't know how to carry it out himself yet, and he would get the solution immediately. Brother Lin, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing to help me? Su Feng excitedly held his hand. Lin Qinshu pulled his hand out with difficulty and said, I'm not helping you. I'm helping the country to take in those brothers who are in difficulty. Su Daing also laughed at this time and said, worthy of being someone who can beat me in chess. I thank you on behalf of Huaxia. On behalf of Huaxia. This sentence was something that only Su Daing dared to say. Even Su Feng, the current god of war, did not have the qualifications to say this sentence. Su Feng suddenly remembered something. Frowning, he said, there are more disabled people among the veterans. Isn't that not very suitable for your security company? If it wasn't for the disabilities, those people wouldn't have retired from the military. Besides, security must at least be able-bodied, and some of them are even missing arms and legs. It doesn't matter. Open up the company a bit bigger. Those who are not physically fit can work as clerks or coaches. The training aspect must be fine. Right. These aspects Lin Qinshu had long thought about. When the security company opened up, the people he needed would be many, and he would be able to use these people. Veterans were much better than re-recruiting and retraining. Hearing Lin Qinshu say this, Su Feng's wrinkled brow instantly relaxed, happily wrapped Lin Qinshu's shoulders, and also took out his father Su Hanning's treasured Wulianye and drank it. After half a round of wine, Lin Qinshu looked at the time as also not early. They intend to leave. This is Li Lingyu ran out Shaolin Ah. So late. Stay here. You and Xiaxia have been together for so long, and we as parents are very open-minded. Since knowing that Lin Qinshu had $50 billion in savings, Li Lingyu was also much more enthusiastic. It wasn't that she worshipped gold. In the beginning when she met Lin Qinshu and didn't know he had money, she was also very enthusiastic. Now that she was rich, she was even more enthusiastic. Who wouldn't want their daughter to marry better? A son-in-law like this one who could satisfy the whole family had to be seized. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Xia blushed slightly and pushed Li Lingyu back to the room, then came to Lin Qinshu's side and said, you go back. I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I'll stay at home for one night and then go back. You pay attention to safety. After saying that, she pushed Lin Qinshu out, fearing that Li Lingyu would make Lin Qinshu stay again later. According to her guess, Lin Qinshu probably liked her as a teacher. She couldn't give a student a chance, not even after graduation. Chapter 72 Attacked. If Lin Qinshu knew that the other party was so sentimental, he would be speechless. If it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to such a place to be someone's fake boyfriend, and he would have been better off going back to his several little mates to play games. But there was also an unexpected gain. Can and the military region to get in touch with the relationship. His security company's plan can soon be realized. Before, he was worried that he didn't have bodyguards to protect the people around him, but now as long as he executed it faster, these problems would be solved. He handed Su Deng the box containing the 10 perfect pills so that he could take them when necessary, and they would have a remarkable healing effect. Su Deng accepted the box with a smile and made his goodbyes with Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu called for a car and asked the driver to send him back to Jiatong University. His car was still at the school, although it had already reached the time when he couldn't get into the school. But with his relationship with the security uncle, it was easy to enter the school. Near the traffic lights of the University of Communications, a Rolls-Royce stopped waiting for the green light. Sitting in the car looking out the window, Lin Qinshu pondering who to give this matter to do, and suddenly saw a large truck is rushing in his direction, and a little braking tendency or not. Lin Qinshu realized that not quite right, and quickly shouted, "Get off! Fast!" After saying that, he hurriedly pulled open the door and jumped down. At the moment Lin Qinshu jumped out of the car, the big truck has crashed up, and the big truck, a hint of braking meaning or not, pushing the car, has been skidding until it hit the tree trunks before stopping. Fortunately, Lin Qinshu is backward jumping out of the car, immediately rolled away from the range of the car, or else even jumped out of the car, was crushed to death. The driver is not so lucky. Lin Qinshu shouted a sentence. He did not even react. The big truck has crashed up. The whole car has become a piece of cake. On the big truck, a man wearing a hat stepped down from the driver's seat, pressed his hat down a bit, and prepared to leave the scene of the accident. Suddenly a huge force to the side slammed him against the large tires of the van, violently spitting blood from his mouth. Fixing his eyes, a man in a tattered suit, covered in dust, was looking at him with an icy gaze. "Who sent you here?" This one in a tattered suit was none other than Lin Qinshu, who had escaped, his clothes scuffed in the tumble just now. If he hadn't been staring out the window, he might have been run over by this person, and the other party's skillful movements. It seems to be intentional killing. The one wearing the hat was a man in his 30s, and when he saw that Lin Qinshu wasn't in the car, the color of surprise in his eyes flickered. The man drew a knife from behind him and stabbed at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu seemed to be aware of this and slapped the knife out of the other man's hand, and with his other hand grabbed his head and slammed it towards the cargo container. When he hit the other man's eyes, he continued to ask, "I'll ask you again. Who sent you?" The man's head was covered in blood and he smiled coldly, "No one sent me. I just hate the rich. I don't like people who sit in Rolls Royces." Lin Qinshu released the hand that grabbed the other's head, and instead grabbed at the other's arm, flipped it outward, and twisted both of the other's hands off. Raising his foot again, he kicked towards the other's two knees, and with a mournful scream, the man instantly fell to the ground. Lin Qinshu squatted down and looked at the other party, once again opened his mouth and asked, "Who sent you?" At this moment, Lin Qinshu was like a devil king descending to the world, exuding a strong murderous aura all over his body. Seeing the other party still biting and refused to say the instigator, Lin Qinshu's eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. Suddenly, not far from, a burst of police sirens sounded. This is the traffic light on the main road. Out of such a serious car accident, the police notice comes so fast is normal, but this siren also made the killing chance in Lin Qinshu's eyes hide. He was almost run over and killed himself, and his heart was incomparably angry, so he also rose to kill just now. If it wasn't for the sudden sound of the siren, maybe he would have really killed the other party. The police car quickly arrived at the scene. When they saw the half-ruined man next to the van's tires, and the ragged man sitting on the ground aside, they assumed that Lin Qinshu was the one who did the killing, and walked over to take him under control. "Are you police always so hasty in your work?" The driver of the van was that guy. "He tried to hit and run and was beaten up by me." Lin Qinshu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. This group of police officers were a bit unlikable. It didn't feel right. The two policemen looked like they hadn't heard Lin Qinshu's words. One drew out his baton and the other took out his handcuffs. Lin Qinshu clenched his fists. He sensed that these two policemen seemed to be aiming at him as well, and was about to prepare to resist. "Stop!" A female police officer quickly appeared in a police car. The other two male police officers immediately put away the guys in their hands and took a few steps back. This policewoman was none other than Xiao Runan, who had a previous encounter with Lin Qinshu. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runan looked at the two policemen with sharp eyes. The two policemen said with averted eyes, "Officer Xiao, Bureau Lu asked us to come over to check on the casualties. There might be a terrorist attack, and asked us to control the suspect." "What about him? Isn't he a suspect? Why are you going straight to this person?" Xiao Runan questioned, pointing at the truck driver lying on the ground on the other side. She didn't say Lin Qinshu's name, also because she was afraid that the other party would know that they knew each other. That person is lying on the ground. We are definitely grabbing this intact one first to go back together to assist in the investigation. One of the male police officers stammered. Xiao Runin also sensed that something was wrong with these two, but she didn't choose to beat the bushes. These two were just receiving orders to do their job. The real people were still hiding behind. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The ambulance and fire truck also arrived at the scene. Xiao Runin did not ask any more questions and grabbed Lin Qinshuo's arm. I'll take this person back first. You guys bring the rest back to me. Xiao Runin pulled Lin Qinshuo directly into her police car. Lin Qinshuo looked at the Rolls-Royce that had turned into a piece of paper. The driver should not be able to live. He could only let Shang Ping go and give this driver more pension when the time comes. Xiao Runin, who was in the car's face, sank. She didn't expect the other party's energy to be so big. Now she seems to be on her own. Officer Xiao, it's good to see you again. But your police department doesn't seem to be too united either. Lin Qinshuo looked at Xiao Runin playfully. The person who had sworn in front of him today didn't even have a teammate today. Humph, if it wasn't for me coming fast, you might not know where you would have been taken to destroy your body. Xiao Runin discovered after investigation that Wen Jiaxu seemed to be buying murder. Chapter 73, Assassinations one after another. And the person who could still make Wen Jiaxu kill at this time now was most likely Lin Qinshuo, so she hoofed it to Su Xia's house, only to hear that Lin Qinshuo had just left. She didn't even have time to say anything to the Su family and quickly ran towards Jiaotong University again. After Lin Qinshuo saw Xiao Runin, he also guessed who bought this murder today. It seems that he still underestimated Wen Jiaxu. To be able to send someone to kill himself so quickly, it means that he is also now already in a very safe place. Otherwise, where is that mind to deal with himself? Don't worry, even if you don't come, I will be fine. Right, you left. What about Shuer's side? Lin Qinshuo suddenly remembered that Xiao Runin was there to protect Wen Ruxue. If she left like that, wouldn't Wen Ruxue be in danger? There are naturally people protecting over there. I might not be so neurotic that I would be tuned out. Besides, protecting girls is more important than protecting you boys in my place. Xiao Runin's words caused the corners of Lin Qinshuo's mouth to twitch. Lin Qinshuo gradually realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to his school, and quickly asked out loud, where is Officer Xiao taking me? You are now the number one person Wen Jiaxu wants to kill. I have to protect you 24 hours a day, but you live in the school and it's not convenient to protect you, so you can only go to my house first and let me protect you. You protect me? Lin Qinshuo looked at her speechlessly. Just with his martial arts proficiency, he didn't need a woman to protect him. Besides, if he was protected by this woman, he would have no freedom whatsoever. Officer Xiao, I don't need protection. Why don't you go protect Wen Ruxue? I personally still have some skills. Speaking of these, Xiao Runin just suddenly remembered that car just now. How did you just escape? That car has turned into paper. You just have a little skin injury. I just happened to look out of the car window today's, found out that the truck was not quite right, and jumped out of the car in a hurry. Also called the driver to jump with me, but he didn't react. Lin Qinshuo sighed. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The driver was implicated by himself and lost his life. This revenge had to be avenged. When Jiaxu doesn't know where he's hiding, there's no one I can trust in the police station, so you'll have to stay by my side until I find Wen Jiaxu. Xiao Runin frowned. Lin Qinshuo slapped his forehead. I really don't need your protection. I'll be safe if you arrest Wen Jiaxu earlier. As soon as the words fell, Lin Qinshuo suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Break! Get down! Lin Qinshuo grabbed Xiao Runin's neck and pressed down, and he himself got down in the same direction. A sound of glass breaking rang out, and a bullet cut through his head. Lin Qinshuo pulled open the car door and quickly got out of the car. Looking to the high building not far away, there was a person holding a sniper rifle at him. When he realized that Lin Qinshuo had seen him, he quickly put away his gun and was about to leave. Lin Qinshuo was filled with anger and quickly launched his light power to run towards the roof of the building. The sniper is calmly packing things. In his view, he packed things to leave. Lin Qinshuo cannot run up. After all, there is still some distance. Masters never panic. Just as the killer was carrying his gun and preparing to leave, a figure with great speed kicked him in the stomach, causing his entire body to fly out backwards, ruthlessly hitting the stone slab by the balcony. The person who came was none other than Lin Qinshuo, who was proficient in martial arts that also included lightness. Impossible! How are you able to be so fast? The killer had a face of disbelief. Lin Qinshuo, who had a full physique, was also a bit out of breath at the moment. Just now he had used his life's strength to run this way. Even with a full physique, it still made him a bit out of breath. Lin Qinshuo did not say a word of nonsense. In front of this person has a gun. The figure of a flash. Quickly will be the other party's hands and feet broken. Miserable screams resounded throughout the sky. The killer was just about to pull out his pistol. Who had thought that the other party actually did not say a word, and directly came up to twist off his hands and feet, At this time he also hated himself why he had just packed his gun when he did not speed up. Where is Wen Jiasu? This was obviously a killer sent out by Wen Jiasu. There was no need to ask redundantly who sent him. The killer said coldly, I don't know any Wen Jiasu. I'm just someone who takes people's money and eliminates people's disasters. Get another tough-talking person. Wen Jiasu found 2 sets of people are so high quality. Lin Qinshu also do not want to talk more nonsense. Reached out and pinched the other party's neck. To break his neck. Wait. Xiao Runin panted and came to the roof of this building. She had also run over as hard as she could. But she didn't expect Lin Qinshu to be so much faster than him. Lin Qinshu turned his head to look at her with sharp eyes, as if he was waiting for her to finish her sentence before killing the other party. If you kill him, Wen Jiasu will be able to deal with you with even more means. You hand him over to me so that I can investigate his origins and interrogate him. Xiao Runin came to Lin Qinshu's side and said. Lin Qinshu's hand that was on the other's neck loosened, and a weird smile appeared on the assassin's face as he collapsed to the ground after a muffled grunt. Xiao Runin rushed forward and pinched open his mouth, realizing that he had gradually become stiff. Actually committed suicide. This is no ordinary killer. It seems to be a deadly killer with professionalism. As long as they are caught, they must kill themselves, Xiao Runin said with a grave expression on her face. In less than an hour, Wen Jiasu had arranged for 3 waves of people to come and kill Lin Qinshu. 1 trip for the van, 1 trip for the black police, and now he had also arranged for snipers to shoot at him inside the police car. Wen Jiasu's meticulousness and unscrupulousness made Lin Qinshu feel that he had been careless, and his estimation of these people was still too naive. Xiao Runin saw a scorpion tattoo on the assassin's arm and his expression became even more grave. This is an assassin from the Poisonous Scorpion organization. A top 10 assassin organization in the world. Poison Scorpion? Lin Qinshu could still be a student. He didn't know what these code names stood for. Xiao Runin nodded heavily. The Poison Scorpion Assassin Organization. After receiving a mission, they won't stop. If this person fails to kill you, there will be another person who will come until they completely kill you. Holy, there is no end to the meaning. Xiao Runin picked up the gun on the ground, pulled Lin Qinshu and left the rooftop. Don't worry about this place for now. I've already let the people above deal with it. The police in Magic City don't know which ones are trustworthy. I've already transferred people from Kyoto overnight. Lin Qinshu gave Xiao Runin a slightly profound look. The identity of this beautiful police officer in front of him also seemed to be not simple. To be able to transfer people over from Kyoto and know so much about these killer organizations. But I didn't expect you to actually be able to rub an assassin on the ground and not have anything happen to yourself at all. What kind of person are you in the end? Xiao Runin recalled seeing that scene just now, where an assassin from an assassin organization was almost killed by this student in front of her. Chapter 74, Darknet Bounty Order. Lin Qinshu looked at her with a smirk. Your identity isn't too simple either. What kind of person I am? You'll know if you go and investigate. The result is definitely a peaceful and good citizen. A good student. It's just a bit of brute strength. So that means you don't need to protect me. I can protect myself. Thinking of that scene just now, Lin Qinshu was still a bit scared. If it wasn't for the sudden whim of feeling an aura of danger, he might have gotten his head blown off. Xiao Runin shook his head. I have a hunch that Wen Jiasu's main target is you. As long as you follow me, sooner or later you will be able to find Wen Jiasu. You don't have to worry about Wen Rushue's side. Kyoto came with a squad of people around her, and Wen Jiaming also hired external bodyguards. I just need to protect you. Lin Qinshu took out the cell phone that had broken the screen. Wanted to make a call but couldn't. Originally also wanted to call and ask Wen Rushue. The vehicle drove into a neighborhood, which is some distance away from the city center, and I don't know whether Xiao Runin bought it or rented it. Xiao Runin seems to have guessed his doubts. Said this is a safe house. Not my home. I usually live in the dormitory. Now very period. It started a Kyoto side of the safe house in the Magic City. The Magic City police do not know this place. You first rest assured that live down it. Lin Qinshu surveyed this 80 square feet of small house. He did not intend to stay here, but Xiao Runin this is also for his good. He is not good to refuse directly. Wait for her to sleep after he slipped away. But live here really safe? Lin Qinshu took a shower and took off his rotten clothes. There are some simple casual clothes in this safe house. Otherwise he doesn't even have clothes to wear. Lin Qinshu, who had just finished showering, finally waited for that mission completion reminder. Congratulations to the host for completing mission choice 2, becoming Su Xia's fake boyfriend and successfully coping with the blind date, recognized by at least 2 members of the Su family, rewarded with +1 strength and +1 stealth card. The stealth card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card, the host can use it by meditating inside, limited to 1 hour, during which time nothing and no one will be able to detect the host's presence. Lin Qinshu touched his pocket and pulled out a card that said stealth card. This is too hasty. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while. How could something produced by the system not get a shiny card? And stuffed the card back into his pocket. Host, Lin Qinshu, Strength, 9. Physique, 10. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 8. The highest attribute of an ordinary person is 10. And the host belongs to the normal value of an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Windchild. Lamborghini Poison. Mansion, number 1 Yunlu Mountain Villa. 33rd floor of Building A of Thompson Epine. Skills, martial arts proficiency, chess proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, sports skills proficiency. Balance, 5941-206-9053. Lin Qinshu immediately felt that his body was full of strength, and now if he fought against Su Feng again, he should not be at a disadvantage, and he could even outperform the other party. Late at night, Lin Qinshu quietly went out the door, just came to the downstairs, and noticed that something was wrong. There seemed to be several people around. Looking at the dress is not security guards but outsiders. It seems that this so-called Kyoto safe house is not particularly safe so quickly exposed. Soon Lin Qinshu reacted to why he was exposed so quickly. The police car driven by Xiao Runan had been exposed by those black police officers. So based on the trajectory of the police car, they were able to find Lin Qinshu, who she had taken away. Scratch that. Not even thinking through such a simple thing. How did that become a police officer? Lin Qinshu cursed, turned around and went upstairs intending to call Xiao Runan up. But as soon as the door was opened, Xiao Runan had long been sitting on the sofa waiting for him. I thought you had already left. Oh. Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu with a smile. As a police officer, she naturally knew that the police car would be exposed, and she did so on purpose, to lure the enemy over and get a turtle in a jar. Lin Qinshu look at her this way. Also know that she is intentional. Simply also do not speak. To the sofa lie. Sit and wait for a good show. Soon downstairs will ring the noise. The whole neighborhood lights also have some bright up. Should be woken up some people. Soon after, a few people were escorted in by a group of police in plain clothes. Sorry for lying to you. This isn't a safe house. It's just an ordinary residence to catch these people. Xiao Runan explained to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu shrugged. Doesn't matter. You have your plan. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'm going out for some fresh air. This time Xiao Runan didn't stop Lin Qinshu from going out. After all, Lin Qinshu's strength was something she hadn't seen before, but it was estimated to be stronger than her. And the protection she was talking about was just using Lin Qinshu to catch that Wenjiaxu. It's just that now she also has to interrogate these people. It would be better if Lin Qinshu could go out. Lin Qinshu out of the district. Now in the middle of the night taxi is also difficult. And the phone is broken. Call a car cannot call. Can only see if there is a cab. Back to Yunlu Villa and then let Li Qing pay. Lin Qinshu, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped his steps, because a person appeared in front of him, and this person was still someone he recognized. Has the Li family started looking for me for revenge as well? Lin Qinshu said indifferently. The person coming from the opposite side was none other than Zhang Tian, the bodyguard that Li Timzong had brought with him that day, and Lin Qinshu had narrowly won a move in the fight that day, but he hadn't suffered any major injuries either. Zhang Tian didn't say anything. He directly rushed towards Lin Qinshu and blasted his fist towards Lin Qinshu's face. Lin Qinshu's right hand turned into a palm, blocking his arm and spinning it around. His palm turned into a fist. A powerful punch struck Zhang Tian's chest body. Zhang Tian retreated back and forth. Zhang Tian's face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with shock. After just a few days of not seeing him, Lin Qinshu's power had become so strong that a single punch had caused his qi and blood to turn over. The Li family is about to fall. Do you want to consider coming to me? Lin Qinshu still quite appreciated this Zhang Tian. In his previous fight with him, he sensed that the other party's punches and kicks did not have killing intent. They simply wanted to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Qinshu also heard the conversation between this Zhang Tian and Li Timzong in the beginning. It seemed that Zhang Tian only wanted money and nothing else. As long as something could be solved with money, it was not a matter in Lin Qinshu's opinion. Zhang Tian put away his fists and feet. I am not your opponent. I can't do this mission. After a few steps, he turned around and said, this time I'm not here because of the Li family, but because someone has issued a bounty on the darknet, offering $50 million to kill you, and your every move will be reported on the darknet. $50 million. When Jiaxu is so generous, if he didn't have the money now, he'd want to take the 50 million. Chapter 75, Veterans. After Zhang Tian left, Lin Qinshu's face was gloomy. He didn't expect this Wen family's money water to be so heavy. At first he was puzzled as to why a family of Wen size could be called the four great families of the Magic City. Now he has deeply felt the energy of the Wen family. No, should be Wen Jiaxu's energy. Lin Qinshu did not choose to go to Yunlu Villa. He went directly back to school. Now there may be countless pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Back to Yunlu Villa. Then I am afraid that it will involve the few maids. Returning to the school is the best for him. After all, there are still some thresholds to enter the school. Come to the school gate. Lin Qinshu looking for security. Uncle Wang helped him pay the fare. then directly back to the dormitory to go. His cell phone broke, and no cash on the body. Can only return the money to Uncle Wang tomorrow. Now it is late at night. The other 3 dormitory has long been asleep. Lin Qinshu took out the old cell phone, the phone card inserted. Luckily, I didn't throw it away before, or else where would I go to buy a cell phone in the middle of the night? Lin Qinshu dialed Su Feng's phone. He now had 8 points of mental power, and had the ability to forget these numbers. Brother Lin, it's so late, is there something wrong? Su Feng's puzzled voice came out from the other end of the phone. Brother Su, I've come across something tonight. I want to ask if there are any veterans from your army in Mordor? I'm in a bit of an urgent need for manpower. Don't worry, it won't be anything that goes against social morality. I just want them to help me protect a few people. Lin Qinshu felt that the situation is grim now. When Jiaxu dared to spend a lot of money to offer a bounty to kill him, who knows if he will not be heartless and crazy to the people around him. Is something wrong? Do you want me to transfer some people out from the army? Su Feng also heard Lin Qinshu's slightly heavy voice. No, it's just a small matter. Since we've agreed on the formation of a security company tonight, we also need manpower to help out. Consider it as an early start. Lin Qinshu rejected Su Feng's good intentions. Enlisting veterans was something the country advocated, but privately calling up military personnel, by then Su Feng might even be disciplined for it. It was unnecessary. There's none in the Magic City, but there are in other cities. There's a squad in the Su province. Those people have a wider range of abilities and are quite good. I'll ask them to find you tomorrow morning, Su Feng said after a moment of contemplation. Good. Have them come to Jiaotong University to find me. Thank you, big brother Su. Lin Qinshu excitedly thanked. A family doesn't talk about 2 families. You also helped me get my mission accomplished, and they are also part of my mission. It's easy for me to arrange the job. The 2 of them hung up the phone after a couple more sentences of small talk. Hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshu also climbed into bed, but he didn't sleep. Now that he was worth $50 million, who knew if someone would come to assassinate him in his sleep? This day is also too suffocating, such as tomorrow manpower to the... He is going to let go to find the hiding place of Wen Jiaxu. Also have to start to establish that security company, so that those veterans of the military have joined in. In a daze, dawn, Lin Qinshu see dormitory other people have not yet got up, but also did not call them. The morning there is no class. A few of them will sleep until noon. Lin Qinshu came to the school cafeteria to eat breakfast. Originally wanted to ask Yi Mingxi together, but then think about their current situation, or forget it. First to solve things before. At this time, Su Feng's phone also called over Lin brother. That squad has arrived at the entrance of Jiaotong University. When will you go over? Lin Qinshu had just finished his breakfast and walked towards the entrance of the university. I'm almost there. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw the 7 people Su Feng had mentioned, 2 females and 5 males. The fact that there were females was a bit of a surprise to Lin Qinshu. Hello guys, I'm Lin Qinshu. All of you should have been introduced here by Big Brother Su. Lin Qinshu walked over and greeted them. Those 7 people all sized up Lin Qinshu for a moment, not realizing that the nobleman Su Feng spoke of was such a young lad. Hello brother Lin, my name is Yang Yun. This is Li Qing, Mo Feng, Huang Orange, He Yun, Qiu Lu, and Li Lan. We were comrades in the same military camp as war god Su back then. Yang Yun introduced Lin Qinshu to the crowd in turn. Lin Qinshu greeted the crowd one by one. At this time, Shui Yunji's car had already arrived at the school entrance. Lin Qinshu had called early in the morning to ask Shangping to arrange for a few cars to come over, and at the same time explained about the other driver's death last night. This is something that Lin Qinshu has been blaming himself for, holding a grudge, and also raising the heart of certain death against that Wen Jiasu. Everyone get in the car. Everyone who came over must not have eaten anything. Let's go over there and talk again. Lin Qinshu led the crowd to the Watercloud Pavilion. For the time being, he hadn't decided where to set the gathering place. He was still undecided. It was always a good idea to take them for a meal first. Arriving at the Watercloud Pavilion, both Shangping and Li Qing were already standing at the entrance waiting for them. Li Qing was the one he called over. Lin Qinshu was going to let Li Qing take care of the preliminary work for the security company. Lin Qinshu took the cell phone in his pocket to Li Qing and told him to put on a new cell phone. Li Qing had already gone to buy new cell phones early in the morning, and bought dozens more, all of which Lin Qinshu had instructed, giving the 7 people a new cell phone each, and keeping the others as backups or giving them to other people to use in the future. After bringing everyone into the box, Shangping began to serve the food. The 7 people were surprised to see this kind of place, which made Lin Qinshu feel a little ironic. These are the people who defended the country in the outside world. This meal is so extravagant that they have never eaten in their lives, while some of the assholes in the society ate every day. After eating and drinking, Lin Qinshu began to speak out his own plight. Currently being placed a bounty order on the dark net. The danger to themselves is nothing. mainly worried about the safety of those around them. He hoped that Yang Yun and the others would be able to provide some protection for the people around him, and at the same time, he also wanted to catch the person behind the curtain, and as long as the person involved in the posting hung up, then the bounty order should be lifted as well. There's no problem. We've also all heard from War God Su that you're preparing to set up a security company that specializes in taking in veterans who have nowhere else to go, and it's considered to be a benefactor for us people. People like us who were discharged from the army due to various other things are considered to be better. There are other brothers who are missing their arms and legs. They can't find a job at all in this society, and even life is a problem. So I hope that brother Lin can give them a good place to go. Yang Yun sighed. Lin Qinsho nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, you and Sun Shi contact that the office of the Golden Trade Tower will first be given to these brothers to use. In addition to going to register a larger security company, by the way, pay attention to where there is a base that is more suitable. To be a little bit bigger, it is best to get a few hundred acres of mountainous land, and directly buy it for the brothers to train on a daily basis. Li Cheng nodded and then quickly walked outside. Lin Qinsho and turned back to continue to say, Brother Yang, now as the school there is a called Yimingshi, may trouble two sisters to protect it. My personal words will be okay. There is a need for you to help me find a person. The Wen family of the Wen Jiaxu. I do not know if there is any way for you all. Chapter 76, Wen Jiasu's Secret Base. Yang Yun nodded. Our group of people have specialties in scouting, tracking, and even hacking. Brother Lin, first give us Wen Jiasu's information. Tell us some of the details you know and soon we will be able to have results. Let's find a place to land first and we'll set things up. Yang Yun spoke in a well-organized manner, causing Lin Qinsho to also put his heart down and hurriedly asked Sheng Ping to send a car to send them to the Golden Trade Mansion. A group of people came to the Golden Trade Mansion, Lin Qinsho's original whole floor office. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside, Yang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, your kind of environment, it's too testing. All kinds of food and drink are complete place. It is really difficult to be quiet to do things. This Golden Trade Mansion is almost as good as a clubhouse. It has everything. It can be treated as a vacation environment. Lin Qinsho smiled sarcastically. There's no way. There's no other place for the time being, so I'll use it here for now. Right. There is also my parents who are far away from home. Brother Yang, see if there are any brothers in that neighborhood. Let them go over to protect them. For Lin Qinsho, right now, the only one who could be found out to be in contact, besides his parents, was Yi Mengshi, who was rumored to be in the school. The others were fine. They shouldn't be implicated. When Rushua's side had Xiao Runan's people there, and looking at that Xiao Runan's confident demeanor, there shouldn't be any need for him to worry about it. Yes, we have comrades all over the country. Which place are your parents in? Yang Yun nodded and said. Lin Qinsho hurriedly told Yang Yun the address. Then Yang Yun went to call and make arrangements, while the others also started to get busy. Mo Fong took out his laptop, connected the port and started operating it. Brother Lin, have already arranged for manpower to go over there. Won't disturb your parents. Protect them in the shadows. This side will start working on Wen Jiaxu's information and traces, Yang Yun said as he returned from the phone call. Lin Qinsho gave Yang Yun a thumbs up. Worthy of being a military man, this efficiency is high. Lin Qinsho transferred that secret information about Wen Jiaxu to Mo Fong as well. The others were of little use, so they didn't give it. Everyone started to get busy. Lin Qinsho stayed here also has nothing to do. Simply also go out and walk around. He had a place in his mind where he suspected Wen Jiaxu might be hiding. Now that he had taken a break, it was just the right time to go and take a look. Lin Qinsho rode down in the elevator and suddenly stopped on the 17th floor. The elevator door opened and the two people inside and outside the door froze for a moment when they saw each other. Mr. Lin, such a coincidence. I haven't seen you here in the past few days. The woman outside the elevator smiled as she walked in. This woman was none other than Shen Jie, who had been bumped off last time, and at a young age was already the boss of a large media company. It's a good coincidence. I seldom come here, and I met you on a rare visit. Lin Qinsho smiled. This time Yi Mingshi was not around, so there was no need for him to avoid suspicion. Mr. Lin is so busy. Do you have time to have a meal together now? Chen Jie was still holding a grudge about being rejected by Lin Qinsho last time. This time Lin Qinsho really couldn't eat. What he ate at the Water Cloud Pavilion was still in his throat now. I won't eat the meal. I just finished eating not long ago. Why don't I treat Miss Chen to a cup of coffee? After all, it's a beauty with more than 90 points. Always rejecting each other. I'm afraid I'll run away in the future. Then thank you Mr. Lin for the coffee. Chen Jie winked playfully, and the two of them arrived at a certain Buck's coffee shop on the first floor. Mr. Lin, the little girlfriend who followed you around last time. It seems like she has some fan base on Douyin. Last time I felt like I looked a bit familiar with her. Can you give me her contact information? I think she has a lot of potential to be an anchor. Chen Jie took a sip of coffee and remembered this matter. You can. Last time I accompanied her to the interview, but that media company was not good. I was kicked out. I'll give her your contact information. It's up to her if she wants to come. Originally Lin Qinshu did not want Yi Mingxi to go to do anchor to show her face. But maybe it is Yi Mingxi's own hobbies and interests. Cannot because of their own money to raise the woman into a canary bar. Like Wen Ruxue, she returned to the Wen group. Originally Lin Qinshu wanted to bring her around during this time, but then gave up. In his side does not necessarily be safer. Xiao Runan already had someone's hands on her, and he himself didn't let Yang Yun and the others protect her anymore. Catching the culprit first was the most important thing right now. Ms. Chen, I still have things on my side. Let's make an appointment for another day. After saying goodbye to Chen Jie, he hurriedly took a taxi and left. Until Lin Qinshu completely left, Chen Jie only reacted from a state of confusion, saying that he invited her to drink coffee. He really only drank coffee, and ran away without saying a total of 3 sentences. How much this man did not treat himself. Chen Jie stomped her foot fiercely, picked up the coffee and went back to the office, not even having the appetite to eat. On the other side Lin Qinshu had already taken a car to a neighborhood. This neighborhood called Wulong Villa. This place is an address that appeared in the Wen family secret. The secret base of Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua. It was said in the secret that this place is only known to the two of them. Even the closest henchmen around them haven't been here and don't know about this place. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Qinshu wouldn't have been able to find this place. Lin Qinshu walked to a corner in order not to scare the snakes, and tumbled over the wall into the neighborhood. In accordance with the secret said the building quietly close. Originally thought that just a neighborhood building, close to no, but it is a villa. Think about it, the Wen family so rich people. Not to mention Yang Xinghua mother's family is also rich. To find a place to do a secret base, naturally, cannot condescend to their own. And the privacy of the villa is also stronger. Living in a suite will inevitably have ears through the wall. Lin Qinshu slowly approached the villa, originally intended to use the invisibility card to sneak in, and then thought that maybe when Jiaxu is not here, then he would waste to so mysterious things. Close to one of the windows of the villa, just in time to hear a familiar voice. Mom, where did Dad go? The police are looking for him everywhere now. If he's caught, what should we do then? Lin Qinshu recognized that this was Wen Wenfeng's voice. From this one sentence he guessed that Wen Wenfeng had already identified with Wen Jiaxu. Sure enough he was a white-eyed wolf, calling him so affectionately so soon. Chapter 77, The Woman in the Basement. He went to pick up your uncle. When your uncle comes over, he won't have to hide. It's just that Lin Qinshu doesn't know what his identity is. Why he can know so many hidden things. This person must be killed before it's safe. Otherwise even if your uncle can protect your father for a while, he will be killed by whatever this person comes up with again. Yang Xinghua gritted her teeth when she talked about Lin Qinshu. If it wasn't for Lin Qinshu, Wen Jiaxu would already be sitting as the head of the family, and she would already be out of the Wen family, taking Wen Wenfeng with her to sit in the position of the main mother of the Wen family, and today's life would already be very comfortable. As for Wen Jiasu's original mate Yu Qing, after Wen Jiasu's failure she directly took out a divorce agreement to sever her relationship with Wen Jiasu. It seems that she thought that she would be dragged down by Wen Jiasu's failure. Great! As long as there is uncle, none of that evidence can arrest Dad, Wen Wenfeng said joyfully. Lin Qinshu also wondered what kind of god this uncle was. Listening to them, he was also able to save Wen Jiasu with so much evidence. How powerful of a person would he have to be? Yang Xinghua also smiled happily. When your uncle comes, we will vacate this place for him to live. That in the room will be left for your uncle to enjoy. In his hands no woman can live well. Lin Qinshu sniffing immediately pondered who is the in Yang Xinghua's mouth. The Wen family that a few women he knows, cannot be Wen Jiaming wife, also did not hear that there is something in his family and Xiao Runan to Wen Ruoshu's side sent people. Surely in the Wen Jiaming that also have. Just when he was still thinking, the window of Yang Xinghua suddenly received a phone call after the happy said go. Your uncle arrived. We pack up. Your father ordered a very hidden private dining. We also go to drink a few cups with your uncle. Bring the things, here tonight to your uncle temporary landing. We go to other places to live tonight. Your father said, a sly rabbit has 3 caves. You can't stay in one place for too long. After saying that, Yang Xinghua happily ran upstairs, and right after she left, Wen Wenfeng's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes flickered as he didn't know what he was thinking, and he turned around and entered a room. It seems that the affectionate way he just called out with a mouthful of dad was also a fake. This Wen Wenfeng is really not simple. He even lied to his own mom. Lin Qinshu was thinking about how to follow them and go find Wen Jiasu. Just now that Yang Xinghua did not say a destination, he wanted to find Wen Jiaxu. Must follow them to do. Invisible sitting in the car? Seems also can't. Stealth card has a time limit. 1 hour will be useless. If 1 hour has not arrived at the destination, then he will be exposed. Once he was exposed, according to Yang Xinghua's character, he might defend Wen Jiaxu to the death. and would definitely not bring him to Wen Jiaxu's place. It seemed that he could only do it the hard way, using Wen Wenfeng to coerce Yang Xinghua. Just as Lin Qinshu was about to make his move, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He hurriedly left the villa area and went to answer the phone, as the call was from Yang Yun, so maybe he already had an idea. Brother Lin. Found it. Wen Jiaxu is heading to a farmhouse called Bishui Villa on the outskirts of Magic City. According to my investigation, there is Wen Jiaxu's secret property. There is no association with his name. It's registered in the name of an ordinary employee of the Wen family. If not for screening all the ordinary employees of the Wen family, it would not be easy to find this trace. Yang Yun reported his findings. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but give Yang Yun's small team a compliment inwardly. He had only found this trace by relying on the Wen family's secret information given by the system, but Yang Yun was able to find it synchronized and accurate to the whereabouts of the possessor and Wen Jiaxu. Good. Brother Yang, send me the address. Then arrange for manpower to follow that Wen Jiaxu, and wait for me to arrive before planning the next step. Lin Qinshu originally wanted Yang Yun to do it directly, but he had a feeling in the dark that there might be powerful people amongst the visitors from Kyoto this time, so if he rushed Yang Yun and the others to do it, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. After the phone hung up, Lin Qinshu intended to leave the villa and take a taxi over there. Suddenly, Yang Xinghua's villa door opened. A Mercedes-Benz Big G drove out from inside. Lin Qinshu hurriedly hid in the corner, looking at the car when Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua left, suddenly remembered the in their mouths. Anyway, already know the whereabouts of Wen Jiaxu. First go to see who is the in the mouth of that Yang Xinghua. Lin Qinshu once again entered the villa. The door has no key. He used light power to step on the wall and leaped up to the second floor in the window. Rummaging from room to room, he didn't see anyone until he saw the entrance to the basement. Inside the villa, most people use the basement to make a wine cellar, or decorate a KTV or something like that. So at first Lin Qinshu didn't go to the basement to look for it. Now the whole villa has been rummaged through. Did not see people, only possible in the basement. Who would have thought that someone will be in the basement to set up a place to lock up people? And the entrance to the basement of this villa is also very strange. Actually, in the study, Lin Qinshu went down the stairs. The dim light made him not see clearly what was inside, until he came to the bottom. The entire basement was just empty. No compartments were made, but there were many shelves. Right in the middle was a large bed. A woman's hands and feet were being tied to the 4 bedposts, and the white sheet on her body couldn't hide that voluptuous figure. Lin Qinshu looked at the shelves displaying all sorts of torture devices. There were even oddly shaped things. This one Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua were also playing with flowers, actually putting so many of these things in the basement. When he was close to the bedside, he finally saw who Yang Xinghua was talking about. This is not that when Jiaxu's original wife Yuqing did not expect to be tied up in this basement. At this moment, Yuqing's state is not very normal. The whole person twisted around, very uncomfortable, face flooded with a reddish color. Lin Qinshu thought about it. Or will she hands and feet of the rope to untie? Listen to just that, Yang Xinghua said. This is for her to take. The brother prepared. Even if he had to go and settle Wen Jiaxu later, he wouldn't leave this woman here. Yuqing's secret was that Lily's identity, and she hadn't seen her do anything to hurt the world, and she hadn't even helped Wen Jiaxu much. Hands and feet were unbound. Yuqing instantly pounced on Lin Qinshu. At this time Lin Qinshu realized the other side is not right. This state is obviously drugged. Time back to 10 minutes ago, when Lin Qinshu left the villa to answer the phone. When Wenfeng came to the basement, looking at the woman on the bed, a sinister smile appeared on his face, pulled out a bottle of small pink pills from his pocket, pinched Yuqing's chin and poured it all in. Chapter 78 Yan Lian. When uncle comes later, serve him well. This is something for you to boost your pleasure. When Wenfeng also took a bottle of water and poured it into her mouth, telling her to swallow all these pills. Then he turned around and left the basement. At this time, Lin Qinshu was also getting fired up by this woman in front of him, so he simply did the opposite of what he wanted to do. An hour later, Yuqing had also come to her senses. Lin Qinshu panicked, wearing clothes, said awkwardly, very time, forced to use extraordinary means. Otherwise you will burst a blood vessel and die. If you have nothing to do, also seize the time to leave here. I am now going to find Wen Jiaxu. Don't worry, I'll take care of Wen Jiaxu. You can go back and hide for a while. Lin Qinshu said and left this place with quick steps. More than an hour had passed. By the time he got there, maybe Wen Jiaxu had run away again. It was really a beauty's mistake. Just that he left in a hurry. He did not see that on the bedsheet under Yuqing, there was a mark. Luckily, he had the foresight to tell Yang Yun in advance that they would have to die to keep an eye on Wen Jiaxu. Even if he was not in that farmhouse, he could still track the other side of the trail. When Lin Qinshu took a taxi to the halfway point, Yang Yun's phone called again. Brother Lin. Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the Nanjiale and seem to be spending the night here tonight, but the person he brought with him I had Mo Fang check. It's the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto, Yang Lion. Yang Lion has already left the farmhouse with Yang Xinghua. Should we send someone to follow? Yang Lion? He didn't know anything about the Yang family in Kyoto, so even if he knew the other party's name, he couldn't know how capable the other party was. The fact that Yang Xinghua was able to reveal a relaxed smile upon hearing that his brother had come over meant that Yang Lian was definitely not simple. Is there anyone else besides Yang Lian? Lin Qinshu asked. There is. A youth who is about 1.75 meters in height with an inch head is following Yang Lian. The other party seems to be very perceptive. At first when we tried to get closer, his eyes looked in the direction we were in, causing us to not dare to get too close. Yang Yan's tone carried a hint of gravity. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment before saying, then let's leave him alone for now. Our priority is to resolve Wen Jiasu. We must not let him live. After Lin Qinshu finished his sentence, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Wen Jiasu couldn't be kept. With his own energy and Yang Lian's help, even if he was handed over to the police, he would end up being released without charge. This was very unfavorable to him. As long as Wen Jiasu lived, the wanted notices on his darknet would constantly create trouble for him. Thinking of this, Lin Qinshu also cannot help but to break out in curses. This thought that he took the Divine Hero script, how began to evolve the script of the rise of the Chengdu City gangsters. Ding! Detected that the host for the current situation of the dilemma, even the daily life received an impact. Choice 1, solve the problem of being wanted and find the key person who issued the mission. Rewarded with golden silk armor *1. Choice 2, solve the problem of being wanted and subsequent retaliation, and make the person who issued the mission leave China. Rewarded with +1 power point and gold silk soft armor *1. Finally came. Lin Qinshu was still confused this time. He had encountered so many things, the system did not even intend to release a task for himself. This time, he must choose the second choice. Just now in the villa has seen Wenfeng's shady changing face. Cut the grass must be rooted out in order to do so. He did not intend to let these people go, but there was one more point that he needed to address, and that was the perception of Yang Yun and the others. They were soldiers after all. Although they had retired from the army, they were still soldiers, and the notion of killing might seem undesirable to them. Lin Qinshu, although he also did not experience, but now he does not go to do it. Then in the end the only one who will die will be himself. Forcing also have to force themselves to do it. A Mercedes-Benz Big G brushed past the car Lin Qinshu was sitting in, and he could see that this was the car when Wenfeng had driven out, and there were 3 people sitting in the car. The youth Yang Yun said was driving, and in the back seat of the car was a man with sunglasses, and Yang Xinghua. At this time, Yang Xinghua's face is very angry, do not know what to say, but unfortunately the 2 cars cross too short. Lin Qinshu can only briefly look at, and do not know what happened in the other car. Inside the car, Yang Xinghua's face was full of aggression and emotion. On the side of Yang Lin said lightly, when Jiaxu's matter is very troublesome. Kyoto also has people come, and even attracted the attention of the central government. It's hard to protect him, even if we can do it. My Yang family will expose some of our cards, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Don't bother with those 2 fathers and sons. You come back to Kyoto with me, and the child will be fine with another one. Old mom is almost 50 years old. What will I take to give birth? Wenfeng is your nephew after all. Can't you save him? Yang Xinghua pleaded with her brother to save his son. Humph. What's the point of saving a loser like that? He can't even do basic family succession. Go back to Kyoto for a few days, then go abroad. There is a surrogacy agency over there. Take a little something from your body, put it in someone else's stomach, and have a few more children with no problem. Yang Lian also knew about Wenfeng's and was furious. Humph. In vain. Your brother-in-law even prepared a gift for you in that villa. Since you're not even going to save him anymore, you shouldn't bother to receive that gift. Hurry up and leave. Yang Xinghua crossed her arms and turned her head to look out the window. What good can a bereaved dog have? Yang Lin smiled coldly. Indeed, it's not something good. A charming young woman is just a young woman, and it's still tied up. It's not voluntary. Oh. Yang Xinghua knew his brother's preferences. He didn't want the voluntary ones. He liked the unwilling ones. Yang Lian's eyes flashed with essence when he heard that. With his family background, there are a lot of women who pounce on him, but he only likes the kind of people who can't look at him. This is also considered a kind of psychopathy. Xiao Lu, go to that villa and take a look. If the gift is okay, I'll consider saving that trashy son. The corner of Yang Xinghua's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile as she hurriedly showed Xiao Lu the way. Although she was also a heartless person, but that Wenfeng was after all a piece of meat that fell off her body. Only she was a married-out Yang family member. So other than begging this younger brother of hers, she had no other choice. As for Wen Jiaxu, she can't save it now and can only give it up. Who let him stir up the basket so that the Young family are not willing to make a move? The main thing was that his value was not worth the Young family exposing some of their cards. On the other side, Lin Qinsho had already converged with Yang Yun. Lin Qinsho said to Yang Yun with a gloomy expression, "Brother Yang, I may not be able to do this in your conception, but I am still honest with you. When Jiaxu must die, if I don't kill him, he will create all sorts of trouble for me." There were only 4 people here: Yang Yun, Li Cheng, Huang Orange and He Yun. The other Mo Fong stayed behind at the Golden Trade Mansion. He was proficient in hacking and not good at tracking. The other Chiu Lu and Li Lan went to Jiatong University to protect Yi Mengxi. Chapter 79 Death of Wen Jiaxu. The 4 looked at each other after hearing Lin Qinsho's words, and a smirk appeared on their faces. "It seems that War God Su has not told Brother Lin about us brothers." Li Qing said heavily. "We were actually dismissed from the force. It was because of an incident we encountered back then. A powerful second generation committed the crime of murdering a little girl, and was eventually acquitted. The one who was murdered was my younger sister, and Brother Yang and a few of his siblings. Then they joined together to strike out and cripple that second generation. This was known by the army, cancelled all of our credits and were dismissed from the military." He also added it was because of this that we were classified by the army as having incorrect concepts and that's why we were dismissed. Brother Lin doesn't need to be burdened. Even if someone like Wen Jiaxu is handed over to the police, he will eventually find a way to make himself innocent. To kill this unforgivable scum, a few of us are willing to do it. There's no need to worry about us. Hearing this statement from them, Lin Qinsho was sort of relieved. Wen Wenfeng, from what I know of him, is a vicious and venomous person. Perhaps I won't let him stay either. Lin Qinsho remembered that there was a Wen Wenfeng inside. Naturally, Wen Wenfeng's deeds we have also investigated. Through the document that Brother Lin gave me, we also know that like father, like son, Brother Lin can do whatever he wants to do. A few of our brothers will try our best to help you. Yang Yun smiled back. Since all the conceptual issues were now resolved, it was time to prepare to make a move. Lin Qinsho took the lead and walked into the middle of the farmhouse, quickly rushing inside as he saw that there was surveillance at the main entrance. Wen Jiaxu might have already known that he had come. Yang Yun 4 people also quickly followed, tacitly dispersed in all directions. Lin Qinsho found Wen Jiaxu in a room. At this time, Wen Jiaxu was already lying on the ground motionless. Lin Qinsho looked closer and found that his chest had been stabbed with a knife. There was no breath. Yang Yun and the others also came to this place and looked at the body that had been dead for some time, as the blood that had flowed out had partially dried up. It's not right. He even came out to give him a ride when Yang Lion left. It was less than an hour in total. Could it be that he was killed as soon as Yang Lion left? Yang Yun looked over the corpse in confusion. Where's Wen Wenfeng? Has it been found? Lin Qinsho guessed that it should be Wen Wenfeng who killed Wen Jiaxu. Looked all over. Even the employees who were here are all dead. Not a single living person. Just no trace of Wen Wenfeng. A few people rummaged through the whole place of Nanjiale. Those cooks and waiters have been killed. This Wen Wenfeng is also really heartless. It's also not right. There is only one entrance and exit of this Nanjiale. We've been staring at it all the time. It's impossible for him to walk through our eyes without us noticing. Several people were puzzled by this. Puff! A sound of falling water came from outside. The people rushed to that pond and saw that Wen Wenfeng had already swum to the center and would soon swim to the other end of the pond. Lin Qinsho coldly smiled. It seems that the dog is anxious to jump over the wall. Such a small pond. How can he swim to where? Lin Qinsho signaled to Yang Yun and the others with his eyes. The 5 of them spread out and surrounded the pond. At this time, Wen Wenfeng also saw a few people and realized that the other party was here to find himself. It seems that this Wen Wenfeng knew that he couldn't hide anymore. Wen Wenfeng looked at the fact that they had surrounded the entire pond and regretted that he shouldn't have hid by that pond. He wasn't trying to escape through the pond, but after hearing the conversation between Lin Qinsho and the others, he was startled and fell off the pond. Li Qing grabbed Wen Wenfeng up and threw him in front of Lin Qinsho. Young Mr. Wen, what a cruel heart, to have your own father do this. Lin Qinsho sneered as he looked at the once infinite young master of the Wen family in front of him. He doesn't deserve to be my father at all. I thought that the Wen family was already wimpy enough. I didn't expect him to be even more wimpy. He actually reached the point of being a lost dog before he dared to jump out and recognize me. If he had recognized me earlier, with our father and son's abilities, the Wen family would have been ours long ago. Wen Wenfeng said viciously. Lin Qinsho shook his head speechlessly. Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu had the same character, but Wen Wenfeng was too indolent. Just because of this reason, you killed him? Your abilities are really as strong as you say. Even the current situation can be easily dealt with. Yang Xinghua actually treated me as an outcast. I'm her son. When Yang Lion took Yang Xinghua away, when Jiasu knew that he had been abandoned and he was at the end of his rope, hiding in his room with the intention of turning himself in. How could I have such a loser of a father? I killed him in a fit of rage. When Wenfeng laughed a little crazily. So many people had died here, so there was no need for Lin Qinshu to kill him. Someone had to be responsible. Lin Qinshu made a call to Xiao Runan, and an hour later, Xiao Runan brought 3 people to this place. All 4 were in civilian clothes, not wearing police uniforms. Not a small skill, actually faster than even our police. Xiao Runan was surprised as soon as she got off the bus looking at Lin Qinshu. Waiting for your police's efficiency, I'm afraid I would have been destroyed long ago. Lin Qinshu skimmed his mouth. You guys can leave. Leave this place to me. When Jiaxu is dead, this one Wenfeng killed so many people. It's hard to escape death. Just leave the rest to our police. There's nothing for you guys to do. Xiao Runan let Lin Qinshu and the others leave. Lin Qinshu originally didn't plan to stay here either. Calling Xiao Runan over was to deal with these matters. Just now, he had already called Shangping to send 2 cars over to pick them up, and there was no way to get a car in these wild mountains. Lin Qinshu and the others stood at the gate of the Nanjiale waiting for the cars to arrive. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the distance. Lin Qinshu fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't this person the youth who had just driven Yang Lian away? Brother Lin, this person is the youth we were talking about. I can feel a murderous aura on him. It seems that the other party is here to kill us. Yan Yan's face became extraordinarily grave. The other party was coming from a bad place. Lin Qinshu frowned. Daring to come over like this single-handedly, it was impossible without ability. Only to see that youth put his hand into his pocket, seemingly reaching for something. Go in first. The other party might have a gun. Lin Qinshu pulled Yang Yun and the others to quickly walk towards the inside. That Xiao Runan should have brought a gun as well. He wasn't confident that he would be able to take on a hot weapon with his bare hands. What's going on? Xiao Runan looked at Lin Qinshu's crowd who hurriedly ducked in. There's an assassin coming. He should be here to silence us. Can Officer Xiao give me a gun? I'll go in him up. Lin Qinshu stared at Xiao Runan's gun that was on her waist. Xiao Runan hastily drew out the gun, but instead of giving it to Lin Qinshu, she walked outside. Chapter 80 Young Family Killer Yang Lu. Only I have the power of execution in Magic City. None of my people have guns, and there is only one of these guns, so how come it's not your turn to use it? Xiao Runan's words had just fallen. Bang, a shot had already been fired in. Yang Lu was one of the professional assassins that the Yang family had raised since childhood, specializing in dealing with the dark side of the Yang family. There were a total of 10 such people in the Yang family, Yang 1 to Yang 10. When Yang Lian went to the villa that Wen Jiasu had arranged and found it empty, he knew that Wen Jiasu had been exposed, and in order for those 2 fathers and sons not to drag Yang Xinghua into the water, he sent Yang 6 to kill the Wen family father and son. As long as Yang Lu was there to do the job, Yang Lian would feel relieved and knew that there would not be any accidents. Xiao Runan quickly counterattacked, and the gun battle between the 2 sides started instantly. Unfortunately, although Lin Qinshu's side was outnumbered, there was only one gun, and Xiao Runan was still unwilling to give him the gun, insisting on doing it himself. His mastery of marksmanship was instantly useless, but relying on a woman for protection wasn't his style either. Lin Qinshu quickly walked backwards. He intended to go around behind Yang Lu and knock the gun out of his hand. Just as Lin Qinshu left this place, the gunfire also stopped. Xiao Runan didn't dare to venture out, and everyone else didn't dare to go out rashly. Bang! A few gunshots came from behind the house. Xiao Runan's face suddenly changed. She quickly ran towards the back. The few people she brought with her could be behind the house guarding when Wenfeng. Lin Qinshu, who was just about to go around to the front door, also heard the gunshots from the back of the house, and immediately turned around and ran towards the back of the house, and inwardly said, "This killer is really fast." 1 second he was still shooting at the front, and the next second he had already run to the back of the house. Lin Qinshu didn't rush in. He just hid in the corner and stabilized his breathing. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfeng and was walking in his direction. Just as Lin Qinshu was about to make his move, a gun at the corner took the lead and reached over and pressed against Lin Qinshu's head. "How do you want to die?" Yang Lu said indifferently. The way he looked at Lin Qinshu seemed to be looking at a dead man, worthy of being an assassin trained by the Yang family. He knew Lin Qinshu's location in advance. "Let go of him. I'll be your hostage." At this time, Xiao Runan and Yang Yun and the others also arrived here. Seeing the scene, Xiao Runan hurriedly raised her gun and aimed it at Yang Lu. Yang Lu turned his back to Xiao Runan and stretched out his hand to count the number of shots, then spoke. "You just fired 9 shots. The pistol used by the police has 8 rounds of bullets, together with the one you loaded. 9 rounds of bullets is the limit of a gun, so you don't have any bullets left in your gun." Xiao Runan's face changed. There were indeed no bullets left in her gun. She didn't expect the other party to be able to calculate so accurately. "It seems to be a professional killer. It's just that there are no bullets. The people on our side are enough to take you down, and your gun shouldn't have any bullets, either." Xiao Runan hadn't even finished her sentence when she saw Yang Lu pull out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket. Xiao Runan immediately turned pale. However, Yang Lu threw the magazine into the pond, and also took out the magazine from his pistol and threw it away. Yang Lu shook his neck and seemed to be doing a warm-up maneuver. A cruel smile appeared on his face with the mission accomplished. It's time to have some fun. The last time I played it was 2 years ago. I hope you guys can let me play for a longer time. As for Lin Qinshu, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Even when he was pressed against a gun, he didn't show any panic. In the words of a martial arts master, a gun is fast outside of 7 paces, but his fists are even faster within 7 paces. He could have knocked his opponent out the moment he pulled the trigger, except that Xiao Runan came too quickly, giving Yang Lu the chance to play the fool, and making Lin Qinshu want to see his opponent finish playing the fool first. After Lin Qinshu heard his words, a smile also appeared on his face. Whether you lose your gun or not, it's all the same to me. At this distance, your gun is not as fast as my fist. As soon as the words fell, a fist forcefully hit Yang Lu's chest, causing him to instantly fly backwards. Yang Lu tumbled on the ground a few times before getting back up, the look of fear in his eyes instantly replacing the look of defiance he had a moment ago. Who the hell are you? With such strength, comparable to a military region war god, why have I never heard of your name? Lin Qinshu one punch made his chi and blood turn over. This kind of strength is no longer a situation that he can play. He regretted. If he had known, he would not have pretended, and directly shot everyone. This scene in front of me also looked dumbfounded Xiao Runan. This reversal also came too fast. Although Xiao Runan had followed Lin Qinshu through several crises, but every time she had arrived later, she had never seen Lin Qinshu's shot at all. Overpraise. I do not change my name. I do not change my name. I am known as Bedroom Tender Fold in the Jianghu. Please call me Fold Warrior. If you don't like to call me Warrior, you can just call me Fold. Lin Qinshu smiled and walked quickly towards Yang Lu. Yang Lu grabbed the mud and sand on the ground and raised it out. Lin Qinshu could only use his hands to block the dust that floated towards him. In the next second, Yang Lu ran out of the room like a madman. Lin Qinshu patted the dust on his body and muttered under his breath, "This isn't a dirty trick to spread dust, is it?" Then he picked up a stone on the ground and shot it towards Yang Lu. Finger-snapping avatar. A bone-cracking sound rang out. The stone thrown by Lin Qinshu smashed into Yang Lu's knee in a steady and accurate manner. Yang Lu fell to his knees on the spot. Lin Qinshu came to Yang Lu's front and stomped on his palm. "Don't you want to play? What are you running for? Are you going to play hide and seek with me? Don't play these childish games when you're such an adult." Yang Lu raised his head and stared viciously at Lin Qinshu. A cracking sound came out of his mouth and blood kept gushing out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Qinshu realized that something was wrong and quickly pinched his chin, but as a result, he was still a step too late. Yang Lu had already bitten his tongue and killed himself. Wipe. How come there are still so many dead soldiers in the modern world? They bite their tongues at the drop of a hat, or else they take poison in their mouths. Lin Qinshu cursed. Xiao Runan also walked over, looking at the already dead Yang Lu, then looking at Lin Qinshu. An inexplicable color appeared in his eyes. "This I don't know who trained the dead soldiers. As long as there is an accidental arrest, they will decisively choose to kill themselves. Luckily, you're overly strong, or else we'd all be in dire straits." Xiao Runan sighed in relief. "From the Yang family in Kyoto, following Yang Lin, I'll leave the rest to you to wrap up. Officer Xiao." Lin Qinshu stood up and headed outside, counting the time. The car that Shang Ping had arranged would be arriving soon. Yan Yun and the others also followed behind Lin Qinshu. Just now Lin Qinshu's strength made them admire him. At a young age, he easily decapitated the assassin that the Yang family had carefully trained. If the four of them were to come together, they might not even be the opponent. Chapter 81, The Uncancelable Bounty Order. Lin Qinshu had made Yang Lu flee with just one move, and a single stone was able to shatter the opponent's knees. Their gazes towards Lin Qinshu became worshipful. The worship of the strong is something that both men and women have. Yan Yun and the others originally thought that Lin Qinshu was just an ordinary person with more money, but now this strength seems to be more than the strength of their military region's god of war. With the two hands that he just showed, Su Feng might not even be able to do it in his place. Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the sound of gunshots coming from Wen Wenfeng's place, and hurriedly ran in to check the situation. Unsurprisingly, when Wenfeng and the 3 people she brought with her, none of them were spared. All of them were shot in the center of their eyebrows and died. Xiao Runan sat paralyzed on the ground, not expecting that just investigating a Wen family scion in Mordor had left 3 of her colleagues dead. "Kyoto Yang family, I won't let you off easily," Xiao Runan said through clenched teeth. Lin Qin guarded the car and closed his eyes, finally solving this prick. Now that Wen Jiaxu was dead, he didn't know how the wanted notice on the darknet was doing. Yang Yun was sitting in the same car as him. A look of desire to speak was seen by him. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be outside of your own family." Lin Qinshu opened his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Lin, Emofang found out about your bounty on the darknet. When Jiasu paid a $20 million deposit, and after he kills you, he will pay the remaining $30 million. So, Yan Yun looked at Lin Qinshu. When Lin Qinshu heard this, he had black lines on his head, where he didn't know what it meant. His bounty order was still there. It was just that no one was paying the final amount anymore. So his bounty order had changed from 50 million to 20 million. Even if it was only $20 million, it would still be able to make people rush for it. His crisis wasn't completely lifted. This mother asterisk Wenjiashu, can't you pay a smaller deposit? Lin Qinshu secretly cursed. Brother Yang, is there any way to get rid of this bounty order? Otherwise it's really annoying. Lin Qinshu was annoyed. With a $20 million bounty, there would still be a lot of ungrateful people to harass him. Yang Yun shook his head. There are many such lousy bounty orders on the darknet. There are always idle people to do them. $20 million is a lot, and it will rank high on the bounty list. Lin Qinshu thought about it and then suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. He quickly asked Brother Yang, is there any way to register an account for me? I'll also go and bounty on some people. Pull the price up a bit. Will the ranking be lowered? Yang Yun shook his head. Theoretically, but there will still be people who will see you. Just like buying something online, there will always be people who will flip to the back to buy something. If everyone only buys the stuff at the front of the rankings, then no one else has to do it. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. That's fine. As long as you can get me an account, those who want to come to me can come. I can't hide from them anyway, so why not make use of this platform? Lin Qinshu remembered that he also had a few enemies that he could put up for fun. After the vehicle entered the Golden Trade Tower, Lin Qinshu couldn't wait to find Mo Fong. The account on the darknet was not one of those real-name accounts nowadays. It was accessed with a special IP and a special method. Watching Mo Fong's operation, Lin Qinshu transferred 200 million into it, letting Mo Fong help him put a bounty on a few people. Li Timzong 30 million, Li Jianfu 70 million, Yang Lian 100 million. Directly transfer the bounty into the platform. Do not go to the kind of deposit payment program, as long as someone to complete the task, directly to the platform to collect the money on the line. This kind of bounty issued by the order will not have to take care of. Even if Lin Qinshu died, the bounty order will not be affected. Suddenly a tip popped up on Mo Fong's computer, and Mo Fong said to Lin Qinshu, Yang Lin's bounty has been returned, and Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu have successfully released it. The money is in the account. Should I take it out? Yang Lian's reward was returned? This was why, and Mo Fong didn't know because of what. Forget it, just return it. I'm just trying it out. It's fine to keep that money in there and use it later. Returning the money from the darknet should be particularly troublesome as well. Charging money into the darknet was simple. If it was returned, it would have to go through many accounts overseas. Anyway, he wasn't short of money right now, so let's put it in there first. Moreover, he could use the money to buy some information in the darknet, so the money would be useful sooner or later. Lin Qinshu left the Golden Trade Tower. Now it's already night. Back to Yunlu Villa to take a rest. The taut nerves of the past 2 days can also be relatively relaxed, although the problem of the bounty order has not been solved, but those killers have failed a few times. According to Yang Yun's speculation, in a short period of time there should not be killers to come, but it is still necessary to be cautious. Do not know when the killers will come. Returning to Yunlu Villa, Li Qing had not yet returned. Lin Qinshu had entrusted her with more things, and was not that busy so quickly. After a simple wash, he fell into a deep sleep amidst the maid's massage techniques. He has already forgotten about the incident with Yu Qing during the day. In his opinion, Yu Qing, a beautiful young woman, is not the first time to experience these things. Woman. The two people are like a friendly match, for each other should not be much burden. Magic City, a high-end neighborhood. At this time, Yu Qing was holding her legs in a daze. What she experienced with Lin Qinshu today was actually the first time she experienced it with a man. Yu Qing, who had always been with women, had a confused feeling about today's events. It seemed that she wasn't as repulsed as she had imagined, and even somewhat enjoyed that feeling, a feeling that she would never have with her little girlfriends. That waving sweat, the robust physique, and every waving movement made Yu Qing recall and become deeply fascinated. A delicate figure walked in from outside the house and came to Yu Qing's side and hugged her. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. To actually dare to let you receive such harm, the manly woman said in a heartbroken manner. She was the person who had always maintained a relationship with Yu Qing, Shen Lizhen of the Magic City Shen family, and the aunt of Shen Li and Shen Yu. Yu Qing looked at the woman beside her with complicated eyes, then shook her head. I'm fine. I just received internal news. Wen Jiasu is dead. Dead is better. This kind of scum, dying is too cheap, Shen Lizhen said indignantly. Yu Qing at this time also remembered Lin Qinshu seems to go when he said to go to find Wen Jiasu. It seems that Wen Jiasu's death is also related to him. Should not he use some relations to help him? Yu Qing's state of mind has changed. For Shen Lizhen's hand on her back, all make her feel a little uncomfortable. All this Lin Qinshu do not know. How could he think? An older young woman actually still the first in men together. Lin Qinshu, who was sleeping, heard the system's beep, but he was too sleepy to lift his spirit to listen carefully, and planned to read it tomorrow. Ding! Given that Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are dead, unable to solve the problem of being rewarded, the mission is invalid. The reward is deducted by half. Reward gold silk soft armor +1. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshu woke up and found the golden silk soft armor on the side. Last night's system prompts he still had vaguely heard. Chapter 82 Golden Gold Soft Armor. The task of choice 2 was considered half completed, but the one of cancelling the bounty order couldn't be completed, and the task couldn't go on. However, the system was still very humane and gave him half of the reward. Lin Qinshu put on the golden silk soft armor. It was like a thin undershirt stuck to his skin. There was no sense of heaviness in the clothes. In the next few days, Lin Qinshu, apart from going to classes, was going with Yi Mingxi to purchase some household items. The villa that Silver Lake Villa had bought for Yi Mingxi had a huge check room, which happened to be able to fit in all the things that he had bought that day at Chanel. Li Qing was also very efficient and registered the company and some programs. However, it was difficult to find a site, as the Magic City was very expensive, and the place that Lin Qinshu asked for had to be very large. So in the end, Lin Qinshu could only go out and find Su Hanning. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Hanning was also present, and he said that he could find him if there were any difficulties. Su Banning directly on the edge of the Magic City to the edge of a hill to him, half send half rent, only charged Lin Qinshu annual rent of 1 million. After all, are doing things for China. Lin Qinshu directly pay the rent of 20 years, in addition to these rents, but also have to plan to build buildings, divided into areas, a large number of places to use money. Lin Qinshu get a security company cannot want a profit plan, he just give himself to train some bodyguards. Anyway, he has money, the system will also give him the task later. At his point, money was already a number, although he still had a lot of beggar habits that he couldn't change for a while is all. On Saturday morning, Lin Qinshu came early to the entrance of the University of Finance. Today he was going to take Qin Shanshan to his house in Tomsonipine to live. This is a week ago has made an appointment. This period of time Qin Shanshan also became busy. The bank arranged a lot of training for her, and even some of the meetings she is not qualified to participate in. Wu Xiugang took her there, seems to be to let her contact in advance. Originally, Wu Xiugang was going to take her to the head office today, but she had already made an appointment with Lin Qinshu, so she could only force herself to ask Wu Xiugang for leave. When Wu Xiugang heard that Qin Shanshan was going to have an appointment with Lin Qinshu, he quickly revealed a flattering smile and told her to have fun, even giving her Monday off. How could Qin Shanshan not know why she suddenly got this kind of treatment? It was all because Lin Qinshu's more than $50 billion of assets were in the Magic City Bank, and she was considered by her superiors to be Lin Qinshu's girlfriend. That's why she was taken seriously. This was something that Qin Shanshan didn't deny. She also had selfishness. Even if she and Lin Qinshu hadn't explicitly become that kind of relationship, her heart was gradually leaning that way. With this fact that is not the truth. Let her work appeared a smooth sailing opportunity. Since everyone thinks so, then she also so defaulted. Qin Shanshan drove the message from Lin Qinshu that she had arrived at the entrance of the school, picked up the white canvas bag, took a deep look at the dormitory she had lived in for 4 years, and closed the door to leave. Lin Qinshu parked his car at the entrance of the school. He is not a student of the University of Finance. The security guards are dead set on not letting him in. Even in the world cigarettes cannot buy the security guards of the University of Finance. Either this is not enough to buy chips, the security guards do not see. Either that or there really is a rule that people from outside the school are not allowed to enter. After all, the University of Finance is a beautiful school. If the outsiders can go in, then the number of luxury cars in and out of the horror. Lin Qinshu suddenly heard someone knocking on his car window and turned his head to see that it was actually that Qian Yumeng from last time. Handsome guy, what a coincidence. Do you remember what you promised me last time? When we meet again, you'll have to give me your contact information. Qian Yumeng winked playfully. Lin Qinshu also did not expect actually in the same location again met this woman. Last time the heart of the intention not to waste, but now his mind has changed some. Some women should be wasted or to waste. However, Lin Qinshu still took out the cell phone promised you. Nature is to do what it says. Add a WeChat. My name is Lin Qinshu. Qian Yumeng hurriedly opened her cell phone and scanned the other party's QR code. She felt that the name Lin Qinshu was a bit familiar, and she couldn't think of it for a while. My name is Qian Yumeng. You can call me Meng Meng. Qian Yumeng introduced herself. After the two of them added their friends and chatted for a couple of minutes, Qian Yumeng was very sensible and left. Last time she saw Lin Qinshu picking up Qin Shanshan. If she wasn't wrong, she came to pick up Qin Shanshan this time as well. She didn't have the confidence to fight with Qin Shanshan. so she should be smart now and give the other party some impression points so that she could have a chance in the future. If Chen Shanshan came out and saw her accosting Lin Qinshu, forcing Lin Qinshu to delete her friends, then she would have wasted her time. Lin Qinshu's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. This woman is still a little bit of class. Soon after, Chen Shanshan walked out from the school entrance, wearing the same pleated skirt that she had met for the first time, with a white sports polo shirt on top, a high ponytail, and a white canvas bag on her back. An air of a civilian schoolgirl came over her. Lin Qinshu stepped out of the car and opened the passenger door for her. Chen Shanshan sat in amidst the envious gazes from the surroundings. Where are your things? Don't you need to carry them over? Lin Qinshu looked at Chen Shanshan, who was dressed in light clothes. It's nothing, just some clothes. I've taken them to the company, so I'll just bring them over when the time comes. Have you had breakfast yet? I just bought 2 buns from the cafeteria. One for each of you. Chen Shanshan took out 2 buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qinshu happened to be a bit hungry, and directly ate them, the oil in the bun sliding down from the corners of his mouth. Chen Shanshan took out a paper towel and wiped it for him. An ambiguous atmosphere rose in the car. Chen Shanshan felt joyful as she watched his unconventional eating of the buns. This represented that the two people's class was not very far apart. No matter if it was food and drink, the two people were relatively similar. It made her not feel a sense of distance. Lin Qinshu left the gates of the University of Finance with a kick of the gas. Chen Shanshan didn't have to go back to school, and the probability was that he wouldn't come back to this place that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The girls' dormitory at the University of Finance and Economics. Xian Yumeng excitedly rushed into the dormitory. "Ae baby, do you know who I just met? I met that handsome guy who drives a Lamborghini, and I feel even more handsome than last time. I've managed to get his WeChat. Taking down this rich tycoon is just around the corner." Xian Yumeng held her cell phone screen in front of Hee and flaunted it. Chapter 83, Chen Shanshan, who was good at drinking. Hee, who had originally planned to open her mouth to congratulate her, suddenly saw the WeChat name and avatar, and fiercely grabbed Xian Yumeng's hand, telling her not to shake around and to look more clearly. Xian Yumeng's eyes flashed a trace of disgust. Although the two seemed to be close as sisters, the actual plastic sisterhood, each somewhat dislike each other. Xian Yumeng surfaced but still said, "You do not want to remember this microsignal, right? If you also want, I will push his microblogging to you. Why so excited about it? We are sisters. Whoever succeeds, don't treat the other one poorly." Lin Qinshu. Hee gritted her teeth and called out the name. Xian Yumeng had already made a note of the name, so she didn't notice anything wrong. "Yes, that handsome guy is called this name. At first when I heard this name, I thought it sounded a bit." Suddenly Chen Yumeng looked at Hee with wide eyes. She suddenly remembered why she thought the name sounded familiar, and covered her mouth in shock after receiving Hee's affirmative nod. "The contact information that I went through so much trouble to get is actually your trashy ex-boyfriend's?" Xian Yumeng sat paralyzed on the stool. She was the one who had heard the most of Lin Qinshu's wasteful deeds by ear, but she had never seen Lin Qinshu, and even if she had, she would have swept past it and wouldn't have remembered it. For a poor, she will not even look at the eyes. Hee gritted her teeth and said, "What is he doing in our school? Could it be that he wants to meet me by chance?" Hearing this, Xian Yumeng instantly reacted. Lin Qinshu used to be a poor man all because of what Hee said. According to what she saw, Lin Qinshu was a handsome and gold person. Perhaps Lin Qinshu used to pretend to be poor in order to give Hee a test, and now that Hee did not pass the test, he simply did not pretend. What's more, Lin Qinshu didn't come to the University of Finance to look for Hee, but to pick up Chen Shanshan, the school beauty of the University of Finance. Isn't Chen Shanshan hundreds of times better than Hee? Who was Hee to compete with the school beauty? The more Qian Yumeng thought about it, the more she thought it was possible, and since she was no longer Hee's boyfriend, she was more than able to get her hands on her. Meng, delete this beggar. Surely he wants to come to me through you to beg for a reunion." Hee took Xian Yumeng's cell phone and was about to delete Lin Qinshu. Xian Yumeng quickly snatched the phone over. Jokingly, "This is her squatting for a week to get the contact information, because of Hee's self-centeredness to delete. That is not a waste of time? Xiao Yi, don't delete it first. Let me tease him. Didn't he make you lose face? I'll let him fall in love with me first, then delete him, to give you an outlet for your anger." Xian Yumeng pacified Hee. She wasn't afraid that Hee would be angry with her or cut her off. What Chen Yumeng was worried about was what if Hee found out the truth of the matter and ran to Lin Qinshu to beg for a reunion. Who could guarantee that Lin Qinshu wouldn't retain a trace of affection for Hee? After all, the two of them had been talking for several years. There were already enough rivals. The school flower Chen Shanshan was no match for her. Don't come back with an old favorite Hee, then she would really have no chance. Alright, then you seduce him hard for me. When the time comes to ask him to come out and meet, I'm going to hit him hard in the face. A cruel smile appeared on Hee's face, as if she thought of the scene at that time, making her can't wait to see it. Qian Yameng nodded her head in agreement. But inside, she was also thinking about how to create something to hook up with Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu already knew nothing about all this happening, as he brought Chen Shanshan to Thompson Epine. When the car drove into this place, Chen Shanshan was dumbfounded, because this place is just a few hundred meters away from her workplace. Just turn a corner and you're there. She had also heard of the houses here, the most famous properties in Magic City, and the prices were even top-notch. Lin Qinshu actually had a house in this place, and also rented it to her for $800 a month. Opening the door of the room, the furniture and facilities inside were already complete, and the balcony was able to look at that Huangpu River at a glance. Is this really a place for me to live? I can't be dreaming, Chen Shanshan murmured. Lin Qinshu came to her side and said with a smile, do you want to pinch yourself? If it hurts, you shouldn't be dreaming. Chen Shanshan really stretched out her hand and pinched her arm, and came back to her senses in pain. This place is too big. It's too wasteful for me to live alone. Saying that, she was about to leave this place. This place for $800 a month? Just kidding, 80,000 won't even be able to rent it. Lin Qinshu hurriedly pulled her back. There's no solution if it's too big, but this place is the closest to where you work. If you don't live here, this place is also used to pile up dust, so don't be burdened, live in peace, you've paid the rent. Only after Lin Qinshu's 3 inches of incessant persuasion did Chen Shanshan finally agree to stay. Thank you, if it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have a job or a place to live right now. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu gratefully. If you really want to thank me, cook me a meal. I want to try your handiwork. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but touch her head. Chen Shanshan didn't feel repulsed by this. Instead she shyly lowered her head. Let's go grocery shopping then. There's a living supermarket downstairs. There should be plenty of dishes to buy in there. Cooking a meal for Lin Qinshu was the only way Chen Shanshan could do to repay her now. Of course there were other ways, only she hadn't thought of them. The two came to the supermarket and started to make selections of some ingredients, just like a daily couple, and the distance between the two got closer and closer, from a fist's distance in the beginning to now leaning in and walking together. During this time, the two also went to Chen Shanshan's place of work to bring back her luggage. Chen Shanshan's luggage was also relatively light, a suitcase and a backpack, so it was no wonder that she said she could handle the luggage by herself. Chen Shanshan can only cook some home cooking. Originally wanted to buy seafood. Lin Qinshu also gave up, because Chen Shanshan has never eaten. Even more cannot do. She could only cook some simple dishes like tofu, fish, beef and so on. Chen Shanshan took out a transparent glass bottle from her luggage, which seemed to be filled with white wine. This is the wine my father brewed. Let me give you a taste. Chen Shanshan took out 2 glasses and poured the white wine. Lin Qinshu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect a girl to carry a clay gun with her. Chen Shanshan didn't even clink glasses with Lin Qinshu after pouring the liquor. She directly sipped it. Lin Qinshu looked at her with a dumbfounded look on his face. This is not drinking, but drinking water is not that enjoyable. After drinking a cup of Chen Shanshan and filled himself, the size of the glass at least 100 milliliters of wine. So a cup of drink down the face does not change color, but also smacked his lips, a look of a drunkard, so that Lin Qinshu was shocked.